How can you fall asleep? At your age at this stage, how can you sleep? Have some ambition. A cute 4-year-old girl dressed in a princess dress delicate as porcelain, with double bun hair, like Neza-fair skin, and a lively mischievous look. At dawn when the rooster crowed, she hugged Su Feng's sleeping left arm and shook it. Seeing her brother didn't react, she grabbed his phone skillfully, opened Douyin, tapped a favorite, and turned up the volume. The little girl played a Douyin video. The little girl had been playing this short video for a whole month. The first line of the video was, "How can you fall asleep? Lazy big brother, get up." The little imp reached out her small hand and yanked Su Feng's face. Hiss. Su Feng squinted, his eyes open, staring at the cute little girl, feeling furious. Ever since 5 years ago when the country implemented the 2-child policy and his parents had a second child, a little sister for him, his days at home had been spent either taking care of the baby or coaxing her. Otherwise, he played with his sister, helped with her homework, acting as both brother and father. Moreover, his sister was especially naughty and mischievous, often playing pranks on her dear brother. He had even avoided coming home during summer and winter vacations. He had just endured to graduation 3 months ago, yet every day he still had to wait on the family's most beloved little princess. Around 8 in the morning, he had to take Tong Tong to kindergarten. At 3:30 or 4 in the afternoon, he, as her dear brother, had to pick her up. At night, he had to hold her and coax her to sleep. An eternal single dog, he had started a dad's life ahead of time. Luckily, he didn't have to change diapers. But what could he do? Facing a college graduate who couldn't even get a girlfriend, his parents had given up on their main account. The main reason was that his parents were too busy every day. His father was a high school geography teacher, and his mother was a high school math teacher. However, they didn't work at the same school. One was at experimental middle school, the other at City No. 1 middle school. To supplement the family income and earn more, his mother also served as a head teacher every day. She was the head teacher of the rocket class at City No. 1 middle school. Thus his parents were even busier. The heavy responsibility of taking care of his sister entirely fell on him. Who could imagine that a son raised by 2 teachers, both highly educated and head teachers of key classes, would score only 248 in the college entrance examination, a complete slacker? At the moment his college entrance exam results came out, the entire Su family fell into silence. Then, that atmosphere, that scene, that unforgettable moment. Well, in such a cultural family, where even grandpa had been a retired old professor and grandma had also been a teacher, he, the eldest grandson, had scored 248 in the college entrance examination. Even Aunt Wong next door knew it perfectly well. So the parents had a second child. Su Feng muddled through 3 years at the vocational and technical college in the university town of Longqing. Well, a junior college. After graduation, he couldn't find a job and wasn't willing to work. He had been staying at home for almost a year. Not only had his parents given up on him, even his grandparents were a bit speechless. Grandpa was strict, but grandma spoiled him anyway. The little princess sister was 4 years old this year. She was in the middle class. Her name was Su Sitong. Her nickname was Tong Tong. Brother dream that changed, the fairy descended to earth to be your sister-in-law. This brother is so ugly no one would marry you. Those words made Su Feng's heart twitch and his mouth twisted in anger. Sure enough, even if he were the most handsome guy in the world, outshining the entire entertainment circle and beating European and American male models in his sister's eyes, he was just an ugly guy who couldn't find a girlfriend. Lazy bug, get up, wash up, eat breakfast, and take Tong Tong to kindergarten. The little girl playfully stuck out her tongue, then bounced out of the room. Ding dong. The system detected that the host has failed the mission. Remaining attempts 13, 2 chances. If the host fails missions continuously, the system will automatically unbind from the host. Note: if unbound, the host will lose the opportunity to become a culinary god. The crisp mechanical female voice in his mind made Su Feng instantly wake up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, got up, changed clothes, and walked to the bathroom. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He applied facial cleanser to his face and rubbed it violently with both hands, washing irritably. A few days ago, he had obtained a system called the universe's first invincible culinary god. Every day, a mechanical female voice frequently appeared in his mind. The system's voice was rather cold. Rather than cold, it was more like aloof. Being supervised every day by an aloof, mature lady who wanted him to become a culinary god. This was truly an annoying matter. After obtaining the system, he had temporarily named the system's AI Yueyue. Later, Yueyue ruthlessly issued a mission. It wanted him to open a culinary god restaurant. Of course, the restaurant was a conditional gift from the system. It was a 160 square meter ground floor shop, but the actual business area was only 110 square meters. Inside the shop, there was a 50 square meter small room where he could live and eat. The restaurant name was casually chosen by himself, Xiaosu Food Restaurant. As long as he completed the initial stage task and reached a turnover of 100, the system would give him the restaurant for free. Moreover, he could unlock other cooking skills. To open the restaurant, he had to get up at 4 in the morning, wash up, then knead the dough and let it rest. Moreover, preparing the bun filling alone was truly tough. To run the restaurant, particularly to sell buns, he had to get up at least at 4 in the morning. Getting up at 5 wasn't even enough. He had to have the first basket of buns out of the steamer by 6 or 6:30. Not only that, there also had to be soup and porridge. A breakfast bun shop couldn't be without porridge or soy milk. What if there was a not-so-bright customer who only ate buns and didn't drink anything? Wouldn't he choke to death? Don't laugh. The world is vast and full of wonders. Never overestimate the intelligence of some silly people. After washing up, Feng walked to the living room. The home's decoration was similar to the 1990s style. The wooden floor was almost worn out and peeling. It was a standard 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout with 2 sunny bedrooms adjacent. A secondary bedroom was on the shady side, the living room in the middle, a kitchen on one side, and 2 bathrooms. It was rare for an old residential area to have 2 bathrooms. Of course, the bathroom in the master bedroom was exclusively used by dad, mom, and little sister. He used the living room bathroom alone, which was convenient. The bulky sofa, old and heavy, was covered with a soft cushion. There was a wooden coffee table, and in front of the living room TV stood a fish tank. Yes, the task of changing the water in the fish tank was also assigned by his mother to her good-for-nothing son. On the kitchen table were last night's leftovers: braised fish, pickled carrots made by his mother, egg soup, and steamed buns bought the night before. Mom, can we stop eating leftovers? Experts say eating leftover food every day is bad for the stomach. Feng complained. His mother, Feng, wore plain casual clothes and a delicate little watch on her wrist. She had maplelia-colored wavy short hair and wore a pair of black-framed glasses. Perhaps because she was a teacher, when she frowned the whole family was afraid. It wasn't that she had a bad temper, but the air of a head teacher accumulated over 22 years was there with many rules. So Feng was really afraid. Since childhood, he had thought that in the future he would never marry a teacher, and he didn't even dare to marry a girl whose mother was a teacher. Feng glared at him. Your grandpa and grandma are 92 this year. They've eaten leftovers all their lives. But grandma is grandma. I am me. How can it be the same? Feng muttered. Feng said, your grandma is 92 years old. She can jump rope 500 times every day and walk 3 kilometers around the village. Which diet health expert at 92 can jump rope 500 times? Tong giggled as she watched her mother scold her brother. She munched on the fragrant mantou, happily tearing it into small pieces and soaking them in the rice porridge. She ate the softened bread with pickles and a piece of boneless fish. Feng, scolded by his mother, dared not utter a word, his face full of frustration. When my restaurant opens and makes money, it'll just live there. You can wake up this early. Better transfer the renovated restaurant out. Feng knew that her son Feng had rented a 2-story shop near the medical university. And he even claimed a friend gave it to him for free. She believed Feng's words. Because, not to mention renting a house, she estimated that the money her son had wasn't even enough to buy a refrigerator. If he emptied all his pockets, he could barely scrape together 200 yuan. Since Feng graduated, she only gave him 1,000 yuan per month for living expenses. Feng gladly accepted. After graduation, still having 1,000 yuan for allowance and pocket money was quite satisfying. Even if he was a boomerang kid, 1,000 yuan was not bad. As long as he didn't go wild spending on foot massages, baths, and spa treatments, 1,000 yuan was enough for his expenses. Of course, this didn't include the cost of 3 meals a day. Dad, can you cut off the hair on both sides of your head? Just shave it all off. Feng pouted, asking curiously. His father was a geography teacher, not yet 50, but already sporting a bald patch, like a Mediterranean. Hair on the sides, bald in the middle. Jianya, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, slurped his porridge. Cut what? The baldness in the middle, the hair on the sides, is my last stubbornness. Jianya refused. Take good care of Tong. Him off to school. Feng wiped her mouth and said. Last year, for Jianya's 48th birthday, she specially ordered a wig for him. Unexpectedly, Jianya not only didn't like it, but threw the wig away. That wig, she had measured his head circumference while he was asleep and spent 2,000 yuan. She wouldn't bother anymore. Let him go bald however he liked. A bald husband wouldn't affect her good mood. Feng nodded. Don't worry, you'll take care of my little sister. Don't let her play with the phone. Jianya and Feng left one after another. Without a doubt, the dishes on the table were waiting for Feng to clean up. Brother, I want a popsicle. What popsicle so early in the morning? I have no money. Feng yawned listlessly, his eyes drowsy and full of sleepiness. He got up, gathered the dishes to the kitchen, and slowly washed them. Tong's grape-like big eyes sparkled as she glanced at her brother, then turned and pattered into her parents' bedroom. She flipped through a geography book on the desk and secretly took out 3 red 100 yuan notes. Brother, buy popsicles. Tong's eyes curved, her little mouth pouted, and she smiled happily. She handed the money to Feng. Feng took the red notes and asked in surprise, where did this money come from? Daddy's money, hidden in the book found by Tong. So smart, give brother a kiss. Feng naturally and without hesitation stuffed the 3 red notes into his pocket. No kiss by popsicles. Tong Tong turned her face away in disdain, not letting Su Feng kiss her. Alright, by Popsicles big brother will carry you, and by Popsicles okay. Hee hee. The little girl stretched out her arms. Su Feng picked her up, still kissed her chubby little cheek, and walked out the door. They arrived at a supermarket outside the community and bought a popsicle for Tong Tong, the kind that could be split in half. She wanted to save half for her kindergarten classmate Ting Ting. They walked all the way to the nearby Cheatsai Sunshine Kindergarten. Goodbye, brother. Tong Tong saw her friend Ting Ting and waved at Su Feng. She carried her pink school bag and pattered over to the kids. Bye-bye. Su Feng called out with a smile. Bebe, I'll walk you later. There was a golden retriever in the small yard tied with a leash lying listlessly half asleep. Seeing its young master Su Feng, it immediately stood up, barked excitedly, and wagged its tail happily. Bebe, bye-bye. The next moment his owner left. The golden retriever Bebe was stunned, instantly deflated like a punctured ball, its head tucked and lying down sadly. Su Feng rode the electric scooter his mother bought him, heading straight to the restaurant shop arranged by the system. The shop still belonged to the system for now. Only when he completed the tasks would the system give it to him. So stingy. Ding dong. Please host, work hard to complete the tasks issued by the system. The system's voice started nagging again, determined to train him into a culinary god. Be strong, damn it, be stronger. Su Feng slapped his cheeks. He took a deep breath to cheer himself up. He couldn't keep lying flat and being a slacker, a magical thing like the system had chosen him. He was like the protagonist of a novel, The Chosen One. He had to strive to make money. Shaking his head, Su Feng bent down to unlock the electric scooter's seat. To prevent the despicable battery thieves, he took out his beloved battery, carried it in his hand, and walked toward the restaurant that would soon be his. He unlocked the door and walked straight in. The dough I needed last night. I must steam the buns, or it'll go to waste. The system's beginner gift pack included detailed tutorials on making Xylong Bao, kneading, proofing, and mixing the meat filling. These recipes had been sent to him by the system days ago. But he had been slacking off until today, finally planning to open. Actually, it was normal for him to slack off. Anyone who is a culinary idiot suddenly told to open a shop and become a chef god would need some buffer time to load. Who says Xylong Bao can only be sold for breakfast? Lunch is fine too. Su Feng gritted his teeth and started working. He first poured the pork filling from the fridge into a bowl and began chopping scallions. He finally chopped scallions and ginger, boiled a pot of water, and made a pot of Sichuan pepper water. Sichuan pepper water is one of the essential seasonings for Xylong Bao to enhance freshness and remove fishiness. For now, they'll only sell one kind, mushroom and pork Xylong Bao. As he thought, Su Feng's mind began to slack off again. If there were too many types of fillings, he couldn't handle it. If business was good, he would hire a baozi maker. He minced the mushrooms and mixed them with the pork filling. Then added Sichuan pepper water, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, braised soy sauce, and dark soy sauce. Finally, he added appropriate salt, chicken bouillon, and a drizzle of sesame oil. Swish, swish, swish. Su Feng directly used his hands, stirring the filling vigorously counterclockwise. He slapped the meat filling to make it firm. This way the steamed buns would have a full and succulent texture, not easily collapsing or shrinking. Delicious. Swish, swish. He sprinkled flour on the countertop. With a thud, he slammed the dough onto the counter. Keep a good mood, no violence. A chef must never be violent. He kneaded the proof dough vigorously, then stretched it and cut it into even pieces. He began to wrap Xylong Bao, first rolling out the wrappers, then wrapping them one by one. Basically, he could wrap 10 buns in a minute. His technique was exquisite, producing authentic chrysanthemum top buns. A grown man wrapping buns. Wasn't that a bit embarrassing? He steamed 10 baskets at once. Well, better sell them first before steaming more in case they don't sell. The steamer started hissing with steam, the machine humming. As the water boiled, steam gradually rose. Over time, the clean kitchen became shrouded in mist, the fragrance of buns filling the air, making the whole kitchen feel like a fairyland. Being a chef is really not easy. Su Feng wasn't a heavy smoker, but he still smoked half a pack a day. He tore open a new pack of Red Double Happiness, sat at the table near the kitchen, and started smoking, puffing away. On a stool by the door was a small blackboard. On it was written in large characters, "Today's special fresh meat Xylong Bao. Hello, do you still have buns?" Suddenly a clear, pleasant, and slightly familiar female voice reached his ears. A woman of about 168 centimeters, with a slender figure, long legs, and fair skin. She wore a neat ponytail, black trousers, and a white short-sleeved shirt, possessing a face of breathtaking beauty. In her arms, she held a 1-year-old baby girl with chubby cheeks and an adorable round face. Su Feng felt the woman's face was familiar, but couldn't immediately recall where he had seen her before. "Yes, we have. What fillings do the buns come in?" she asked, her voice cool. "Mommy, na ya." The little baby in her arms squirmed playfully, her big eyes curved like crescent moons. The baby was chubby with short, stubby fingers and a plump, bun-like face. A little angel, even more adorable than Tong Tong, had been at 1 year old. "Be good, mommy will give you some bun, okay?" A fragrant little bun. Su Feng's expression slightly froze, then he smiled. Right now we only have mushroom and fresh meat filling. Oh, we'll take one basket. Do you have porridge? Yes, millet porridge, you. She looked up at Su Feng and her delicate brows furrowed. Her exquisitely beautiful features tightened into a frown. This handsome, infuriating face, she had thought she would never see it again in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, she could still meet Su Feng. What's wrong? Chun Mingyan, she said coldly. Seeing that detestable face again, a wave of grievance surged within her. After the baby was born, she quit her job as a university lecturer. She devoted herself to staying home and taking care of the baby, becoming a full-time mother. But as the baby grew day by day, her heart grew increasingly melancholy. She had once even thought of seeking out the baby's father simply because she didn't want her daughter to grow up without a father, deprived of paternal love. Chun Mingyan, you've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you. Su Feng's eyes flickered, his expression dazed. The Chun Mingyan before him was his former art teacher from an elective course in university. Teacher Chen, long time no see. It's been almost a year since graduation. Su Feng pretended to be oblivious, offering a polite smile. After graduating, he had been a slacker at home for a year. The two of them at a gathering after drinking had shared a wild night that no one knew about. Yes, almost a year, Chun Mingyan said flatly. Her nose tingled slightly, and she fought hard to keep from crying. But her voice trembled faintly as she spoke. Are you okay? Su Feng gave a bitter smile. Back then, after that night of madness, he was still asleep when Chun Mingyan slapped him. Yet he earnestly took her hand. Foolishly, he insisted on taking responsibility, saying he wanted to marry her, to slowly fall in love with her. But Chun Mingyan rejected him. Then less than 2 months later, when he mustered the courage to find her again, the homeroom teacher said Chun Mingyan had resigned the day before and left the school. I am fine. Their eyes met, and a trace of panic flickered across Chun Mingyan's pretty face. Su Feng asked gently, why did you resign? Was it to avoid me? You. Seeing his face combined with his question struck a bitter chord deep within her heart. Her eyes instantly reddened. Her nose stung. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks. As her emotions surged, her eyelashes trembled, glistening with tears. Teacher Chen, don't cry. Has someone bullied you? Mommy, mommy. The little one in her arms, seeing her mother cry, puckered her tiny mouth and joined in with a loud wail. A heart-wrenching cry that seemed to dim the heavens and overshadow the sun and moon. Su Feng. He stood there utterly bewildered. Don't cry, mommy's here. Su Feng turned. The buns are ready. He walked to the kitchen, turned off the heat, and lifted the lid of a steamer basket. Steam billowed into the air. The fragrant aroma of the meat-filled buns filled the air, spreading wildly, even making Su Feng's mouth water uncontrollably. He carried the buns and porridge to the table. Chun Mingyan had already calmed the little one. Soft white mushroom and fresh meat buns are ready. When the buns and millet porridge were set on the table, the little girl's tiny nose twitched as she caught the scent. She fidgeted restlessly on Chun Mingyan's lap. Her bright, beautiful black eyes sparkled with excitement, and her little hands fluttered, reaching for the small buns. It was clear that Chun Mingyan had raised the baby well, plump with a round bun-like face and chubby little palms. Before her tiny hand could even grasp the bun, she had already opened her pink little mouth, a perfect little foodie in the making. The bun is hot. Mommy will feed you. Don't be impatient. Su Feng watched the scene a little dazed, then realized it was rude to stare at the mother and daughter. Sorry. Just call me if you need anything. He muttered to himself, retreating to the kitchen with a slightly embarrassed expression. The goddess before him, Chun Mingyan, was his one and only night with a woman. So seeing her with a child stirred a complex feeling within him, a trace of indescribable disappointment. Eat slowly. You can only have the bun skin. You're still too young for the filling. You'll have milk later. Chun Mingyan smiled, blew gently on the bun, separated the skin from the filling, took a tiny piece of the skin, blew on it, and placed it in the little girl's hand. The little girl grabbed the cool bun skin, opened her mouth, and took a bite. Mommy, yeah. It was as if she was praising how delicious it was, though she could only say the word mommy. Is it good? You can only have a tiny bit of the filling. Chun Mingyan took a bite. The soft, tender bun skin and the savory filling satisfied her so much that she finished a small bun in 3 bites. She poured a little vinegar into a small dish and dipped the fragrant buns as she ate. The little one in her arms finished 1 bun, her big eyes fixed on the steamer basket. There was not a single bun left. Mommy. The little girl cried out in frustration, her little legs kicking and flailing on her lap. She was incredibly strong, and Chun Mingyan could barely hold her. Yet Chun Mingyan remained patient, wiping her mouth with a tissue from the table. Mommy will order more for you, don't be upset. Chun Mingyan looked up and called out, can I buy half a basket of buns? Just half a basket. Yes. Then, half a basket, please. Su Feng deftly used wooden tongs to pick out 4 small buns. He placed them on the table. 1 basket had 8, half a basket was 4. So adorable. Beautiful eyes, chubby cheeks, a little foodie indeed. Su Tian smiled, faintly bent down carefully, and gently pinched the little girl's cheek. Ah. The little one pouted unhappy and glanced at Su Feng, then reached for the small buns. No, it's hot. Let it cool down first. Mommy will feed you some porridge. Chen Mingyan tore the bun skin into small pieces and gently dropped them one by one into the millet porridge. Once the bun skin softened, she gently scooped up a spoonful of the porridge mixed with skin blue on it, and with a tender motherly expression, placed the softened piece into the little girl's mouth. The little girl was incredibly well-behaved. She would open her mouth and wait to be fed whenever her mother offered the spoon. Su Feng. As he turned, Chen Mingyan called out his name. Teacher Chen, is there anything you need? The little girl in my arms. Her voice trembled, her eyes reddened, and she bit her lip before finally speaking the truth. She is your daughter. What did you say? Say it again. Chen Mingyan's words struck Su Feng like a thunderclap, making his breath catch in his throat, as if something were lodged there. I said, you are her father. Su Feng stared at the mother and daughter in utter disbelief. Really? You don't joke around, he questioned doubtfully. After all, the little girl looked nearly a year old. The two hadn't seen each other for almost 2 years. From the autumn of their junior year to today. Gulp, Su Feng swallowed hard, hoping Chen Mingyan was joking, yet also hoping she wasn't. His heart was in turmoil. However, more than half of him still didn't believe it. Su Feng asked urgently, you're not trying to make me the fall guy, are you? Teacher Chen, we did have a one-night stand, but how could? It's true. A blush of shyness crept across her pretty face. It happened after that night, and I had Yueyue. The child's name was little Yueyue. You're just that lucky. I'm just that accurate. That's impossible. After calming down, Su Feng's tone became much more measured. It was too incredible to believe. Su Feng wished she was his daughter. Really, she was so cute, so pretty, so adorable, but no normal person would believe this. A one-night stand, and the goddess shows up with a daughter. This was straight out of a cheesy urban dad-raising novel. Seeing his disbelief, Chen Mingyan bit her lip. Ignoring the little girl munching on her snack, she gently plucked a few strands of hair and wrapped them in a tissue. Go get a DNA test. A DNA test. Fine, I'll do it. They'll verify it. If she's my daughter, I will protect and cherish her with my life. Filled with anticipation and a whirlwind of emotions, Su Feng put the tissue with little Yueye's hair into his pocket. Teacher Chen, there are buns and porridge in the kitchen. If any customers come, could you help me sell the buns? It's the restaurant's first day open. Su Feng reminded her, gave little Yueyue a dazed look, and sprinted out of the restaurant. Me sell buns. Chen Mingyan's expression froze for a moment. Well, since he was being reasonable, and was little Yueye's biological father, Shed helped sell the buns. The fresh pork buns were fragrant, tantalizing, and absolutely delicious. Little Yueyue ate 2, and she ate 10. Why did she feel like she could go for another basket? Mommy, little Yueyue pouted, and whined, seemingly wanting more. No more, sweetie. Your little tummy will burst if you eat more. Su Feng, filled with anticipation and anxiety, hailed a taxi on the roadside. He also called his second aunt, who worked as a gynecologist at the city hospital. Second aunt, can the city hospital do paternity tests for children? Second aunt was a bit confused. Why would her nephew ask such a question? Second aunt, tell me quickly. No, you'll have to go to the Dragon City Judicial Paternity Testing Center. Second aunt, I have a friend. I'm asking for a friend. It's urgent, gotta go. Su Feng hung up. Driver to the Dragon City Judicial Paternity Testing Center. Paternity Testing Center. The driver was baffled. It was his first time taking a passenger there. Hold on, let me check the navigation. Arriving at the center, he followed the procedures, waiting step by step. He waited. 4 whole hours. He could barely finish half a pack of cigarettes on a normal day. But in those 4 hours, Head smoked the entire half pack, his fingers stained yellow from the smoke. The agonizing wait finally yielded results. When the staff member handed him the paternity report, his brow furrowed as he tremblingly read the findings. Based on the analysis of the results, XXX, a series of gene sequence numbers, or whatever, Su Feng couldn't understand them and skipped right over. The sample match rate is 999, confirming a biological relationship. The Dragon City stamp was unmistakable, 4 bold characters. Confirmed biological father. Dragon City Judicial Paternity Testing Center. Phew. The result made Su Feng's hands tremble. He took a deep breath and hurriedly ran out of the building. Bending over, he squatted on the ground, catching his breath. Biological. Little Yueyue was his biological daughter. A gene match rate of 98, or even 96 was enough to confirm paternity. But his test report showed 99. It was conclusive. Little Yueyue was his daughter. I am a dad. I'm a father. His face contorted with indescribable complex emotions. Lost in thought, he crumpled the paternity report in his hand, tore it to shreds, and threw it into a roadside trash can. A flicker of anger rose in his heart. Why didn't she find him when little Yueyue was born? If she had gone to the university, she could have found him easily. But now, little Yueyue already looks a year old. Yet Chen Mingyan must have suffered a lot during the pregnancy. A tear escaped the corner of his eye, moistening his cheek. Even a salted fish's heart holds a sentimental side. Su Feng couldn't remember the last time he cried. Back at the restaurant. Boss, any lunch left? No, we're out, Chun Mingyan replied. It was already 3 p.m. And she had sold all the buns. A small blackboard next to the counter read, pork buns 12 yuan per basket. The restaurant didn't even have a payment QR code confirming it had truly just opened today. Left with no choice, she used her own WeChat payment code and collected 288 yuan. Su Feng worried the woman might run off with little Yueyue since he had no contact info. Sprinted back into the restaurant at full speed the moment he got out of the taxi. Huff. He bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. Chun Mingyan held the sleeping little Yueyue in her arms. She asked softly, "Did you get the paternity test done? Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant? Why didn't you notify me even when little Yueyue was born?" Seeing the little sweetheart asleep, Su Feng lowered his voice, struggling to contain his emotions. "There's a bed in the back room. We can put little Yueyue down to sleep, and then talk, okay?" "Okay." The back room of the restaurant was a small 50-square-meter home with a sofa, a 1.8-meter double bed, and a wardrobe. It even had a bathroom. The shop chosen by the system was suitable for living, and the bed was made with fresh sheets. Peppa Pig bed sheets. These were the sheets his younger sister Tong Tong had picked out for him during a shopping trip. After all, Su Feng planned to move out of the house. He was tired of eating his mother's leftovers and listening to her nagging about her useless son every day. Chun Mingyan's gaze froze when she saw the Peppa Pig bed sheets. These were the sheets of a grown man. Too cute, too girly, wasn't it? She gently laid little Yueyue on the bed. Whether dreaming of feeding or some delicious food, little Yueyue smacked her lips, a pure angelic smile spreading across her face. The two walked out of the room and sat facing each other at the dining table. She nervously clenched her hands, unsure of what to say to Su Feng. Internally, she held a faint hope that he would accept their daughter. That was her bottom line. If he didn't, she would take little Yueyue and leave, vowing never to return to Dragon City, a city she both loved and hated. Su Feng gulped down the cool water from his cup, trying to calm the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He had spent hours at the Judicial Paternity Testing Center, and the chain smoking had left his mouth and throat parched. Chun Mingyan caught the strong smell of smoke on the man and frowned slightly in distaste. "The child is mine. The paternity test shows a 99 blood relation. And then..." Chun Mingyan looked at Su Feng calmly. Su Feng took a deep breath. He was a man of deep emotions. I want to ask you first, why didn't you tell me? If you weren't going to abort the baby, you should have told me." Chun Mingyan gave a bitter smile. "Tell you? You were still a college student. Could you even afford to raise a child?" During that time, her heart was in shambles. Her family was in a rural area outside Longqing. 2 years ago, she was 24, well past the typical marriage age. Every time she returned home, her parents would arrange for matchmakers to set her up with potential husbands. She could be introduced to 20 men in 10 days, to the point where she dreaded going back to her village. She selfishly thought that if she could just have the child and bring it home, her parents would stop forcing her into arranged marriages. Besides, she had a naturally thin uterine wall. If she aborted Yueyue, she would never be able to conceive again. However, there were many times she thought about going to find Su Feng, but she never mustered the courage. Moreover, during her second trimester, she fell into a state of autism and depression, and on several occasions, she contemplated the irresponsible act of ending her life by jumping from a tall building. It wasn't until Yueyue was born and grew day by day, looking at the angelic face of the little darling, that her heart gradually began to melt and her mood slowly recovered. Her autism and depression faded away day by day. Thinking that other children all had fathers and paternal love, she didn't want her daughter to be without it. Driven by the desire to find Su Feng, she came to Longqing from the neighboring Ling County. Whether by fate or luck, on her very first day in Longqing, she ran into Su Feng, who ran a restaurant. "I can't afford it. If you had 10 kids, maybe I couldn't, but one I can definitely manage." Su Feng said, his eyes reddening. "You? Don't get so worked up. How can I not be? Yueyue is my daughter." Su Feng growled in a low voice. Chun Mingyan watched him quietly and asked indifferently, "So what? It was my fault back then. I was drunk and acted like a beast, a complete bastard. 2 years ago I said I would take responsibility, be responsible for you. Now I say the same. I'm willing to take responsibility to take care of you and Yueyue." Chun Mingyan looked at the man, whose eyes were red and emotions spiraling out of control like a wild beast. "I gave birth to the child out of my own selfishness. I don't ask you to be good to me. I just want Yueyue to know she has a father. What, you think you can run away again?" Su Feng gripped her arm tightly. "Ouch, you're hurting me." She felt the strength in his hand, and it was painful. "Sorry, I got a bit emotional." Su Feng's tone was firm. "I am willing to take care of you and Yueyue. Really? Absolutely, 1,000 times over. You weren't thinking of raising Yueyue all by yourself, were you? I won't allow it." His tone was resolute. His gaze was serious. His words were powerful and forceful. Upon hearing this, Chun Mingyan's tears fell like rain. Her eyes, red hands clenched together, and she choked out, "I don't ask you to be good to me. I just want to be a good mother to let Xiaoye have a father's love have a dad. As long as you're willing to be with me, I'll treat you well. It was a promise from a straightforward man. Oh, Chun Mingyan murmured. Not taking care of your own daughter is no different from being an animal. Su Feng pulled out a tissue and handed it to her, saying gently, "Thank you for not aborting Xiaoye, for letting her come into this world. You've worked hard." Those words of appreciation completely broke down the foolish woman's defenses. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed quietly. "Don't worry, you'll sell everything I own if I have to raise Xiaoye." Chun Mingyan wiped her tears clean. "No need to sell everything. I just want Xiaoye to have a complete father's love like any other child. Don't worry, I'm a responsible man. Teacher Chin, you're still so beautiful even when you cry. Flattery will get you nowhere." Chun Mingyan couldn't help but smile. Her smile was so beautiful it put the world to shame. Back then at a gathering he had booked a room intending to take care of the drunk Chun Mingyan. That night he couldn't control himself. Chun Mingyan was stunningly beautiful, a renowned beauty at the school. Even the campus belles and department beauties paled in comparison to her. She had a tall, slender figure, skin as white as snow, red lips and white teeth with delicate features and large sparkling eyes that formed an incredibly beautiful and enviable face. In the 4 years Su Feng spent in the university town, surrounded by 5 or 6 junior colleges, he had never seen a woman more beautiful than Chun Mingyan. Not to mention those girls on Douyin with their filters and tenfold beauty enhancements, their looks couldn't even hold a candle to Chun Mingyan's. Her beauty was natural, pure, and unadulterated. She could easily hold her own against the young actresses in the entertainment industry. Now she seemed a bit haggard, looking like she weighed only 90 pounds, with a hint of malnutrition. Teacher Chun, Su Feng asked softly, "What should I call you? Should I call you teacher or Mingyan?" "Yan. Just call me Teacher Chun." She was speechless at how thick-skinned the man was, even calling her by her nickname Yan. "That night I hurt you. Let me say it again, I'm sorry." Su Feng apologized sincerely. It was hard to imagine a woman carrying a child for 10 months, giving birth, and raising her to 1 year old. The canvas shoes on her feet were washed until they were yellowed and faded. "It's okay. I insisted on having Xiaoye without asking for your consent, so I owe you an apology as well." Su Feng asked, "Can you tell me how you got by after you became pregnant?" Chun Mingyan took a sip of water, without ceremony, moistening her dry, pale lips. "After I found out I was pregnant, I quit my job and stopped working. Rent in Longsheng was too expensive, so I went back to neighboring Ling County and rented a place there. Since I'm an art teacher and love to draw, I became a full-time illustrator during my pregnancy. I earned some daily or weekly wages to cover living expenses and raise Xiaoye. That's how it's been up until today." Su Feng asked softly, "Does your family know you had Xiaoye?" "No, they think I'm dead out there." Don't think that way." Su Feng opened his mouth, his gaze complex, not knowing the specifics of her situation with her family and unsure how to comfort her. With the nature of a perfect gentleman, he took a deep breath and said slowly, "Don't be afraid. You have me now." "What are you trying to coax a little girl?" the woman said with a hint of sass. Mommy. Xiaoye woke up, rubbed her eyes, and sat up in bed. Seeing how strange her surroundings were, she instinctively got scared and cried out for her mother in distress. Chun Mingyan dashed into the inner room. "Go get a diaper, Xiaoye has peed. The diapers are in my suitcase." Su Feng opened her luggage, found the diapers, and rushed back into the room. "How old is Xiaoye now? Does she still need diapers?" Chun Mingyan didn't shy away and expertly changed Xiaoye's diaper. "She's not quite a year old yet. Yesterday she just turned exactly 10 months. 10 months. She looks like she's a year old, all chubby and cute." Xiaoye blinked her eyes at Su Feng. Seeing a stranger, she got scared and burrowed into Chun Mingyan's arms. Mommy. Can she only say mommy?" Su Feng asked with a smile. Only mommy, and she only started saying it last month." "Teacher Chen, let me add your WeChat, get your contact info." "Oh, okay." She bit her lip, looking at the enthusiastic Su Feng. There was a hint of wariness in her eyes, but more than that, nervousness and confusion. "Are you renting a place to stay?" "No." She shook her head with a smile. "I just arrived in Longsheng today. I was planning to book a hotel first tomorrow. I'll look for an apartment with Xiaoye." "No, don't book a hotel. They'll figure out a place for you and your daughter to stay." Su Feng scratched his head anxiously. If Chun Mingyan went to a hotel, he was really worried she might take Xiaoye and run away. "Let the autumn wind carry away my longing, carry away my tears. I'm still quietly waiting at the place where we met." His phone rang. Su Feng glanced at the caller ID and felt a pang of dread. "Oh no. I need to step out for a bit. I'll be right back." "Don't run, please don't run. He'll grab some diapers for Xiaoye on the way." Answering the phone, he heard his mother Lu Feng's furious roar. "Xiao Feng, you haven't gone to the internet cafe again, have you? You little brat, don't you look at the time. Kindergarten has been out for ages. Go pick up Tong right now." "Mom, sorry, you'll go right away. My restaurant was a bit busy." Beep, beep, beep. His mother hung up. Su Feng rode his little electric scooter, speeding toward Chitsai Yangwang Kindergarten. Arriving at the kindergarten gate, he saw teacher Zhang Xiaoxue standing with Tongtong with no other children around. He was half an hour late. It seemed the other kids had already been picked up by their parents. Teacher Zhang, sorry I was held up by work. Zhang Xiaoxue gave a helpless smile. It's okay, come earlier next time. Tongtong is a good girl, very obedient, but she was on the verge of tears. Brother Tongtong pouted aggrievedly. Sorry Tongtong. The little girl huffed with a pout. Buy me an ice pop and he'll forgive you. Alright, ice pop it is. Tonight, I'll treat you to a feast. Feng lifted her onto the back seat of his electric scooter. Goodbye, teacher Zhang. Tongtong waved obediently. Goodbye, Tongtong. Brother, did you go play games again? The little girl frowned unhappily. Feng grinned. No, I didn't. Remember, I opened a restaurant. I made money today. Oh, buy an ice pop. The little girl was sensible, though a bit mischievous, not a brat who throws tantrums. To apologize for picking you up half an hour late, I'll buy you bubble tea. Really? Of course. Bubble tea, Tongtong wants bubble tea. The little girl cheered joyfully. Feng found a mother and baby store and bought 10 packs of diapers. Then passing by a Hushang Ai, he bought 2 cups of bubble tea and 1 cup of juice. Tongtong, I have a girlfriend now. I found you a sister-in-law. Brother, is a girlfriend your wife? Yes, Feng laughed. He instructed her, when you meet your sister-in-law later you have to say hello sister-in-law. Got it. Oh, if you have a girlfriend, will you not play with Tongtong anymore? I will still play with you. You're my dear little sister. When he returned to the restaurant with Tongtong, Chen Mingyan came out from the inner room, holding Yueyue. Seeing Tongtong, her eyes trembled involuntarily. Feng, do you have a daughter? Damn it, why did he married with a daughter say he would take care of her, and Yueyue? She had just been moved to tears by his words like a foolish woman. No, she's my sister, my biological sister. So young in kindergarten. She breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart was too sensitive. She had been about to pick up Yueyue and leave. Yes, she's 4 in the middle class. Tongtong, holding her bubble tea, looked at Chen Mingyan with wide eyes. Wow, sister, you're so beautiful, even prettier than teacher Zhang. Thank you, you're adorable too. Yueyue kicked her little feet when she saw Tongtong. Tongtong looked up with a childlike innocence and asked, sister, are you my brother's girlfriend? Are you his wife? Puff cough. Feng choked on his juice. The little girl really knew how to talk and chat. Hearing this, Chen Mingyan's face flushed with a layer of red. She didn't know how to answer Tongtong's question. Not yet. Feng's eyes lit up. She didn't say no, but not yet. That meant in the future there was a chance she would become his wife. Brother says you're his girlfriend, his wife. Is that so? Chen Mingyan shot a glance at Feng. Tongtong obediently smiled. Sister, hello sister-in-law. Then she lowered her head, her big eyes full of confusion, muttering softly, is it sister or sister-in-law? Chen Mingyan squinted and smiled. Did you teach her that? No, Feng scratched his head, awkwardly explaining with a laugh, just joking around with the kid. Here, have some bubble tea. Let me hold Yueyue. Feng placed the bubble tea on the table beside her and opened his arms. Yueyue was placed in her father's arms by her mother. She was a little scared, staring with big, cute dark eyes, curiously looking at her biological father. Yueyue, I'm your daddy. Yueyue didn't cry or fuss. She noticed the red string around Feng's neck and reached out to grab it, but ended up pinching his neck. Despite being less than a year old, the chubby girl had quite a grip. This made Feng's brows twitch in pain. He gritted his teeth. Little one, we just met, and you want to strangle your dad. He reached out and held her chubby little hand. Do you have a girlfriend? Chen Mingyan asked nervously. No, Feng grinned. Yueyue, give daddy a kiss. Being kissed on the cheek by Feng, who was still a stranger to her, Yueyue immediately pouted. Mommy. The next second, she wanted to escape, frantically kicking her little feet, trying to break free from Feng's embrace. You're not familiar with Yueyue yet. After a few days, she'll let you hold her. Okay. Feng placed Yueyue back on Chen Mingyan's lap. He bent down and pinched her chubby little cheeks. I'm your daddy. The little girl let out a cute sound, her big eyes still curious about the red string around Feng's neck. You want to play with this? Feng took the red string off his neck. It was a jade guanyin pendant his mother Lu Feng had given him on his 18th birthday, which he had worn ever since. Chen Mingyan held her daughter's hand. Don't let her play with it. She might drop it and break it. It's okay. Yueyue grabbed the red string, opened her mouth, and quickly tried to put it in. You can't eat that. Feng laughed helplessly as he took the red string away. Yueyue kicked her little legs in frustration. You can't eat it. I'm starving. Let's steam the buns quickly. There's still dough and filling left. By the way, teacher Chun, the inner room is 50 square meters, very spacious. He couldn't help but take Chen Mingyan's fair right hand. You can stay in the restaurant for now. The inner room is big with a wardrobe, a bed, a computer desk, and air conditioning and Wi-Fi. The bathroom has a water heater and washing machine, and it's wet-dry separated. It's definitely convenient for you and Yueyue to stay temporarily. And it's on the first floor, so it's easy to take Yueyue out. Feng said all this in one breath, his emotions slightly stirred. Chen Mingyan tried to let go of his hand, but the man held it tightly, as if he wouldn't let go until she agreed. Looking into Su Feng's earnest clear eyes with a hint of pleading, she swallowed the saliva in her throat. Aye. Teacher agrees okay. Let go. Su Feng let go of her hand and smiled sincerely. Thank you. As long as you're good to Yueyue, I don't care about anything else. They'll be good to you. Go make your buns. She blushed and waved her hand in embarrassment, carrying her suitcase and Yueyue into the room. Sister, can Tong Tong call you sister-in-law? Tong Tong asked innocently. Chen Mingyan laughed. Call me sister, not sister-in-law. But you're brother's girlfriend, so Tong Tong should call you sister-in-law. Fine, you win. Call me that. Thank you, sister-in-law. Tong Tong wants to play with Yueyue on the bed. Chen Mingyan pulled her suitcase into the inner room. 50 square meters was actually quite spacious. The apartment she had rented before was a one-bedroom, slightly smaller than this. The room was spotless, even the wardrobe was dust-free. The Peppa Pig 3-piece bed set looked brand new. The shop chosen by the system was definitely suitable for living. It was more than enough for Chen Mingyan and Yueyue to stay temporarily. Just after changing the new sheets, bedding, and some small new furniture, Chen Mingyan and her daughter found him. Was it coincidence, or? It seemed more like a fate destined by heaven. Chen Mingyan unpacked Yueyue's clothes and daily necessities from the suitcase, neatly arranging them. Baby, little Tong Tong reached out her hand, making sounds with her mouth. Ahaya yeeha. Yueyue sat on the bed, waving her hands and feet, joyfully amused by her little aunt. Tong Tong is Ultraman and Yueyue is the big monster. Beat the monster, no running, no crawling. Yueyue crawled back and forth on the bed, seemingly playing with another child for the first time. Even though Tong Tong was 3 years older, they were both just kids playing together, with sheer delight, smiles stretching across their faces. Yueyue, you're not a girl without a father anymore. Chen Mingyan bent down, smiling as she kissed Yueyue's forehead. Yueyue was very clever. She could turn around and shimmy her little bottom down from the bed step by step. Moreover, she could already walk slowly on her own, holding onto the bed or the wall for support. Su Feng had already wrapped all the remaining meat filling into buns and was steaming them in the steamer. 12 buns per basket was a normal price in Dragon City, especially for fresh pork soup dumplings. They were definitely not expensive. After steaming the buns, he returned to the inner room, and the innocent laughter of Yueyue and Tong Tong instantly lifted his spirits. The aunt and niece were playing with little duck and frog toys, having a wonderful time. The toys squeaked when squeezed. Teacher Chen, what's Yueyue's full name? Yueyue doesn't have a full name. She's not registered yet. She had considered going back home, but thinking of her father, that old-fashioned rigid traditionalist, she abandoned the idea. The thought of returning home vanished completely. Being pregnant before marriage could very likely get her disowned. Su Feng smiled then. You name her. Well, register her under my household later. Su Feng was very proactive, absolutely not letting her slip away. Her pretty face flushed. I gave her the nickname. You come up with her formal name. Can her surname be Su? She pursed her lips and smiled. You're alive, so of course. Gee, Su Feng was left speechless, completely stumped. If he were dead, she'd probably change Yueyue's surname to Chun. Su Feng blinked. Then I definitely have to live on strong. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking seriously for a few seconds. For the name, the nickname is Yueyue, the formal name. How about Su Siye? Yueyue missed out on a father's love before she turned 1, but from now on it'll make up for it, with even more love in her future. As he spoke, he picked up Yueyue, a tender look in his eyes. In the future, I'll cherish her, adore her, never let her suffer the slightest grievance. Raise this little darling like a princess. So yeah, that sounds nice. Yueyue, I'm your daddy. Ahaya. She didn't call out daddy, happily squeezing the little frog in her hand. Little Tong Tong beside her looked a bit confused. Was Big Brother Yueyue's daddy? Why did Big Brother suddenly have a daughter? Give daddy a kiss. Yueyue dodged, but was still kissed by her father. Instantly, she wriggled out of his embrace with a pitiful look and crawled into Chun Mingyan's arms. Seeing this, Su Feng wore a look of utter defeat. Hey, Yueyue really dislikes me. Chun Mingyan rolled her eyes charmingly. It's your first time meeting her, so of course she's wary. Just coax her for a few days, and she'll warm up. Although Yueyue was a bit naughty and mischievous, she was also very clingy. Tong Tong, you're Yueyue's aunt, her little aunt. Su Feng said seriously. Tong Tong nodded innocently, then cheered with joy. I'm an aunt now. Tong Tong is an aunt. You must be good to Yueyue, play with her, keep her company. Big Brother needs to earn money to support her. He winked at Chun Mingyan, and also support the baby's mommy. I can earn money myself. She had always been lively by nature, it was just the pregnancy that had made her depressed. Now seeing Yueyue's father again. Su Feng was very responsible and doted on his daughter, which warmed her heart and swept away much of the gloom. Plus he was handsome and good-looking. Her daughter would surely grow up to be a beautiful girl. Su Feng smiled. Teacher Chun, I'm going to make the buns. You put the QR code by the counter, and customers who pay will scan it into my WeChat. She opened her phone. I've transferred it to you, including my basket and a half and the millet porridge, total sales of 328 yuan. I don't want the money. Send me your QR code instead. Why, oi? She looked up. Su Feng grinned playfully. From today on, you're the boss lady. You handle the cash register, I'll handle the earning. No way. Chun Mingyan puffed out her cheeks and shook her head firmly, a blush spreading across her face. How could this guy be so shameless? Boss lady. It was so embarrassing to hear. Come on, send it to me. No, it's your restaurant, why would I use my payment code? Hurry up. Su Feng shamelessly grabbed her hand. You're the boss lady, so of course we use yours. Let go, you fool. He kept grabbing her hand. Didn't he know they weren't even in a relationship? Chun Mingyan laughed. Aren't you afraid I'll collect payments for a month and then run off with Yueyue? Just 1 month of collecting payments. That's too little. Shouldn't it be 3 or 5 years? Su Feng rolled his eyes at the woman, looking like a clueless fool. Really, no, we're not that close. Oh, stop dawdling. You're the baby's mommy and the baby's daddy. My money is your money. All right. Fine, I won't spend it, I'll save it all for Yueyue. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, and when she smiled, faint dimples appeared. So beautiful and captivating that Su Feng couldn't help but stare. You fool, stop staring at me. Su Feng was a bit dazed. The baby's mommy looked like a fairy, truly gorgeous. And Alipay to register for a merchant code first, then send it to me. You said it yourself. Don't blame me if I run off with your money. Chun Mingyan smiled softly and opened WeChat. How do I register? Give me your phone, I'll help you register. Chun Mingyan pursed her lips and said, someone's surely thinking of making me wash dishes and wipe tables, being a free maid and waitress. That's your real goal, isn't it? You figured that out. Su Feng winked playfully. Humph. After registering the merchant payment codes for WeChat and Alipay, Su Feng found a print shop, printed the codes, and stuck them by the counter. The restaurant had just opened, so business was slow for now. If daily sales reached 5 or 6,000, or even broke 10,000, had invest in a cash register machine for the counter. Hello, do you have buns? 2 hefty men, each weighing over 200 pounds, walked into the shop. Only mushroom and fresh pork filling. Got any porridge? Yes. The fat man called out. 2 baskets of buns, 2 bowls of porridge. Okay. Su Feng served 2 baskets of fresh pork buns to the table along with freshly cooked millet porridge. Got any chili oil? Su Feng shook his head. Sorry, the restaurant just opened today, so we don't have it yet. All right then. The fat man smiled helplessly. He picked up a bun with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Oh, so hot. He blew on it, then popped the whole thing into his mouth. The soft, tender bun skin and the savory aroma of mushroom and fresh pork instantly filled his mouth. After chewing, the fat man's eyes widened in utter astonishment. Holy crap, this is damn delicious. These soup dumplings are absolutely incredible. The other fat man was equally amazed, exclaiming, these soup dumplings really are something else. The plump, white little buns had a soft texture and a savory, non-greasy flavor. Shaped like chrysanthemums, they were perfect in appearance, aroma, and taste. The fat man popped one bun after another into his mouth, praising, if there were chili oil, it'd be perfect. Boss, 2 more baskets. No, make it 3. A new self-service barbecue restaurant had opened nearby, and they planned to have a few buns as an appetizer before heading over to show the barbecue owner a thing or two. But unexpectedly, these buns were so addictive that once they started, they just couldn't stop. Burp, burp. The 2 fat men belched simultaneously, looking entirely satisfied and content. Su Feng had steamed 10 baskets, and the 2 of them had devoured 6 baskets combined, still looking as if they wanted to keep eating. Don't eat anymore, you'll be too full. That's enough. I think my stomach can fit 1 more basket. Stop eating, I've already had 2 bowls of porridge. The fat man called out, boss, how much in total? 6 baskets of buns, 4 bowls of porridge, that'll be 98. The hefty diner paid the bill without hesitation. Boss, the buns are really good. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Have the chili oil ready. Sure, no problem at all. Su Feng replied with a hearty laugh. The 2 men left, patting their stomachs. Bro, let's head to the fountain square, take a stroll, walk off the meal, and then grab some barbecue at 10 tonight. Sounds good, let's do barbecue later tonight. Su Feng was left utterly dumbfounded by their words. Man, these 2 are planning to have barbecue again tonight. Damn, these are true gluttons. 6 baskets of buns, 48 buns total, 24 each, plus 2 bowls of porridge. Buddy, if you're still hungry, you can have 2 more baskets of steaming buns. Why barbecue? Think of your stomach. Even if they were small buns, that's an insane amount of food. They could go to a buffet and definitely get their money's worth. After they left, Su Feng closed the door, took down the sign, and hung it on the doorknob. Closed for the day. He turned and walked back into the kitchen. Teacher Chin, there are 4 baskets left. Let's eat them. Chun Mingyan smiled and nodded. All right, I'll go get Yueyue. I remember when Tong Tong was this age, she ate solid food every day. They'll make some steamed egg custard. Su Feng smiled delightedly. It was his first time cooking for his daughter, and his lips curled up unconsciously. He had made egg custard plenty of times when Tong Tong was little, so he was quite skilled at it. He took 1 egg, used only the yolk, and added 3 small spoons of warm water. After stirring, well, he covered the small bowl with plastic wrap and placed it in the steamer. Once the steam rose, he steamed it for 8 minutes. Su Feng had been hungry for a while and had eaten his mother's leftovers from last night in the morning, and hadn't had anything since. While the egg custard was steaming, he grabbed a bun with his left hand and ate half a basket to stave off his hunger. No, don't eat that, Tong Tong said seriously. Little Yueyue was holding a small frog toy and trying to put it in her mouth. It's a toy, not food. This silly girl was driving her crazy. Little did she know she was exactly the same at that age, putting every toy in her mouth. It was a bit hot. Yueyue was playing on the bed, her chubby little legs bare, wearing only a diaper. Tong Tong wrapped her arms around her niece's waist and lifted her up. Time to eat, time to eat. Eat, eat. Yueyue understood the word, eat, and her big, lively eyes brightened. Smack. She flung her little hand and threw the frog toy on the floor. Yueyue, no throwing toys. So naughty. Little Aunt Tong Tong, ever the worrier, got off the bed and picked up the toy. Tong Tong, thank you for playing with Yueyue. She can be a bit naughty and mischievous. Tong Tong smiled. I'm her little aunt. I need to play with her. She has such a pretty smile. Chen Mingyan praised her. Your smile is pretty too, very beautiful, kawaii, and cute. Come eat. Both freezers in the fridge are empty, just some tomatoes and eggs. So, I made a simple tomato scramble with eggs. Su Feng said, taking off his apron and hanging it by the kitchen door. On the table were a large plate of tomato eggs, 4 baskets of buns, and 3 bowls of porridge. Teacher Chen let me hold Yueyue and feed her. All right. Su Feng took the little darling from Chen Mingyan's arms. Ah yeah, mama. The little one seemed to smell the egg custard and buns kicking her little legs in Su Feng's arms. Daddy will feed you, okay? Su Feng scooped a small spoonful of egg custard and blew on it gently. Yueyue already had her mouth open, her little foodie instincts on full display. Before Su Feng could even bring the spoon to her lips, she had already grabbed the plastic spoon with her mouth. She chewed carefully, her little brow relaxing into a sweet smile. Su Feng praised her. This foodie instinct is off the charts. She took a spoonful before I could even feed her. She's always been like that, a big eater since she was tiny. She's grown up so chubby and healthy, and she's never been a picky eater with solids. Yueyue is amazing. Taking the opportunity, Su Feng happily kissed the little darling's cheeks. Tong Tong dipped her bun in vinegar and ate it. Bro, these buns are so good. 1,000,000 times better than mom's. If it's good, eat more. Seriously, so yummy. Tong Tong was savoring them, afraid Su Feng might snatch her buns. She chewed with her little teeth, her face a picture of pure bliss. Chen Mingyan watched Su Feng patiently feed Yueyue, and a smile unconsciously spread across her lips. The fatherly love that other children had, Yueyue deserved it too. This was the reason she had come to Dragon City again. She planned to stay at a hotel for now and rent a place tomorrow. Then she'd go to the school and see if there were any records for graduate Su Feng. Find him, ask him if he was willing to accept Yueyue, to accept his daughter. It was as if God was looking out for her. She found Su Feng at her very first meal after getting off the bus. Say daddy and daddy will feed you. Su Feng scooped up some egg custard and deliberately held it to his right. Yueyue pouted, trying to reach the spoon, but failing, squirming restlessly in Su Feng's arms. Say daddy, mama. Chen Mingyan covered her mouth and chuckled. Whenever she had worries, the little darling's call of mama was enough to soothe her heart and melt her troubles away. Su Feng sighed in defeat, giving up on the idea of getting her to call him daddy within a single meal. He'd spend more time with her, slowly building a bond. Once they got familiar, she'd naturally start calling him daddy. Chen Mingyan said, put the buns away. Only give Yueyue a tiny bit of the bun skin. Don't give her the filling. All right. Mama. The little girl mistook Su Feng for her mother. After finishing the bowl of egg custard, she was clearly not satisfied and wanted the buns from the steamer. She was so eager that her little feet stood up on Su Feng's legs. Su Feng smiled helplessly. He placed a bun in front of her bowl and tore it in half. He quickly ate the filling himself, then tore the remaining bun skin into small pieces and soaked them in the rice porridge. Here, if you're still hungry, daddy will feed you some porridge and bun skin. The little darling opened her mouth contentedly. Chen Mingyan watched this scene, her feelings complex. This man really had a thick skin, so casually calling himself daddy in front of Yueyue. TSK. In this day and age, you need a thick skin to win a bride. She watched her daughter eat obediently and couldn't help but say proudly, feeding Yueyue is so easy. She's super cooperative when it's time for her meals. Su Feng blinked, then affectionately rubbed his cheek against Yueyue's. Bro, feed Tong Tong too. The little sister was unhappy, pouting, waiting for her brother to feed her, a bit jealous of Yueyue. How old are you now? You're in kindergarten. Su Feng said, exasperated. Tong Tong pouted. Now that you have Yueyue, you don't care about Tong Tong anymore. I do care. I spoil my daughter and my sister. Come on, open up. He fed Tong Tong a spoonful of porridge, and she was overjoyed. Never mind, Tong Tong will eat by herself. The dinner wasn't lavish, but the family ate together with incredible warmth, the porridge warming their stomachs. Chen Mingyan didn't stand on ceremony, drinking a bowl of porridge and eating 1.5 baskets of buns. Tong Tong only ate half a basket and a bowl of porridge before patting her little belly with satisfaction. Giggle, ha ha, ga. After Yueyue finished her meal, Su Feng carried her back to the bed. Over one dinner the father and daughter had become a bit more familiar. She happily pinched Su Feng's cheeks. Su Feng wore a so-called anti-smile. Well, actually it was a loving father's smile. Daddy will play with you. Tomorrow I'll buy you tons of toys, okay? The little girl, after just one meal, was happily playing with Su Feng. It was clear that besides playing with her mom, she didn't have many other playmates. Su Feng grabbed her tiny fair foot, gave it a kiss, and then tickled her soul. Giggle haha. Yueyue rolled around on the bed laughing. Chen Mingyan chuckled. Don't kiss her feet. That's her giggle button. One kiss or touch, and she burst out laughing. Kiss daddy, kiss daddy. Although she didn't know what daddy meant, she still puckered her rosy little lips and planted a soft kiss on Su Feng's cheek. Yeah. La. Huh. Ha. A crisp, pleasant laugh escaped Yueye's lips. Her bell-like laughter was pure and unadulterated, the kind that truly relaxed one's mind and body. Listening to it, the old father's lips curled into a silly grin. Su Feng was both overjoyed and astonished. She can understand what I'm saying. And she really kissed me. She really kissed me. Chen Mingyan smiled helplessly. Silly, she's young, not dumb. She's 10 months old, almost a year old in 2 more months. Of course she can understand you. After playing and laughing with Yueyue for a while, she grew sleepy and flopped limply onto Su Feng's chest, her little bottom sticking up. Thus she fell into a sweet slumber. Su Feng dared not move a muscle, casting a pleading and helpless glance at Chen Mingyan. Yueyue is very well behaved when she sleeps. Chen Mingyan chuckled softly, lifting Yueyue and gently placing her on the bed. Yueyue turned over, still sucking her thumb. She's almost 1 year old and still sucking her thumb. Yes, she does. Chen Mingyan nodded. He'll go clean up the kitchen. When he walked out of the inner room and reached the kitchen, the dishes, bowls, and chopsticks in the sink had already been washed clean. Even the steamer baskets for the buns were washed and neatly arranged. The smooth cutting board was wiped spotless, and the dishcloth was washed and hung on the rack. So clean. Su Feng was stunned, then hurried back to the inner room. Teacher Chin, you don't have to do this. It makes me feel embarrassed. Su Feng scratched the back of his head, his eyes shimmering with distress, his expression complex. She had done all the dirty work in the kitchen, and this was their first meeting after such a long time. Chen Mingyan smiled. Oh, I saw you having fun with Yueyue, so I tidied up the kitchen. Hey, don't wash them next time. They'll do it. Chen Mingyan shot him a glare. Stop nagging. Thank you for cooking for Yueyue and playing with her. You. Su Feng's mouth twisted in anger as he stepped forward. He firmly grasped her shoulders with both hands. I'm Yueyue's father. Even if I had to give my life for her, it would be worth it. Why are you thanking me? His tone was heavy. Chen Mingyan extended her slender hand and moved Su Feng's right hand away. You? Don't get excited. The man's gaze frightened her. Don't say thank you next time. And I am Yueyue's father. When you say thank you, it pierces my heart like a knife. Chen Mingyan laughed. It's not that exaggerated. Anyway, don't say thank you anymore. Alright, I want. You're going to raise Yueyue, so I want stand on ceremony. I'm a country girl good at household chores. Su Feng's eyes were serious as he mustered the courage to take her hand. You're exhausting yourself, and it breaks my heart. You went through pregnancy, childbirth, and taking care of Yueyue all alone. As her father, I've truly let you and our daughter suffer. Tisk. Chen Mingyan curved her lips into a smile. I can only blame myself for not telling you when I was pregnant with Yueyue. I brought it upon myself. She looked down at the man gripping her hand. A blush crept across her pretty face as she shook off Su Feng's right hand. Although they had Yueyue, the two had no emotional foundation. Teacher Chin, you're Yueyue's mother, and I'm her father. He grinned. We're basically husband and wife. So you're my wife, right? Huh. Chen Mingyan was stunned, a deep blush rapidly spreading across her face. She never expected Su Feng to say something so bold and embarrassing. Wife? How could that be? No. She shook her head vigorously. Look, we're going to live together and take care of Yueyue. Becoming my wife is only a matter of time. Su Feng gazed at her flushed, exquisite face, and his heart skipped a beat. Suddenly his heart rate accelerated, pounding wildly. Chen Mingyan averted her eyes, too embarrassed to face him. How could a man be so thick-skinned? She said, don't talk about that. Don't say such things. Alright, I want for now. Brother, I finished my homework. Let's go home. Tong Tong packed her pencils and textbooks into her pink school bag. Su Feng nodded. Okay, let's go home. He climbed onto the bed, bent down to kiss Yueyue's forehead, and looked at her angelic face. Suddenly emotions overwhelmed him, and his whole body trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, letting his past slacker days become history. From now on he would work hard to support Yueyue. Goodbye, Yueyue. Daddy will come see you tomorrow morning. Chen Mingyan smiled tenderly. Goodbye, Tong Tong. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Tong Tong waved. Well, they'll head home now. Hey, race the key. He'll install a few cameras at the restaurant entrance tomorrow morning. Chen Mingyan smiled. Go ahead, teacher isn't afraid. He'll pull down the rolling door. They'll move out tomorrow. He glanced at the double bed and sofa. He'll sleep on the sofa to protect you and our daughter. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on your successful opening. The universe's #1 culinary system is now officially activated. The sultry voice delivered the cringy lines in the most seductive tone, nearly making Feng spit out his soup. And then, oi. In the days to come, the system will automatically and passively issue various main and side quests. Completing quests will reward the system with corresponding benefits. Feng raised an eyebrow. What kind of rewards, eh? Making you the universe's #1 culinary master, a super chef with exquisite skills, including frying, exploding, roasting, simmering, stir-frying, slipping, boiling, blanching, rinsing, steaming, braising, stewing, smothering, stewing, and braising. Grilling, sautéing, pan-frying, collapsing, braising in soy sauce, saucing, mixing, quick-frying, pickling, freezing, fermenting, wine-soaking, roasting, smoking, and other chef techniques. In short, the system will train you to become a top-tier chef. The sultry voice continued. I've said so much, but you probably don't understand. Simply put, the system will make you a cold dish master, pastry master, and braised dish master. To become a culinary master, one needs continuous accumulation of skills. Well, in short. Feng immediately waved his hand. Stop, shut up, and then what? Ding dong. The system has detected that the host's opening is prosperous. Issuing beginner quest 10 positive reviews. The system will reward 1 lottery draw for an exquisite porridge recipe. Note it's a secret recipe, the world's best tasting porridge. First, the system needs to explain 10 positive reviews. As the name implies. 10 positive reviews. Stop. I understand. It means 10 people praise the steamed buns, right? Feng interrupted the system's verbose explanation, annoyed at being treated like an idiot, and asked rather helplessly. Normally, he would have enjoyed chatting with the sultry voice system. Had the system said, "You're right," the events of this day still left Feng's mind in a daze. The system then issued another quest. Before he could fully digest the day's events, a tangle of complex emotions filled his chest. He took deep breaths as he rode his electric scooter toward home. Even though his emotions were complex, nervous, and slightly panicked, his heart felt like it was filled with honey. Every time he blinked, Yueye's adorable face appeared before his eyes. Then he couldn't stop a smile from spreading across his lips. Tong, don't tell mom about me having a girlfriend yet, okay? Then, you'll let me play on your phone for half an hour every day and buy me an ice cream bar. The little girl started making demands. Feng rode his scooter. All right, you can have an ice cream bar every day. Yay, Tong waved her little hands happily. Behave, sit still, and don't fall off. Got it. Back home, Feng's mother, Feng, was sitting on the sofa writing test papers, preparing for the next day's tutoring classes. She barely rested on Saturdays and Sundays, having rented a classroom at Chiming Education to give supplementary lessons. Otherwise, even with a head teacher salary for a rocket class or key class, her monthly income was only 580 yuan, though the benefits were somewhat better. On holidays, the school gave gifts. Last year, she received the Excellent Head Teacher Award and the city-level Excellent Teacher, earning considerable fame throughout the province. She won first place in the head teacher selection, and the school rewarded her with 1800 yuan. In general, her base salary was quite low, less than the extra money she earned from tutoring on weekends. Her father, Su Jianya, a geography teacher, earned even less. Mom, I'm home. Upon arriving, Feng winked at his sister. Tong understood his meaning. She needed to keep it secret. She tossed her school bag onto the sofa and pattered off to her room. Feng put down her pen and glared at her son. You're back. Why didn't you feed Bebe at noon? Bebe has been hungry all day. The more his mother thought about it, the angrier she got. Her son spent all day playing games, and she blurted out, when I got home, Bebe was so pitiful, almost in tears, and kept whining. Feng smiled helplessly. Mom, I have my own career now. My restaurant opened today, and I made over 1,000 yuan. Over 1,000? Really? Selling what? What can you cook? Feng's eyes were clearly skeptical. Her son was a habitual liar. He probably went to play games somewhere else, and even teamed up with his friends to deceive her, claiming he was playing basketball at the court when he was actually at the nearby internet cafe. This kind of thing was routine. She couldn't be bothered to expose his little tricks. I sold steamed buns. It's true, Feng grinned, so I'm temporarily giving up the dog-walking duty. Feng sighed. I've taught so many top students from elite universities, and my son ends up a cook. Feng retorted. There are 360 trades, and every trade has its master. Even as a cook, he'll be the best. Tong pouted. Brother's buns are really delicious. I ate 4. The little girl stuck up for Feng. Feng smiled. Whatever you do, just bring a daughter-in-law home first. Teacher Li is a year younger than me, and today she showed me a photo of her grandson. Chubby cheeks, so cute. As she spoke, a grandmotherly smile spread across Feng's face, giving her son a chill. Feng quickly nodded. No problem, Mom. He'll bring your daughter-in-law home within a month. But when you have a grandson, will you have time to take care of him with such a busy schedule? Haha, when you get married, he'll naturally retire to take care of the kids. Don't brag. Do something real and find a partner quickly. Got it. Your father is busy too, so you can't completely give up walking the dog. I have my own career. Su Feng pouted and glared. Having a career doesn't mean you can't date. You walk Bebe on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, your father on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and he'll do Sundays. They had raised this golden retriever for 5 years. His mother doted on it immensely. The dog was exceptionally smart. According to her, its intelligence rivaled that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Moreover, Bebe could help the family pick up packages from the courier station, buy groceries from the market, and carry vegetables home. His mother often said to him, if Bebe went to school, it would have a better brain than you and definitely study. The next morning, the TikTok video with the line, "How can you sleep?" finally stopped playing. Because Su Feng worried about Yueyue naturally opened his eyes at 4:30 a.m. He got out of bed, washed up, and went to the shed to ride his electric scooter. He hurried to the wholesale market 3 kilometers away to buy the ingredients needed for today's kitchen. The worldly hustle and bustle soothes the mortal heart. Before 5 in the morning, the vegetable and meat wholesale market was already a sea of people. To select vegetables and meat, one could go to the stalls of the vegetable market, set up a street stall, or visit the morning market. The first batch of vegetables in the early morning, mostly transported in the middle of the night, were the freshest. Moreover, they were cheap. Many people rode electric tricycles to select vegetables and meat. Some who lived farther away drove wooling vans to wholesale goods. For Su Feng, who lived close to the wholesale market, riding his electric scooter was enough. Of course, because his only vehicle was an electric scooter he had been riding since high school. After selecting the ingredients, he pedaled and rode frantically all the way back to the restaurant. He thought to himself next time he would go to the ordinary vegetable market in the evening to buy some ingredients. Going to the wholesale market to save a little money, but wasting time was really not worth it. He would come back to the wholesale market once business picked up. When Su Feng opened the rolling shutter door, it made a noise. Hearing this sudden sound, Chun Mingyan, like a startled bird, was frightened by the abrupt noise. She quickly got up, put on slippers, and stealthily peered her head toward the restaurant entrance. He saw Su Feng walking into the restaurant carrying large and small bags of ingredients. Did the door sound wake you up? Su Feng asked with a smile. Chun Mingyan came out of the inner room wearing a yellow floral pajama short dress and brushed her messy hair from her forehead. No, I was worried about thieves, so I slept lightly. Su Feng put the ingredients on the counter and walked over to her. The baby's food source was so round and perky his daughter must not have suffered from eating. Seeing this stunning sight, he was relieved. Chun Mingyan's physique looked a bit thin and frail, appearing somewhat malnourished, which made Su Feng couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. Are you feeling insecure? Worried about bad guys? Su Feng asked with concern. No, Chun Mingyan shook her little head, saying one thing, but meaning another. I was just woken up by the noise when the rolling shutter door was pulled up. She had woken up several times during the night, always worried about bad guys, so she slept very lightly. The moment Su Feng pulled up the restaurant's rolling shutter door, she instantly woke up. Tonight he'll move in to protect you, and Yueyue. You move in? Chun Mingyan's eyes trembled, and she said nervously, if you move in, where will you sleep? He'll squeeze in with you. No. She blushed, rubbed her messy hair, and trotted to the bathroom. If you dare to lie on the bed, he'll leave. Just kidding, you silly dummy. Su Feng flopped onto the soft bed. The newly purchased quilt was filled with Chun Mingyan's faint feminine scent. Yueyue was sleeping soundly with her fair little legs exposed, wearing a diaper, her eyes closed. Good morning, Yueyue. He gently kissed her little face. Su Feng got up, ready to go to the kitchen to knead dough and chop meat filling. Seeing Yueyue's angelic face, the slacker mentality in Su Feng's heart had already vanished without a trace. He was filled with vitality and motivation. Work hard to earn money to raise his daughter. After Chun Mingyan finished washing up and blow-dried her hair, Su Feng, while Yueyue is still asleep, the teacher will help you. Her black hair was coiled on her forehead into a bun, leaving only a few strands of hair as bangs. She rolled up her sleeves, looking like she was going to help Su Feng steam buns. Don't call me Su Feng. Addressing me by my full name makes us feel too distant. Then what should I call you? Xiao Feng, she asked with a smile. Call me husband. What are you thinking? Her face was a bit thin-skinned. The two hadn't even started dating, hadn't even reached the hand-holding stage, and he wanted her to call him husband. That's harassment. Anyway, the restaurant's payment code is the teacher's, so I definitely have to help. Tell me what needs to be done, she asked generously. Su Feng smiled and said, when men and women work together, the work is not tiring. You can help cut the meat, he'll start kneading the dough. She nodded in agreement. Okay. Su Feng opened his newly purchased Xiaomi hand-warming phone, clicked on Kuga Music app, started playing the music from his collection, and casually tossed the phone onto the shelf. Find the sun in a place without wind, be a warm sun where you are cold. Amidst the chaos of people, you are always too naive. For the rest of my life, I only want you. For the rest of my life, the snow and wind are you, the plainness is you, the poverty is also you. The glory is you, the tenderness in my heart is you, and wherever my eyes fall, it is you. Chun Mingyan lowered her head, earnestly cutting the chicken breast, listening to the song coming from the phone. And the lyrics of this song, her ears were blushing. Could he change the song? She always felt like Feng was confessing to her. However, unexpectedly the next song was Finally Waiting for You, with the lyrics, Finally waiting for you, luckily, I didn't give up. Happiness comes hard, so it makes people cherish it even more. Can you change the song? Quick, change it. She listened to the song, her face flushed with shy anger. Feng pretended to be confused, looking puzzled. What's wrong? Isn't this song good? It's good, but I don't want to listen. Alright, I'll change to the next one. As a result, it was still a love song, Simple Love. Jay chose melodious and graceful voice. I want to hold your hand like this and never let go. Can love be simple and free of harm? Feng was a ruthless man. Yesterday, he spared no expense, spending 3.8 yuan to activate the first month of Kugu VIP. He also added a bunch of love songs to the playlist just to make Chun Mingyan listen. He didn't expect her to be so shy. After listening to 2 songs, she asked him to change them. No problem at all. Continue changing. The next song, The Only One. You are my only one, alone on the phone saying I love you, I really love you. The chicken breast is cut. There are also carrots. Feng said. She didn't expect the mother of his child to be so diligent, so he simply didn't stand on ceremony. For today's breakfast, Feng prepared 2 types of fillings for buns. One was savory chicken buns, pairing chicken with carrots. The combination was full of protein and vitamins. The other was lard residue and pickled cabbage buns. The lard residue was made from pork fat. He first cut the fat into small pieces, then heated water in a pot, added the fat, and boiled it dry. He removed the white foam from the lard, blanched the pork, then took it out, and briefly rinsed it with a little water. He added oil to the pot, put in the pork, which could speed up the rendering of the lard. During this process, he added scallions and ginger to enhance the flavor. When the lard residue in the pot was ready, he scooped it out. Seeing this, Chun Mingyan smiled with delight. I haven't had lard mixed with rice for a long time. Also, the fried lard residue chopped up and used as bun filling is especially delicious. Of course, I plan to use the lard residue to make some lard residue and pickled cabbage buns, or egg and chive with lard residue. They'll definitely all taste great. Amazing, I didn't expect student Su to be a master chef. Chun Mingyan gave a thumbs up in praise. Feng poured the lard into a basin nearby. It could be used for mixing with rice or stir-frying dishes, and its aroma was incredibly fragrant. In northern families, lard residue buns are quite common, extremely fragrant and delicious. This stuff is also called oil shuttle, extracted from pork fat, and it's especially tasty when used as filling for dumplings and buns. The savory chicken bun owes its flavor to a secret sauce made from soybean paste and sweet bean sauce. Following the master-level bun recipe gifted by the system, the buns are wrapped and steamed, ensuring an addictive and delightful taste for every customer. Mushroom and pork buns, pure pork buns, pickled vegetable and pork fat buns, and savory chicken buns. 20 steamer baskets were prepared for each of the 4 varieties, totaling 80 baskets. Only 2 types of porridge were available: Feng, simply cooked millet porridge, and egg drop soup. The stacked steamers piled like a small mountain, filled one with anticipation for the day's business. Next, Feng began preparing the chili oil. In a bowl, he added coarse chili powder, fine chili powder, a spoonful of salt, a spoonful of sugar, and a pinch of white pepper. A dash of baijiu was added, and the ingredients were stirred evenly. The baijiu enhances the freshness and flavor, making the chili oil more aromatic. A small amount of cooking oil was poured into the mixture to prevent it from scorching when the hot oil was added. Peanuts bought in advance were crushed in a bag with a rolling pin and poured into the chili powder. The crushed peanuts also enhanced the aroma of the chili oil, topped with a layer of white sesame seeds for double the fragrance. Finally, half a pot of oil was heated in the wok. With a sizzling sound, bursts of aroma erupted. He felt hungry, tempted to drink the scalding chili oil straight from the bowl. Is this enough? Chun Mingyan asked, stirring the chili oil with chopsticks. Feng poured the oil while she stirred. Yes. With each sizzle, the fragrance of the chili oil gradually filled the air. The sesame, baijiu, crushed peanuts, and chili combined under the intense heat, releasing an absolutely divine aroma. Even plain steamed buns dipped in freshly made chili oil could easily devour 3 large ones. The chili oil smells so good, Chun Mingyan remarked, catching the scent. Unfortunately, she couldn't eat chili. Yueyue was 10 months old and still nursing, requiring breast milk several times a day. Okay, everything is set. Mom, why? Yueyue woke up. She climbed out of bed, rubbed her eyes, and looked around dazedly for her mother. Not seeing her, she immediately burst into loud cries. Chun Mingyan hurried back to the inner room and picked up Yueyue. Mommy's here, don't cry, little Yueyue. After a while of soothing, Yueye's cries stopped. Feng also ran into the room, only to see Chun Mingyan roll up her sleeve, slide the strap off her shoulder, revealing. Holding Yueyue in her arms, the little one was happily nursing. Feng was stunned, his eyes fixed unblinkingly. Swoosh! Chun Mingyan, startled, blushed deeply and quickly covered her chest with the blanket. Get out, get out, she urged hurriedly. Oh my god, he saw everything. Su Feng smiled and asked Yueyue, is almost a year old still nursing? Saves on formula milk, she nodded, not daring to meet his eyes, utterly embarrassed. No need to save bill, buy good formula later. Chen Mingyan shook her head with a smile, no need to buy formula. I have enough breast milk, and it's more nutritious than formula. It'll be hard to wean her off. Yueyue had a strong milk addiction, needing to nurse every time before sleep and after waking. She also nursed at noon and in the afternoon about 4 to 5 times a day like a cow on 24-hour standby. Plus after nursing she needed solid food. The result was obvious. Yueyue was chubby with a plump doughy face that was even more baby-faced than before. Though chubby, her big sparkling black eyes saved her round baby-fat face. Go out quickly, I need to feed Yueyue. Chen Mingyan was very shy, lowering her head and gently pushing Su Feng's chest, shoving him out of the small room. Even holding hands made her shy, let alone letting him see the baby's food. That was her absolute privacy. Alright, I'm going out. Su Feng found it both amusing and exasperating. She was a mother already, yet so shy. In the 21st century, was there still such a shy and adorable treasure of a girl? Just then 4 young college students walked in, their faces full of anger, each on the verge of exploding, chatting furiously as they entered the shop. Damn, we even lost in a bronze game. Chow Lego. The enemy Yasuo and Darius must be Smurfs. Those bastards are probably diamond players smuffing in bronze. The 4 looked dejected, having stayed up all night gaming. They had spent the whole night at an internet cafe playing until 6 in the morning. Before logging off, they played League of Legends on Smurf accounts to stomp in bronze. Unexpectedly, they got stomped themselves. They were furious all the way back. This damn game was too infuriating. What kind of monstrous opponents were these? Forget League of Legends, I'm going back to my youth. Tonight, they'll play Crossfire and aim for the Gun King title. One beside him asked, boss, what's your rank in CF? Expert. Cough, I guarantee you won't make it to Gun King before the new year. Bullshit, with my skills I can easily crush experts. The old sniper god is coming out of retirement to another side. The others all sneered. With your old magnifying glass human body, outline master nicknamed Cats, you dare call yourself a retired sniper god? You can't even aim worse than a dog. Boss, do you have food now? Asked the dorm leader. They had been gaming all night, cursing each other, almost coming to blows in the internet cafe. Well, everyone was trying to control their tempers. Between brothers, patience was necessary. After all, they were all noobs. No coordination, losing even in bronze. Su Feng replied, we have buns, millet porridge, and egg drop soup. They discussed for a moment. 1 basket each of mushroom, pork, savory chicken, and pickled vegetable buns, and an extra basket of the others. 1 bowl of egg drop soup each. Coming right up. Su Feng smiled slightly. For some reason, a strange anticipation filled his heart, and his laid-back attitude had largely vanished. At 6:30 in the morning, this restaurant, about to begin a warm and enduring journey, finally made its first sale. Holy crap, it smells amazing. The steam from the buns rose, filling the air. The savory chicken buns were the most fragrant. Little white fluffy buns. Dip them in the chili oil. The 4 eagerly tasted the buns. They were a bit hot at first, but in the next second the dorm leader's second and third brothers all widened their eyes. Delicious. Amazing, the mushroom pork flavor is fantastic. So fragrant. Thin-skinned with generous filling, rich in aroma. The moment it hit the mouth, the seductive sensation of exquisite food and the pleasure of chewing made your adrenaline surge. You'd want to stuff your mouth frantically. Okay, that's a bit exaggerated, but it was truly mouth-wateringly delicious. The 4th dorm brother looked confused. Is it really that good? He took a bite of the chive pork fat egg and vermicelli bun. Instantly his eyes widened like an ox's, utterly shocked. Wow, delicious, delicious this taste. It's mom's cooking. The others. Pork fat buns, haven't you all eaten them as kids? Absolutely amazing. As he spoke, he had already popped a second bun into his mouth. So fragrant. Let me try? Hey, why are you stealing my bun? The leader was anxious. 3rd brother Lao, see, why are you eating my chicken bun? Damn. The 4 had no table manners, even snatching each other's buns. Dipping the delicious small buns into a mix of chili oil and vinegar made everything taste even better. Eating together was always more enjoyable. Even Su Feng felt hungry watching them. Within 3 minutes, the 4 dorm brothers had devoured all 4 baskets of buns. Boss, another 4 baskets, please. Same as before, 1 of each, and add a basket of chive and egg. Su Feng replied, coming right up. He stacked 4 baskets together and brought them to the table. Boss, the buns are amazing, praised the leader. The 2nd brother gave a thumbs up. Never had such delicious buns. What divine flavor is this? And the chili, so fragrant, the spicy and chicken fillings danced together in my mouth, making my taste buds soar. Su Feng was speechless. That's too exaggerated. The 3rd brother, eating too fast, had his facial muscles twitching from the heat, but he still praised while chewing. Boss, oh my, it's mom's cooking, so delicious. They continued praising excitedly, wolfing down the food. Boss, your small buns are absolutely top-notch, beating the entire medical and agricultural university cafeterias, but why is business so slow? One asked puzzled why such a delicious restaurant had no customers. Su Feng smiled calmly and said lightly, we just opened yesterday, so regulars are few. You're our first batch. Haha boss, your buns are so good, students from both universities will definitely be drawn here, said the fourth brother. The second brother laughed, don't worry boss, from now on our dorm 308 will be loyal fans of your restaurant. Haha, thank you all, thanks. Feel free to come back anytime. The leader grinned, well, definitely come again. These buns are so damn good we can't stop eating. The four devoured the food like starving ghosts going on a wild eating spree. Their appalling table manners were a shame. They could have been food streamers. Even the heroic bandit Li Kuei from the water margin would have to call them daddy. After the four roommates wolfed down a dozen steamed buns with reckless abandon, a lingering sense of satisfaction still eluded them. Settling the bill and stepping out of the diner, the eldest smacked his lips and licked them, exclaiming, damn, I've lived 20 years, and this is the first time I've ever tasted buns this good. Yeah, even better than the ones my grandmom makes. The second roommate's eyes widened as he nodded in agreement. The third chuckled, I feel it too. Such delicious buns, yet business is so bleak. Let's give them a little shout out in our group chat. The eldest nodded. Sure, just mention it in the group. If they want to come, great. If not, well, just be regulars ourselves. Haha, I can't help it. I'm buying another basket for lunch. In a flash, the bald fourth roommate spun around and dashed back into the restaurant. Damn. The others exchanged glances and sprinted right back in. They too wanted to pack some buns to take back for lunch. And so the four brothers each left carrying a basket of steamed buns. The morning business was rather tepid, and what frustrated Su Feng was that not many customers came by. Only a few scattered passers-by. Despite the sluggish sales, his inner passion remained undimmed for every single customer who finished their buns, offered high praise. It wasn't until past 10 in the morning that new customers arrived. A woman around 40 wearing a short-sleeved shirt and long pants with wheat-colored skin, a mole by her brow, and short hair walked in, looking sharp and refreshing. There was also a middle-aged man in shorts with a gleaming bald head that shone like a glazed egg. Yet his eyes were remarkably small, and those slits of eyes created a stark comical contrast with his burly frame and fierce demeanor, making anyone want to laugh at first glance. Young man, give us 2 baskets of chicken filling, 1 of fresh pork, and 2 bowls of porridge. The bald man flashed a grin and called out to Su Feng. Then his small eyes gleamed as he swept his gaze across the restaurant. Old-fashioned decor, spacious and wide with tables arranged without making efficient use of the space. He knew that this street shop location was prime real estate in the city center named Wutong Deep Lane, a night market in Dragon City. Crucially, 2 universities were nearby, the Agricultural University and the Medical University. Though not on the same street, many students would wander over to this night market after class. Coming right up, tea and water are self-serve. Su Feng offered a smile. The woman chuckled warmly. Young man, with such a large space, how much is the rent? This street isn't cheap, you know. Su Feng took a closer look and let out a soft exclamation, huh? Big sister, aren't you the owner of the skewer shop next door? I've been a customer there several times with my friends. Haha, so you're a regular of ours. The bald man burst into laughter. Right, so this shop's rent. I actually don't know how much it is. Su Feng raised an eyebrow lightly and smiled calmly. It's a friend's shop, a rich kid. He just let me use it for free since it was sitting empty and no one was renting it. I'd guess it's probably pretty expensive. Oh, young man, you've hit the jackpot. The rent around here is outrageous. The woman's face showed envy as she clicked her tongue. Guess how much the rent is for my skewer shop next door? How much? Su Feng set down 3 baskets of buns on the table. The woman held up a hand gesture. 60,000. Whoa, that expensive. Su Feng was genuinely taken aback. His restaurant, counting the backroom, kitchen, and dining area, totaled a full 160 square meters. Zhang Huan. What should I call you, young man? The man swallowed a chicken bun whole, his eyes brightening as he chewed, and he raised a thumb in praise. I've eaten plenty of buns in my time, but this is the first time I've had any this delicious. Oh, are they really that good? Zhang Huan lowered her head, picked up a bun with her chopsticks, dipped it in vinegar and chili oil, and took a bite. She smiled as she chewed. Not bad at all, handsome. You've got some secret recipe for these buns. The 2 fired off remarks rapid fire, never giving Su Feng a chance to speak. It's no big secret really, just a little trick my grandma taught me. Su Feng. The sign says Xiao Su's Eatery, so just call me Xiao Su. Su Feng laughed modestly. After all, the supreme god of cooking in the universe system, that damn dog, had given him a bun recipe that couldn't possibly taste bad. In this day and age, the restaurant business doesn't demand perfection. Just don't be terrible, and you can stay afloat. Awesome. The bald man gave a thumbs up. The flavor's genuinely great, but it's a shame to sell breakfast in this spot. Kid, this is a night market. You're selling breakfast here. At that, Shun Mingyan, who had just finished feeding little Yueyue and lulling her to sleep, walked out of the back room and nearly spat out her porridge. Indeed, this street was a night market. She had wanted to remind Su Feng yesterday, but hadn't found the words. Shed even secretly thought the kid's father wasn't quite right in the head. Selling steamed buns at a night market was hardly the move of a sane man. Even under the blazing midday sun, Wudong Lane drew heavy foot traffic, not just students, but plenty of passers-by, coming specifically for lunch. Moreover, most people's lunch choice would never be steamed buns. Buffed. Su Feng's expression was priceless, mouth slightly agape, a twitch at the corner of his lips, and an awkward scratch of his head as he laughed. Xiao Su's eatery can sell anything you know. I'm just starting with buns to get my feet wet. Haha, keep it up, kid. With no rent pressure you can sell whatever you want, said the bald man. Once I've practiced enough with the buns, I'll introduce some other dishes. Internally, Su Feng cursed the dog system's ancestors down to the 18th generation. The woman was named Zhang Huanhuan, and the man was Zhang Yufeng. After finishing his buns, Zhang Yufeng smacked his lips, pulled out a toothpick, and chatted idly, then offered Su Feng a cigarette from a pack of yin yin. Su Feng accepted it, and in turn pulled out a lighter to light Zhang Yufeng's cigarette. The two smoked and chatted together. The couple had originally run a roadside stall selling spicy skewers near the agricultural university, and business had always been booming. Su Feng vaguely remembered the stall. He and his best friend Baozi had stopped by a few times. Later, due to the city's civilized city campaign, nearly all roadside stalls vanished, leaving only a few small vendors playing cat-and-mouse with the city inspectors. The so-called campaign was the government's push to create a civilized city, and any roadside food stall was chased off no matter where it set up. Forced into a corner, the couple opened a skewer shop next door, adding snacks like grilled cold noodles and fried ham. Business was excellent. They had to start prepping skewers and ingredients right after an early lunch. Haha, keep it up, kid. The buns are genuinely delicious. How much altogether? Zhang Yufeng asked. 42. Zhang Huanhuan was startled, her mouth twisting as her eyes widened. That's cheap. Only 12 a basket. Xiao Su, you're selling these buns way too affordably. Rent on this street is sky high, and with all the foot traffic, most restaurants charge a few yuan more than elsewhere. I've got no rent to worry about. It's a friend's shop. Regular prices are just fine. Su Feng snapped his fingers. You're going to run us all out of business. Zhang Yufeng chuckled, using a trendy buzzword involution. By normal rent standards, Su Feng's restaurant space would cost at least 150 a year, maybe even 200. It's just a grand opening, so I want to keep things affordable. 12 yuan a basket for steamed buns is neither cheap nor pricey. I think it works. Xiao Su, keep it up. Looks like I found my spot for dinner every day. Welcome, brother Zhang and sister Zhang, anytime. After the two left, Su Feng cleared the steaming baskets and dishes from the table. Xiao Su. Chen Mingyan blinked playfully and called out to him in a teasing whisper. Hearing his child's mother call him Xiao Su, his facial muscles twitched involuntarily, and he smirked. Teacher Chen, I didn't know you were this mischievous. Charmingly so, saying it so intimately. What's intimate about Xiao Su? Chen Mingyan's pretty face flushed slightly, then she asked seriously, this street is a night market. Are you serious about selling breakfast buns here? Yep, the man replied with utter confidence. Su Feng's skin was thick as a city wall as he grinned. Well, I didn't know, okay? Besides, I'm just practicing with the buns for now. Suddenly, for a fleeting moment, Chen Mingyan felt the man before her was a bit daft. Selling breakfast at a night market was hardly the act of someone with a fully functional brain. The father of her child didn't seem too bright, and for another instant she began to worry that little Ye might inherit Su Feng's intelligence. Boss, is steamed buns the only option for lunch? Yes, Xilongbao, absolutely delicious. Forget it. Let's find a place that serves rice with toppings. I want Yuxiang shredded pork rice. Two college students turned and walked out of the shop. The next second, two girls in hot shorts and one in a long dress entered the store. Accompanying them was a young man. Gourmet restaurant, what a cool name. Boss, what's your signature dish? Asked the girl in the short skirt sweetly. Su Feng grinned. Steamed buns. Only steamed buns. Another asked. Yes, we just opened. For now, only Xilongbao. In a few days there will be other dishes, Su Feng explained patiently. The girl in the short skirt looked at the empty restaurant, bit her lip lightly, and instinctively felt the buns couldn't be very tasty. Otherwise, why would there be no customers? Forget it, let's go have malatang. No, Xiaoshu, let's have Xilongbao, said the other girl in a short skirt, her eyes sparkling with infatuation as she gazed at Su Feng. The long-haired girl nodded. Right, Xiaoshu, we haven't had Xilongbao in a while. Let's have some. The buns made by a handsome guy must be even tastier. Exactly. That malatang place is not good and expensive. Having malatang is worse than eating at the school cafeteria. It's cheap and delicious. The other 5 girls in the dorm exchanged glances, all smiling, indicating they wanted buns, not malatang. Their true purpose for leaving campus was to see handsome guys from the agricultural university. Unexpectedly, they encountered a man with celebrity-level looks. Su Feng. Oh, you're medical students from the medical university, right? Yes, wow, handsome guy, you're so smart. Idiot, be more reserved. A girl gently tugged at the long-dressed girl's clothes, biting her lip secretly. This fool gets infatuated at the sight of a handsome guy and practically throws herself at him. You? The girl named Xiaoxue looked at her roommates with confusion, but before she could react, they forcefully pulled her to sit down at the dining table. What? Except for Xiaoxue, the other 5 girls in the dorm all wore infatuated expressions, occasionally sneaking glances at Su Feng. Come on, Xiaoxue, majority rules. Let's try the buns, and we'll have malatang with you tonight, okay? Oh, okay. Xiaoxue nodded naively. The only male accompanying the 6 girls smiled helplessly and whispered, Xiaoxue, they came to see the handsome guy, not really to eat buns. Suddenly Xiaoxue understood and shot a glare at her foolish roommates. She didn't want to eat buns. Because the restaurant was called Xiaosu Gourmet Restaurant, she thought there would definitely be other delicious food, so she entered with her roommates. But it turned out only Xilong Bao, only buns. The medical university girls each ordered a basket of buns, egg soup, and thick congee. Su Feng had just served the buns to the 6. The next second, 2 more girls in student uniforms entered the restaurant, holding several books in their arms. Wow, hello, are you the big star who go? Can you give me an autograph? A girl stared at Su Feng for 6 seconds, then suddenly rushed over to him, looking astonished. The other girls at the table who were eating buns were also dumbfounded. Hugo. The person in front of them was the big star, Hugo. That graceful, gentle Hugo. Could the big star be experiencing the daily life of selling buns? The sudden turn of events left Su Feng stunned. But as the boss, he quickly calmed down, grinned, and said, I'm not Hugo. I'm Peng Yueyue. Are you really not Hugo? A girl asked in confusion. Look at me. Do I look like Hugo? Not at all, okay. Su Feng said with a mix of laughter and tears. He knew he was very handsome, not bad. And he admitted that Hugo's peak appearance could indeed threaten him. But he never expected a girl to mistake him for Hugo. Sorry, after looking more carefully, you don't really look like Hugo. But your profile still looks incredibly similar. Sorry about that. The girl said embarrassedly, her face red. Oh my god. So mortifying. Awkward. The girl's face flushed with shame. It's okay. Would you like some buns? The girl said, is there anything else? We had buns for breakfast at the school cafeteria. The restaurant just opened. Only buns. The 2 hesitated for half a minute, debating whether to eat buns. In the end, Su Feng opened his mouth and joked with a loud laugh. Ladies want some Xilong Bao. They're absolutely delicious. If not, you can tear my face apart. Damn. That's too bold, isn't it? What girl could refuse a handsome guy talking like that? The boyfriend of the girl named Xiaoxue looked at Su Feng with contempt in his eyes. Damn, this boss is so handsome he can do whatever he wants. He has privileges. Especially when he speaks so gently with that rogue smile. What girl could resist? Without exaggeration, Su Feng's lip-biting smile was overwhelmingly lethal to first-year female college students. Well, eat buns. Well, eat. 2 baskets each. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the restaurant was filled with girls. Most of the beauties couldn't refuse Su Feng's personal invitation to eat buns. Only a few, like Xiaoxue, a straightforward girl, turned him down. Still, from opening in the morning until now, the total sales were 1280 yuan. System, can you give me a reasonable explanation? Su Feng asked, inwardly feeling displeased. This street was a night market. Especially, it seemed to be some kind of internet-famous night market. According to Zhang Huan from the nearby skewer shop, the peak hours were around 5 or 6, 7 or 8, even 10 o'clock at night. But at that time, who would go out to eat Xilong Bao? Host, please don't be impatient. The delicious Xilong Bao is just a tool to activate this system. Please follow the tasks issued by the system step by step. You will become the most dazzling and popular boss on the internet-famous night market street. Su Feng was speechless, suspecting the system was gaslighting him. But he clenched his teeth. He had no evidence. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the 10 positive reviews task. The system rewards a random lottery for secret porridge recipes. Do you want to start the lottery? Start. Ding. Su Feng quietly waited for the system's lottery. This damn system was really slow. Even porridge required a lottery, as if the secret recipe was something amazing. Porridge lottery, you'll see what kind of useless porridge you can give me. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the world's best tofu pudding recipe, from initial preparation to the gravy, detailed operations and cooking methods. The system has issued it. Immediately, an extra piece of information appeared in Su Feng's mind. The method for making tofu pudding from the lottery. Truly miraculous. The system didn't just tell him the method. It directly instilled the skills into him. This explained why he was so skilled at making Xilong Bao, as if he had been a master baozi maker for 10 years. The same was true for tofu pudding. The cooking techniques were directly attached to him. System, should tofu pudding be paired with fried dough sticks? The system has no authority to comment. Su Feng sighed helplessly. Then, it's still baozi with tofu pudding. At most, he'll make soy milk separately. The moment the tofu pudding recipe appeared in his mind, he also received the method for making soy milk, since the two go together. Ding. The 10 positive reviews task has been completed. The system is now officially activated. The 100 positive reviews task is now open. Within 1 week, if you receive 100 positive reviews for the Xilongbao sold, you will be rewarded with initial dough kneading techniques for noodles. At the same time, the system releases a side quest hospitality like home. Within 1 week, if 100 customers visit twice, the task will be completed. The final task is 100 baskets. For a consecutive week, sell at least 100 baskets of buns daily to unlock the lottery for the secret noodle sauce recipe. Note: completing all 3 tasks simultaneously will unlock one of the ultimate noodle cooking techniques. Damn, are you a Yueyue chef system? Ultimate noodle cooking technique. What the hell? Just finished the 10 positive reviews and now 100 positive reviews task. It really doesn't want him to slack off even for a day. 100 positive reviews. That's not too hard since it's limited to a week. It should be doable easily. But this hospitality like home task attracting 100 returning customers is quite difficult. The buns he made were pure cooking skills without the trendy chemical tricks and shortcuts popular online. Customers wouldn't get addicted after eating them. And the 300 task requires completing all simultaneously, raising the difficulty to 5 stars. There's really no way around it. Selling 100 baskets of buns daily for a whole week, the system overestimates him. Especially on Wudong Lane, this internet-famous night market street. Even selling pancakes, grilled cold noodles, or fried sausages would be more popular than Xilongbao. If worst comes to worst, to complete the task, he could go out at night and shout to invite people to eat buns. Forget it. To earn enough milk powder money for little Yueyue, this lazy fish would still try his best to flip over. Feng walked back to the inner room. Chen Mingyan was sitting on the bed coaxing little Yueyue. Seeing the smug smile on the man's face, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. The man looked like an ancient brothel madam standing at the entrance all noon, greeting only passing girls, enthusiastically asking every woman, "Miss, would you like to eat buns?" Absolutely delicious. If he encountered some bold girls who flirted back, he would add, "The buns are definitely tasty. I guarantee you'll come back. If not, consider it making friends and hanging out. We can drink together another day." The shameless man was truly brazen, too bold, too frivolous. She seriously suspected the father of her child was a player, but she had no proof. "If you really have no shame when it comes to selling buns," Chen Mingyan spat lightly. Feng casually sprawled on the bed like he owned the place. "Where's the shamelessness? I'm so tired. You think I enjoy chatting up those women? I'm doing it to earn diaper money for little Yueyue. Get off, don't get on the bed, idiot." In truth, Chen Mingyan still felt a bit guarded inside. Seeing Feng so close to her, her little heart began to pound nervously. Yaha! Little Yueyue broke free from her mother's embrace, crawled over, and climbed onto Feng's stomach. Her bright eyes blinked as she reached out and pinched her father's face. "Ouch, that hurts. Little Yueyue, you're so strong." Feng was bullied by his daughter, his face contorting in pain. He gently held little Yueye's hand, letting her slowly let go. Chen Mingyan burst out laughing. "Who told you to lie on the bed? Little Yueyue is teaching you a lesson." Nah, little Yueyue was having a blast, happily reaching out to grab Feng's hair. "Feng, what a little troublemaker. Come here, daddy gives you a kiss." Feng sat up and rubbed his cheek affectionately against little Yueye's, then planted a big kiss on her soft, bouncy cheek. Suddenly, little Yueye's crystal-clear eyes went blank. She bit her upper lip with her lower lip, her mouth puckered, and the adorable baby looked pitifully aggrieved. What? After being kissed by her father, she inexplicably burst into loud, heart-wrenching sobs. Her loud voice was earth-shattering, piercing the ears and shattering hearts. Feng, however, wore an utterly innocent expression, almost crying as he said, "My daughter, what's wrong with a kiss? Do you dislike your daddy that much?" Deep in the night, Wudong Lane blazed with lights and bustled with life. As darkness descended, Longcheng's renowned night market had reached its most vibrant hour. Crowds of men and women drifted by in 2s and 3s, along with many out-of-town tourists, but the majority were local college students radiating youthful energy. The entire street hummed with chatter, exuding the warm, earthy atmosphere of everyday human existence. Only the entrance of Xiao Su Gourmet Restaurant bore a sign reading, "Closed for business." Gazing at Feng, who was bustling about inside arranging toiletries in the bathroom, Chen Mingyan stood utterly dumbfounded. "This? You're really going to live in the restaurant from now on?" she asked, her eyes wide with shock. Initially, she had assumed Feng was merely teasing, making a casual joke. But seeing the serious look on the man's face, an inexplicable sense of panic welled up within her. This. Wouldn't that mean they'd be cohabiting? It was common knowledge that neither of them had ever been in a relationship before. The very idea of living together was far too audacious, wasn't it? She wasn't ready for this. At that moment, Chen Mingyan's expression resembled that of a startled little white rabbit, fearful, dazed, nervous. "And shy. No, you can't stay in the restaurant. Like this, She began to ramble incoherently. During the sweltering summer, she had a habit of showering every night. And it wasn't just about showering, she had to feed Xiao Yueyue at night, in the middle of the night, and in the morning. Moreover, if they were to live together, it would be equivalent to cohabitation, eating together, working together, taking care of the child together. Oh heavens, this was so embarrassing. She felt her heart pounding so nervously it might just leap right out of her chest. No way. Isn't this about living together to protect you and your daughter? Su Feng said with a wink. I still feel like you as the child's father aren't reliable. Chen Mingyan spat lightly, picked up her pajamas, and hesitated, not daring to enter the bathroom for her shower. The weather was too hot. Even with the air conditioning installed in the inner bedroom, she still needed to take a cold shower. Su Feng chuckled. Teacher Chun, I am the child's father. It's my duty to stay in the restaurant and take care of you and little Yueyue. Know this way? Su Feng stood up, stepped forward, and gave her a suggestive wall slam. In that instant, Chun Mingyan froze completely, her mind and heart going utterly blank. Like a poor little rabbit, she was cornered against the wall by Su Feng. They stood inches apart, staring at each other. Chun Mingyan felt her face burn as if it were emitting steam. Even with the air conditioner on, she felt her body temperature spike. You, what are you doing? Her voice was flustered, shy, and panicked. Su Feng pursed his lips, a gentle smile curving at the corners, and said seriously, well, Teacher Chin, you've been taking care of Yueyue, and she's almost 1 year old. I can only imagine the hardship and heartache you've endured. But starting from now, please allow me to help you take care of Yueyue together, alright? The warmth of his breath like a wave of heat brushed against her flushed face. A bead of sweat trickled down her fair forehead. But this is happening too fast. We aren't really familiar with each other yet. What do you mean not familiar? Su Feng said sternly. You're the child's mother and the child's father. We're destined to become husband and wife. Besides, it's not like we haven't already shared a bed. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingyan's pretty face turned crimson red. Stop talking. She, who was naturally thin-skinned, felt utterly mortified in front of Su Feng. It was too embarrassing. So you can stay? You can stay in the restaurant. But you're only allowed to sleep on the sofa. Her voice was tinged with tears as she desperately pushed Su Feng away, then dashed into the bathroom, slamming the door shut and locking it. Huff, huff, huff. She crouched on the floor, gasping for air, nervous and flustered. How can the child's father be like this? Such a rogue scoundrel. Her face was as temptingly red as an apple, and she felt her legs go weak as if she didn't even have the strength to bathe. After showering, she changed into a plain yellow floral dress and walked out of the bathroom, only to see Su Feng playing and laughing with Xiao Yueyue on the bed. The scene was so harmonious that a smile unconsciously touched her lips. It was a warm, tender moment she seemed to have fantasized about before, seen in her dreams. She turned on her laptop and began her work for the day. Yueyue. Why are you still working? It's already 10 o'clock. You should get some rest. Su Feng said with a frown. This woman was pushing herself too hard. Being an illustrator must be exhausting. You run your restaurant, and I have my own work too. I've already cut my workload in half, though I can finish in just 2 hours. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. And don't call me Yueyue. Call me Teacher Chen. They weren't that close or intimate yet. The name Yueyue was a nickname reserved only for her closest loved ones. It would make her shy, wouldn't it? Su Feng picked up Xiao Yueyue and gently tapped her little button nose. Sweetie, what should we do if mommy won't rest? Xiao Yueyue babbled adorably, staring blankly at her father. Daddy will sing you a song. Don't you dare. Chen Mingyan raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat annoyed. I really need to work seriously. No singing and making noise. The woman was stubborn and headstrong if she didn't want to become Su Feng's full-time boss lady. This frivolous man before her still needed to prove himself. She used to work as an illustrator full-time, but now she had switched to a half-day schedule, able to finish her work in just 2 hours. After Su Feng had coaxed Xiao Yueyue to sleep, he received a call from his mother. It was because Tong Tong missed him. Exhausted, Su Feng told his little sister a story about Snow White and the 7 dwarfs before hanging up. He then went to prepare the ingredients for tomorrow's breakfast, heading to the kitchen to wash the soybeans he had bought, soaking them 1 basin at a time in cold water. After soaking the soybeans in cold water overnight, he could make soy milk and the system's world's #1 tofu pudding early the next morning. That night, Su Feng slept comfortably on the sofa. The atmosphere between him and Chun Mingyan wasn't as awkward as one might have imagined. Because Xiao Yueyue was lively and mischievous, constantly babbling mama with her little mouth, and with Su Feng making funny faces, telling stories, and doing all sorts of things to amuse her, coupled with his thick-skinned demeanor, the two of them got along quite pleasantly. In the middle of the night, a tense Chun Mingyan, after feeding Xiao Yueyue, cast a glance at the snoring Su Feng. The man was drooling, seemingly dreaming of some delicious food, and even let out clear sounds of teeth grinding. This wretched man with his handsome looks and decent appearance. Yet he snored and ground his teeth. How terrifying. At 4 in the morning. Click. Su Feng woke up and stretched. He glanced at the mother and daughter lying on the bed as Xiao Yueyue was sleeping soundly in Chun Mingyan's arms. A faint, silly smile crept onto his lips, and he reluctantly gave up the idea of giving his daughter a good morning kiss. He walked into the kitchen, fumbled for a cigarette from the stainless steel shelf, filled with various cooking utensils and seasonings. Before even turning on the light, he already had a cigarette dangling from his lips. So sleepy. After taking 2 deep drags, Feng shook off some of his drowsiness and reached out to turn on the kitchen light. To prevent the sounds of making soy milk and tofu pudding from disturbing Chen Mingyan and Yueyue, he gently closed the door to the inner room. This is driving me crazy. I hope I don't lose my hair from staying up late. Feng took a couple more puffs, stubbed out the cigarette, and grabbed a handful of the soybeans soaking in the water. Like a seasoned master of a breakfast shop, a simple handful was enough for him to know whether the soybeans had soaked sufficiently, reaching the optimal state for making soy milk. The beans were fully hydrated and swollen, yielding the highest extraction rate, resulting in less soybean pulp. Next, he poured out all the water the soybeans had been soaking and used a large strainer to scoop out the beans and drain them, and then prepared the corresponding proportion of water. This bucket of clean water was to be used for making the tofu pudding. All subsequent operations would strictly use the water from this bucket. The precise proportion directly locked in the concentration of the beans, keeping the soy milk's consistency at a perfect peak level. He poured the soybeans into the grinder little by little. Instantly, the machine roared with a whirring sound. Feng instinctively glanced towards the inner room door, worried about waking Yueyue. This darn machine was amazing. Ordinary machines required grinding the soybeans twice, and even common household blenders couldn't achieve a 100 extraction rate in a single pass. However, the miraculous machine before him could. One-time grinding. Directly perfected. Perfect. The grinder had always been placed in a corner of the kitchen, as if the system, knowing he would draw the world's #1 tofu pudding, had already arranged everything. The second step was boiling and simmering the soy milk. He didn't need to use a cloth or a filter bag to strain the ground soy milk, because the miraculous machine had already brought the soy milk to its optimal state. When finally made into tofu pudding, it would still be smooth, tender, and rich in texture. He added water and the ground soy milk into an aluminum pot, where he boiled the soy milk over high heat, then reduced to a low simmer and let it cook for another 3 to 4 minutes. If the soy milk wasn't cooked thoroughly or timed perfectly, the resulting tofu pudding would have a beany smell. Feng, why are you up so early? Chen Mingyan gently pushed open the door. She had been half awake, stirred from her sleep by the humming sound coming from outside. When she opened her eyes, she initially thought there was a burglar, but not seeing Feng on the sofa, she realized the man must have gone to prepare the buns. But it was still so early. The sky was pitch black, dawn hadn't even broken yet, and he was already working. So he'll make you some incredibly delicious tofu pudding, Yin. Just wait and eat. Feng grinned, flashing his white teeth. Although the mother of his child told him not to be so affectionate, he couldn't help it. He was thick-skinned. Living together day and night, how else could he strengthen his bond with her? Chen Mingyan yawned, scratched her messy hair, and glanced at the time on her phone. It's too early, only 4 in the morning. Not early. After this, I still need to make egg drop soup and rice porridge, prepare the dough, and filling for steamed buns. I'm not sure if I can get all that done before 6:30. Feng pondered, aiming to finish breakfast before 6:30. This was the most fundamental part of running a breakfast shop. Running a restaurant meant no laziness, especially when you're your own boss. He couldn't just coast along anymore. He had at least a bit of self-awareness. He needed to be diligent and work hard. Had heard that some breakfast shops started preparing as early as 3 in the morning. This restaurant selling breakfast was already him being lazy enough. Now that he had Yueyue, he was full of motivation for everything. Oh, Chen Mingyan nodded and returned to her room, gently closing the door. After a quick wash, she applied some toner to her face and deftly tied her hair into a neat bun. Silently, she walked out and grabbed the cartoon-themed apron from the wall, tying it around her waist. Feng, what needs to be done? She asked coolly. Feng looked up and stared at her for 3 seconds. Under the white light, feeling his gaze, a faint blush crept onto Chen Mingyan's cheeks, though she forced herself to appear calm. Feng didn't say anything like telling her to go back to sleep or rest. He could tell that the mother of his child wasn't one to be fussy. Especially now, with her hair in a bun, apron tied, sleeves rolled up, she looked ready to work. But she had stayed up until midnight working on her illustrator job. Crack 15 eggs, then prepare the flour for the dough, and get the pork and chicken from the freezer. No further explanation was needed. Chen Mingyan understood her tasks. Simply put, she was there to assist Feng. She began placing all the ingredients and materials he needed on the counter. Meanwhile, the world's best tofu pudding, mentioned by the system, was already finished. There are many ways to make it easily, turning soy milk into tofu pudding. Things like bitter and gypsum, eggs, white vinegar, even lemon juice could be used. For convenience and speed, Feng chose glucono-delta-lactone. And so the two of them worked in silence for over 2 hours, starting from 4 in the morning. Feng picked up a small bowl and a wooden spatula. The next second, he lifted the lid off the aluminum bucket containing the tofu pudding. In that instant, a rich, fragrant aroma of soybeans burst forth, filling the air, making one instinctively take a deep breath to savor the scent. Smells great, Yin. Have a bowl. Chun Mingyan nodded lightly and rolled her eyes at him. So disobedient you never learn, I've told you. She trailed off, seeing the shameless grin on his face, and fell silent. Forget it, forget it. He was the father of her child after all. She had let him use that affectionate term as long as he didn't overdo it. Here comes the tofu pudding. Su Feng held a small bowl in his left hand and scooped the pudding with a shallow, thin spoon in his right. Layer upon layer of tender, smooth pudding piled up in the bowl. When serving the tofu pudding, the breakfast master in his memory had a technique. Each spoonful had to be placed in the center, creating a mound that stood out shaped like a small steamed bun or baby's ration. Of course, Su Feng thought it didn't really matter. Then he poured the sauce, simply called soy sauce gravy, letting it flow from the top of the pudding down to the edges of the bowl. Gulp! Chun Mingyan couldn't help but swallow. Seeing the man staring at her, she chuckled. Silly, what are you looking at? Put it on the table, I'm starving. Getting up this early with you to make breakfast. Coming right up. Here are the toppings, yin yin, add as you like. Okay. She bit her lip. This man really knew how to push his luck. There are generally 3 ways to season tofu pudding, and Su Feng had only made the first one. Soy sauce, oyster sauce, chicken essence mixed with water and thickened with starch. This was the quickest method. The second was meat broth, a rich stock made from pork bones or chicken leg bones, adding sliced gluten, daylily buds, and wood ear mushrooms thickened with starch after boiling. The third was simply adding soy sauce, chili, oil, and sesame paste. Of course, in northern regions, especially in a city like Longqing, no one adds sesame paste to their tofu pudding. Su Feng, you should eat too, it's almost 7 in the morning. Chun Mingyan called out. He was still wrapping the buns, but she had already started tasting the tofu pudding. The gravy was mixed with chive flowers, crushed peanuts, chili oil, cilantro, soybeans, and pickled mustard. This bowl of tofu pudding was a feast for the eyes, smelling and looking so delicious it was hard to resist. They'll eat in a bit. Su Feng brought a bowl of garlic water to the table and asked, no garlic water. Or maybe some minced garlic. No. She shook her head. Eating garlic leaves a smell in your mouth all day that even brushing your teeth can't get rid of. Last time she ordered braised chicken with noodles for delivery and ate 2 cloves of garlic. In the end it made Yueyue cry from the smell, and she couldn't soothe her no matter what. She took a spoonful of the tofu pudding, and her beautiful eyes instantly widened. Su Feng, it's delicious, really, really good. It was springy, tender, and smooth with a rich soy aroma. Combined with the top-notch chili oil, the taste was absolutely incredible. Each spoonful that entered her mouth was pure culinary bliss. The steaming tofu pudding made Su Feng's own appetite surge. He bent down, grabbed a small spoon, and directly scooped a spoonful from Chun Mingyan's bowl into his mouth, praising himself. Not bad, not bad, truly the world's most delicious tofu pudding. I really have a talent for cooking. The shameless man boasted. Bang! Chun Mingyan reached out and flicked his forehead. If you want some, go get your own. You're so shameless. Stealing her tofu pudding. What a cheeky jerk. The taste is really good and the buns are done too. Let's have 2 baskets of buns first. Su Feng brought 2 steaming baskets of fragrant chicken and pork buns to the table, then served himself a bowl of tofu pudding and began to enjoy his breakfast. The system hadn't lied to him. This bowl of tofu pudding truly deserved to be called the best in the world. Chun Mingyan asked, we've prepared so much, what if there are no customers? Silly, we need to quickly put the small blackboard by the chair outside the door, otherwise the people on the street won't know we're selling breakfast. He had 2 blackboards. One was placed inside the restaurant, and the other was by the front door. Yin Yin, do you think selling this tofu pudding for 4 yuan a bowl is too expensive? Chun Mingyan chuckled lightly. Not expensive at all. Something this delicious, this super tasty, should be sold for 6 yuan directly. 6 yuan is too expensive? I've never had a 6 yuan bowl of tofu pudding for breakfast. Besides, our bowls are this small, so selling it at 5 yuan is more appropriate. So unambitious. Luckily this restaurant didn't have rent, otherwise these newbies in the food industry would really go bankrupt. Damn, someone's actually selling breakfast in Wudong Alley. No way. Is the boss out of his mind? This is a night market, isn't it? On the street, 5 young men passing by and catching sight of the breakfast menu scrawled on the blackboard outside Xiao Su's delicacy restaurant all wore expressions of utter disbelief. Ugh, damn, I feel awful, still nauseous. That fat broad was like a damn fool, just kept messing with me. Brother Liu, you hungry? There's breakfast here. Fancy going in for some congee. My stomach's killing me. A young man said. Another chuckled, forget breakfast. Hood, eat at a breakfast joint in Wudong Alley. Only passers-by, right? Can't be any good. The one called Brother Liu, the eldest at around 30, glanced at the restaurant's entrance and spoke leisurely. With a shop this big selling breakfast, you'd have to be a fool to think the boss doesn't know what he's doing. The food can't be half bad. Forget whether it's good or not, let's just go in for some congee. Every breakfast place has congee, right? All 5 were marketing staff for Midnight Bar, night owls by trade. After a night of drinking with some big shots and continuing at a street barbecue stall they'd already thrown up several times. Before they knew it, dawn had broken, and as they stumbled along they happened upon Xiao Su's delicacy restaurant. Boss, got any congee? Yes, sir. Welcome, please have a seat. Su Feng greeted them warmly. We've got all kinds of steamed buns for breakfast, and for drinks rice porridge tofu, pudding egg drop soup soy milk. I highly recommend our new signature tofu pudding. He pointed to the small blackboard, which boldly read signature tofu, pudding 5 yuan bowl. Give us 1 steamer of each bun flavor. They'll have a bowl of tofu pudding. Me too. 1 tofu pudding, and a bowl of rice porridge. Coming right up. Business wasn't bustling yet, so Su Feng personally served the dishes to the table rather than having customers fetch them. Once business picked up, he'd get a sign reading self-service. Holy crap. One young man's eyes widened in shock. This tofu pudding. You gotta try this quick, it's really good. The buns are great too. And the tofu pudding. Yeah, the boss knows his stuff. Selling breakfast in a night market, bold move, and the taste is killer. Brother Lu took a gentle bite. As a 200-plus pound food connoisseur, he was notoriously picky. Not bad at all. This tofu pudding is genuinely excellent. Fresh, fragrant, silky, and smooth. Both the gravy and the pudding itself are top-notch. Absolutely perfect. The other brothers stared at him in stunned silence. Brother Lu, you're a food critic now. Just a foodie. I've eaten at just about every famous joint in Dragon City. Brother Lu chuckled, then grabbed his bowl, and using a small spoon polished off the entire tofu pudding in 3 seconds flat. Boss, another bowl of tofu pudding, and another steamer of buns. After the steaming bowl of tofu pudding settled in his stomach, the gut that had been ravaged by alcohol all night felt instantly warm and soothing, and his whole spirit seemed to lift. The others felt the same way. It was miraculous how it cured their dizziness and nausea. After a night of drinking, they felt completely restored after just 1 bowl of tofu pudding. The truth was the tofu pudding was so delicious, so exquisite that the warmth of it, as it slid down their throats, filled them with an involuntary sense of bliss. Both their hearts and their stomachs basked in an overwhelming comfort. And so this bowl of tofu pudding wielded an invisible magic, a power more potent than any hangover cure. Damn, that's good. Absolutely incredible. Boss, you get a thumbs up from me, Brother Lu shouted. Su Feng grinned. Glad you guys like it. Come back anytime. Hey man, do you guys do takeout? We only caught you by luck today. Usually we're off home by now. Takeout. Su Feng raised an eyebrow, then broke into a wide smile. No takeout for now. We just opened 3 days ago, and haven't even decided what we'll ultimately serve yet. Listen to me, man. Stick with breakfast. With this flavor, it's a guaranteed hit. Business will blow up for sure. Su Feng laughed heartily. Haha, I'll take your word for it, brother. With breakfast this good and tofu pudding this epic, I gotta post this on Moments. Brother Lu pulled out his phone and snapped a couple of nice shots of the buns and the fragrant tofu pudding. In the bowl, the silky white pudding was topped with crushed peanuts, cilantro chives, chili oil, soybeans, and pickled mustard greens. Even just looking at the photos on his phone was enough to whet anyone's appetite and make them crave a bowl. Perfect. One word, perfect. Another one of them also took photos and posted them on Moments. Super delicious tofu pudding and steamed buns. So full. 2 bowls of pudding, 2 steamers of buns. Brother Lu posted with an exaggerated caption, so good it's deadly. Today's breakfast is indescribably delicious. I nearly swallowed my own tongue along with it. As nightclub promoters, they had a staggering number of WeChat contacts. Within moments of Brother Liu's post, dozens of likes flooded in. Damn, where's this? That tofu pudding looks amazing, so fragrant, so appetizing. Looks delicious. I'm starving. Time to get up for breakfast. Brother Lu, where is it? What's the address? Brother Lu replied to everyone at once, Wudong Alley, the trendy street. Isn't that a night market? Question. Isn't Wudong Alley past the first traffic light from the Agricultural University? The famous night market in Dragon City. I was there last night drinking beer and eating barbecue. Brother Lu, it's 50 meters from the entrance to Wudong Alley. There's a small blackboard out front. The boss is doing the opposite, selling breakfast in a night market. Legendary. The group wiped their mouths with napkins, savoring the lingering taste. Boss'll take 2 bowls of tofu pudding and 2 steamers of buns to go. Brother Lu said, thinking immediately of his wife at home and his kid who had just started elementary school. Sure thing. Su Feng stubbed out his cigarette and deftly packed the order. Brother Lu paid, added Su Feng on WeChat, and then left with his crew. Just as they stepped out, the 4 dorm brothers from the previous morning's all-nighter showed up again. They looked like they'd just pulled another all-nighter, dark circles under their eyes, grumbling and cursing. Perhaps they had lost another night of gaming. Brother Liu's social media post proved quite effective, and before long the restaurant was unusually packed. But what gave Su Feng a headache was that some of the male customers kept staring at his wife. Had they never seen a beautiful woman before? Chun Mingyan, oblivious to the stares, dutifully helped Su Feng serve dishes and clear tables, the picture of a hard-working housewife. Su Feng gently tugged at her sleeve and said with a smile, Yin, my mom's on her way. Off. Suddenly Chun Mingyan's fingers trembled and an involuntary blush crept across her pretty face. When she asked, her voice slightly flustered. She's already left. She's bringing Tong Tong here. Then you handle things here. Just leave the dishes in the kitchen sink and he'll wash them later. She scurried off to the back room. Her shy demeanor, her bashful words, her delicate posture. It all made Su Feng's heart race with excitement. He shook his head and smiled. What a silly girl. Is this what they call a hidden treasure? As if I'd let you wash dishes. We'll hire a dishwasher for that later. Mom Tong Tong wants to live with Big Brother. I'm not going home. Tong Tong pouted her rosy little mouth. Last night Big Brother wasn't at home, and when she woke up he still wasn't there. She was extremely unhappy and missed her brother. Lu Fengfeng said impatiently. You little brat, if you don't go home, who will take you to kindergarten? Big Brother will take me. Your brother clearly thinks I nag too much, that I'm too fussy, and that he's tired of taking care of you every day, so he moved out. He says he's doing business, opening a gourmet restaurant with his cooking skills. Lu Fengfeng and Tong Tong walked toward the food shop, grumbling and complaining along the way. Her son not living at home must mean he despised her, his old mother, for always nagging him. Just as she was about to scold Su Feng, she pushed open the restaurant door and was met with a buzz of noise. Boss, another bowl of tofu pudding. One bowl is not enough, oh bring 2 bowls. This taste is incredible, absolutely addictive. Yeah, everyone thinks the tofu pudding is delicious, right? A diner at one table said to someone at another table. The man stirred the tofu pudding with a small spoon in his right hand. After being drizzled with chili oil, the pudding was a vibrant red garnished with cilantro. He couldn't help but take a deep sniff, looking utterly blissful, as if he had taken some drug. Yeah, it's truly amazing, the best tofu pudding I've ever had in my life. Boss, this bowl is too small. Someone complained. Su Feng chuckled in response. Other shops serve breakfast porridge in bowls this size. It's the standard. Alright, I'll just have another bowl. It's so delicious, so tasty, so irresistible. Sure, please wait a moment. The seats in the shop were packed, bustling with activity. Everyone was praising the tofu pudding and the buns. Many people were eating and complimenting at the same time, while Su Feng busied himself serving customers. Seeing this scene, Lu Fengfeng was a bit stunned. Was this handsome young man really her useless son? The one who only knew how to lie around at home, play games, eat, sleep, and wake up to eat again. And was the restaurant business really this good? Brother, Big Brother. The chubby little Tong Tong ran over quickly. Su Feng patted the little girl's head. Be good, sit here. They'll bring you some buns after I finish up. Oomph. Little Tong Tong rolled her eyes at her mother. I'm going to eat little buns, delicious, fragrant little buns. Su Feng said, Mom, you should eat too. I'm not eating. I had leftover millet porridge at home this morning. I have to hurry to school. It's Saturday, and the senior year still has classes. Lu Fengfeng replied. She had specifically dropped Tong Tong off for Su Feng to take care of, so she could go to work at school with peace of mind. Mom, don't rush off. Have breakfast first before you go. Su Feng called out. Lu Fengfeng nodded. Alright, let me taste my son's cooking. I can't believe he actually opened a restaurant. Su Feng cheerfully brought his mother a bowl of tofu pudding and a basket of fresh meat buns. He knew his mom well. If the restaurant wasn't busy and she hadn't seen so many customers, she would have started nagging again. Xiaofeng, who helped you make this tofu pudding? It tastes great, and the buns are delicious too. An old master taught me. If you're opening a shop, do it well. They'll have your grandmother come help you later. Su Feng curled his lip. Grandma is so old, she's 70. Let her rest at home. Your grandmother is in great health. She thinks about you and Tong Tong every day. Lu Fengfeng happily enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and then instructed Xiaofeng him off. Take good care of Tong Tong. Don't let her play with your phone. Upon hearing this familiar phrase, little Tong Tong's small hands nervously clenched together, but she pretended not to care, pouting and rolling her eyes at her mother. Okay, I got it. At that moment, Chen Mingyan was in the back room breastfeeding Yueyue. Hearing Su Feng's mother's voice in the restaurant, she couldn't help but feel nervous. She had agreed to stay and live with Su Feng, which meant she would have to accept his parents and family. Thinking that her mother-in-law was sitting right outside, she held her breath, her mind going blank, her heart pounding wildly like a deer in headlights, as turbulent as a surging lake. At the same time, she instinctively smoothed the hair on her forehead, taking deep breaths to calm herself down. But still, I'm so nervous. If Su Feng's mother asks me questions, how should I answer? I gave birth to Yueyue out of wedlock. Will her grandparents accept me? Will their family? If they don't accept me, should I leave, or? In an instant, the silly girl's heart and thoughts became tangled and complicated, unsure of what to do next. Bang! The bedroom door suddenly pushed open. In that instant, Chen Mingyan felt the air around her freeze. Sister-in-law, little Yueyue. Tong Tong's mouth curved into a crescent moon as she happily waved. Tong Tong. Chen Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief and asked curiously, where is your mother? In truth, she had been in a state of tension the entire time flying by, until Su Feng's mother left the restaurant, still trapped in her own anxiety and inner conflict. Tong Tong replied, Mom went to work. Ah. Little Yueyue heard her aunt's voice and immediately stopped breastfeeding, letting go of the nipple with a pop, kicking her little feet to go play with her aunt. Tong Tong opened her backpack and took out her favorite Barbie doll, Patrick Star, and the little choo-choo train. Seeing these toys, little Yueyue's bright eyes blinked. and she crawled over to Tongtong, pursed her lips, and gently pressed a kiss on Tongtong's cheek, leaving her little aunt's face covered in drool. Su Feng, who happened to witness this, thought his daughter was very clever and laughed. Yin, look, little Yueyue is so smart. She knows to kiss her aunt on her own. Of course little Yueyue is very smart. Where's Auntie? Su Feng smiled and said, she went to work. What's wrong? Is the ugly daughter-in-law eager to meet her in-laws? No, I'm not ready. You're the ugly one. A trace of unease flickered across her pretty face, but she rolled up her sleeves and took the initiative to help clean up the dishes and chopsticks left by the customers. What a silly girl. Could it be that she's never been in love? Su Feng chuckled and ran back to the bedroom to get Xiao Yueye's milk bottle. He scooped the smooth, white, fragrant tofu pudding into the bottle, added a spoonful of sugar, and shook the bottle vigorously. Are you feeding tofu pudding to little Yueyue? Chen Mingyan asked in surprise. Su Feng nodded with a smile. Yeah, this bowl of tofu pudding is just the right temperature. Not too hot, not too cold. I heard that in many southern regions they eat sweet tofu pudding with sugar. Let's see if little Yueyue likes it. Oh, give it to me. They'll feed her. Chen Mingyan walked out of the back room and into the restaurant to greet the customers, leaving Su Feng to feed Xiao Yueyue the tofu pudding. How much? A young girl with dyed gray hair asked cheerfully. Like Brother Liu, she was also a salesperson from Zero Bar. Brother Liu's WeChat moments hadn't lied at all. The tofu pudding and buns at this shop were truly amazing, super delicious. 2 people, 4 bowls of tofu pudding, 3 baskets of buns. That's 56 yuan. Chen Mingyan calculated the bill. The girl scanned the code and paid. Boss lady, it's really super delicious. We'll come often when we have time. Hearing the words, boss lady, Chen Mingyan's heart fluttered with shyness like a deer bumping around, but her demeanor remained graceful and composed. As she cleared the dishes, she smiled and said, welcome. Thank you ladies for coming. In truth, as a teacher, she was better at communicating and chatting with people than Su Feng, but she had been closed off during her pregnancy. Little Yueyue, come have some tofu pudding. At that moment, little Yueyue took a bite of Patrick Star, tossed it aside, then picked up the little train and giggled. Even Tongtong was a bit stunned and confused. What was wrong with her niece? She kept laughing happily for no reason. But she still joined in laughing with little Yueyue. Brother, little Yueyue keeps laughing. She really loves to laugh. How have you heard this saying? Girls who laugh often aren't unlucky. Su Feng picked up little Yueyue and gently placed the bottle in her chubby little hands. Oh. Little Yueyue sucked on the nipple, and the sweet tofu pudding entered her mouth. Gulp, gulp. When something even better than milk entered her mouth, little Yueyue excitedly sucked twice her big eyes, showing a hint of surprise, her expression adorably dazed. This funny, cute, and lovely look made Su Feng couldn't help but laugh. This bottle of sweet tofu pudding seemed to have opened a new world of taste for little Yueyue. Gurgle, gurgle. In less than a minute, little Yueyue had finished half a bottle of the sweet tofu pudding. Having tasted this sugary delicacy for the first time, she babbled happily. After finishing, she sucked on the nipple of her bottle, but found no more pudding, so she set it aside and licked her pink little lips with a look of lingering satisfaction. The half bottle of sweet tofu pudding had gotten little Yueyue all excited, and she crawled back and forth around the bed. Ah, ya mama, mama. The little darling was so thrilled she was calling for her mother. Call for Papa, Papa is right here. Yueyue crawled into Su Feng's arms, opening her little mouth and babbling. Mama, mama. Su Feng had prepared over 100 baskets of steamed buns that morning, but to his surprise, by early afternoon the buns and porridge were completely sold out, leaving only some soy milk. The world's finest tofu pudding was especially popular. Both male and female customers, after just one bowl, couldn't help but order a second. Even before noon, the tofu pudding was the first to sell out. Yin, calculate how much we've earned today. Oh, quite a lot. Business is great today. Chen Mingyan felt an inexplicable sense of restraint and unfamiliarity when facing Su Feng's serious demeanor. It was only when he was being playful and joking that she felt completely at ease. The total is 1,862 yuan. She smiled with pleasant surprise. Su Feng snapped his fingers. Great, let's stick with selling the steamed buns for now. Chen Mingyan smiled. Prepare more ingredients tonight. Let's aim to keep the stall open until evening tomorrow. For the night market, think about what food we could sell then. Our boss lady is already thinking about the business future. Su Feng teased with a grin. Hearing this, Chen Mingyan shot him a glare. Boring. She wanted to say he was truly a spendthrift, selling breakfast at a night market, yet magically managing to push daily revenue past 1,000 yuan. At 6 in the evening, the Wudong alley began to fill with people. The flow of foot traffic was dozens of times heavier than during the day. A traffic policeman directed vehicles at the entrance, preventing cars from entering the alley. This street seemed to be Longcheng's most popular internet-famous night market food street, yet the man would inexplicably close-up shop at this peak hour. Is this really what a normal person would do? Yin, let's go to the market together, buy some fruits and vegetables. We can't just eat buns every day and turn into buns ourselves. Su Feng suggested. Chen Mingyan nodded. Oh, okay, let me get Yueyue dressed. Brother Tongtong wants to sleep with Yueyue tonight. Su Feng scooped his sister into his arms, supporting her little bottom. Alright, but this is our secret, okay? We can't tell Mom for now. I know Tong Tong is very good and obedient. Humph, but you have to buy Tong Tong a popsicle. You little rascal, always craving popsicles. Humph. The little girl pouted defiantly. Let me hold Yueyue. The moment Yueyue saw Su Feng, she began to struggle vigorously in Chen Mingyan's arms, trying to break free from her mother's embrace. You've only known your daddy for a few days, and you're already forgetting your mommy. Chen Mingyan pinched Yueye's chubby cheeks, pouting her lips with a hint of jealousy. Su Feng took Yueyue, holding her against his chest with one arm, a smug smile curling at his lips. Has she such a little foodie? I just need to feed her well. I gave her some sweet tofu pudding this morning, and she already remembers her daddy. If he just played with her at night, she'd forget him after a good sleep. To strengthen the father-daughter bond, he'd have to coax her with delicious food. Brother Tong Tong doesn't want to walk. Seeing her brother holding Yueyue, Tong Tong's lower lip jutted out, her expression turning pitiful and forlorn as she tugged at Su Feng's pant leg. Well, then. Su Feng bent down, reaching out to affectionately pat his sister's head. Alright, big brother will hold Yueyue in his left arm, and our little princess Tong Tong in his right. No need, Tong Tong can walk, she declared proudly, looking at Yueyue. Yueyue couldn't walk steadily, yet as she still needed to hold onto walls. Actually, sometimes what a girl cares about is just your attitude. Like when Tong Tong asked Su Feng to hold her. If he refused, she would get angry and jealous. But if he agreed to hold her, she would suddenly not want to be held. The little rascal was simply vying for attention with little Yueyue. After locking up the restaurant, Zhang Yufeng from the neighboring skewer's shop stood at his door, puffing on a cigarette. He said in surprise, Hey Xiao Su, it's not even 4 o'clock, and you're already closing up. We sold everything we prepared, heading to the market to stock up on more supplies. Su Feng replied. Zhang Yufeng laughed heartily. Young people really do business on a whim. Brother Zhang got the delicious skewers boiling already. Almost ready. Once the workday ends at 5, the street will get busy. If you wait until around 6, when the 2 universities let out, foot traffic hits its peak. You're truly carefree, huh? I'm not being carefree. I'm just running the shop for fun, who knows, it might just take off, huh? Su Feng let out a yawn-like laugh. If he were a rich second-generation heir, he really wouldn't want to work so hard. He'd rather just be a laid-back stay-at-home dad. Ding dong. Please, host, eliminate the thought of being lazy. Host has successfully completed the 100 positive reviews task ahead of schedule. The system has rewarded master-level donating skills. Ding dong. Attention host, please check your rewards. Donating skills have been distributed. For completing the task early, the system has granted a bonus reward, shopping skills, divine eye for quality. The sudden notification from the system's mature voice made a confident smile curve at the corner of Su Feng's mouth. Kneading dough. Does kneading dough even require skill? Isn't it just adding flour to a basin, then adding water, adding more flour if it's too wet, adding more water if it's too dry? If you want the noodles softer, just add more water. Yeah, that was the dough kneading technique his mom taught him. But then suddenly, in that instant, Su Feng nearly spat out his mouthful of evaporated milk. Good grief, the dough kneading skill the system rewarded him with was completely different from the knowledge and techniques he possessed. Whoa, this is amazing. Su Feng's heart trembled. Even someone as experienced as him couldn't escape the law of it's actually pretty good. Driver to the agricultural wholesale market. The family headed out to the wholesale market. Being carless, Su Feng could only pitifully hail a taxi. Little Yueyue was full of curiosity about the world. She was restless in Su Feng's arms, her big eyes darting left and right at everything outside the window, and she clung tightly to Su Feng's neck with a hint of fear. It was their first time going out together, but they didn't go to a mall, a park, or a cinema. Instead, they went to the bustling, lively agricultural wholesale market, full of the vibrant energy of everyday life. It was crowded and noisy, with the spice and meat sections emitting strong odors. Fortunately, Chen Mingyan had brought masks in her bag. Worried about Yueyue, she put a cute little mask on her. Chen Mingyan asked with concern, Tong Tong, do you want to wear a mask? No thanks, sister-in-law. The chubby girl shook her head in refusal. First, they visited the fruit hall. Entering, they approached a stall. Su Feng looked up and smiled. Annie, how much for these bananas per caddy? The auntie casually tossed 2 plastic bags to Su Feng. 6.5 yuan per caddy. 5 per caddy. That expensive. Isn't this a wholesale market? Su Feng's eyes widened. This is the wholesale price. If you buy a whole box, I can do it for 6. Young man, these are sesame bananas. They're a better variety than the common ones. They're smaller, but the peels are thin. If they're not good, bring them back. Buy with confidence, eat with confidence. What about these muskmelons? The auntie said, the muskmelons are cheap, 10 yuan for 4 caddies. Pick whatever you like. He carefully selected a bunch of bananas and a few muskmelons. The so-called divine eye for quality that the system had just rewarded him with was simply meant to help him avoid pitfalls when buying things. Take the bananas in front of him, for example. If both ends are green rather than pure yellow, or if only one side is green, then the bananas have been treated with ripening agents, and the taste will definitely be inferior. As for the muskmelons, the lighter they are the better. If they make a crisp sound when tapped, the skin is thin and the texture will definitely be good. This skill wasn't just for identifying fruits, it could also distinguish the quality of vegetables. In simple terms, this divine eye for quality could be considered the system's 80 years of accumulated shopping and grocery buying experience. Let's buy some persimmons to take home to eat raw, Chen Mingyan said. Su Feng called out, Annie, how much for these persimmons? 5.80 a caddy. Good heavens, logically summer should be when vegetable prices are at their lowest, yet they were still this expensive. Su Feng, who rarely bought groceries, was taken aback by these prices. For stir-frying, you should pick the bright red persimmons. For eating raw, you should pick the pink ones. He selected some small pink ones which were juicy, and their tomato flavor was richer and more mellow than the bright red ones. As for cucumbers, you naturally had to pick those with the flower still attached, prickly, uniform in thickness, and the harder the better, as soft cucumbers have lost their moisture. There was also skill in buying pork. For Xilongbao, you use the front leg meat, with a 30% fat, 70% lean ratio. If you're using pork for stir-frying, choosing the front leg meat makes it more fragrant and the texture more tender. If you're making braised pork, marinated meat, rujiamo, or cured meat, you should choose the hind leg meat, as you can taste the fibrous texture of the meat, which is more chewy. After purchasing all the ingredients needed for tomorrow morning, the family returned to Wudong Lane and stored all the vegetables and meat in the refrigerator. Yin Yin want some cake. Tong Tong immediately jumped up and shouted, Yes, bro want cake. Stinky girl, I wasn't asking you. Humph. Chen Mingyan lightly nodded. Girls definitely love cake. I want plain and red date flavor. If they have it, buy some banana-flavored cake too. Look at that tone, not being polite with the man at all. Got it. A week passed by leisurely, and Chen Mingyan had gotten used to living with Su Feng. Su Feng was very disciplined. He didn't come to bed at night, only going to the bed in the afternoon to play with little Yueyue. He had also learned a daddy skill, helping with bowel and bladder duties. Every night before bed, Su Feng would hold little Yueyue by the toilet, helping by whistling to coax her to pee and poop. Ding Dong host has successfully completed the home away from home quest. The system rewards 1 ultimate cooking utensil lottery draw. Phew, cooking utensils. Su Feng's eyes trembled as he looked at the array of kitchen tools available in the system lottery. They were truly a dazzling, eye-catching assortment that made one envious. Ding Dong, the system is starting the lottery draw. Heavens above, Guan Yin Bodhisattva Jade Emperor, 3 pure ones, Goku Sage of 6 paths, Haki, LMA bless me with incredible lottery luck. Ding Dong. Congratulations, host has drawn one of the top-tier cooking utensils, the Rui Jingu Bang. Jingu Bang my ass. Staring at the 2.6-meter-long rolling pin that had appeared out of thin air on the chopping board, Su Feng's mouth twitched and black lines streaked across his forehead. This rolling pin is this heavy. Su Feng lifted the wooden stick, feeling its heft. Then, with a light laugh and a grin, he tossed the rolling pin into a corner. Who uses a 2.6-meter Jingu Bang to roll out dough? Ding Dong host has consecutively sold over 100 steamer baskets of buns daily for a week and has completed the 100-basket quest. The system can offer a secret recipe lottery for mixed noodles. Do you wish to draw? Su Feng grinned. Draw. He clasped his hands together. Every recipe from the system had the prefix world's best, like this Dapanji mixed noodles, touted as the world's best Dapanji mixed noodles, and also the world's best Yueyue mixed noodles. And the world's best spicy beef mixed noodles, the world's best chicken leg mushroom mixed noodles. The system has completed the draw. Host has successfully obtained the secret recipe for world's best egg mixed noodles. Egg mixed noodles. Su Feng couldn't help but lament his luck. Why was it so bad? Was it because he hadn't helped any old ladies cross the street lately? Or because he secretly spent his dad's money without telling him? The world's best egg mixed noodles came in 2 varieties. One is soy sauce egg mixed noodles, and the other is tomato egg mixed noodles. Forget it, at least it's some new food. Su Feng calmly lit a cigarette. Given the popularity and delicious taste of the world's best tofu pudding, he still had faith in the system's reward manuals. Ding Dong host has officially completed the 300 quest, which includes 100 positive reviews, 100 repeat customers home away from home, and 100 baskets of buns. The official reward is one of the ultimate noodle cooking techniques, hand-pulled noodles. Hand-pulled noodles. No mistake, hand-pulled noodles are indeed awesome. It truly can be called the ultimate noodle cooking technique. Su Feng fell into a brief silence as he received the knowledge of hand-pulled noodles, feeling a bit dazed. It was confirmed the world's best cooking system was a Chinibu system. Taking advantage of the free afternoon time, Su Feng contacted the suppliers for eggs and flour, preparing all the ingredients needed for tomorrow. Since he was going to operate at night, he naturally couldn't sell breakfast. Otherwise, staying at the night market until 10, then midnight, and then getting up at 4 in the morning to make buns and prepare breakfast, even an immortal's body couldn't handle it. Yin want a chicken wrap. In the evening, Su Feng happily bought 2 chicken wraps and 2 portions of crossing the bridge noodles and rushed back to the restaurant. Thanks, little Su. She smiled, took the dinner, and placed it on the table. Then opening the lunchbox, Chun Mingyan asked, "Not selling breakfast tomorrow, so we don't have to get up early." "Yep, no need to get up early." Su Feng chuckled. "We've done the Xilong Bao for a week. Starting tomorrow, we'll sell noodles. Some people are bound to like them, and they're more profitable than Xilong Bao." He had initially underestimated selling breakfast, but he didn't expect that in just 1 week, just from various porridges and Xilong Bao, they could guarantee a daily profit of no less than 1,000. Ayora mommy, little Yueyue was in Su Feng's arms eating her egg custard peacefully, but she caught the scent of the chicken wrap and immediately started kicking her little feet. "You're too young, you can't eat the chicken wrap. How about daddy feeds you a rice noodle?" "Aya mommy." Little Yueyue wouldn't relent, still struggling in Su Feng's arms, refusing to give up until she got a bite of the chicken wrap, looking pitiful, yet somewhat feisty and adorable sight. "All right, let me feed the baby some chicken wrap," Chun Mingyan said with a helpless smile. She held the chicken wrap to little Yueyue's mouth. Little Yueyue opened her mouth, and the next second Su Feng fed her a spoonful of egg custard. The little one, a bit silly, chewed and swallowed contentedly. The next second the chubby girl furrowed her little brows, a hint of confusion appearing on her face. Her cute little expression seemed to say, "Daddy, mommy, do the chicken wrap, and the egg custard taste the same." Of course their main ingredient was both old hen. "Haha, little Yueyue is killing daddy with laughter. You're so cute." While little Yueyue was eating her egg custard, Chun Mingyan didn't bother maintaining her image in front of Su Feng. She wolfed down a chicken wrap in record time. Then she took a big gulp of the original broth from the rice noodles. Su Feng said seriously, "If you want rice noodles in the future, I'll make them for you. We'll boil the soup with our own chicken. The rice noodles you buy outside might be full of technology and ruthlessness." "Oh, sounds good. Look, the broth of this bowl of rice noodles is really thick and white, and it tastes great," Chun Mingyan said with a playful smile. She really liked the soup of the crossing the bridge noodles. 1 spoonful of Sanhua light milk. Looking down at the thick white rice noodle soup in front of him, a devilish short video flashed through Su Feng's mind for a minute. That short video was seriously damn addictive. Yin yin. You need to be mentally prepared. In an instant a blush spread across Chun Mingyan's pretty face, and she spoke in a soft, gentle voice. "Mentally prepared for what? Is it to meet the parents?" Looking at the man's earnest expression, Chun Mingyan's face was filled with infinite shyness, nervously rubbing her palms together. "No, I can't. It's too early. Let's talk about it another time. The restaurant business is just getting off the ground, and it's so busy. If we meet the parents, there will be a lot of things to deal with. Auntie is so busy, we shouldn't disturb her." Haha, Su Feng grinned. "Just kidding you. You." She bit her lip, angrily hurled a throw pillow at the man and pouted. "You're just so boring." Her pretty face flushed alternately red and pale. If that infuriating man had said a few more sweet words, she might have agreed to meet the parents, her future in-laws. But now, the infuriating man was only joking. Her expression after being teased revealed a hint of shyness and coyness, looking extraordinarily alluring. "Teacher Chin, you're so beautiful." That's nonsense." She turned her head away. Unexpectedly, the man reached out and gently pinched her soft, fair cheek. "Close up the shop. Let's go to the night market and find some delicious food." Like a little girl, she wasn't angry at being pinched and teased. Instead, she shyly got up to get Xiao Yueye's coat. "Xiao Yueyue, when will you call me daddy?" Like petting a cat, Su Feng affectionately kissed Xiao Yueye's chubby cheeks. The smell of milk on her was so addictive. Xiao Yueyue smeared her drool onto her mischievous daddy. "Ayayapaf." Ding dong. New items on the menu: soy paste egg noodles and tomato egg noodles. New mission unlocked: sell 3,000 portions. Complete the current sales target to win a draw for the secret sauce recipe for the noodle toppings. The secret recipe for the topping sauce. I can hardly wait. The next morning, Su Feng got up early and headed to the kitchen to prepare. With the addition of the tomato noodles, he needed to knead the dough himself. He wouldn't abandon his original steamed buns, planning to sell only 100 baskets a day. Xiao Su only making 100 baskets of buns. Chun Mingyan, now wearing an apron, started helping him. Cough, cough. The term Xiao Su caught Su Feng off guard, making him choke on his cigarette smoke. He smirked. "Call me anything you like, Dad." "Xiao Feng, husband, just not Xiao Su." "Got it, Xiao Su." Su Feng stubbed out his cigarette and grabbed a large basin to start kneading the dough. The noodles, enhanced by the system, needed to be exceptionally chewy. He only added a bit of fine salt. Of course, it was all about the right proportions. That's what makes the noodles stretchable. Some noodle shops use a leavening agent called Peng Hui potassium carbonate, but it's a standard food additive with no significant harm. He worked with the skill of a master who had kneaded dough for 60 years, every movement, every bit of pressure perfectly executed, expertly turning a basin of flour into a smooth, elastic ball of dough. Smooth, springy, and not sticky. When the first basket of buns was steamed, Su Feng opened the shop and wrote today's specials on the blackboard, placing it outside the door. "Boss, you're finally open. We thought you'd close down for good." As soon as the door opened, Brother Lu, who came every day for his bowl of tofu pudding, and his colleagues walked in. "Got food today?" Brother Lu asked. Yep, have a seat. Starting today, we're not doing breakfast. We're switching to lunch and dinner. Brother Lu was taken aback. Bro, no breakfast. Does that mean no tofu pudding? We still have it, just serving it at noon now. Su Feng said with a chuckle. He couldn't just throw away his world's best tofu pudding. He removed soy milk and egg drop soup from the menu, keeping only tofu pudding and plain congee among the porridges. Brother Lu licked his lips. Haha, then let's start with a bowl of tofu pudding and some buns too. There are 5 of us. We'll take 2 bowls of tofu pudding and 2 baskets of buns each. How about trying our new item, the egg noodles? Absolutely delicious. Su Feng enthusiastically promoted the new dish. Brother Lu shook his head. The new noodles. We'll try them tomorrow. Today we'll stick with the tofu pudding and buns. Anyone else want the noodles? Everyone shook their heads, saying they'd only have the tofu pudding and buns and save the noodles for another day. 2 of his new colleagues had been eager to try the legendary world's best tofu pudding they'd heard so much about. Tofu pudding and buns are ready. Chen Mingyan called out. The group walked over to the kitchen window to pick up their food, eager to dig into the divine delicacy before them. These men, all nightclub and bar promoters, were momentarily stunned when they saw Chen Mingyan, who was modestly dressed with her hair in a simple braid, wearing an apron, and possessing an angelic face. This was the kind of woman a man wanted to marry, not those heavily made-up girls in the bars smoking, shaking their heads to the music, and getting drunk. One more basket, Chen Mingyan said. Sorry, I was a bit distracted. The man awkwardly carried his steamed buns to the table. A sign above the kitchen window read self-service. Yin, you're too beautiful. With a boss lady like you standing here, our business is bound to double every day. Su Feng whispered in her ear. Call me if you need help. She shot him a playful glare and went back to the inner room, acting coy. Just then a group of over a dozen college students walked into the restaurant. Leading them was a bald, middle-aged man around 40. Looks like a big order. Su Feng quickly came out from the kitchen. What can I get for you folks? Boss, is it true about the noodles? Unlimited refills, a handsome young man about 1.8 meters tall called out. Su Feng nodded with a smile. Yep, really. Eat as much as you want until you're full. But no wasting food. The leading man's eyes narrowed. He thought to himself, an Aliocaniate noodle place near the university. Unlimited refills. He clearly underestimates the appetite of these college kids. Unlimited refills. They'll have one. They'll take the soy paste egg noodles. Me too. They'll have the tomato egg noodles. Su Feng called out to the middle-aged man. Sir, could you count how many want the soy paste, and how many want the tomato? Okay, the man shouted. Lu Hao, you tally up everyone's order. At the same time, he shot a meaningful glance at Captain Lu Haoyu, who instantly understood. Got it, Coach Wu. The group of 15 plus Coach Wu were all members of the nearby Agricultural University's basketball team. They had just finished a friendly match against the Polytechnic University in the New City district. On their way back, they happened to pass by this eatery and decided to stop for lunch. After taking the orders, Captain Lu Haoyu shouted to Su Feng, 7 soy paste, 9 tomato. Coming right up. Su Feng immediately started kneading dough. Meanwhile, the AG University basketball team members were chatting in their private group chat. Man, is this boss crazy. He really underestimates how much we can eat. Running a noodle shop near a university and offering unlimited refills. How you think you can teach this young? Yeah, this bowl of mixed noodles is 28 yuan. Brother, you've got to eat your money's worth. Is everyone hungry? I'm starving. I feel like I could eat a whole cow. Unlimited noodle refills. Brothers, let's teach this boss a lesson and show him how much the people of Dragon City love their noodles. Isn't that a bit arrogant? Unlimited refills, this restaurant really dares to do that. Huh. Team Captain Lu Haoyu. Who knows, the boss might just wipe those unlimited refills words off the blackboard this afternoon. Let's all muster our strength, open our stomachs, and teach this young, handsome boss a lesson. While Su Feng was kneading and pulling the noodles, a group of Agricultural University basketball players started chatting in their WeChat group, discussing how to teach Su Feng a lesson. Little did they know, Su Feng was not afraid in the slightest. Unlimited refills. He had the confidence. He might fear the migrant workers, the construction site laborers, or the hard-working employees who toil all day. But this group of university brats, even if they're basketball players, how much could they possibly eat? It's so crowded. Xiao Feng, how can I help? Hearing the commotion, Chen Mingyan walked into the kitchen, holding Yueyue. It's a bit noisy, just take Yueyue to the back room. It's fine, she's not afraid of strangers. He'll just hold her. She gets excited seeing so many people. Yueyue in Chen Mingyan's arms kicked her little feet, trying to break free from her mother's embrace and walk on the ground. Yueyue. Helplessly, Chen Mingyan gently set Yueyue down on the floor. She hadn't even learned to walk properly and already wanted to run. Babbling, stumbling around the restaurant with her little body while Chen Mingyan supported her by the waist. No running, no playing, your daddy is busy. Why? Suddenly the dozen or so big men from the basketball team stared at the babbling, chubby, adorable Yueyue, their gazes frozen in place. This. So cute. A group of grown men revealed motherly smiles charmed by Yueye's cuteness. She's so cute. I just want to pinch her cheeks. Her face is round and plump, her eyes curve like crescent moons when she smiles. My old heart just melted. How do I skip the whole dating and marriage phase and just get a cute and obedient daughter like this? Would it be too cruel to teach the young boss a lesson? Damn. The group chattered, looking at the cute Yueyue, their hearts beginning to waver on whether they should still teach Su Feng a lesson. After all, the boss had such an adorable and lovable daughter. Meanwhile, the water in the noodle bucket boiled fiercely. I pull again. I keep pulling. 3 pulls, 4 pulls, 5 pulls. Su Feng skillfully pulled the noodles. His movements, his aura were bold and grand like a martial arts master. His posture was highly aesthetic to watch. Even Yueyue in her mother's arms stared blankly with her big grape-like eyes as her daddy pulled the noodles, completely mesmerized. The noodles vibrated and slapped forcefully against the smooth counter. Su Feng pulled them expertly. Even Captain Yueyue couldn't help but stand up, watching intently with wide eyes. These movements. Too incredible. The noodle pulling was pure art. Whoosh. As bowls of savory egg sauce, tomato egg sauce, and the freshly pulled noodles were served, even Brother Lu and his friends from the nightclub next door couldn't help but start sniffing the air. Damn, this aroma, it smells amazing. So fragrant. Damn, I never imagined eggs could smell this good. Each person received a bowl of topping and a plate of noodles, allowing diners to pour the sauce themselves. Chopped scallions and cilantro were on the table for customers to add as they pleased. The rich, fragrant scent of the egg topping filled the air, irresistibly stimulating everyone's appetite. Meanwhile, Yueyue, the basketball team captain, stared blankly at the bowl of noodles in front of him. Unbeknownst to him, drool was already starting to trickle from the corner of his mouth as he gazed unblinkingly at the savory egg sauce. The rich aroma directly tantalized his taste buds. The soy sauce-colored eggs were topped with rings of red and green Hangzhou peppers. This artistic bowl of mixed noodles made one's mouth water just by looking at it. Especially this fragrance. It stimulated the taste buds of everyone in the restaurant. Whoosh! Yueyue poured the topping over his noodles. The authentic hand-pulled noodles had been rinsed in cold water, making them smooth and chewy. After mixing it thoroughly, he couldn't resist taking a huge slurp. Whoosh! Sizzle whoosh! The noodles coated in the rich egg sauce and studded with egg pieces and pepper rings were slurped up in one go. The moment his tongue touched the noodles as he chewed and bit down, his very soul seemed to tremble slightly. That sensation. That sheer pleasure of eating. Whooshed. Whooshed. After a mouthful of divine noodles went down, he eagerly picked up a piece of egg with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. So delicious. So delicious, it was addictive. It wasn't just Yueyue, the other basketball team members also devoured their food like they hadn't eaten in days, displaying a ravenous, almost unbearable table manner. What kind of spectacular scene was it to see a dozen people eating noodles? Even Shenming Yen was startled, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She couldn't bear to watch and walked back into the inner room. Was that people eating? That was a dozen pigs starving for 3 days. Whoosh. Huh. Awesome. Awesome, damn awesome. Boss, another serving of noodles. Me too. Add 1 for everyone. Coming right up. Boss, my god, how can noodles with toppings be this delicious? It's intoxicatingly good. Yeah, it's not enough just having it in your mouth. Only when it's in your stomach do you get that truly addictive feeling. It's really too delicious. It makes you want to cry. I've never tasted noodles this good. Starting today, I've decided to visit this place every single day. Damn, the university cafeteria is blacklisted for me now. Yeah, blacklisted. If they didn't know the truth, Brother Lu and the others would have thought Su Feng had hired a dozen actors. Look at the ecstatic expressions on everyone's faces as they ate. If that were acting, it would probably be included in the Beijing Film Academy's textbooks. It was truly astonishing. It felt crazy. Are you guys still eating? Brother Lu asked his 4 colleagues. He deeply regretted having 2 bowls of tofu pudding and 2 baskets of buns, and not trying the new mixed noodles Su Feng had recommended. All right, Brother Lu, hold on a moment. He'll make it for you right away. Brother Lu waved his hand and smiled. Young man, no rush. Serve them first. They look like they're addicted to the noodles, like the next plate is the antidote. They just have to have it. You said it, brother. Not getting a refill and continuing to eat would be an insult to my stomach. Yueyue laughed heartily. Su Feng's noodle-pulling skills were incredibly proficient. Within a few minutes, all 16 people had each gotten a refill. The 1 serving refill was half the initial plate of noodles. Smooth, chewy, and filling, an average person would be at their limit after just 1 extra serving. Just then, a few female students from the medical university pushed open the restaurant door and walked in, coming to see the handsome Su Feng, and chose to eat some buns. The next second, the 6 girls looked at the dozen or so pigs, the dozen or so beasts wolfing down their food, with a ravenous, desperate frenzy, their actions and expressions. This sight was so shocking that the 6 beauties immediately stopped in their tracks, not daring to take another step into the restaurant. This group of senior brothers, my God. They've gone mad. If they walked over, wouldn't they get eaten? Please come in. Spotting an empty table, Feng immediately greeted them warmly. But, at a round table meant for 6, a group of over a dozen people were still voraciously slurping up their noodles. They chewed, swallowed with gusto, and shoveled more noodles into their mouths as if they had a vendetta against the noodles and had to devour them ferociously. Don't be afraid, men always eat like this. Feng guided the group to a table. The 6 beautiful women were trembling, not daring to utter a word. They had come to see Feng, the handsome guy, but instead found a group of them. However, this group of handsome men's eating habits were truly terrifying. Boss, another bowl of noodles. Lu Haoyu shouted. This wasn't just to give the boss business, he genuinely wanted to continue eating. The combination of noodles and the savory steg topping was simply too delicious. He had already ordered an extra serving, yet his mouth still craved more. Coming right up, handsome. The tomato egg and steg toppings were already prepared, sitting in 2 large stainless steel basins. When a customer ordered a noodle dish, he just needed to scoop the topping onto the noodles. Seeing the growing crowd, Chun Mingyan hurriedly placed little Yueyue in the stroller, buckled her and rolled up her sleeves, and went to help Feng attend to the female college students. What would you ladies like to eat? We'll have what they're having. The 6 women said almost in unison. 3 tomato egg noodles and 3 steg noodles. Please wait a moment. She picked up a ladle to help serve the customers. Feng asked, where's Yueyue? She's playing by herself in the stroller. She's secured and very well behaved. If she cries, I'll hear her. Chen Mingyan said with a light laugh, her hands moving deftly as she served the toppings to the students. They'll find someone to help tomorrow. Taking care of Yueyue is the priority. Feng sighed softly. Don't worry, our daughter isn't as fragile as you think. She can play with a new toy all day. She shot him a playful glare. Boss, another bowl of noodles. No, make it 2 bowls at once. Brother Lu yelled. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he wolfed down his noodles, his expression one of sheer ecstasy, much to the exasperation of his companions. This brother Lu could really eat. 2 bowls of tofu pudding, 2 baskets of buns, and a serving of noodles plus endless refills. They were tempted too, but they felt like the buns had filled them to the brim. They simply couldn't eat another bite. But brother Lu was terrifying, his stomach seemingly bottomless as he continued to devour noodles. WeChat payment received 198 yuan. After paying, brother Lu patted his round, full belly and laughed heartily. Brother, that was incredible. So damn delicious. Brother Lu, thank you for the word of mouth. Many of the recent breakfast customers are your colleagues. Feng expressed his gratitude. Brother Lu waved his hand and smiled, shaking his head. Food this good should be known to the world. This topping is definitely the pinnacle of noodle cuisine. Haha, well, thank you, brother Lu. Do you have a customer group? If you ever have new dishes, you must notify the group first. I don't have a food group. They'll create one this afternoon and put a sign on the tables. Next time you come, just scan to join. Feng said seriously after a moment's thought. Brother Lu nodded his chubby head and gave a hearty laugh. All right, no problem. Brother, your shop is a true hidden gem. Thanks for the compliment. Take care, brothers. As brother Lu and his group left, Chen Mingyan immediately began clearing the tables. In recent days, after customers finished their meals, she only needed to place the dishes in the sink and soak them in hot water. Everyone had cleaned their plates, and even the slop buckets Feng had prepared remained spotless and unused. Young lady, how much is our bill? Coach Wu asked. His vision was blurry. He had eaten so much noodles he was losing his senses. The total is 448 yuan. You can just pay 440. Chen Mingyan said with a smile. She didn't know the exact profit margin, but she knew that for the college basketball team, as long as the food was good and tasty, they would definitely become regulars. Might as well waive the change. Thanks, young boss. Add another bowl of noodles for me. Coach Wu said with a grin, quickly scanning the code to pay. WeChat Pay received 440 yuan. A crisp notification sounded. Feng's noodle-pulling movements became even more fluid. Hearing the coach's words, the basketball team members were stunned, staring at him in disbelief. What the heck? Another bowl? He already had 2 extra servings. All right, sir, please wait a moment. Coach Wu continued to devour his noodles. He picked up the chili oil from the table and scooped a generous spoonful onto his noodles. A bowl of noodles with topping was best with up to 2 extra servings. The flavor diminished after that. Coach Wu had already added 2 servings. For this third one, the flavor would be lacking, so he added the chili oil directly. Phew. He ate with a flushed face, sweat pouring down his forehead from the spice. The chili oil noodles are also very fragrant and tasty. Coach, we've tried it. The chili oil is especially fragrant, salty, and spicy. You just can't stop eating it. Yeah, I want another bowl. This time I'll try the tomato egg one. I've already had the soy egg, and with a spoonful of chili oil, it's a divine bowl of noodles. Eat, eat, eat. We'll be back tomorrow. They'll bring my roommates tomorrow. Me too. Coach, we're heading back to school. The basketball team members got up and filed out of the restaurant partly because a new group of a dozen or so girls and a couple of couples had arrived, and they felt awkward occupying the tables. Young man, the topping is very fragrant, and the chili oil is even better. Coach Wu praised, letting out a burp before skillfully lighting a cigarette. This time he was truly stuffed. He almost had to hold onto the table as he walked out. A person's stomach has limits, and these noodles were thicker and chewier than regular Lanzhou beef noodles. Eating with such reckless abandon, it would be strange not to be full. Thanks for the kind words. Come again, Coach Wu. Through the other's address, Feng learned the man's name. He smiled and replied. Then, he continued to toss the dough in his hands. Whack, whack, thud, thud, thud. The noodles slammed forcefully against the counter. Feng pulled 5 portions at once, his movements flashy, complemented by his handsome face that men envied and women adored, leaving several young women spellbound. This made Chen Mingyan bite her lip in jealousy. A man being too handsome was indeed not a good thing. One of the young women secretly recorded a video and posted it in the university's group chat. Within 3 minutes, comments poured in, so handsome, such a handsome face. His side profile looks like Hugo. No, it's clearly Yueyue. His noodle-pulling moves are so cool, so flashy. Isn't this the handsome owner of that steamed bun shop? He's so good-looking he could rely on his face, but he insists on relying on his skills. This skill is truly unbeatable. The technique, the speed, the posture, the movements. If I hadn't seen the video of the handsome guy pulling noodles, I'd think you were talking about something else entirely. Chen Mingyan stood before the girl who was still recording, holding a bowl of noodles. Miss, your noodles are ready. Okay, thanks. Wow, it smells so good. The hot savory topping over the cool smooth noodles whetted the young women's appetites, and they couldn't resist mixing it with their chopsticks and taking a bite. They began to understand why those boys ate so frantically, so ravenously, like a whirlwind. So, this dish of noodles was truly fragrant. The aroma wildly stimulated their taste buds, increasing their appetite. Divine noodles. Just the smell made their mouths water, so it was no wonder they ate so quickly and savored it. Feng, you've worked hard. Take a break and eat. The man's black hair was disheveled with sweat, and he sat down at the table with a bowl of egg noodles, looking utterly exhausted. He had been busy until 3 in the afternoon before he could rest and eat. At 1 o'clock he had cooked noodles for Chen Mingyan and made supplementary food for Yueyue. Though weary, the man's eyes were remarkably clear. Business is pretty good. Want to hire someone? Chen Mingyan asked. No need to hire, we'll talk later. Oh. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. In her heart, there was a touch of sympathy for the father of her child. Feng was pulling noodles alone with a continuous bang slap bang as he flung and stretched the dough. Watching him, she felt he looked too tired and felt a pang of sympathy. Moreover, customers streamed into the restaurant continuously, and the noodles could be refilled unlimitedly. Most customers ordered at least 1 extra serving, some ordered 2, and only a few big eaters ordered 3 or even 4 servings. A serving of mixed noodles was priced at 28 yuan. This price was not cheap, but on this trendy night market street, it was definitely not expensive. Outside, an ordinary pancake could sell for 16 yuan. For some foodies, just based on the flavor of the toppings and sauce, even if it were 88 yuan, they would still go for it. Will you continue operating tonight? Chen Mingyan asked softly. The man looked exhausted. To her surprise, she felt a pang of concern. Of course, Feng grinned. We have to open. It's a night market street, so naturally well operate at night. Who knows, maybe the revenue will reach 3,000. During the noon period, 86 servings of egg mixed noodles at 28 yuan each were sold. Adding the money from Xilong Bao and tofu, putting the revenue reached 2,680 yuan. As long as he worked hard at night, completing the system's daily sales of 3,000 tasks would be a piece of cake. He had already used 1.5 bags of flour. 1 bag of flour could make about 90 servings. However, the unlimited refill was also a cost. But for a place with no rent, after deducting the costs of utilities and ingredients, the remaining money was pure profit. Not every customer eating mixed noodles was a big eater like Coach Wu. He currently knew only a few dishes: Xilong Bao, some porridge, and egg mixed noodles. If he had more variety, he would remove the tedious Xilong Bao and porridge and focus solely on cooking noodle dishes. After all, he still needed to spend time with Yueyue. Yueyue stared blankly at her father slurping noodles into his mouth, her little mouth drooling a little. She also patted the table with her hands. The restaurant had a child's wooden high chair. The little one sat in it, patting the table with her small hands, indicating that she also wanted to eat noodles. Didn't you just have dinner? Feng teased, feeding her a bite of egg. Mama. She clapped her small hands, her bright eyes curving into crescents. Say daddy, and I'll feed you. Mama, say. Daddy. Mama, hopfed. Seeing Feng's frustrated expression, Chen Mingyan covered her mouth and chuckled. Silly, she really can't say daddy yet. She'll probably be able to when she's 1. You never know, maybe one day she'll suddenly say daddy. Here, have some garlic. Chen Mingyan peeled garlic for Feng kindly. Chubby girl if you want say daddy but still want to eat, then give daddy a kiss, no two kisses. Yo, our Chef Seuss restaurant really opened up looking impressive. In the evening there were only 2 tables of customers in the restaurant. Just then 2 people walked in and strode straight to the kitchen. Xiao Feng, you're actually not being a slacker anymore and starting to work hard. What's the point of opening a restaurant? Uncle already told you to let you find a job, but you just didn't want to. The first speaker was named Xiao Ji, dressed in sportswear, nicknamed Fat Tiger, with a stout muscular build and a crew cut. As for his demeanor, he was carefree and goofy. The person following behind him was called Bao Feiyu, with a trendy dyed hairstyle, wearing flip-flops, hip-hop shorts, and a t-shirt, looking very fashionable. He was also holding hands with a pretty girl. Bun Fat Tiger. Su Feng grinned. Xiao Feng, bro, you finally come back to life. Fat Tiger shouted. Bao Feiyu laughed. Instead of lying at home, being a slacker, you actually opened a restaurant. Awesome. The two were his lifelong close buddies. Fat Tiger, Xiao Ji's grandmother, and Su Feng's grandmother were cousins. So they were distant relatives. In terms of seniority, Xiao Ji even had to call Su Feng cousin, and they were extremely close, having grown up playing together. Xiao Ji had been working at a wedding company for over a year, a professional wedding photographer, living a leisurely and carefree life. Bao Feiyu was the same Su Feng's childhood friend. The grandparents and parents of both families all knew each other. When they were young, the two families lived in the same courtyard. Naturally, their relationship was very close. Later, when they moved, they even discussed moving to the same residential area. However, later Bao Feiyu's family moved again to a new district, living in a high-rise apartment, but the parents still kept in touch and occasionally had meals together. The younger generation, Su Feng and Bao Feiyu, often went out to play together. However, when Su Feng was a slacker, he was a complete homebody. He simply hated going out. Bun, your hair perm looks great. The three hadn't seen each other for nearly half a month, but it felt like they had just hung out yesterday. Bao Feiyu ran his hand through his newly styled hair. Of course, while I still have hair and haven't turned 30, I need to look sharp. His family had a history of hair loss and baldness. His eldest uncle was bald, his second uncle was bald, his third uncle was bald. Including his fourth and fifth uncles, and his grandfather was already bald when he was born, as far as he could remember. Including his fourth and fifth uncles, and his grandfather was already bald when he was born, as far as he could remember. And this is my girlfriend Lu Qian. Bao Feiyu introduced. This is my good bro, Su Feng, a childhood friend. We've been playing together since we were kids. Hello. Lu Qian smiled slightly. Since you two are here, forget about the restaurant. Let's go have beer and skewers tonight. Su Feng laughed heartily. He was still a few hundred short of completing the daily sales of 3,000 tasks, and there wasn't much dough left anyway. He first wanted to introduce Chun Mingyan to his friends. Then, step by step, let his family know. Let his parents accept the fact that he was already a father. What is it? Bao Feiyu asked cheerfully. Fat Tiger's eyes were already small, and they narrowed into slits. Hey, have you finally wised up? Found a girlfriend? Not just a girlfriend, I went all the way. I'm a father now. Fat Tiger. Bao Feiyu. Don't make that face, I'm not joking with you. George's expression instantly froze, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Su Feng, then swallowed hard. Bro, it's 38 degrees outside. This joke isn't cool, it's not funny. It's true, why would I lie to you? At that moment, Xiao Yueyue was barefoot, scrambling to escape, while Chun Mingyan chased after her from the inner room. Though the little cutie couldn't walk, she could run. Where are you running off to, you little silly? Yahi. Oh. She babbled in baby talk, her big eyes blinking at Su Feng, and stretched out her chubby little arms. So you want daddy to hold you? Su Feng opened his arms and scooped Xiao Yueyue into his embrace. The little darling buried her head in Su Feng's chest, looking utterly adorable and well-behaved. This scene left Bao Feiyu and George utterly dumbfounded. Their expressions were priceless, eyes bulging wide, faces pale. This sudden critical hit wasn't just shocking, it was outright terrifying. No way. You Xiao Feng, when did you secretly have a child with another woman behind my back? Fat Tiger blurted out foolishly. What Xiao Feng? Bao Feiyu said with a grin. Look at you, you've scared our Fat Tiger half to death. Su Feng's mouth twisted, nearly spitting out an old phlegm as he chuckled. George, cut it out, what are you saying? People might think I did something wrong to you. The two were still in shock. Well huh. Heh. George's smile held a hint of awkwardness as he grabbed Su Feng's arm and led him out of the dining area. Bao Feiyu followed alongside. What? I'm still holding my daughter. George's gaze was unprecedentedly serious. Xiao Feng, listen to your bro, our family's conditions aren't bad. Your mom bought you a house early on, you've got 3 houses now, right? And we're good looking too. In the past you charmed countless girls. Bao Feiyu advised earnestly. When marrying, never pick a divorced woman, especially one with a child. Never marry one. George, divorced women may be pretty, but they're like a sickle. They'll cut out your kidneys. Bao Feiyu, why Xiao Feng? What's gotten into you? Young and in your prime, and you want to be a sucker and raise another man's child. Su Feng, annoyed, reached out and knocked on both George and Bao Feiyu's heads. Sucker. Suck my foot. The girl in my arms is my biological daughter, Xiao Yuanyue. Daddy gives a kiss. Yala. After spending some time together, Xiao Yuanyue had grown quite familiar with Su Feng. What's going on? Last month you told me you were single. How do you suddenly have a daughter? George asked, puzzled. Bao Feiyu nodded in agreement. Yeah, in such a short time you've got a beautiful wife and an adorable daughter. If that's not being a sucker, what is? It's fate. Su Feng nodded with emphasis. Hearing this, the two stared intently at Su Feng. Inside the restaurant, Chen Mingyan was making awkward small talk with Lu Qian. Then, Su Feng briefly recounted his fate with Chen Mingyan. From how they met in college to that party, he summed it up in 5 minutes. As they listened, and once they knew the whole truth, George's face instantly hardened, grinding his molars. Xiao Feng, you're so damn lucky. This is worse than killing me. In just half a month, his best bro had gotten a stunningly beautiful wife and an adorable daughter. This was a devastating blow to him. He couldn't find a girlfriend himself. His own failure was certainly painful, but his brother's success was even more gut-wrenching. What's wrong with me? Su Feng said with a smug grin. You're so damn lucky. Bao Feiyu also gritted his teeth and uttered those words with a vicious look. He wore a ferocious, envious expression, his molars nearly ground to dust. It reminded Su Feng of a popular meme online. Damn ha, Baozi, don't you have a girlfriend? Is it the same? You have such a beautiful, cute, and obedient daughter. What's her name? George asked, curiously reaching out to pinch Xiao Yuanyue's chubby cheeks. Xiao Yuanyue refused, burying her head in Su Feng's chest, turning her back to Uncle George. Little cutie, why hide? I'm your Uncle George. George made a funny face. Su Feng said with a wry smile, Xiao Yuanyue, he's Peppa Pig George. George's name, ironically, his nickname was Fat Tiger. Xiao Feng was sister-in-law, your classmate in college. Bao Feiyu asked curiously. Su Feng shook his head, explaining, she was my teacher. She taught an elective course back then. What the heck? A teacher? You married your teacher. You're an absolute beast. You didn't even spare your college teacher. You scored 248 on the college entrance exam. How can you possibly be worthy of a people's teacher? You're so damn lucky. George growled in a low, suppressed voice. His best bro, the ultimate slacker, had married a college teacher. This made him so envious his molars nearly shattered. What's going on? Of the trio, he was the only one left single. Running a restaurant must be tough, right? Lu Qian asked with a smile. Chen Mingyan nodded with a light smile. It's manageable. The child's father works very hard. I only handle the cash register and take care of our daughter. The restaurant's operations rely entirely on him. Wow, that's amazing. What a good man, working hard to support you and your daughter. But Lu Qian's mind went blank. What's going on? She had heard Bao Feiyu talk the whole way in the car about how Su Feng was a lazy good for nothing. A shooting. But the rumors she heard in her ears didn't match reality at all. Su Feng carried Xiao Yuanyue back into the restaurant and introduced Bao Feiyu and George to Chen Mingyan. Xiao Feng, you should have told us you had a wife and kid earlier. You're something else. Making us look bad. Fat Tiger was fidgeting, anxiously pacing back and forth, feeling 1,000 times more awkward for arriving at the restaurant empty-handed. Bao Feiyu grinned. Xiao Feng, you get busy. Fat Tiger and I will go out and grab some juice and milk tea. Before Su Feng could say a word, Bao Feiyu dragged Lu Qian and Fat Tiger out of the restaurant. What's wrong? Chen Mingyan asked with a beaming smile. She felt it was nice to meet some of Su Feng's friends, as she could learn more about him at the dinner table. To understand the father of her child. Su Feng pursed his lips and sighed. That Fat Tiger guy feels embarrassed for coming empty-handed. He's proud like that. He's probably gone to buy a gift for Xiao Yuanyue. His face was so red with awkwardness just now. Of the three, he was the oldest. He was 2 months older than Bao Feiyu and a year older than George. No need for gifts. Go and persuade them to come back. Chen Mingyan gently nudged the man's arm. Ding Dong host has successfully completed the daily sales of 3,000 mission. Reward 1 draw for the world's best noodle topping. Does the host wish to draw? Having worked busily until just past 5 in the evening, Su Feng was wiping down the stove when a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. The system detected he had completed the task of selling 300 bowls daily and initiated the reward draw. Draw. Ding Dong. Su Feng was quite looking forward to the draw, just hoping it wouldn't be as notoriously frustrating as MiHoYo's gacha system. He still remembered getting hooked on several games last year, often spending so much on card draws that his liver ached. Draw complete. Host has obtained Jade Silk Chicken Noodles. Jade Silk Chicken Noodles. He reviewed the detailed cooking method in his mind. The corner of Su Feng's mouth twitched. It really was quite extravagant. He wanted to unlock more mixed noodle dishes, but while the egg mixed noodles were tasty, regulars would inevitably get tired of them after a few days. He urgently needed new items. The Jade Silk Chicken Noodles should appeal to some female college students. For those who care about appearances, taste is secondary. The presentation must be exquisite and the garnish beautiful to whet their appetite. Su Feng didn't mind either way. Even if a dish looked plain, as long as it tasted great and satisfied the palate, that was enough. However, the appearance of a bowl of noodles or a plate of food could often hint at its flavor. The jade silk chicken noodles with their appealing look and taste would surely entice many female students to take photos. As for the price, it would naturally be at least 20 yuan per bowl. Little Yueyue was sleeping in the back room. After helping wash the dishes, Chun Mingyan took off her apron, sat on a chair, propped her chin on her hand, and stared blankly with her beautiful eyes. At the restaurant entrance, Su's mother Lu Fengfeng walked in holding Tongtong's hand. Xiaofeng, I'm leaving Tongtong with you. Take good care of her. The office is having a gathering, so I'm off. Lu Fengfeng casually placed Tongtong's school bag on a table near the door, glanced at Chun Mingyan, who was resting her chin on her hand, assumed she was just a customer, and turned to leave the restaurant. Mom, why not stay and chat with your son for a bit? Su Feng rushed out of the kitchen. What's there to chat about with you, you rascal? Just watch Tongtong and don't buy her ice pops. They upset her stomach. She had diarrhea again last night. By now Chun Mingyan's face had flushed a deep crimson. This was her future mother-in-law, little Yueye's grandmother. Thump, thump, thump. She felt her little heart pounding nervously. Her heart was in her throat, her hands clenched together, and she sat restlessly with her head lowered. Fine. No ice pops for Tongtong today. Su Feng nodded. Mom, where's Dad? I feel like I haven't seen him in ages. So you remember your father, do you? He's home alone taking care of Bebe the golden retriever and talks about you every day. Take some time to walk the dog for him and visit your grandparents. Got it. Lu Fengfeng said, next Sunday he'll buy you a car. He'll have Aunt Wang introduce you to some girls later. This week find some time to browse online and pick a brand you like. She was now concerned about her son's future. His mother had heard that these days a young man needed a house and a car for blind dates, otherwise no girl would date him. She had already bought Su Feng a 3-bedroom apartment in full when he was in middle school. Now only a car was missing. How much are you spending on my car? Su Feng asked with a grin. Around 300,000. You pick, and once you've chosen, he'll go with you to the dealership to pick it up. I'm off now. Remember, don't let Tongtong play with your phone. Before Su Feng could say another word, his mother had already bustled out of the restaurant. At the door she ran into Bao Feiyue and George. Not only were the children like brothers, but their mothers were also best friends. Lu Fengfeng chatted briefly for a few minutes before hurrying away. Sister-in-law, where's little Yueyue? Tongtong hopped over to Chun Mingyan, a smile curving at her lips. She had brought jelly and little cakes for little Yueyue. Little Yueyue is sleeping in the back room. Chun Mingyan took a deep breath and said softly, Tongtong's braids are so cute today. He flattered. Su Sidong giggled sweetly. Sister-in-law is prettier than Teacher Zhang. Thank you, Tongtong. Su Feng bent down and pinched Chun Mingyan's cheek. Got so nervous seeing my mom that you couldn't even speak. No way. She pursed her lips awkwardly. It's just, it feels too soon. I haven't even. They weren't officially dating, weren't married. They weren't even a couple. Meeting the parents like this. So awkward, so embarrassing. She had no idea what to do. Let go, stop pinching my face. Chun Mingyan gave a soft scolding and swatted the man's arm. Xiaofeng, Bao Feiyue, George, and Lu Qian walked into the restaurant laden with bags of gifts. Su Feng chuckled. You went out to buy a juice and took over 2 hours. George grinned broadly. These are diapers for our niece and some kids' toys. Bao Feiyue complained. It's nearly impossible to find a parking spot around here. As he spoke, he set down some fruit, milk, and nutritional products on the table. You bought all this stuff? Su Feng felt a bit helpless. Sometimes good brothers were just too courteous. Tisk, mind your own business. I bought this for my little niece. Peng Hu laughed heartily. Brother Peng Hu. Tongtong looked up and called out. Only then did George notice the short, chubby girl. He grinned excitedly. Ah, it's Tongtong. Give your brother a kiss. Buy me an ice pop, then I'll kiss you. Tongtong pouted. I have juice, orange juice. George quickly opened a cup of orange juice, inserted a straw, bent down, and handed it to Tongtong. Tongtong held the cup, took a few gulps, and then gave George a kiss on the cheek. Hello, Brother Baozi. The chubby girl greeted him politely. Bao Feiyue scooped up Tongtong. Did you miss your brother, little one? No, if you didn't buy me an ice pop. He'll buy it. This got the young master Bao so riled up his mouth twisted. He declared generously, whatever you want, your brother Baozi will buy it for you. She's so cute. Lu Qian praised. You're really pretty, big sister. Lu Qian continued. You're adorable, your little braid is so stylish, and you have such a sweet mouth. What? Tongtong, the chubby girl, had a small ponytail sticking straight up with a cute and obedient face that was utterly adorable. But in her brother's eyes that ponytail looked a bit fierce. Tongtong is so good at complimenting people. Chun Mingyan pinched Tongtong's chubby cheek. The little girl was really sensible, her words as sweet as honey. Let's have some tea first, and once little Yueyue wakes up, we'll head out for barbecue and beer. Bao Feiyue asked, what's little Yueye's full name? Susia. What a fairy-like name. George remarked. Lu Qian repeated it and exclaimed, what a beautiful name. My brother Feng really keeps things under wraps. This afternoon Xiao Qian and I were planning to show off our romance in front of you, and here you are with a kid already. And such an adorable little princess. Feng, who gritted his teeth. You really are something else. Just then a middle-aged man in a suit walked into the restaurant. Sorry, the restaurant is closed. Feng stood up and offered the man an apologetic smile. Half an hour ago he had already hung the closed today sign on the door. Hello boss. I'm a beverage salesperson from Unified. Does your store need a beverage display cabinet? Depending on the size of your shop, our company can provide one for free. Upon hearing that the visitor was a beverage promoter, Feng immediately rose with a smile and greeted him. How does the free part work? Well, you just need to order our beverages monthly. That's the only requirement. With a certain deposit, you can get a double-door refrigerated display cabinet for free. The salesperson answered earnestly. Feng was tempted. Unified, huh? They don't seem to have many good drinks, do they? Yueyue raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. This handsome guy must be joking. Unified is a renowned major brand. Popular drinks like Unified Ice Black Tea and Unified Assam Milk Tea are all our products. Feng asked directly, how much is the deposit? He had heard that becoming an agent for many major beverage brands could get you a free freezer. The deposit is 1,200. That's pretty expensive. Feng pursed his lips. The salesperson smiled calmly and said, hey, raise the deal. If you use it for more than 6 months, the deposit is fully refundable and the cold drink cabinet will be given to you as a gift. This is a company promotion. Given the size of your store, you can apply for 2 cabinets and the company will definitely approve. We'll also give you 5 cases of beverages for free and you just need to. The salesperson rambled on and on quickly, making Feng, who George grow impatient. Hey man, stop pitching. My buddy here is clearly new to running a shop. Just leave your card and let him think it over. After all, you're not the only brand offering free cabinets with agency deals. Brands like Pepsi or Master Kong are more popular. Alright, young man, if you need anything, feel free to call the number on the card, the salesperson said. Okay, no problem. George grinned, showing his teeth, and then added, don't trust that guy. My uncle runs a chain supermarket and knows all about this stuff. What's the catch? Feng squinted his eyes and asked. He certainly had to weigh the pros and cons. Even if he were to take on a beverage agency, it wouldn't be Unified. Master Kong Beverages outranks Unified. Companies like Coca-Cola have popular drinks under their umbrella such as Fanta, Sprite, and Minute Maid. PepsiCo also has great options like 7-Up, a Gatorade, Mirinda, and Mountain Dew. George explained, there are plenty of little tricks. They'll send you a few cases of drinks and water each month, constantly ask you to restock, push you to hit sales targets every other day, and drag their feet when it comes to exchanging expired products. In short, it's too much hassle. Better to just buy your own freezer. Feng, just go buy a fridge when you have time. If you use their cabinet, you can only display their brand's drinks, Mingyan said. Feng understood. Okay. He casually tossed the business card into the trash can. The weather in early June was quite hot, and soon the university students would be on summer break. It was a good time to make some money for Yueye's milk powder. Young people often asked if the restaurant had cold drinks when they came in. Feng had thought about adding some cold beverages to boost sales. He needed to complete the system's tasks more effectively. Tomorrow I'll hit the second-hand market and see if I can find a decent freezer. Yueyue nearly spat out his tea, his eyes wide. Since when does our master sue by second-hand stuff? We're not that hard up yet. New ones are too expensive. The restaurant is just starting out. Customers just want a cold drink. They don't care if the freezer is new or used. All right, you win. Yueyue threw up his hands. Feng shook his head. Baozi, easy for you to say. Starting a restaurant from scratch isn't easy. I'm off tomorrow, Feng. They'll come over and help, George said. Feng shook his head. I want stand on ceremony with you. Tomorrow morning, drive your Prado and help me buy some drinks wholesale. Forget the wholesale. They'll ask my uncle for the numbers of some beverage suppliers. They can deliver the drinks and beer right to your door. Just then Yueye's cries echoed through the room like a radar signal. Mingyan quickly hurried inside, followed by Tong, who was noisily slurping her juice. Feng, when's the wedding? I just saw your mom, and she asked me when you're getting married. She said to ask you. Yueyue asked with a grin. Feng smiled wryly. My mom doesn't know yet. What? No way she doesn't know. Feng, who asked, his eyes full of confusion. Feng sighed. How could I possibly tell my dear mother the truth? She thinks the child's mother is just a customer. I didn't say anything, and I didn't introduce them. You. Yueyue opened his mouth at a loss for words. George laughed, but it was a bitter, tearful laugh. Even a salted fish can turn over. Suddenly becoming a dad. Damn, if my mom found out, she'd drag me off to find a wife and nag me to death. Then just find one. Feng said. Finding a partner is easier said than done. Suddenly he took a drag of his cigarette, looking melancholic and lonely. At this age, I don't have the energy to get to know someone new. Saying the same things, doing the same things. It doesn't feel like falling in love. It feels like acting in a play, just following the script. That was quite a poignant statement. It was very emo. Feng, Yueyue. They both knew that after George broke up with his college girlfriend of 3 years, he had never been in another relationship since. Who knew that this goofy guy was such a romantic at heart? Chen Mingyan had managed to soothe Yueyue, dressed her, and carried her out of the bedroom. Yueyue blinked her big playful eyes, and the moment she saw Feng, she started kicking her little feet excitedly. Up, her delicate little hands patted the air as she reached out for Feng. The daughter wanted a hug. You want your daddy to hold you? Come here, daddy will hold you. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, George and Bao Feiyu grimaced, grinding their teeth in envy. After locking up the restaurant, they walked out into the bustling night market. The lively street was packed with people shoulder to shoulder, full of vibrant energy. Yen, Feng held Yueyue in his left arm and gently nudged Chen Mingyan's arm with his right. He subtly shook his elbow. Chen Mingyan's brows furrowed in confusion, but after a moment, seeing the mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth, she instantly understood his intention. He wanted her to hold his arm. A blush immediately flooded her cheeks. They hadn't even held hands yet, and now he wanted her to link arms. That was something couples did. How could the father of her child be like this? It was too embarrassing, especially with his friends right there. Come on, hurry up, give me. No, I mean quickly hold my arm. Give me some face, Feng said in a low voice. In an instant, the woman's pretty face had turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Give him. What on earth did this infuriating man want her to give him? How could he be like this? Chen Mingyan bit her lip, feeling helpless against the man's shamelessness and dominance. After a moment's thought, she decided to save him some face in front of his friends. She gracefully reached out and linked her arm through Feng's right arm. Feeling the softness at his side, Feng maintained a strong and calm demeanor as he walked, but inwardly he was already beginning to tense up. Yet, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. That smile in Chen Mingyan's eyes was nothing short of infuriatingly smug. Stubborn man, he always knew how to bully her. Was she and Feng moving a bit too fast? Whatever, they were already living together anyway. Holding arms, holding hands. Well, at least it was only in front of his friends. At that moment, a certain woman's thoughts were in a whirl. Sis-in-law, your face is so red, Tong said with a bounce. Chen Mingyan chuckled lightly. It's just really hot out, Tong. Aren't you hot? Tong's not hot. Tong's wearing shorts and a t-shirt. The chubby girl was overjoyed. Whether it was Tong or little Yueyue, they both loved bustling places with lots of people. The more crowded, the happier they became. Watching the sweet and loving scene of Feng's family of three, George was so envious he could grind his back teeth, and even the car keys to his Toyota Land Cruiser Prado in his pocket lost their appeal. Baozi jealous. Want me to have your kid too? Lu Qian asked. Bao Feiyu shook his head hurriedly and said, no, kids are better when they're someone else's. Raising your own is a headache. I'll wait until I'm 30 before having kids. The group arrived at a barbecue restaurant in the night market. This meal, of course, was Feng's treat. After dinner, Bao Feiyu left with his girlfriend and George. As they walked back to the restaurant entrance, the woman pursed her lips and abruptly pulled her arm away from Feng's. The way she looked was truly adorable. Her shy yet restrained expression made Feng feel he was falling in love. You want some boiled skewers? Chen Mingyan shook her head and glared at him. Are you trying to make me fat? I've already eaten so much barbecue my stomach is about to burst. Tong pouted her lips and said, brother, I want some boiled skewers. But no chili. Go home and do your homework after you're full, Feng said, tapping his little sister's head. She was the biggest eater, devouring lamb skewers, sausages, and all sorts of crayfish, and now the chubby girl still wanted spicy malatang. The next morning at dawn, Feng crawled off the sofa at around 4 a.m. On the bed, Chen Mingyan was sleeping in a haphazard pose, her fair long legs exposed to the air. Little Tong was curled up in a sweet, deep sleep, while little Yueyue's sleeping posture was even stranger, kneeling with her little, but sticking up. A trail of drool on her small pillow as she dreamed sweet dreams. Time to prep the ingredients first. He washed his face alone, got dressed, and rode his electric scooter straight to the wholesale market. Once mom buys him a car next week, shopping and buying ingredients in bulk would be much more convenient. After purchasing all the ingredients for the Jade Emerald chicken shred noodles, he returned to the restaurant as dawn was breaking. Feng first prepared to make the broth. Chicken broth. The blanched chicken was put into cold water and simmered. As the water temperature slowly rose, the chicken began to release its full nutritional essence. Then he added some goji berries, red dates, and a secret blend of spices. Ingredients simmered slowly with the water, creating an irresistible flavor. Ding! System notification: world's best chicken broth can enhance diners' hunger. When this hunger arises in their hearts, it can awaken a primal desire for a delicious meal in some diners. Phew! The chicken broth was done. As he lifted the lid of the pot, a tantalizing aroma of chicken soup filled the air. This soup aroma was incredibly enticing. It was refreshing and soothing, easing the mind and spirit. Most importantly, just by smelling the chicken broth, Feng felt a powerful surge of hunger and craving for food well up inside him. The broth in the pot was still boiling, its aroma seemingly enchanting, directly gripping Feng's stomach. He couldn't resist picking up a bowl and ladle scooped a spoonful of broth into the bowl, blew on the rising steam and aroma, and took a shallow sip. Damn, I'm even hungrier now. System notification: chicken broth prepared. Any diner who smells its aroma will have their hunger attribute 1. The most tedious step of this dish is hand shredding the stewed chicken leg meat. After the noodles are cooked and placed in a bowl, a handful of shredded chicken is placed on top and the savory broth is poured over it. A secretary-type authentic jade emerald chicken shred noodles is then complete. Of course, the jade emerald and jade emerald chicken shred noodles requires using a juicer to extract juice from spinach and using this green spinach juice to mix and knead the noodles. The naturally green noodles are what is called jade noodles. Brother, little Yueyue pooped her pants, it stinks so bad. Tong Tong ran out of the inner room with a crying tone, pinching her little nose. Her dear niece had soiled her diaper. As Chen Mingyan helped change the diaper, the foul smell wafted into her nose. She was literally woken up by the stench. Puffed bro is trying to drink his chicken soup here. Upon hearing his sister's words, Su Feng's hunger attribute immediately decreased by 1. That's normal. When you were Yueye's age, you used to poop in bed every day too. Su Feng said with a pout. You and Yueyue are no different. When you first started kindergarten, you were still wearing diapers. You even wore them to sleep at night. It wasn't until the second semester of your first year that you finally ditched the diapers. So neither of you should be pointing fingers. You're lying. Tong Tong never poops in bed. The chubby girl set her face red. Wow, what's that delicious smell? Brother bro, what yummy thing are you making? The little runt ran into the kitchen, and upon smelling the aroma stood on her tiptoes trying to see the chicken soup, but she was too short. She simply couldn't reach. Su Feng patted his sister's head and said gently, it's chicken soup. Go wash up quickly. I'm about to knead the dough and make buns. They'll give you some delicious steaming hot buns later. Okay. He started kneading the dough. Today was planned to be the last day they sold buns. Similarly, the tofu pudding was also. There were too many dishes to prepare. Relying solely on him in the kitchen was simply too much to handle. Even if he could manage, no mortal body could endure it. He'd be exhausted like a dog, like a poor pitiful donkey. He washed the green spinach, placed it in the juicer, and began extracting the green juice. Before long, he had completed all the preparations for the jade emerald chicken shred noodles. Turning off the stove, he grabbed the handles of the large pot with a damp cloth and lifted the whole pot of chicken broth onto the floor. Fragrant, so incredibly fragrant. Smelling this particularly mellow chicken broth aroma up close was more than enough to whet one's appetite. At that instant, Su Feng felt a ravenous hunger like he could devour an entire ox. The top layer of the broth was covered in glistening golden droplets of chicken oil. He gently stirred it with a spoon. Phew, this aroma became even richer. A milky white broth as white as milk appeared before Su Feng's eyes. Using a slotted spoon in his right hand, he scooped the boneless chicken leg meat into a basin. After letting it cool, he shredded the chicken meat into strips. This pot of chicken broth is really white. How about? Su Feng grinned mischievously. Damn, it's so white. How about adding some magic and tech? Should I buy a case of Sanhua condensed milk on the way tomorrow? Or some chicken essence, chicken powder flavoring, concentrated chicken fat paste? In this 21st century, on this Wudong night market street, there aren't many honest vendors like me left. Take for instance his pot of chicken broth. It required chicken carcasses, a whole old hen, and nearly 3 hours of simmering. Such a long cooking time significantly increased the gas bill. That was also a cost, damn it. The price of a single gas canister costs a whopping 120 yuan. As for the snacks on this night market street, I bet 8 out of 10 food stalls are using some sort of magic tricks. In the quiet of the early morning, Wudong Alley was nearly deserted. After roughly preparing the ingredients, Su Feng hopped on his electric scooter and rode to the nearby second-hand appliance market. After careful selection, he spent 1800 yuan on a used cold drink cabinet. Master, just leave it by the door against the wall is fine. By now it was almost 10 o'clock. Thanks a lot. Su Feng expressed his gratitude. Don't mention it, the boss will cover the delivery fee. You go on and get busy, young man. I saw a whole crowd of customers sitting inside. When Su Feng turned around, he saw over a dozen customers already seated in the restaurant. As usual, Brother Lu was at the lead. Little brother, well, each start with a basket of steamed buns and a bowl of tofu pudding. Say, got anything new today? Brother Lu asked. There is something new, emerald chicken silk noodles. It's on the menu. Su Feng pointed to the small blackboard by the counter. Brother Lu grinned widely in excitement. Brothers, my trust in this boss is absolutely 100. Feel free to try all the mixed noodles, buns, and new dishes. One of the younger guys chuckled. Haha, Brother Lu, you think everyone's a big eater like you. Our stomachs would burst after just 2 bowls. Huh. Emerald chicken silk noodles, 24 yuan bowl. A DJ from 0 Hour Bar, known as Sister Hong, was dressed glamorously and quite striking. She flashed a smile and said, Handsome, we heard from everyone about this hidden gem of a restaurant here. We all dragged ourselves here despite our sleepiness just to have a bowl of your cooking. Just bring out whatever's good for us. Brother Lu, there's a new item. And you, sister? Su Feng grinned and said, you should try the new emerald chicken silk noodles. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Sister Hong winked at the man. Wow, with all the handsome guys at the bar every night, she still felt none were as good-looking as Su Feng. Su Feng swiftly walked to the kitchen, tied on his apron, and skillfully started serving the tofu pudding and buns. Everyone lined up in an orderly fashion to get their food. Let's see if that'll be 8 bowls of emerald chicken silk noodles. Brother Lu announced. Su Feng nodded. No problem, he'll get started on that. Chun Mingyan filled a basin with hot water and began cleaning the used near-new cold drink cabinet. Although the cabinet looked barely used, it was covered in a layer of dust. She meticulously cleaned the cabinet inside and out. Tong Tong was inside playing with Yueyue. Brother Lu quickly devoured a basket of buns and a bowl of tofu pudding, then stood up curiously, watching Su Feng's movements through the clear glass. Man, that rolling pin. It looks like one swing could kill someone. The rolling pin was over 2 meters long. Luckily, the kneading table was long enough, otherwise it definitely wouldn't fit. Little brother, isn't your rolling pin a bit excessive, eh? Brother Lu asked with a chuckle. If anyone dared to cause trouble in the restaurant, the boss would crack them over the head with that thing. They'd probably be taken away by an ambulance and end up in the ICU. That hefty tool, thick and long, could easily crush a person. Su Feng let out a hearty laugh. Haha, this is a family heirloom rolling pin. I heard it was my grandmother's dowry when she got married. She kneaded noodles with it her whole life in the countryside. It's more than just a rolling pin now. Oh, it's filled with soul and memories. Now this Rui Jingu Bang has been passed down to me. As he spoke, he kneaded the dough with force. The firmer the dough, the tastier and chewier the noodles. Chun Mingyan, who had just changed the water to wipe the cold drink cabinet for the second time, almost burst out laughing hearing the man's serious nonsense. A family heirloom rolling pin. Brother Lu nodded excitedly. He believed it. I initially guessed the emerald noodles were made with spinach, but I didn't expect them to be hand-pulled, Brother Lu said. Su Feng started rolling the dough. Brother Lu, this night market is usually empty in the morning and afternoon. Thanks for spreading the word. Brother Lu waved his hand and smiled. Don't be so modest, young man. Good food deserves to be known by everyone. Besides, I'm not your shill. You might not have a huge variety, but the taste. It's absolutely divine. Brother, your noodle rolling technique is really professional. Su Feng was genuinely embarrassed by the praise. It's nothing special. He pressed both hands on the ends of the rolling pin, pushing it back and forth rhythmically. He would flatten the dough and sprinkle flour, then roll the sheet onto the pin to press it again. The massive pin danced in Su Feng's hands, moving up and down, left and right. It was truly an art form. Once the dough sheet was rolled out, Su Feng folded the thin sheet into layers and swiftly sliced it into even thin noodles. Xiaofeng, your noodle making is even better than my mom's. Even Chun Mingyan was stunned by his skill. Such a handsome man and an amazing cook to boot. And on top of that, he was the father of her child. Had she really struck gold? In the pot, boiling water bubbled furiously. Su Feng grabbed a handful of the emerald green noodles and tossed them into the pot. After stirring them with long chopsticks, he threw in a handful of washed greens. Once the noodles were cooked, he fished them out bowl by bowl, managing 4 bowls at once. Xiaofeng, should I sprinkle the shredded chicken on top? Chun Mingyan asked softly. Su Feng nodded. Yeah, like this. Sprinkle some chicken shreds, then lift the lid of the broth pot, scoop in a ladle of chicken soup, and let the broth soak right into the noodles. That's it. As he lifted the lid, a rich, savory aroma rapidly filled the air, spreading all around. The scent was overwhelming, hitting everyone right in the head. Boss, is it ready yet? I'm dying of hunger here. I can already smell the chicken soup. It smells amazing. My mouth is watering. It smells so good. I can smell the aroma from the kitchen, even sitting by the entrance. Damn, I'm drooling all over the table. The group stared at Su Feng and Chun Mingyan cooking in the kitchen, their eyes wide with anticipation. Brother Lu, the ultimate foodie, licked his lips. This smells incredible, doesn't it? Boss, how do you make this chicken soup? It's so fragrant. No one could resist this. Brother Lu asked. Sister Hong chuckled. You think the boss is going to reveal his secret recipe for success that easily? True, but man, it smells amazing. Damn. A crowd had already lined up at the pickup counter. Every man looked at their steaming bowl of chicken soup noodles as if they'd seen the girl of their dreams, their eyes gleaming with desire. Enjoy. One by one, Chun Mingyan gently placed the bowls of chicken soup noodles on the small counter. So fragrant. Brother Lu grabbed his bowl and hurriedly sat down at a table, his mouth watering in anticipation. His dining companion asked in surprise, Brother Lu, don't you love cilantro? Why aren't you adding any? On the counter beside them, there were containers of cilantro, chopped green onions, chives, and garlic for customers to help themselves. Brother Lu glanced at him and grinned excitedly, showing his teeth. Cilantro is a great thing, a great topping. But with a bowl of chicken soup noodles this delicious, how could I let cilantro ruin the purity of the broth? Haha, you're right. Brother Lu didn't even care if the soup was scalding hot. He slurped a mouthful, and the intense flavor of the chicken soup instantly maddeningly stimulated his taste buds. His entire body began to tremble. Hunger won. The feeling of fullness from the tofu pudding and buns head just eaten almost vanished in an instant. Instead, a wave of hunger washed over him. It felt like he'd just woken up in the morning, a sudden emptiness gnawing at his stomach. This bowl of chicken soup made his very soul quiver. So good, this is too good, absolutely delicious. Gulp gulp. A rich, fragrant aroma wafted through the air, caressing the nostrils of everyone present. It danced on their tongues like gunpowder, igniting a primal hunger and craving. This bowl of chicken soup. It was truly aromatic. Jade chicken shred noodles complete. Su Feng clapped his hands together, then stretched lazily. So fragrant. The soup is delicious. Is this broth chicken soup? Honestly, after drinking a bowl of this, my soul feels like it's about to float away. Boss, your skills are absolutely incredible. Unbeatable nice. We didn't come here for nothing. I want another bowl. Su Feng had initially cooked 4 bowls, and as the next 4 portions of noodles came out of the pot, Chen Mingyan helped ladle the soup. Damn, are you guys for real? Can you not eat like you're with a woman? Exactly. If we weren't colleagues, I'd think the boss hired you as shills. Right? Eat properly, don't moan like you're in bed, alright? A bar manager, a first-time customer, was dumbfounded. The noodles smelled incredible, but did they have to act like fools? We're all just city workers, but surely we haven't sunk so low as to have never had a bowl of hand-pulled noodles before. Otherwise, it would be too pitiful. Even the others thought Brother Lu and his 4 companions were being overly dramatic. They admitted the tofu pudding and buns were tasty. Of the group of over a dozen, 8 chose the jade chicken shred noodles, half of the rest just had soup, dumplings, and tofu pudding, and 4 were still in line. Sister Hong smiled silently. If just one person ate with such exaggerated relish, they might be a shill. But if a whole crowd sang such praises, then the noodles must be delicious. Seeing Brother Lu wolfing it down, it was clear the boss skills were undeniable. Little Su, can we get free extra broth? Brother Lu asked. Can we have more soup? The broth is just too good. It's the best noodle soup I've ever had in my life. Su Feng gave Brother Lu an apologetic look. The broth is pure, unadulterated chicken stock. It's very labor-intensive to make, so I'm really sorry. Alright, then I'll have another bowl of noodles, but with less noodles and more soup, is that okay? Brother Lu asked with a smile. No problem. Great, I'll have another bowl too. Me too. The 8 who initially passed on the new jade chicken shred noodles felt their hunger pangs intensify upon catching the rich, enticing aroma of the chicken soup. Seeing everyone else eating with such relish, they couldn't resist and called out for their own bowls of chicken shred noodles. Boss, I'll have a bowl too. We all want a bowl of chicken noodles. Whoa, don't eat like starving ghosts. To prevent the rolled noodles from sticking, Su Feng dusted them with a handful of cornmeal. He casually picked up the noodles, gave them a shake, then neatly arranged them into portions. Whenever a customer ordered, he could simply toss a portion into the pot. Brother Liu's request for free extra chicken broth wasn't because Su Feng was being stingy or anything like that. It was because that pot of chicken broth was truly hard-won. He hadn't used any artificial flavorings or shortcuts, nor had he diluted it with extra water. He could easily just pour the boiling noodle water into the broth pot and add some salt. But he didn't, because doing so would ruin the broth's umami and have its fragrance. He was determined to preserve the authentic flavor. The chicken soup is really fragrant and it's addictive. Boss, did you put poppy shells in it? A customer whispered to Brother Lu. Brother Lu quickly slurped down his second bowl of noodles and gulped down all the soup. Not sure, I don't know. Probably not. You shouldn't say things like that. No, Brother Lu, I've never had noodle soup that I've enjoyed this much. Wait until you've had it for a while longer. The 2 exchanged quiet whispers. Sister Hong wiped her mouth and settled her own bill separately. Handsome miss, your food is truly fragrant. The tofu pudding and this bowl of noodles were really delicious and aromatic. Chen Mingyan offered a smile. Thank you for the compliment, sister. Please come again. Alright, are you open this evening? Yes, we're open until 10 p.m. For now, she said with a light laugh, making the decision on Su Feng's behalf. After all, this eatery was located in a prime spot in the night market. Other shops, restaurants, and snack stalls mostly stayed open until 2 or 3 a.m. Some barbecue joints even operated until 4 or 5 in the morning. Closing at 10 p.m. was practically being lazy. Great'll bring some sisters over tonight to have some noodles. Just as everyone was getting up to pay their individual bills, a burst of fragrance exploded from the kitchen. Su Feng was pulling and tossing a large iron wok with his left hand, while his right hand wielded a spatula, stirring the soybean paste egg sauce within. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The tantalizing aroma filled the air. A group of customers, having settled their bills and ready to leave, were drawn back by the scent. So fragrant, that's the smell of eggs. Delicious. Too bad I'm already full. They'll come back tomorrow, no tonight, to eat more. Can my stomach stop growling? I really need to get going. This boss. The diners left with satisfied, glowing faces. Before departing, everyone scanned the QR code posted on the wall. It was a customer group chat that Chen Mingyan had set up for him. She had printed out the QR code and stuck it on the wall. Once business picked up over time, he could get a cash register and introduce VIP discount and recharge promotions. Phew. Su Feng took a deep breath. Kneading the dough was definitely hard work. His hair was plastered to his forehead with sweat, especially having to knead such a large piece of dough. But if he didn't make a dough this big, it wouldn't do justice to this tumterlong heirloom rolling pin. Brother Lu asked, "Little brother, will you be selling breakfast tomorrow? You know we work the night shift, so we're usually asleep at this time." Brother Lu, you know this Wudong Lane is a night market, so we won't be selling breakfast anymore. In fact, starting tomorrow, we're not even selling the tofu pudding and buns anymore. We're going to focus on lunch and dinner. Su Feng replied. What? This statement stunned Brother Lu, who stared wide-eyed and asked, "You're not making this divine, incredibly delicious tofu pudding anymore?" Su Feng shook his head with a smile. "Well, it's just me in the kitchen, and with too many dishes I can't keep up. My wife only helps out a bit, and she's mostly busy taking care of our baby who's under a year old." Hearing this, Chen Mingyan, who was cooking noodles for Yueyue, and Tong Tong, bit her lip gently and shot the man a big eye roll. The word wife rolled off his tongue so smoothly without a hint of embarrassment. She wasn't his wife, yet was she. Sigh, what a shame. Brother Lu let out a heavy sigh. It's a pity we won't be able to eat such delicious tofu pudding anymore. Exactly. I was planning to come back tomorrow for a bowl of tofu pudding and a basket of buns. Boss, you've got our appetites going, and now you're stopping. What are you? I've been coming here for a week straight, having 2 bowls of tofu pudding every day. Sigh. Such heavenly deliciousness, and now we won't be able to have it anymore. Facing the crowd's complaints, Su Feng simply smiled and said nothing. He had already explained himself clearly. His wife had to take care of the child. He was the only one in the kitchen. Even a god's body couldn't withstand the sheer volume of work he was doing. Brother Lu grinned and said, "Everyone be understanding. This young man is a new father looking after a 1-year-old daughter. Besides, selling breakfast in the night market is inherently unreasonable. It's only because we happen to pass by this street after work. If we didn't, this young man's business would be even harder. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Lu." Su Feng cast a grateful glance his way. Even so, when things got busy, his shirt was practically soaked through. There was a freestanding air conditioner at the restaurant's entrance, but its cool air never reached the kitchen, offering only the faintest hint of relief, especially when boiling water for noodles and the roaring stove flames kept him in a constant state of sweltering heat. Su Feng's family wasn't poor. If it weren't for little Yueyue, he wouldn't be working this hard, he'd even be too lazy to walk the dog. The most crucial factor was the child's mother, Chen Mingyan, that silly devoted woman. From the very first day she moved into the restaurant, she had been tirelessly washing dishes, clearing the messy tables left by customers, and cleaning the restaurant, sweeping, mopping, and scrubbing the stove. His hard work was nothing compared to hers. Brother Lu said with a deep chuckle, "Young man, pack me 10 baskets of buns and 5 bowls of tofu pudding." Brother Lu, you packing them up. I'm taking this divine breakfast home to heat up for tomorrow morning. If I miss this chance, I'll never taste such incredible food again. Running a food establishment, you always love meeting such cheerful customers. Su Feng's lips curled in a genuine smile. All right, haha, Brother Lu. With your refined taste and eye for food, you could be an internet food reviewer. Me, an internet reviewer? I don't have the skill for that. But maybe I could start a Douyin account and be a mukbang streamer. With the food you make, I could eat forever. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Brother Liu's appetite was truly astonishing. Young man, I'll take 2 baskets of buns and 2 bowls of tofu pudding to go. He'll take some too. Me too, one of everything to go. This is our only chance. We'll never get to taste tofu pudding this delicious again. Exactly. We must savor it while we can. This is our last taste of divine food. To Su Feng's surprise, it wasn't just Brother Lu who wanted to take away the divine tofu pudding and 10,000-mile fragrance buns. The other dozen or so customers all spoke up to order takeout as well. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Su Feng felt deeply touched and quickly packed up the orders. For a chef, the ultimate test is preparing a dish and having 100 customers taste it. If 70 say it's delicious, 20 say it's decent, and 10 say it's average, that's already the highest praise a chef could receive. Moreover, that is the likely aspiration of any culinary professional. An empty plate is the highest compliment for a chef. And at Xiao Su Gourmet Restaurant, every single dish, whether a bowl of porridge, a basket of buns, or the new signature noodles, achieved a perfect 100 rating. After that wave of customers left, the time reached 1130. Just then 2 more customers arrived asking for the new emerald chicken shred noodles. Su Feng had Chen Mingyan cook them while he took 2 bowls of noodles back to the inner room. He was going to feed his daughter himself. He had discovered little Yueye's hidden foodie nature. Little Yueyue, Tong Tong, time to eat. Eat, eat, eat. Little Yueye's big eyes blinked, fixated on the steaming chicken noodles on the coffee table, and she immediately crawled to the edge of the bed. Come, Daddy will hold you. Brother little Yueyue is smart, she can get down by herself. Tong Tong giggled. Sure enough, little Yueyue puffed out her bottom and inched her way to the edge of the bed, her two little legs dangling in the air before her bare feet touched the smooth floor. Worried she might fall, Feng kept his arms outstretched ready to catch her. Wow, little Yueyue is so clever, you can get off the bed by yourself, Feng praised. He helped her walk to the edge. Tong Tong had already picked up noodles with her chopsticks and was slurping them loudly. Tong Tong, wait for Yueyue to eat together, Feng said with a hint of exasperation. Tong Tong gulped down her soup. No way, Yueyue only has a few tiny teeth, she eats too slowly. Chun Mingyan had boiled the noodles for their daughter until they were extremely soft. Ah, daddy will feed you open wide. The chubby little girl pursed her lips, and Feng gently placed the food in her mouth. The next second, her adorable big eyes lit up with satisfaction as she chewed with her three little teeth. Ah, Yueyue, ah. Before she had even finished her mouthful, her other hand reached out and grabbed a fistful of noodles straight from the bowl. So fragrant. Utterly fragrant. Even a baby under 1 year old couldn't resist the allure of such delicious chicken noodles. Don't be so impatient, don't be so rough, little Yueyue. We're girls, we're young ladies, so we must eat gently and elegantly. As he spoke, he tapped Tong Tong on the head. Did you hear that? Girls should eat gracefully. Too. Slurp. Tong Tong sucked up her noodles, chewed, and replied dismissively. I know mommy said to eat slowly. If you know you should eat slowly, then why are you eating so fast? Tong Tong explained. It's because the noodles are so good, brother. This is the best noodles Tong Tong has ever had, 100 times better than mommy's cooking. Chun Mingyan pushed the door open and called out. A customer wants the egg mixed noodles. Come pull the dough. Okay, you. Seeing the noodle paste all over the front of little Yueye's clean clothes, she bit her lip. Feng. When you feed Yueyue, you must put on her bib or she'll get food everywhere, and it's a hassle to clean up. Feng immediately placed Yueyue into her arms, his mouth twitching. Alright, got it. Humph. Brother Tong Tong wants another bowl. The chubby girl handed her empty bowl to Feng. The bowl was drained dry, so clean it looked like she might lick it with her little tongue. Ding dong, system side quest activated. Quest: father's love as deep as a mountain. Host must personally prepare 1 month of complimentary food for little Yueyue to complete this quest. Upon completion, the lottery for top-tier cookware will officially open. Feng grinned. This quest is easy. Making food for my daughter. That's a piece of cake. Ding dong. System notice: if the host achieves a daily revenue of 100, the system will officially reward this shop. Keep up the good work. If he could hit a daily turnover of 10,000, then this shop worth at least 3 million would be his. Ding dong, the system is now launching the main quest. Fame spreads far and wide. Accumulate 500 repeat customers within 1 week to unlock the lottery for a new perfect grade mixed noodle recipe. Perfect grade mixed noodles. Interesting. Ding dong, the super almighty mall is not yet open. The system has officially initiated the mall quest. Mall quest reputation spreads far and wide. Reach 5,000 repeat customers within 100 days to officially open the mall and unlock the reputation system. Note: upon opening the mall, reputation points will be unlocked. 1 repeat customer equals 1 reputation point. Friendly tip: reputation points can be used to purchase items from the system's God of Cookery Mall, including cookware, special tools, top-tier cooking techniques, secret sauces, and divine recipes. Divine recipes. Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Feng, I'm here. At that moment, a familiar booming voice rang out. Not busy today, fatty. The person who arrived was none other than George, the chubby guy. George grinned broadly as he walked into the kitchen. Not busy, my crappy wedding planning company is about to go under. I'm planning to switch jobs soon. Since my good brother opened a restaurant, I have to come and properly taste Chef Sue's cooking. Welcome, please have a taste. Why would a handsome guy like you be a lousy chef? The moment they met, George started teasing Feng. Feng laughed. Just what kind of talk was this? Could a handsome guy not be a chef? Even as a chef, he was the pinnacle of handsomeness in the culinary world, right? In about 40 days, my daughter will be 1 year old. Can you come over early to take some birthday photos, family portraits, and the like? Feng asked. George chuckled and shot Feng a look. What are you saying? I've been a professional photographer for years. Leave Xiao Yueye's birthday photos to me. Just set the date and we'll shoot. Her first birthday photos. They could be taken a month in advance. Feng asked. Fatty, haven't you had lunch? Since you're free, what would you like to eat? Give me one of your signature soy sauce egg noodles. Just bring me a double portion at once so I don't have to ask for more later. George yelled out, then plopped down on a dining chair, leisurely lighting a cigarette. No problem. Feng's mouth twitched. George was a real beast. He knew his brother's appetite well. When George seriously got down to eating, he wasn't any less than that brother Lou. Just as Feng was making noodles for the 2 customers, and George, 2 men, who seemed to be super heavyweight figures, walked into the restaurant. Feng remembered these 2 brothers. Last time, after devouring a few baskets of buns, they declared they'd take a stroll to digest, and then go eat some barbecue. When the two walked side by side, Su Feng felt they were like a humanoid walking wall. The combined weight of the brothers was definitely a solid 500 gene. Unlimited noodle refills. Despite being fat, the man had tiny eyes. He squinted them into slits and looked at Su Feng with a smile. This smile seemed like a challenge. He was just waiting for Su Feng to confirm whether it was indeed unlimited noodle refills. Yes, unlimited refills. 1 bowl of egg sauce, 1 plate of noodles. You can get as many refills as you want after finishing. Su Feng nodded in response, but his hands didn't stop moving. He swiftly scooped the 2 portions of noodles into ice water and then directly into a plate with a strainer. Since he dared to open shop and advertise like this, he wasn't afraid of people eating. As the saying about buffets goes, you might get a bit of a bargain, but the business owner definitely doesn't lose. Noodles for table 1 are ready. He called out repeatedly. Wow, it really smells delicious. It looks great, I can't wait to dig in. The two had no resistance to good food, almost drooling. They eagerly carried their noodles back to the table and poured the fragrant, tantalizing soy sauce egg sauce over the noodles. The chubby brothers, waiting for their order, heard Su Feng confirm the unlimited refills and couldn't help but exchange glances. We'll have 1 tomato egg sauce and 1 soy sauce egg sauce with the noodles rinsed in cold water. Coming right up. Su Feng called out. The two immediately grabbed 4 heads of garlic and walked over to a nearby table, starting to peel them in advance. Your noodles are ready, Master Hu. Su Feng called out jokingly. George got up and swiftly fetched his noodles. Not bad, looks really good. George exclaimed in admiration. The soy sauce egg sauce with a layer of red and green chili rings on top looks so appetizing. And the smell? Damn, it's fragrant. If that's not enough, just call me. There are condiments over there, scallions, cilantro, and stuff. All right. George started wolfing down the noodles, holding a clove of garlic in his left hand. A mouthful of noodles, a clove of garlic, he was eating with immense satisfaction. Within 2 minutes, beads of sweat were already forming on his forehead. And this was despite him sitting directly in front of the air conditioner. Phew, damn, that's satisfying. Eating these chewy, tasty, smooth noodles with the divine egg sauce, mixing it all together, and eating it with garlic. A mouthful of noodles, a clove of garlic, he wouldn't trade it for a god. Xiao Feng, when did you learn to make pulled noodles? This plate of noodles is really delicious. The toppings are fragrant, the noodles are chewy, and I'm sweating like crazy from eating it. George said, unable to contain his excitement. This plate of noodles. One word, awesome. My cooking has always been pretty good, right? Is that enough? Want me to add more? Enough. The chubby guy nodded hurriedly. Hey, you two, your noodles are ready. Su Feng called out to the 2 chubby brothers. They were diligently peeling the garlic and at an amazing speed. He looked up and saw that the 4 heads of garlic on the table had already been broken into more than 20 cloves. Damn, these 2 chubby guys were ready to feast. SSS. Who? The chubby brother blew on the hot tomato egg sauce and poured half of it over his noodles. After mixing it evenly, he immediately started slurping the noodles noisily. Both of them lowered their heads, eating with intense focus. However, their eating style was a bit frightening. Even the 6 female college students who were regulars froze at the door upon seeing the 2 flying pigs devouring their noodles, too scared to take a step forward. Seeing this, Su Feng gave a wry smile. Ladies, please come in. Have a seat here, you can enjoy the air conditioning. Oh. The 6 beauties exchanged glances, then sat down timidly and shyly, not daring to speak loudly for fear of disturbing the chubby brothers duo, who were eating with such rapt attention. Especially since these 2 brothers looked quite fierce, like lone sharks from the underworld. A girl named Xiao Shuem muttered inwardly, eating so loudly they're really like 2 beasts disturbing others. Boss, another plate of noodles. One brother called out. Boss, another plate here. 2 more. 1 more. Another serving of sauce. So the 2 brothers each got a bowl of soy sauce egg sauce. The chubby brother let out a burp and laughed. Boss, this time, just bring 1 more plate of noodles, each, not cold water, warm is fine. Even George the big eater frowned at this scene. It was truly terrifying. They had intimidated the other diners into silence. Boss lady, how much is it all together? The brothers had finally eaten their fill. They stood up, patted their round stomachs, and let out a thunderous burp. 84 yuan altogether. WeChat payment received, 84 yuan. The chubby brother squinted and praised. Man, that was so satisfying. Even better than that 200 yuan per person seafood buffet. Boss, your skills are amazing. Glad you enjoyed it. Come again. Su Feng replied with a smile. In this business, you can't refuse service just because someone's table manners aren't elegant. Food tastes this amazing, it's only natural it causes such a stir. Conversely, just by looking at these 2 chubby guys, you could tell they were super heavyweight foodies. Once they found a restaurant they liked, they're sure to become regulars. Excuse me, boss, could I ask how you make this soy sauce egg noodle? What kind of sauce do you use? It smells incredible. Chubby brother 1 asked curiously. Chen Mingyan quickly moved around the 2 chubby guys to clear the table. At this moment, even the air seemed to be filled with the smell of garlic. Su Feng chuckled and said, it's definitely the Northeast soybean paste. Super fragrant. Is that so? I'll go get a bottle of soybean paste and try making the sauce myself. Su Feng laughed heartily. Sure. If you have questions, just ask me. There's a QR code for our food exchange group on the wall. If you two are interested, you can join. We'll post about new dishes in the group ahead of time. Okay. The sauce in the soy sauce egg noodles was indeed soybean paste, but it was mixed with another type of paste called dry yellow paste. Moreover, even the soybean paste itself was special. He soaked the soybeans himself, stir-fried them himself, and created this unbeatable secret recipe soybean paste. The soybean paste from the supermarket had a completely different taste compared to the bucket in his kitchen. Therefore, the soy sauce egg sauce he stir-fried was absolutely unique, making people eat deliciously and get addicted. Alright, I've joined the group. The two chubby brothers' bellies protruding strolled out leisurely. The other customers in the restaurant finally stopped whispering, especially the table of female students from the medical university. Xiao Shui, eat some garlic. You can't eat noodles without garlic. No, absolutely no garlic. I have a date with my boyfriend tonight. The girl named Xiao Shui shook her head wildly in refusal. Noodles without garlic lose half their flavor. But we're girls. Eating like this is just too ungraceful. Isn't it enough to just eat comfortably and enjoy it? Come on, let's all peel some garlic cloves. Everyone has to eat at least two. Xiao Shui shook her head with a tearful voice. No. Eating garlic before a date feels disrespectful to my boyfriend. She felt that after eating garlic, a sour taste would linger in her mouth all day long. Speaking face-to-face with someone would be particularly pungent, incredibly awkward. Even spraying perfume on her clothes and freshening her breath with spray the garlic flavor in her mouth remained impossible to eliminate. Sis, are you being too good to him? Her roommate continued. Think carefully and seriously. If a man can't even tolerate the smell of garlic on your breath, does he truly love you? It's just a simple clove of garlic. Does that mean I can't even eat garlic when I'm dating you? The other two roommates chimed in. Xiao Shui's gaze suddenly shifted. Right, you're absolutely right. If a man starts to disdain the garlic smell on her breath, that would prove his love for her wasn't deep enough, wasn't true love. She understood now. So with a plate of egg mixed noodles, she devoured 3 whole cloves of garlic. But once the cloves actually settled in her stomach, a hint of regret crept back into her heart. She felt certain her mouth was now full of garlic odor. Before her boyfriend could even start to mind it, she had already begun to loathe herself. Pulling out her phone, she opened WeChat to scan a group code when her boyfriend sent her a message. Xiao Shui, baby, the movie tickets are booked. I heard this film is an incredibly touching love story. I've got tissues ready for you. Ugh. Her. Xiao Shui let out a heavy belch. A wave of garlic breath shot straight toward her roommate's head. Her roommate frowned inwardly, saying not a word. Because she had eaten the most garlic of all, 6 whole raw cloves. By noon, guests had gradually filled the restaurant to capacity, and some college students were even queuing up outside. Members of the agricultural university basketball team had summoned their roommates, forming groups of 5 or 6. Nearly 50 or 60 people lined up to eat. Such a spectacular queue genuinely astonished Su Feng. Even so, he and Chun Mingyan continued working methodically in the kitchen. He handled kneading the dough, pulling the noodles, boiling them, and stir-frying the egg sauce. Chun Mingyan helped ladle out the sauce for customers, placing the ice-chilled noodles onto plates and washing bowls and dishes. The couple ran the place with effort yet without chaos. Just no time to rest. Su Feng didn't even have a moment to sneak a cigarette. Fortunately, Tong Tong was well-behaved, looking after little Yueyue. Even George had joined the fray, helping clear plates and wipe tables, taking on the role of a waiter. And so they worked non-stop until 2 o'clock. Starting at 1:30, waves of students from the Polytechnic University and the Medical University began leaving the restaurant to return to campus. Each student had a different class schedule. Some had to be in the classroom by 1:30 in the afternoon, while others could stroll in as late as 3:00. Those who hadn't managed to queue up for the divine mixed noodles decided to come back in the evening when they had more free time. I'm dead tired. I've been working as your free waiter. At 4 in the afternoon, George, drenched in sweat, plopped down onto a chair and took a deep drag of his cigarette. He felt he didn't even have the strength left to flick the ash. Su Feng lit a cigarette and took a sharp puff. George, you've really worked hard. Bullshit, I don't need your thanks. I'm exhausted. You owe me another barbecue feast another day. Su Feng grinned and said, 1 feast isn't enough. They'll treat you to 2, even 3. Put some of the drinks by the door. Put them in the cold drink cabinet. When customers come in tonight to eat noodles, we can sell them. Fat Tiger said. Let me finish this cigarette first. Just moments ago, the drinks he had ordered last night had been delivered. They had everything from Coke, Fanta, and Sprite, the so-called divine happy water for fat guys. Su Feng had also stocked some iced black tea, green tea, and some sugar-free beverages. Some girls were always talking about losing weight, yet when they went out shopping, they'd still grab a milk tea. All sorts of flavored sparkling water, Jinky Forest, and alien-themed drinks were lined up in rows along with shelves of sugar-free sparkling water. Beer was a must too. 2 kinds, Tsingtao can beer and the green stick Shualu beer. George stood up and said, Phew, my clothes are soaked through. Xiao Feng, am heading home to change. Tonight he'll come back with Baozi for another round. Alright, or better yet, let's buy some digestive tablets in advance. Get lost. Fat Tiger strode out of the restaurant with flair. When the kitchen exhaust fan was switched off, the vast dining area fell silent. Feng, you go rest. We'll take care of the cleaning. Seeing the man pick up the broom to sweep, Chen Mingyan walked over and snatched the broom from his hand, beginning to clean the restaurant herself. You. Look, your hair is all wet. Go to the back room, change your clothes, and enjoy the AC. The one out here isn't cool enough. A smile curled at the corner of Chen Mingyan's lips as she pushed Feng back into the inner room. That man. So hardworking. Just watching him made her feel exhausted. Whether it was pulled noodles or hand-rolled noodles, it was all back-breaking manual labor. Little Yueyue fell asleep after playing, and you little rascal Tong Tong. Seeing his sister sleeping soundly with her head pillowed on his daughter's bottom, Feng grinned, barely holding back a laugh. If little Yueyue happened to poop in her sleep, wouldn't she be crying from the stench? Feng treasured his time. He spent 3 minutes taking a cold shower. After putting on shorts and a t-shirt, he leisurely walked out of the restaurant in his slippers. Why don't you go rest and sleep? Take advantage of the lull before customers come back. Chen Mingyan frowned and asked, why was this man as stubborn as a mule? She told him to rest, but he wouldn't listen. Feng settled comfortably against the wall, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette. He'll have a smoke, then go knead and roll the dough. Tonight, we'll stay open later. Tomorrow morning you'll sleep in. We're not selling breakfast anymore. Once the baozi and tofu pudding were off the menu, the morning prep would be much lighter. Especially the baozi. To ensure the ultimate texture of the steamed buns, whether pork or chicken, he always hand-cut the meat into small cubes. He never used a machine to grind it into minced meat. This way he could sleep in until 9 or even 10 o'clock. In fact, on this night market street, over 70 of the shops opened in the afternoon. Only about 30 of the eateries, places like rice bowls, fast food joints, and stir-fry restaurants, opened at noon. Hello. Feng stubbed out his cigarette. Hello, what would you like to eat? I'm not here to eat. I wanted to ask, you have a help wanted sign for a server at the door. Are you hiring? The short-haired girl asked softly. Her eyes kept darting away from Feng's gaze. In her hand, she dragged an oversized suitcase. Chen Mingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. The girl before them looked clearly like a high school student. A server? How old are you? She asked. 17. The girl lowered her head involuntarily. She had traveled from a rural town over 300 kilometers away to Dragon City, the provincial capital, hoping to find work. Whether it was waiting tables, washing dishes, or doing odd jobs, she could handle it all. But the moment people asked her age and found out she was a minor, they immediately abandoned the idea of hiring her. Even the big restaurants wouldn't take her as a server, which was why she had come to try a small eatery. Looking at the girl's frail frame, a gust of wind could probably knock her thin body over. Not going to school anymore? Chen Mingyan asked. The girl shook her head. A trace of regret flickered in her clear eyes. I don't like studying. I dropped out. Since I'm not of age, I can accept a lower salary. Being a waitress is just about serving tables and cleaning right. I can handle it. I often help my parents with chores at home. Worried about being rejected, the girl spoke with a determined tone. I've been looking for a job for 3 days. The money I have is almost gone. She looked pitiful, aggrieved, and utterly forlorn. Silence. Silence. Feng's throat tightened, and he didn't know what to say. The girl before him had a pure appearance, clearly inexperienced in the world. Her cheeks were slightly dirty, and she clutched her small hands tightly, visibly nervous. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, even though Feng wanted to help. But, underage, a young girl. Wait. Chen Mingyan called out to the girl, then pulled Feng quickly into the kitchen. She lowered her voice. We should help her, right? Huh? How can we help? She looks so pitiful. Let's just keep her as a waitress. The woman was a bit silly, naive, and kind-hearted. She would not only help an old lady cross the street, but even give 5 yuan to beggars kneeling under the overpass. Maybe after the beggar finishes work, he'd find a place to change into clean clothes, get into a BMW or Mercedes, and drive away. Yueyue. I'm not just taking pity on her, we actually need help. I'm exhausted from washing dishes today. I've never had to work like this at home. Don't you feel sorry for me? Even as she said this, Chen Mingyan blushed with embarrassment. Oh heavens, that tone. Coy and flirtatious, a gentle whine of complaint. I do feel sorry for you, mother of my child, I truly do. Feng patted his chest. Even his straightforward male mind was stirred. It was rare to see the mother of his child acting so coy and coquettish. Oh. Feng took a deep breath, his expression complex, and sighed lightly. I'll go talk to her. He walked out of the kitchen. Congratulations, you're hired. Thank you. Phew. The girl gently patted her chest and took a deep breath. What's your name? Are you from out of town? Where is your hometown? Feng asked bluntly. Chen Mingyan glared at the man. Hiring a waitress was like a household registration check. How rude. Yueyue, hee. You talk to her. He'll go ask the egg supplier to deliver some eggs. Feng gave an awkward, sheepish laugh and walked out of the restaurant, blowing smoke. Zhang Yufeng from next door happened to be standing at the entrance with a cigarette in his mouth. Xiaosu, your business is booming. At noon, I saw college students lining up like a long dragon. Su Feng smiled modestly, better than I expected. The two of us can barely keep up. Zhang Yufeng said, a restaurant this size needs at least 4 or 5 people working. You should hire 2 more, don't overwork yourself. Thanks for the concern, brother Zhang. My wife just hired a waitress. Under Chun Minjian's questioning, they learned some information about the girl. It sounded a bit pitiful to Su Feng. The girl's name was Yueyue from a remote rural area in City A. At an age when she should be blooming like a flower and enjoying her youth on campus, she had chosen to leave home and work. Her father had accidentally injured his leg while working at a factory and couldn't work anymore, and her mother was just an ordinary rural farmer. At home, she had a younger brother and a younger sister waiting to be fed and needing school fees. As the eldest daughter, sensible Yueyue dropped out of school and decided to work to ease the family's burden. Xiaofeng Yueyue is really pitiful. She's staying temporarily at a relative's house and asked if we could solve her accommodation problem. Su Feng's mouth fell open. We have to arrange accommodation too. If not, we'd have to advance her 2,000 yuan in wages. She said she'd find a cheap apartment to share with someone. Su Feng reached out and pinched the woman's cheek. Someone tells you a story and you're already sobbing your heart out. The woman's eyes were slightly red, clearly moved to tears by Yueyue's story. None of your business, she pursed her thin lips. Su Feng nodded. Silly girl, we can advance her wages of course. But we need to see her ID, keep a copy, sign a labor contract, and she must give half a month's notice if she wants to quit. Let me ask if she has her ID with her. Thus moved by Chun Minjian's soft heart, Su Feng took in the young girl who had dropped out of school to work. Yueyue, such a pleasant name. The contract is simple. Read it carefully, and if there's no problem you can sign. In truth, signing or not didn't matter much, as Su Feng intended to advance her 1 month's salary. 3,800 a month. Naturally, he would keep a copy of her ID since scammers were everywhere these days. Yueyue nodded, lightly read through the contract, and signed her name. Su Feng said calmly, the salary is 3,800. Work starts at 9:30 every morning until 10:00 at night. You can take 3 days off per month. Lunch and dinner are provided. Okay. She went to find an apartment to rent on her own. She heard that her cousin's friend, who worked as a waitress, rented a cheap apartment with shared rooms. She only rented a bed, sharing the kitchen and bathroom with others. The monthly rent was only 300 yuan. She also asked Chun Minjian to help deposit the rest of her money into her mother's bank account, keeping only 500 for living expenses. After doing this, she knelt down in gratitude to Chun Minjian, feeling she had met kind people. What? Xiaofeng, you should leave such underage girls to me, paying who to take care of. Around 6 in the evening, when George the Lecher heard Su Feng talk about hiring a young girl that day, he let out a lewd laugh. Your mind is really filthy. Bao Feiyu teased. George argued, what filth? I'm just purely saving an underage girl. My love knows no bounds, caring for the neglected. What's wrong with an uncle offering a warm embrace? As night fell, the night market on Wutong Lane grew increasingly lively. A steady stream of pedestrians passed by, with many tourists from other cities strolling through the snack street. The business at Xiaosu Gourmet Restaurant was booming more than ever. For some reason, the restaurant's business had suddenly exploded, with many university students willing to line up. Especially students from the agricultural university. Word spread from one to another, multiplying rapidly. Even without seats, they were happy to wait in line. Everyone wanted to taste the exquisite jade chicken shredded noodles and experience just how divine the immortal noodles were. In the Xinjiang region, it's common for noodle shops to offer unlimited refills. But in the Longqing area, restaurants offering a bowl of immortal sauce, a plate of noodles, and unlimited refills were rare. In this land of Shaanxi, only the Shanganning region could rival its love for noodles. Hey pretty lady, 5 bowls of chicken shredded noodles. The speaker was Sister Hong, who had visited at noon. She was stylishly dressed with a mature and alluring style, working as a nightclub DJ. Chun Minjian smiled apologetically. Sorry sister, the chicken noodles are sold out. What? It's still early. It wasn't even time for their night shift. At just 7:00 p.m., the jade chicken shredded noodles were already completely sold out. Sister Hong, I'm really sorry. Right now we only have egg mixed noodles. To everyone waiting in line, the chicken broth for the jade chicken noodles is gone. I can't just add water and ruin our reputation. My sincere apologies to all of you waiting. Su Feng called out. The restaurant was packed, with many customers queuing for their orders. You've got to be kidding me. My buddy praised your chicken noodles at noon and told me to try them. I've already been in line for 10 minutes. Same here, I heard your chicken noodles are addictive. My stomach's acting up, I just wanted some soup. Amidst the chorus of complaints and groans, Su Feng was at a loss. Everyone, I'm truly sorry. The noodles are easy to prepare and can be ready in minutes. It's just that the chicken broth is finished. Brewing a fresh pot takes over 3 hours, and we've basically run out of ingredients. I promise tomorrow we'll have it all day long with an extra pot of broth prepared. No worries, boss. We'll just have the egg mixed noodles. My classmate said yours are divine too. Su Feng chuckled. We have egg mixed noodles with savory sauce or tomato and egg. Want to know how good they taste? Just look at that young man devouring his. The student in question was wolfing down his noodles with great gusto, slurping and munching away. He was completely focused on his meal, slurping noisily, looking utterly satisfied. The crowd burst into laughter. The chicken soup noodles are sold out, no luck there. We'll come back for those tomorrow lunch. For now, let's have the egg mixed noodles, Sister Hong said to her 4 friends. Sounds good. Anything's fine. Let's just have the egg noodles. Eggs are my favorite, especially tomato and egg. True foodies were rare. Most male students could max out at 2 extra servings of noodles. Some girls couldn't even finish the initial portion on their plate, let alone order more. The busy day stretched until 10 p.m. Only when the green peppers and tomatoes were completely gone and the fridge was bare did Feng hang the closed for the day sign on the door. The day's hard work taught him that students' money was always easier to earn than that of working professionals. Some students full of confidence before their meal would boast about ordering 3 or even 5 extra servings. But after finishing their initial plate of noodles, their stomachs were already stuffed. After closing, the two sat in the restaurant eating spicy boiled skewers from the neighboring shop. Feng sipped his beer while Chun Mingyan tallied the accounts. Combining cash, WeChat, and Alipay payments, the day's revenue reached an impressive 6,648 yuan. Adding in the drinks sold during the afternoon and evening, the beverage sales alone amounted to 1,200 yuan. The drinks and beer in the restaurant were priced just 1 yuan higher than outside, which customers found reasonable. Yen, we sold over 6,000 in one day. We're going to be rich. The unambitious Feng said excitedly. Chun Mingyan asked with concern, running a restaurant is really tough. Can you even lift your arm? His arms had been pulling and kneading dough all day long, exhausted from the relentless work. I can still carry you, you know, Feng chuckled. His arm muscles were genuinely sore, more tiring than a gym workout, and the noodle pulling process was monotonous. Once the restaurant gained more fame and business stabilized, he planned to hire a chef specifically for kneading and pulling dough. No matter how busy or tired he was, seeing Yueyue's angelic face washed away all physical and mental fatigue, making even staying up late to work seem fine. They'll transfer you the money we've earned these past few days. You'll need it for stocking up and such. The woman said softly. No need, you keep it for now to help calculate monthly income. When Yueyue stops breastfeeding, well, use it to buy her milk powder. Stretching lazily, Feng walked wearily into the back room. Brother Tong Tong wants a popsicle. Tong Tong called out happily. Feng tapped her head. What time is it? The supermarkets are closed. Have one tomorrow. But lots of supermarkets are open 24 hours, the little girl muttered quietly, her eyes darting around. Feng ignored his sister's muttering. A sister should be spoiled, but not overly indulged. Daddy, Yueyue came running over quickly. Can't I have any privacy? Running around in just a diaper, Feng's mouth twitched as he scooped his daughter into his arms, glancing at Chun Mingyan. It's hot, and she just wears a diaper in the summer. She's still little, she blushed slightly. My little boss, give daddy a kiss. Feng planted a gentle kiss on his daughter's cheek. Feeling her father's kiss, she happily reached out her little hands to pinch Feng's cheeks. Compared to her initial attitude, Yueyue was gradually getting used to having her father around. After his shower, Feng, clad in silky pajamas, lay on the sofa, idly playing with his phone. Yueyue sat beside him, holding a little yellow duck toy. It was one of those that quacked when squeezed, but she refused to go to bed with it. She insisted on clinging to her old dad, crowding him on the sofa to play. Suddenly, the chubby girl launched a sneak attack, slapping her old dad. Pinching his nose and cheeks were the usual gentle moves. As long as she didn't pull his hair or poke his eyes, Feng figured he'd survive. The restaurant's fan group was named Xiao Su Gourmet Restaurant Fan Group. Feng, good evening everyone. Thanks for your patronage. Noodle-loving Pong, who seriously, that savory egg sauce topping is amazing. I had 3 extra servings in one go. Good buddy George started helping to liven up the group. Garlic-loving girl, absolutely, it's super delicious. The boss cooking skills are incredible. Tomato fried century egg, sideways smile. I think the best noodles are still the jade chicken shredded noodles. Tsingtao beer prince, especially the soup and the chicken noodles. One sip, and it's like eating a heavenly peach elixir, filling you with energy. Agricultural University's most devoted, confused. Tomato fried century egg. What kind of weird name is that? Stir-frying tomatoes and century eggs together is a total dark cuisine. Is it even edible? Garlic-loving girl, boss, you're so handsome you could rely on your looks, but you choose to rely on your skills. Your cooking is amazing. Noodle-loving Pong, who garlic-loving girl, sideways smile, little sister, hey. How do you know the boss skills are so? The next morning, as the sun rose and the clock struck 8:30, Feng finished kneading the dough and set the chicken broth to simmer over a low flame before rolling up the metal shutter of the restaurant door. With a sharp clatter, sunlight streamed through the glass door, flooding the eatery with warm golden light. Yueyue. A young girl sat on the steps outside the restaurant, nibbling on her breakfast, clutching a cup of soy milk and a steamed bun in her hands. Good morning, boss, she said obediently. Feng smiled in surprise. Aren't you a bit early? We don't start until past 9, so there's still an hour to go. It's fine, I couldn't sleep anyway, the girl replied, flashing a sweet grin that revealed her dimples. Yueyue thought to herself that on her first day of work, she had to make a good impression on her new boss. Come on in then. Brother, breakfast, breakfast, little Tong Tong chirped happily. Yueyue babbled incoherently, stumbling unsteadily on her tiny feet, as Tong Tong hovered protectively beside her. Yin Yin, you should put some pants on Yueyue. She can't just be in a diaper, Feng said with a helpless chuckle. Chen Mingyan laughed. Once things get busy, she'll be in the back room with Tong Tong, so a diaper is more convenient. She's so cute. Is she a boy or a girl? Yueyue asked. Yueyue wore a little blue short-sleeved shirt, no pants, just a diaper, with a simple short haircut. At first glance it was hard to tell if the chubby little one was a boy or a girl, and most people would assume she was a handsome little man. She's a girl, Chen Mingyan replied. Yueyue, you're here so early it's not even time to start yet. She had tied her long black hair into a neat bun, lightly shaped her brows, and exuded an air of aloof, intellectual elegance. Yueyue nodded. I couldn't sleep, so I came in early. Boss lady, what should I do? Chen Mingyan said. It's not time yet. When the lunch rush hits, you can help clear the tables and wash the dishes. Okay. Even with nothing to do, Yueyue swept the floor, mopped, and wiped down the tables. The girl was diligent. Chen Mingyan kept reassuring her, explaining that while it seemed idle now, once the rush came, there would be no rest for hours. Like yesterday's booming lunch, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., there wasn't even time to eat, let alone take a break. Feng spent 40 minutes out buying 2 more dining tables. Now the restaurant had 9 tables in total. There were 8 6-seater tables, but only 8 stools, and 1 large 10-seater round table with 12 stools arranged around it. If the customer flow was like yesterday's, even if they had to squeeze in, people could still sit and eat. More people, better flavor. Roughly estimating, his small shop could accommodate around 70 diners at once. Around 10 o'clock, the foodie group chat had already hit 99 unread messages. Nangda's most devoted drooling emoji, boss. When do you open? When can we get the egg noodles? Garlic-loving girl, boss, it's Sunday, and our dorm of 6 decided to have noodles for lunch. When will it be ready? Tomato scrambled with century egg, little Sue the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper buddy. When can we eat? Fat tiger who loves noodles, you chatted with me until 2 a.m. last night. Are you a guy? Tomato scrambled with century egg rolls, eyes, I never said I was a girl. Fat tiger who loves noodles, spitting blood. Wind blows eggs, chill, boss, say something. When are we eating? Shopkeeper Sue, everyone, we open at 11 o'clock. The hot chicken broth is ready. It's Sunday night, so expect to queue up. At 11 a.m., inside the shop. Boss. 3 bowls of chicken shred noodles, and 3 portions of tomato egg noodles. Yueyue, the captain of the Agricultural University basketball team, called out, followed by his 5 roommates. Feng grinned. Handsome, you're early today? Of course. If I'm late, I'll have to queue. Yueyue laughed heartily. Within half an hour the shop was packed with over 50 customers. And still the stream of people showed no sign of stopping. Boss, do you have the chicken shred noodles today? Sister Hong asked. Feng smiled. Of course, please have a seat. Sister Hong and a few of her friends found seats. The patrons were all chatting away, creating an atmosphere so lively it felt like a banquet. Another bowl of chicken shred noodles with more broth and less noodles. Sister Hong called out. It's really delicious, the noodles are tasty, and the broth warms you right up to your core. I feel so refreshed, her friend remarked. Gulp. Gulp in one breath, she finished the soup, leaving only the glistening green noodles in the bowl. Sister Hong, can't we get more broth? No, the boss said, it's pure chicken broth, no artificial additives. And this flavor is worth the price. She had no choice but to raise her hand and call out, another bowl of chicken shred noodles, extra soup. Yueyue echoed. Table 2, another bowl of chicken shred noodles. Sister Hong gazed at the golden droplets of oil on the surface of the broth, gently stirred the emerald noodles, and the milky white soup revealed itself. After a small sip, she shuddered again, an indescribable fragrance lingering between her lips and teeth. Fragrant. Utterly fragrant. The soup was rich, mellow, and left a lingering, refreshing aftertaste. Xiao Jia, after drinking that bowl of broth yesterday, my stomach felt warm all day. You know how my period usually has me curled up in pain, but yesterday was different. How so? Xiao Jia asked curiously. After drinking that chicken broth, my lower belly stayed warm, and the cramps weren't as bad as last month. Sister Hong said this in a loud voice. Even the girls at the next table, garlic-loving girls dorm of 6, and 2 other tables of female students overheard. Xiao Jia asked, really? It can ease period pain. Of course it's true. Just drink this bowl of broth and see for yourself. Immediately a chorus of chatter erupted among the female customers. At that moment Sister Hong wasn't the only one on her period. Other women in the restaurant were also feeling the familiar cramps. They set down their egg noodles, ordered bowls of chicken broth noodles instead, and after drinking the soup. Hey, the pain really seemed to ease. In the past, they could only distract themselves from the pain with games or studying. But this bowl of chicken broth seemed truly magical. A magical bowl of soup. This scene made some of the men who were wolfing down their noodles blush with embarrassment. When did it become acceptable to discuss periods so openly? Weren't they embarrassed? At the same time, a thought was etched into the minds of the male students: find time to bring their girlfriends here for noodles and chicken broth, especially when they're on their period. A bowl of chicken shred noodles would warm their hearts and stomachs. Before long, Sister Hong had finished her second bowl of jadeite chicken shred noodles. As she got up to pay, she scanned the QR code and asked, "Boss lady, can I take this chicken broth to go on its own? I feel like I can never get this result when I try to make it at home." Well, Chen Minjian's eyes flickered towards her husband. "Yes, you can take it to go. It's 12 yuan a bowl," Su Feng replied. Today he had come prepared. After the broth was done, he poured it into another pot and set it on the counter, making it easy for Chen Mingyan to ladle it over the green jadeite noodles. The original pot was refilled with half an old hen, some chicken carcasses, and seasonings to continue simmering indefinitely. The frozen chicken was cheap, the profit margins were excellent, and selling the broth alone was pure profit. "Miss'll take one to go. They'll take one too." "Me too." Sister Hong and her two friends each packed a bowl of secret recipe chicken broth. "Boss, are there any perks for joining the group?" Sister Hong asked with a smile, looking up after scanning the QR code to join the customer group. "Perks?" Su Feng chuckled. "Of course there are perks. In a while they'll start some red packet events. For instance, the luckiest draw gets a free meal, and the top 3 get meal vouchers." This was after he created the group chat yesterday. He had thought it through carefully. On one hand, the group chat made it convenient to notify everyone when the restaurant launched new dishes. New dishes were a must, of course. No matter how delicious a meal is, after a few consecutive days of eating it, your palate and stomach will inevitably grow tired. On the other hand, he could regularly host events. Once the small shop was fully established, he could introduce VIP membership perks. Creating the group was all for better publicity. Well then, we'll be looking forward to it. Sister Hong smiled softly and left the restaurant with a few of her girlfriends. The young girl Yueyue was indeed very efficient. She quickly gathered the bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen sink and wiped down the dining tables with a cloth. Honestly, watching everyone devour their meals with such satisfaction and smelling the rich chicken broth, her stomach was practically growling with desire. She could barely contain her craving, enduring it silently. "Whoa, boss, when are you actually going to have the event?" Lu Haoyu asked. "In a while." "Huh, in a while?" Lu Haoyu pouted. "The Agricultural University's summer break starts in a week. It looks like we'll have to wait until the fall semester to join in on the boss perks." "Sigh," a girl lamented. "It's so tough. I guess we'll just have to eat noodles and soup here every day this week to get our fill." It's not just the Agricultural University. The Medical University is also closing for the holidays soon, and everyone's heading home. While pulling noodles, Su Feng called out, "Everyone's about to go on break. Without your patronage, what am I supposed to do for business?" Brother Lu, who had just walked into the restaurant, twitched his mouth. Wow. The handsome boss was blatantly crying poor in broad daylight. "Hold on, boss, don't go out of business." Right. We'll come back to your restaurant as soon as school starts. Yeah, the food here is so delicious. Boss, you should advertise more and business will definitely pick up. Boss, keep it up. Hopefully when we come back in the fall, you'll have a greater variety of dishes and new items for us to choose from." The girl who loved garlic shouted. Su Feng nodded. "All right, I'll work on new dishes. Within a week. Can we get a new dish before we leave?" Lu Haoyu asked with a grin. He was the captain of the Agricultural University's basketball team. A true local of Dragon City, he had a particular fondness for noodles. Su Feng forced a smile. "Brother, I'll try my best to develop another new dish, but I won't release it unless it's truly good. Everyone's praising the chicken and egg noodles right now, and I don't want to ruin my reputation. I have to make sure any new dish meets everyone's expectations and reaches a certain level of deliciousness." "Impressive," Brother Lu praised, giving a thumbs up. Such a person isn't just a cook. He could truly be called a gourmet, a genuinely responsible to his customers and food lovers. This was a boss who loved to meticulously research cuisine. "Boss, 1 bowl of chicken soup to go. He'll take 2 bowls. Ill. Just take 6 bowls. Lu Haoyu gritted his teeth. He wanted to pack a bowl for his girlfriend, but thinking about her roommate, who always mocked him sarcastically, he decided to just buy it anyway. For the first time, instead of bringing his girlfriend milk tea or desserts, he was bringing chicken soup. Lu Haoyu was extremely excited. "All right, he'll take 3 bowls. Damn, that warms the stomach." Su Feng shouted loudly, "Attention all men. If you have a girlfriend, hurry up and pack a bowl of chicken soup for her." "What if we don't have a girlfriend?" "Yeah, I'm just a pitiful single dog." "Woof, woof, woof, woof," Su Feng said with a smile. "You can also give it to a girl you like. A bowl of chicken soup is like the warm winter sun. She'll truly feel your sincerity. It warms the heart and stomach, brings comfort and ease." Hearing this, even the young girl Yueyue blushed. Some of the female students from the medical university present also silently lowered their heads. Warms the heart and stomach, brings comfort and ease. This silly man knows exactly what to say, Qin Mingyan's pretty face flushed slightly. When he promoted his goods, he was calm and composed, his face thick as a city wall, seizing every opportunity to make a profit. But hey, race the key, our chicken soup is a great deal. Think about it, a cup of milk tea costs you 20 yuan, but a bowl of chicken soup is only 12 yuan. Brother Liu's colleague shouted back in rebuttal, haha boss, chicken soup isn't as romantic as milk tea for girls. Su Feng retorted with a smirk, tis how shallow. When you're pursuing a girl, everyone else gives her milk tea. If you give her chicken soup instead, won't she be deeply moved and think you're a man of distinction? Haha, the handsome boss is so funny. Exactly. If a guy were willing to give me a bowl of chicken soup, I'd definitely be touched. Miss'll give you a bowl of chicken soup. Mind if I add you on WeChat? Sure. Should I scan you or you scan me? Even Su Feng was stunned by this scene. This kid was quite the charmer, using his gift to get a girl's WeChat. Thanks to Su Feng's enthusiastic promotion, many agricultural university students and passing diners packed bowls of the fragrant, stomach-warming chicken soup to take away. Ding dong. System notification returning customers 70. It was past 3 p.m. when the system's alert sounded. Because it was Sunday, business was better than usual. What excited Su Feng was that with the increase in returning customers, the restaurant's reputation was steadily rising, with a steady stream of customers pouring in from all directions. The rush lasted a full 3 hours, with noodle and drink sales totaling 4200 yuan. Even after 3 p.m., there were still scattered customers. For instance, some college students who had stayed up all night gaming and slept from morning till afternoon. These sleep-deprived students flooded into the restaurant in waves. System notification: total returning customers 162,500. 328 more returning customers needed to complete the Fame Spreads Far Quest. Completing the Fame Spreads Far Quest would reward him with a draw for a perfect grade noodle topping. In just a few short days, 162 customers had already visited his small restaurant twice. Being both boss and head chef was truly exhausting. He only had time for lunch after the busy rush. Boss lady, that's enough, too much, I can't finish it. Yueyue said, anxiously waving her hands. Qin Mingyan piled half a bowl of chicken meat onto her noodles and said with concern, you've worked hard, Yueyue. You look so thin, like you're malnourished. Eat more, have some more chicken too. Thank you, boss lady. Her voice was soft, and her little face showed a touched expression. Su Feng said with mock annoyance, Yin, don't pick on Yueyue. Look at you, you're just as thin and malnourished. With you feeding me such good food every day, you'll get fat sooner or later. Qin Mingyan pursed her lips. I take care of you, and you're still complaining. I'm not complaining, I love it. The boss and boss lady were truly loving and happy. After the meal, Yueyue praised, boss lady, it was really delicious. The noodle soup was great, so tasty. It's the first time I've had noodles this good. If it's good, eat more. Is that enough? Want me to cook another bowl if it's not? It's enough. This big bowl is already more than I can handle. Yueyue said. She was already full. But why did she still want to eat? Oh well, she'd just have to resist. She was already full anyway. Yueyue, the break time I mentioned yesterday is from 3 to 5 p.m. Go rest now, you don't need to sweep. This girl, right after finishing her lunch, immediately picked up the broom to sweep again. Boss lady, I'm not tired. I feel full of energy after that meal. I don't need a rest. Tong Tong and little Yueyue, two little babies so quiet, what are they secretly up to? When children are silent, they are surely up to mischief. Su Feng gently opened the door, first poking his head into the room. He sniffed the air and caught a strange odor. This smell, did someone poop, Brother. Tong Tong's aggrieved voice came out. What's wrong? Su Feng's gaze froze. Just moments ago, little Yueyue had pooped in her diaper, and the chubby girl was diligently trying to change her niece's diaper. As a result, she accidentally got the poop on her hands and clothes, looking on the verge of tears. And little Yueyue mischievously smeared the mess from the diaper onto the bedsheet with her hand. Die. Seeing the mess on the bedsheet, Su Feng's eyes widened instantly. In that moment, his blood pressure spiked to 120. Silly girl, if Yueyue pooped, you should have called me. I would have changed her diaper. She pouted her lips in grievance and said, Tong Tong wanted to help. Who knew she'd be so naughty and disobedient? It's all Yueye's fault, she's not well behaved. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Hearing Tong Tong's tearful voice, Qin Mingyan curiously pushed open the door, only to witness a scene that made her want to collapse. The bedsheet. Tong Tong, don't cry. Seeing his little sister's big eyes welling up with tears, Su Feng quickly comforted her, stroking her little head. Wah. Ow. Seeing her little aunt cry, little Yueye's expression shifted slightly. She pursed her pink little lips, and in an instant a wailing cry erupted. It was earth-shattering, like a tsunami of sounds so loud that even Yueyue standing at the entrance could hear it clearly. Yin, you hold Yueyue. Let's give them both a shower. Su Feng took off his sister's clothes stained with poop and threw them on the bathroom floor. He first gave Tong Tong a quick shower, and the chubby girl shyly dashed to the bed and covered herself with the blanket. Next was little Yueyue. She had cried so hard that her eyes and cheeks were flushed red like a ripe little apple. Su Feng kissed his daughter twice, cradled her in his arms to soothe her, and only then did the crying stop. Luckily, when he bought the bedsheets, he had bought 2 sets at once, so there was a spare one to change. Brother Tong Tong has no clothes to wear. Go home and get some clothes, the chubby girl said in a pitiful voice. Su Feng gritted his teeth. Alright, I'll go home and get your clothes. Yin, how about we rent an apartment in the residential area behind us? This room is still too small. Chen Mingyan nodded lightly. Whatever you say. Little Yueyue, come here, daddy will put on your diaper. After her shower, the little girl seemed a bit excited, crawling around nimbly on the bed, which made Tong Tong purse her lips in frustration. Little Yueyue, stop crawling. Hurry up and put the diaper on her. Don't assume that just because she just pooped she won't do it again. This kind of thing has happened before. Chen Mingyan said, urgently pinching the soft flesh on the man's waist. This'll put it on. And putting it on, don't pinch. Su Feng winced in pain. Getting pinched on the waist is both painful and ticklish. After putting the diaper on his daughter, Su Feng gently lay down on his side, next to little Yueyue. Aya mama, the chubby little hand pinched Su Feng's cheek. Huh, say daddy. Mama. Su Feng pouted. When will you ever say daddy? I'm daddy, not mama. Brother, hurry up and go home to get Tong Tong's clothes. Tong Tong commanded. Your t-shirt is washed and hung at the shop entrance. It should be dry soon and ready to wear. It was mid-June. The weather was scorching hot, especially the sun at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. It was like a ball of fire baking the land of Longqing. The washed t-shirt wrung dry and hung on the little electric bike at the entrance would probably be dry in 3 minutes. Aya bro, Tong Tong said with a serious expression. The clothes have Yueye's poop on them, so I don't want this one. Just throw it away. Uff. Su Feng playfully tapped his sister's forehead. Don't dislike little Yueyue. It's clean now, it smells nice. Oomph. Yueyue shouted, boss lady, the customer wants to pay. Since it's not busy now, hurry home and get some clothes for Princess Tong Tong. Chen Mingyan shot the man a glare. She knew that her little sister-in-law, the chubby girl, was throwing a little tantrum. Little Yueyue, your little aunt is picking on you. Su Feng pinched his daughter's chubby cheek. Tong Tong's lips curved. Humph, little Yueye's poop is smellier than Tong Tong's. You're comparing poops now. Humph. The chubby girl turned her face away proudly. Su Feng lay on the bed, reached out with his left hand, and poked little Yueye's left cheek. The next second, Yueyue, she reached out trying to push her daddy's hand away. Su Feng refused to stop, and continued poking little Yueye's cheek. It was so soft, so tender, and her little body gave off a milky scent. Breathing in that milky fragrance, Su Feng felt utterly intoxicated. Keep pinching little Yueye's cheek, it's so soft. Yueyue. She turned her little head away in protest, pouting her lips, throwing a little tantrum, refusing to let her daddy pinch her cheek. Su Feng rolled over and lay on the other side of his daughter. He reached out and gently poked her cheek again. This time it was her right cheek. Yueyue. The little boss lady got angry, letting out a cute, angry squeal from her throat, and slapped Su Feng across the face. Who told you not to call me daddy? The little thing knows how to get angry, huh? Su Feng lifted his daughter and placed her on his belly. Yueyue. Her voice was soft and gentle. She rolled off his belly and burrowed into the blankets to go play with her little aunt. Su Feng felt a wave of dejection. Yin, little Yueyue is ignoring me. The woman said cheerfully, don't mention ignoring you. These past 2 days with Tong Tong playing with her all day, she's even been ignoring me. They'll look online for a suitable apartment to rent nearby. The nearest residential area was called Binjiang Garden. It was 500 meters away across Wudong Street, a 15-minute walk. The back room of the restaurant had a back door, but Su Feng always kept it locked and had never opened it. Through the back door, they could get to the residential area more quickly. Su Feng muttered to himself, the apartments in Binjiang Garden are pretty nice, but damn expensive. They even have villas. Someday he'll save up and buy a villa in this area. For now, they could only rent. But the strong desire to buy a villa must be kept alive. Yin. Huh. Su Feng took a deep breath, blinked, stepped forward, and gently placed his hands on her shoulders. In a while, are you going to go back to work as a university teacher, or are you going to run this little shop with me? After all, the mother of his child had a teaching certificate. It was a proper job in a state-run institution. If his parents or his grandparents were to find out, they would absolutely not let Chen Mingyan follow him to run a shop. They would 100% make her go back to school to continue being a teacher. Why do you ask so suddenly? Her pretty face instantly flushed, the temperature of her body rising sharply. Her long eyelashes drooped, her eyes and brows filled with shyness. It's like this. Su Feng quietly gazed into her eyes. Silence. His gaze was tender and affectionate. What do you mean? It's really annoying when you don't say anything, she said, shy and insincere. If there's something to say, let's go inside and talk. Don't set a bad example for the child. Su Feng turned and took her hand. They walked back into the inner room. Yueyue giggled. Was she a child? Xiao Yueyue ignored her parents and focused seriously on playing with a toy train with her little aunt. Yin, don't call me in that tone. Chen Mingyan's delicate body trembled slightly. She bit her lip and pushed hard against the man's arm. But Su Feng forcefully and domineeringly pulled her arm, and her soft body spun around, falling into his embrace. She lowered her head and said, "Let go. Who told you to hug me? You're not my boyfriend. You're the mother of my child, my wife." For a moment, Chen Mingyan looked up, her whole body trembling, and said, "Su Feng, you're so thick-skinned. Aren't you disgusted? Such cheesy words, so annoying. If you have something to say, just say it. I want to take you home to meet my parents and Yueyue." "Oh, isn't that too early?" she asked softly. Her pretty face flushed crimson. She clasped her hands and rubbed her palms. Whenever she was nervous, she would unconsciously rub her palms. Su Feng looked at her, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and said seriously, "Look, Yueyue is almost 1 year old. I want to throw a first birthday party for her. Great, I'll personally make a beautiful and delicious cake for our daughter," she said with anticipation. "To hold the birthday party, I have to notify my relatives and friends. Yueyue didn't have a full moon banquet or a 100-day feast. Her first birthday must make up for all of them. So, I feel that we should go to our parents early and explain everything. You following me like this? Are you considered a nanny?" She bit the man's arm hard with her little fangs. "If you're the nanny. Are you born in the year of the tiger? Why do you like biting people? Tell me quickly what else needs to be done." Actually, Chen Mingyan was even more anxious than Su Feng. After all, as a girl, she couldn't take the initiative in this regard, so she had to wait for Su Feng to make the first move. "So you're not a nanny. Marry me and become my wife. You're so thick-skinned, no shame. Have you read any web novels? Marriage Before Love or Love Before Marriage?" "Don't say that. Don't you mind that I'm older?" she said, lowering her head. Actually, Chen Mingyan lacked confidence in herself. The child's father had been performing too outstandingly lately. He ran a restaurant with exquisite culinary skills, capable of cooking and preparing meals. He was also handsome, like a big star, with handsome, yet masculine features, a perfectly shaped face, and deep, soulful eyes. Every day, many young girls from the medical university would secretly gaze at Su Feng while dining and even sneak photos. She was a full 3 years older than Su Feng. This year she was 27 by actual age, 28 by traditional count. In terms of age, it made her feel somewhat insecure. Moreover, even though she was very pretty, she wasn't good at makeup and lacked the vitality of a college student, feeling a bit inferior. Moreover, her family's financial situation wasn't as good as Su Feng's. Her parents lived in the countryside, making her feel that they were not well matched. "No, I won't marry you. What if you regret it? Silly, look at you daydreaming. What are you imagining again?" Su Feng pinched her soft cheek. She pretended to be calm and said, "It's too early, let's wait. No more waiting. Even if we don't hold a wedding, we need to let our parents know first and get the marriage certificate. Also, we need to register Yueye's household registration. She's almost 1 year old." She turned her little head away coyly. Su Feng's tone was too forceful, too tempting. "I promise to meet your parents first, and then go home to see my parents during the new year. Don't mention marriage again. We haven't even started dating yet. Let's marry first and love later." "You idiot, who wants to marry first and love later? Have you read too many novels, you naughty student? Am your teacher? Mind your tone." Hearing the words, "marry first and love later," her face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. She angrily threw the sofa cushion at the man, but the man forcefully grabbed her small hand. With a serious tone, "Yin meeting the parents is necessary. Yes, I'll go back to your house with you another day. Good, huh? Be gentle, don't squeeze so hard it hurts." Her small hand was squeezed tightly in Su Feng's strong hand, causing pain. The man's emotions were clearly a bit excited. She was already living with him every day. Stupid man, still worried she would run away. "No kidding, marry first and love later was just teasing you. Stories and novels can't be taken seriously. When do you think is a good time for us to get married?" Su Feng's eyes were full of tenderness. You." She bit her little fangs and reached out to pinch the man's arm hard. The woman said coquettishly, "It's still early. First I need to test the character of Yueye's father. So far I haven't seen any, just shamelessness, no shame, thick-skinned. The restaurant closes at 9 in the evening. They'll go home first and explain to my mom. Suddenly bringing home a wife and child might scare her." "Who's your wife? Don't talk nonsense." The woman's face flushed. Even though she had Yueyue, she hoped to be like a normal couple, first dating and then marrying Su Feng step by step. He was so outstanding. What if he suddenly despised her after marriage? It wasn't that she really wanted to test Su Feng's character. After a period of understanding, just his attitude toward Yueyue, his doting, his love was enough to reveal many things. The man before her was worth traveling far from her hometown to find him. "Tell me, is your mother easy to get along with? What's her temper like?" Chen Mingyan blinked. She asked curiously. After this conversation, she had unconsciously placed herself in the role of daughter-in-law. Su Feng's lips curled into a bitter smile. "My mom is a high school teacher. She has a very fiery temper, but in front of my grandparents she acts very gentle and dignified. Anyway, she's not very good-tempered, but she's very open-minded." "Oh, a little scared. What about uncle? He's also a teacher, a geography teacher. Su Feng chuckled and teased. What's wrong? What are you afraid of? With my mom's current desire for me to get married, if you go home with me, you'll be an ancestor, a little princess. But it's just a little. A little what? Su Feng lowered his head and tilted it to look into her eyes. A little insecure. But as long as the man was by her side, she would feel inexplicably at ease. A soft heart would be very relaxed and comfortable. I should be the one lacking confidence. With my mom's thinking, I was a poor student who scored 248 on the college entrance exam, only a junior college degree. Marrying a teacher with a graduate degree, my mom would probably go to the temple to burn incense, thinking that the Su family's ancestral grave is emitting blue smoke. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Little Su Gourmet Restaurant closed its doors for the night. Sunday's business had been better than usual. Noodles and drinks had brought in a total of 8,200 yuan. As he locked up, Su Feng gritted his molars. With just 2,000 more yuan in sales, he would have completed the daily 1,000 yuan target. This restaurant worth 1,000,000 yuan would then truly belong to him. With no other choice, he decided to close up and head home to confess everything to his parents, resolving to give it his all again tomorrow and the day after. Are you coming back tonight? Chen Mingyan asked nervously. Su Feng held her hand and said gently, he'll be back probably around 12. A few days ago, Sister Zhang next door said there are drunkards causing trouble at night, so of course I wouldn't feel at ease leaving you and Yueyue alone. I'm not afraid of drunkards. If they dare knock, you'll just call the police. They'll bring you a late-night snack. What do you want? A bowl of rice noodles would be nice. Yunnan Crossing Bridge rice noodles. After closing the shop, Su Feng simply hailed a taxi and rode all the way home. He got out of the car. Su Feng held his sister in his arms. The chubby girl's weight was soaring day by day. He felt he could barely carry her. Brother, why don't you and sister-in-law sleep in the same bed? The chubby girl asked innocently. Off. Su Feng's mouth twitched, and he tapped the girl on the head. Adult matters, kids shouldn't pry. Humph. The little one affectionately wrapped her arms around Su Feng's neck. Like mom and dad, husbands and wives should sleep in one bed. It must be that sister-in-law dislikes you. Why does she dislike you? The little chatterbox kept rambling all the way. Su Feng didn't even want to acknowledge her. Upon arriving home, Xiao Feng's back. Lu Fangfang was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, scrolling through short videos on Kuaishou. Su Feng gave a helpless smile. Mom, don't use that tone. You're making me nervous, as if I haven't been home in ages. Lu Fangfang stood up and glared at him. Isn't that true? You haven't been home in over half a month. Su Feng was bitter. Heartbroken. Without you, your father and I live just fine. We've booked plane tickets for the week after next to go on a cruise to Sakura country with Aunt Lu George's mom and her family. Su Feng chuckled sarcastically. Without me, your free babysitter mother, you must feel quite unaccustomed, right? Tongtong, are you playing on your phone? Ahem. Caught complaining, Lu Fangfang coughed to hide her embarrassment and quickly shifted her attention to her daughter. The chubby girl obediently said, no, Tongtong is very well behaved. I do my homework seriously every day. Mom, are you still working on your tutoring class? Lu Fangfang nodded. Yes, the college entrance exam is coming soon. After it's over, your father and I are going on a trip, and when we get back, we'll be busy making money again. Taking off his shoes, Su Feng like a lord crossed his legs and leaned back onto the sofa. Comfortable. Having a girlfriend and a daughter, he had every reason to be confident. Mom, I need to tell you something. Don't be mad. Lu Fangfang asked suspiciously, what is it? Did the restaurant lose money? Or do you want to buy an even more expensive luxury car? Neither. You're a grandmother now. That's a terrible joke. Mom, you really are a grandmother now. Tongtong joined in with a giggle. Brother has a daughter. Her name is Yueyue. What? Say that again. Lu Fangfang's breath hitched. She quickly turned and stared intently at her foolish son. This sudden statement stunned her for a moment. Before Su Feng could even respond, she swiftly sat up from the sofa and stood over him, looking down at her precious eldest son. You say that again for your mother. His mother's stammering tone carried a hint of panic and confusion. It's just you're a grandmother now. Hearing this, Lu Fangfang finally reacted, her eyes widening with even more shock than when Su Feng's college entrance exam scores had come out. What? I'm going to be a grandmother. You got some girl pregnant? No. Then how can you say I'm a grandmother? Even though he had thought of the right words all the way from the restaurant, when it came time to explain, Su Feng found himself at a loss, unsure how to make his mother understand. Mom, let me tell you a story. Su Feng grinned. A story? What story? I'm not in the mood. Just tell me what's going on. How old are you now? 24, right? If you're messing around with women, can't you at least take proper precautions? Pregnancy before marriage, are you being fair to your mother or to that girl? As she spoke, his mother became truly agitated. Hearing the change in her mother's tone, Tongtong scurried off into her room. Mom, please calm down. I'm telling you now. Su Feng said with a grin. Lu Fangfang gritted her teeth, staring at Su Feng with a fierce, serious expression. If you're joking with me, let me tell you this joke isn't funny at all. I'm not joking. You really are a grandmother. Su Feng's eyes flickered, and he quickly pulled out his phone. When Lu Fengfeng saw that her son's lock screen was a photo with an unfamiliar little girl, she was momentarily stunned. Then Su Feng opened his photo album and showed his mother one by one the daily pictures he had taken of Yueyue, photos of Yueyue with Chun Mingyan, and photos with him. The photos looked warm and harmonious, and a smile constantly played on Su Feng's lips. Feng, you found a divorced woman. At that moment Lu Fengfeng's breathing quickened. Her son was trying to infuriate her. How dare he casually find a divorced woman with a child? The face of the Su family. The face of her Lu family. She felt like all their dignity was instantly lost. She didn't agree, absolutely not. Let me tell you, our Su family hasn't sunk so low that you need to marry a divorced woman, especially one with a child. Break it off immediately. I don't dare to be called a grandmother, ah. She drew out her words expressing her fury. Son, why would you do this? Why become a sucker? What the hell? Su Feng felt something was off the more he listened. She even used the term sucker. Mom. Su Feng drew out his words and said earnestly, please don't get so worked up. She's not a divorced woman and I'm not a sucker. You're her real grandmother, her real one. Mom, let me tell you a story from the beginning. Calm down, calm down. He tried to soothe his mother's emotions. She had such a fiery temper, and she was prone to jumping to conclusions. Facing his furious mother, Su Feng didn't dare hide a single detail. He recounted everything from his first meeting with Chun Mingyan, the unexpected pregnancy, to the coincidental encounter when Chun Mingyan brought Yueyue to his restaurant. He told her about how the mother and daughter had settled into the restaurant, and how Yueyue and Tong got along harmoniously and happily every day. He then detailed how hard Chun Mingyan had worked with him to run the restaurant over the past few days, recounting all the details faithfully. Tong, get your brother a glass of water. Okay. The chubby girl pattered out of the room, fetched her own cup, and stood on her tiptoes to fill it from the dispenser. Thanks, Tong. Mommy is so scary she's not talking anymore. She hid in her brother's arms. At this moment Lu Fengfeng's face was like a changing opera mask, shifting through a spectrum of emotions. Surprise, silence, complexity, and finally excitement and elation. Son, you're amazing. This earth-shattering news nearly caused Lu Fengfeng's CPU to overheat. Damn it. What sins had she committed in her past life? Her son had actually done something like this. His daughter-in-law was pregnant before marriage, and his eldest granddaughter was already almost a year old. Tong, quick. Get Mom a glass of water. Tong pouted with a soft hum. This family would fall apart without her. The story Su Feng had just told was quite overwhelming, and Lu Fengfeng gulped down a glass of water as she struggled to process the information swirling in her mind. Do you realize what you've done? Do you think it's easy for a girl to carry a child for 10 months? You've grown bold, your wings are strong, daring to ruin a young girl's life. But then again, enduring the pain of pregnancy alone and raising the child to 1 year old. How much suffering must my daughter-in-law have gone through during that time? A hint of heartache tinged Lu Fengfeng's voice, as if her precious son was a heartless scoundrel. Did she agree to be with you? Lu Fengfeng asked. Su Feng chuckled. Of course she agreed, we're already living together. You little brat, you've really grown capable. His mother's tone suddenly became much more severe. Mom, I was drunk at the time and didn't know what I was doing. If I had known she was pregnant, I would have stayed by her side, protecting both mother and daughter all along. Su Feng explained with a hint of grievance. In his hazy memory of that drunken night, he vaguely recalled the graceful figure beneath him. Though the image was blurred through the intoxication, when he woke up the next morning and saw Chun Mingyan huddled by the bedside, draped in a blanket and sobbing softly, he knew with absolute clarity. That night's passion was not a dream. This unexpected turn of events, this sudden fatherhood. From the moment Chun Mingyan first discovered she was pregnant, he had known nothing of any of it. If Chun Mingyan hadn't come to find him, he might still be unaware that he had an adorable baby, a daughter, with an angelic face, a precious little one, who could melt your heart. You have a bad track record with alcohol at your age, a drink less from now on. Lu Fengfeng let out a cold laugh, then continued. Let's get back to business. What are your plans? Keep her hidden away, or hold a wedding ceremony. Mom, don't worry, this is what we've planned. He briefly explained his and Chun Mingyan's plans to Lu Fengfeng. That's good. Take your time getting to know each other, cultivate feelings first, let love grow over time. There's no rush for the wedding. It'll take at least a year for your house to be renovated and ready to move into. Before Su Feng could even react, his mother was already giving him earnest, detailed instructions. Remember, don't you dare let Yin down. You must treat them both well. The muscles in Su Feng's face twitched slightly. Mom, she's my wife, she's my daughter. Of course I'll cherish them myself. You don't need to worry. As if you haven't given me enough to worry about. You and that little rascal Tong have been keeping this from me for half a month. With that, Lu Fengfeng's eyes were filled with anger and resentment as she shot a fierce glare at the innocent, pitiful little Tong. Tong immediately scrambled onto the bed and clung tightly to her brother's neck. When their mother was on the warpath, she was truly scared. Where's Dad? Your dad's on leave visiting your grandparents in the new district. He's on leave? Su Feng was surprised. What day was it even? Lu Fangfang said, the kids are about to take their college entrance exams, and the senior year teachers are starting their break. Your dad isn't a proctor this year, so of course he's on leave. Then, as for me, your daughter-in-law, and your granddaughter, you'll have to tell dad about that. I'm afraid he might come after me with a knife. Tong Tong, let's go. Su Feng stood up and stretched lazily. When it came to major matters, Mrs. Lu was quite open-minded after all. Go? Go where? You can't just run off before everything is explained. Lu Fangfang erupted. Mom, what else do you want to know? Su Feng pouted. The restaurant was too busy during the day. Only at night could they find time to deal with such domestic matters. Confession is the way to go. Tell me everything that happened and be honest. How old is the girl? What does she do? Where's she from? What's her family situation like? Looking at his mother's stern and serious expression, Su Feng's head began to ache. She's a teacher just like you. As I mentioned before, the child's mother was my university professor. Lu Fangfang grinned. Oh, my son's got some real skill landing a teacher as a wife. Her eyes were filled with pure disdain. The top student looking down on the slacker was nothing new. In truth, Su Feng didn't know much about Chen Mingjian's family background. He had heard she had a younger sister in middle school, his sister-in-law studying at a key junior high school in the county town. Her father was a retired factory worker living in a rural village, and her mother ran a small shop at the village entrance, a little convenience store, to support the family. Apparently, after the new year, when his sister-in-law started high school, the whole family planned to move to the county to be closer to her studies. Had also heard that his sister-in-law was a top student ranked somewhere in the top of the county. After he briefly explained everything, Lu Fangfang, far from being angry, was instead pacing excitedly back and forth in the living room. She was going to be a grandmother. This was huge. Start packing your daily necessities and clothes first. Su Feng returned to his room and began sorting through his messy moving boxes. Little Tong Tong helped fold clothes beside him. What was it like to have a sensible and well-behaved little sister? Hello. Sufin, George, Mom, cancel the plane tickets for that trip to Sakura country. The plans have changed. Cancel the ones for Lian Jinya too. Sufin was confused. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Why? They'll tell you the specifics another day. It's big. Xiaofeng has something big going on. Lu Fangfang said excitedly. Sufin chuckled. Is it that Xiaofeng brought your daughter-in-law and granddaughter home to meet you? Lu Fangfang's eyes widened, her body trembling as she gasped in shock. Sufin, how did you know? So even her best friend knew she had a grandson and was now a grandmother, but she herself was the last to find out. What kind of nonsense was this? George told me. Your Xiaofeng is really something, hiding a wife and daughter from you. Lu Fangfang sighed something. Thank God I don't have a heart condition. I'm currently giving George a piece of my mind. Look, your Xiaofeng has a wife and kid now. I bought George a 6000 luxury car, and he can't even get a girl in the passenger seat. Pathetic. Anyway, gotta go. They'll cancel the tickets. Click. Do. Xiaofeng. A deafening roar came from outside the door. Mom, you. Lu Fangfang's face lit up with a gentle motherly smile as she said softly, son, when are you going to arrange for Mom to meet your wife and my little granddaughter? Su Feng looked troubled. I plan to do this all in one go. He gritted his teeth. Howie, Dad's at Grandpa's place. Tomorrow night, he'll bring her to our place first, and then we'll go straight to Grandpa and Grandma's. You little brat. Lu Fangfang reached out and gave Su Feng's arm a hard smack. It's her first time coming to the house, meeting so many relatives. Have you even asked Yin Yin? Has she agreed? You're a father now, stop thinking with your impulses. Mom will arrange it. We'll close the restaurant tomorrow. Su Feng smiled helplessly. We can't close it. Closing for a day means losing money, losing a lot of profit. Money can be made slowly. Mom will help you find a place to rent nearby first. You need to move out of the restaurant. You don't want your wife living in that little cramped room behind the restaurant, do you? Doesn't your heart ache for her? Our family isn't badly off. Then after we move, the whole family can go out for a meal. My cooking isn't good enough to host a daughter-in-law, so we'll just eat at a restaurant. In the afternoon, we'll go to the 4S shop and order a car. You're a father now, having a car will make things convenient for the whole family. Do you have money for the rent? Mom will transfer you 5,000 first. A parent's love knows no bounds. Su Feng felt his status at home had risen dramatically, didn't it? The tone his mother used with him was 1,000 times gentler than before. Woof, 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 woof. At that moment, a big yellow dog lying on the windowsill barked excitedly. Overjoyed to see its young master after so long, the golden retriever Bebe wagged its tail furiously, giving Su Feng a warm welcome. Su Feng opened the side door to the balcony, and Bebe rushed in from the first floor yard, leaping powerfully to rest its front paws on Su Feng's chest. Oh, don't cry. It's not like I forgot about you, Bebe. Su Feng quickly stroked the dog's head, trying to calm it down. He used to take the dog for walks all the time, and then suddenly stopped. Bebe felt deeply wronged, thinking it had been abandoned by its young master. Brother Bebe is crying. Tong Tong's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise. Seeing its young master after half a month, the dog was so overjoyed that tears welled up in its eyes. It barked continuously. Don't cry, baby. Here, let's rub faces. Su Feng crouched down, hugged the dog's head, and rubbed his cheek against its furry face. Woof, woof. Su Feng stayed at home until 10 o'clock, even taking Bebe for a walk around the neighborhood before finally returning. Tong Tong, let's go, time to head back to the restaurant. Tong Tong pouted and pointed at her mother, who was sitting on the sofa with a stern expression. You're not going. Lu Fong said seriously. Brother Tong Tong wants to go to the restaurant to play. I don't want to stay home. Brother, what? Tong Tong wants to go with brother. Tong Tong doesn't want to play with mom. The little girl was wise beyond her years, quite clever. She knew that with mom she wouldn't get to play on the phone, but with Su Feng, she could at least play games and watch short videos. Su Feng's Douyin account, originally opened, was filled with content about food. Most of it was from food bloggers like the popular Tan Renjia Food Reviews, Li Ziki, and Peach Sister. But now every single recommended video on his feed was about children, toys, anime songs, and silly little games. The adult's Douyin account had been ruthlessly transformed into an entertainment channel for kids by the little girl. Yin Yin, come have a midnight snack. Hearing the familiar voice of a man, Chen Mingyin carefully got out of bed, tiptoed out of the inner room, and gently closed the door behind her. She furrowed her delicate brows and made a shushing gesture. Yueyue just fell asleep. Come have some rice noodles. Su Feng grinned excitedly. What about Tong Tong? My mom kept her at home, wouldn't let her come with me. Chen Mingyian's expression was shy, a blush spreading across her pretty face. She asked nervously and timidly, did you tell Auntie about me? I did. Off. In an instant she became even more nervous, her little heart pounding wildly. She clutched her chest and asked, what did Annie say? Her voice was soft and gentle. She was nervous to the extreme. Like a shy little woman, her inadvertent coquettish demeanor made Su Feng's eyes go wide. Her face was even more alluringly rosy. My mom thinks I found a woman who was married before. And then, get to the point. Su Feng firmly grasped her hand, his expression serious. My mom is very excited. She wants to meet you tomorrow. She's already very pleased with you. Chen Mingyan gave a light snort and bit her lip. Silly, how can Auntie be pleased before she's even met me? You're just teasing me. It's true. I showed her your photo. She said you're as beautiful as a celestial being, far prettier than the wife my brother married, and you'd bring me great honor. That's such an exaggeration. It's true. You're this beautiful, without makeup, or if you wore some you'd surely steal my soul away. Hearing this, the woman angrily reached out and pinched Su Feng's arm hard. You silly fool, have you no shame? What else did Auntie say? Su Feng said gleefully, that's it. Anyway, once she knew she had a granddaughter, she was overjoyed. Tomorrow morning I'll go rent a place, and at noon we'll all go out to a restaurant for lunch. Okay. She smiled sweetly, a happy grin spreading across her lips. What girl doesn't like handsome guys? She was a total fangirl, having fallen for Su Feng's face long ago. What's the plan? Is the restaurant closed tomorrow? What will you do if your mother doesn't like me, eh? Chen Mingyan asked curiously. Su Feng gently stroked her smooth, delicate hand, but she didn't seem to notice. Or rather, she was too focused on what her future mother-in-law thought of her. Her little hand. So soft. We're closing the shop for the day tomorrow. In the morning my mom and I will rent a place. At noon, they'll bring you to meet her, and we'll have a meal together. If my mom doesn't like you, we'll cut ties with her. Puffed. Chen Mingyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. She playfully slapped Su Feng's chest. Talk properly, who told you to joke around? Don't worry, there's no one who wouldn't like you. Especially once you pass my mom's test, you can basically ignore all the other relatives, including my dad. Su's father, Su Jianya. At dawn the sun playfully nestled with the clouds, casting a shy blushing glow across the sky. Su's mother Lu Fangfang hadn't slept a wink all night. Her son had a wife. His wife had a child. Her little granddaughter was almost a year old. She was already a grandmother. Oh dear, how much money should I prepare as a meeting gift for my daughter-in-law? Is 10,000 yuan enough? If I give too little, it might make me seem stingy as a future mother-in-law. Lu Fangfang got up early to tidy the house and prepare the meeting gift. Hello, I'm the one who contacted you last night on Beak about renting the place. We agreed to come see it this morning. Around 9 o'clock, Su Feng drove his mother's red compact car, bringing his mother and Tong Tong to Binjiang Garden. Are you an agent or a private individual? The landlord's voice sounded very old. Private, huh? Just so you know, I don't rent to agents. Su Feng said with an awkward smile. I'm really not an agent, I'm a genuine tenant looking to rent a place. Where are you? Inside the neighborhood. The landlord then responded generously, building 3 Unit 4, room 101. They'll be there in about 15 minutes. He hung up. Su Feng sighed and said, Mom, I'm old enough. Can't you trust me to rent a place on my own? Cut the crap. Go wait by the entrance of the unit. Mom will help you check the place. Since my future daughter-in-law is going to live here, we need to rent a good one with all the furniture. Gij Tong Tong wants to live with you too. She had long wanted to move out of this house. You're getting bold, huh? Don't smoke in front of me. If you want to smoke, go do it over there. Seeing Su Feng smoking, Lu Fangfang kicked his butt and launched into a string of scolding. He stubbed out the cigarette. Just then an old man walked over. Are you the ones looking to rent? Yes, sir. Su Feng nodded. The old man took a closer look and squinted his eyes. Aren't you the boss of Xiao Su Gourmet Restaurant? Oh, it's you, sir, Su Feng said with a happy smile. This old man. After having a bowl of emerald chicken shred noodles yesterday afternoon, he had gone on to drink 2 more bowls of chicken soup. That's why this customer left a deep impression on Su Feng. Mainly because despite being over 60, he had permed hair. What great hair volume. Even young people envied that hair. And it was the trendy tin foil perm popular among students. Oh, it's Xiao Su. You want to rent? This neighborhood has 2 units available, one on the first floor and one on the top floor. First floor and top floor, huh? Lu Fangfang frowned, thinking to herself. No wonder this luxurious neighborhood can't rent out its apartments. Even if the spacing between buildings isn't narrow, the first floor has poor lighting, and the top floor gets too hot in summer, requiring the AC to be on all day at home. Let's see the first floor. The white-haired old man smiled. Follow me. This is the first floor, the east unit. Xiaofeng, Lu Fangfang signaled her son with a look indicating she wasn't satisfied with the first floor or the top floor. The first floor is great. I want to rent the first floor. Once Yueyue can walk steadily without stumbling into walls, she can run around and play at home without worrying about disturbing the neighbors downstairs. Renting the first floor is the best. Hearing her son's response, Lu Fangfang raised an eyebrow slightly. In that case, to let her little granddaughter run and play freely, they had to rent the first floor unit. The apartment was 80 square meters with 2 bedrooms and a living room. It was fully furnished, including a fridge, sofa, TV, and water heater. The monthly rent was 2,400 yuan or 26,000 yuan if paid annually in one lump sum. After signing the contract, Lu Fangfang paid, refusing to let her precious son spend a single cent. What should I call you, sir? My surname is Yu. Uncle Yu, thank you for your trouble. Su Feng said politely. Uncle Yu waved his hand cheerfully. Young man, your cooking skills are truly impressive. Your chicken soup warmed my old stomach right up. He'll be back for 2 more bowls at noon. Haha, you're always welcome, Uncle Yu. But we're not open for business this afternoon. Uncle Yu's eyes widened. Not open? Then what will I eat? I've been thinking about your restaurant's chicken soup since I woke up. Come tomorrow, Uncle Yu. Come have some tomorrow. Uncle Yu pointed ahead. See that? That's your restaurant. You rent my place, and it's just a 200-meter walk from the back door of your restaurant to your new home. Haha, I noticed that already. Thanks for the heads up. The landlord, Uncle Yu, was quite trendy. He smoked, drank, had permed hair, and loved chicken soup. Xiao Su Gourmet Restaurant was located on Wutong Street in the night market, and the residential complex behind the row of shops on Wutong Street happened to be the luxurious Binjiang Garden. Renting an 80-square-meter place in a third-tier city for 2,400 yuan a month was quite expensive. However, this meant Su Feng didn't have to walk all the way around to the front gate of the complex to get home from work. He could simply open the back door of the restaurant, walk 200 meters, and arrive directly at the entrance of his building. It was super convenient for commuting. Of course, if driving, he'd have to use the main gate. Gidge. The old grandpa has more hair than daddy. Su Feng's mouth twitched. He pinched her soft, chubby cheeks and said, good thing dad isn't here, or he'd spank your bottom. The siblings walked all the way to the back door of the restaurant. He raised his hand and knocked on the glass. Yueyue, seeing her father through the window, quickly scrambled up from the bed, her little short legs pushing herself up on the soft mattress. Chen Mingyan helped open the security door of the small apartment, and little meatball stumbled unsteadily toward her father. 2 hours apart, and you already miss daddy. Little Ye blinked her eyes, a pure smile babbling at the corners of her lips, her little head nestling obediently against Su Feng's chest. So good. When you hold her, she's so quiet, but when I hold her, she squirms around in my arms. Chen Mingyan said helplessly. After spending time together, little Yueyue had grown very clingy to Su Feng. Of course, my little fairy is my warm padded jacket. Su Feng affectionately nuzzled and rubbed against the little one's cheeks. Where's Annie? She asked. The house is rented, and it didn't cost us a cent. My mom paid for it. She's over there helping tidy things up. Hearing this, she anxiously reached out and twisted the soft flesh on Su Feng's arm. Silly, why do you keep pinching me? Su Feng winced, his mouth twisting in pain. You're the silly one. Auntie's here. We're the ones renting the place, so how could you let her spend the money? We're the ones who'll live there, so how could you let Auntie? Clean the room. The woman pouted, so flustered that her words came out stuttering. And why didn't you tell me? We agreed to meet at noon. I was thinking about what gift to get Auntie. The woman's hurried demeanor showed a hint of panic. Su Feng was amused by her flustered look. Silly girl, don't be nervous. How can I not be nervous? I've thought about the gift. Come with me to buy it. The woman tightened her grip on the man's right hand. What gift? A jade bracelet. Chen Mingyan wouldn't use the money from the restaurant to buy a gift for Su Feng's mother. Instead, she used the wages she earned from her side job as an illustrator. Her work had gained popularity and the website's editor decided to offer her better treatment, double the pay. But she no longer had time to work. One hand took care of little Yueyue, and the other helped Su Feng run the restaurant. Su Feng pulled her to sit on the edge of the bed and raised an eyebrow with a smile. Don't go. Little Yueyue is already the best gift you could give my mom. Her precious granddaughter, the most priceless treasure in the world. With that, Su Feng kissed little Yueyue's chubby cheek. Yaha. Ha, kissed by her daddy, the little darling opened her rosy little mouth and let out a bell-like melodious giggle. Chen Mingyan took a deep breath. I think. For the first meeting, I want to leave a good impression on your mom. It's only a little past 9. Come with me to the mall to pick out a gift. No need. Su Feng sighed. Really, no gift is needed. His mother believed he had wronged Chen Mingyan, and the whole family was thinking of ways to treat her well to make up for the grievances and hardships she endured during pregnancy and childbirth. What dishes does your mom like? Any dietary restrictions? Su Feng laughed helplessly. Silly girl, you really don't need to do this. You're the silly one, you slacker. The woman pouted playfully. Under Su Feng's persistent insistence, Chen Mingyan finally gave up on buying a gift for his mother. Go grab my makeup bag. It's in the bathroom cabinet. Okay. Su Feng fetched the makeup bag. The woman nervously began applying her makeup. Stop putting on makeup. Any more, and you'll turn into a fairy. You're already beautiful enough, gorgeous enough. She had a first love face. Even without makeup, she made Su Feng's heart race. It's not for you to look at, she said, though her words contradicted her heart. After finishing, she pressed her lips together to set the lipstick and turned to the man. Xiao Feng, do I look good? Beautiful, gorgeous, stunningly beautiful. The man thought inwardly, better without makeup. She's too clumsy at it. Really? Did I mess it up? She picked up a small mirror, checking left and right, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Su Feng said, honestly, you don't need makeup at all. Your skin is so fair, just a little moisturizer, some brow pencil and lipstick would do. No need for foundation. You're a guy. What do you know about makeup? The daughter let out a light scoff. It wasn't that she didn't know how to do makeup. It was that she was too lazy to learn. How about this time? Su Feng stared intently, a mischievous look on his face. Yin so beautiful. Breathtakingly so. It's like a celestial maiden descending from the 9th heaven. The corner of her delicate lips curled up slightly. You're such a big fool. Really, light makeup suits you. Right now your beauty is unmatched, truly stunning. With lipstick applied, her pink cherry-like lips parted slightly, carrying a hint of subtle allure that made Su Feng's heart itch almost unbearable. Silly, your stare is terrifying. She immediately turned around, not daring to meet Su Feng's eyes. Being praised by the man. Her mood. Naturally, it was delightful. She still had confidence in her looks. Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful, so pretty. Prettier than the actresses on TV. Tong Tong wants to wear lipstick too. Tong Tong praised. Chen Mingyan bent down. Tong Tong, let sister-in-law put some lipstick on you. Oh wow. The chubby girl sat happily on the bed, swinging her little legs. At the Children's Day event earlier in the month, she had worn lipstick for the group dance performance, and Tong Tong thought her red lips looked so pretty. Xiao Feng, does this outfit look okay? She asked softly. Su Feng's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly. Beautiful, absolutely perfect. With her hair in a bun and a stunningly beautiful face, her whole style was fresh and youthful. A loose white long-sleeve top, paired with light blue straight-leg jeans, accentuated her slender figure even more. One word, gorgeous. They'll notify everyone in the group chat first. Send Yueyue a message on WeChat and tell her to take the day off. The woman blinked, puzzled. We're opening tonight. The evening foot traffic is heavy. We could just take the afternoon off. No, I'm tired. This afternoon, let my mom watch little Yueyue. We'll go on a date, watch a movie, and go shopping. A date? Chen Mingyan felt a rush of warmth flood her head, tempted by Su Feng's suggestion. Her heart raced faster. The shyness she inadvertently revealed made Su Feng's heart itch with desire. Especially that irresistibly alluring cherry-like mouth. He longed to cup it in his hands and kiss it passionately over and over. If not for Tong Tong being right there, he might have pinned the mother of his child to the bed and pounced on her. No lewd thoughts. His wolfish gaze made her heart tremble slightly. What lewd thoughts? Isn't it perfectly normal for a father to openly admire the mother of his child? The man said, his words contradicting his heart, while a little heart inside his chest pounded wildly with nervous excitement. At that moment, he truly wanted to make a mistake. Don't make me pinch you. Chen Mingyan raised her right hand and waved it in front of Su Feng. No, don't pinch me. I surrender. Don't you dare look at me like that again. No respect for authority. I'm your teacher. The woman's pretty face blushed, deeply tempting enough to make one want to take a bite. You are the teacher, and you are the mother of my child. And I'm the father, Su Feng said with a cheeky grin. Enough. Don't say another word. Go pack the clothes in the wardrobe. We're moving. Whenever Su Feng saw the woman acting coy and delicate, he couldn't resist teasing, provoking, and joking with her. He truly couldn't help it. Was this what they called a racing heart? Actually, Su Feng was a slow towering person. Darling, look at me. Is my makeup and outfit appropriate? Su Feng carried a suitcase with one hand, while Chen Mingyan held 2 travel bags. The family was moving. Even little Tong Tong carried 2 bags of toys. The chubby girl puffed out her cheeks, exhausted. Without her, would this family fall apart? Su Feng nodded and said, "You look beautiful already." She pursed her lips. Of course I'm beautiful. I'm asking if my outfit is appropriate, whether it's too flashy. No matter what you wear, my mother will love it. A typical straight man answer. Phew, this is killing me. Lu Fengfeng stretched. In just 2 hours she had hired a cleaning service online and had scrubbed every corner of the apartment her son and daughter-in-law were about to move into. The kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, everything spotless. Even the living room was adorned with brand new floor mats for her granddaughter to play on. Hearing a knock, Lu Fengfeng sprang up from the sofa and nervously checked the mirror. Confirming her makeup was flawless, a smile crept onto her lips as she performed a classic Sichuan opera mask change. With a creak, the door opened. Su Feng saw a kind, gentle, middle-aged woman with a soft smile. Mom. Seeing his mother like this, he was stunned, speechless, his expression frozen. Even little Tong Tong was dumbfounded, rubbing her eyes to confirm the woman before her was indeed her mother. Yes, her kind and gentle mother. Come in, Lu Fengfeng said warmly. Su Feng set down his suitcase. Chen Mingyan nervously placed the luggage aside. Just as Su Feng was about to introduce them, Lu Fengfeng's eyes narrowed into slits. With a benevolent, beaming smile, she approached, sizing her up with tender warmth. You must be Yin Yin. Xiaofeng has mentioned you. I am Chen Mingyan. The woman seemed kind and approachable, nothing like the wicked mother-in-law from Korean dramas. Chen Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Mingyan, hello auntie. Hello Yin Yin. Then silence hung in the air, and the atmosphere grew subtly tense. After the first greeting between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, neither knew what to say. Lu Fengfeng studied Chen Mingyan. The girl had delicate skin, fair complexion, refined features, and a beautiful face with curved brows. She seemed like a girl with a good temper. Chen Mingyan, however, dared not meet her gaze directly. Auntie Xiaofeng said you helped clean the place, our little home. We're sorry to trouble you. At this critical moment, Chen Mingyan took the initiative to break the ice. Lu Fengfeng waved her hand. No trouble at all. You've been working so hard at the restaurant with Xiaofeng. Since you're closed today, get some good rest. Thank you for your concern, auntie. And thank you for cleaning up. See that? You don't even care about me as much as Yin Yin does. Lu Fengfeng shot Su Feng a glare, then instantly turned back with a gentle face for her future daughter-in-law. Su Feng felt slightly offended. Was this really necessary, Mom? Why not just be herself? Little Ye squealed with excitement as she saw her beloved toys dumped onto the living room mat, kicking her little legs. Okay, don't rush. Daddy will play with you, and Auntie. He set his daughter on the mat, and she crawled over eagerly. Yin Yin, may I call you that? Lu Fengfeng took Chen Mingyan's hand and led her slowly to the sofa to sit down. Chen Mingyan nodded nervously, yes. This rascal found such a beautiful daughter-in-law, and didn't even tell me, hiding it for so long. The last syllable was gritted through her teeth as she swung her fist and landed a solid thump on Su Feng's arm. The punch was forceful. Su Feng was bewildered, rubbing his sore arm. First his wife pinched him, now his mother punched him. He was pitiful. Mom, stop hitting me. Hitting you? Consider yourself lucky I'm not beating you. Go move the stuff. There's still things at the restaurant, right? They'll chat with Yin Yin, don't bother us, got it? Su Feng felt a flock of crows fly past his head. Fine, he'll go. Hey Tong Tong. Not moving. Tong Tong wants to play with Yueyue. She pouted in a huff. Her brother always bossed her around. She wasn't someone who could be bribed with just one popsicle anymore. At least 2. Resigned, Su Feng obediently hauled all of Chen Mingyan's packed luggage from the restaurant back to the rental apartment. Since the restaurant wasn't used for sleeping at night, many things were unnecessary. Clothes, baby toys, diapers, and such. He had to bring half back and leave half. Chen Mingyan was incredibly nervous. She was naturally timid, sitting stiffly on the sofa with her hands on her knees, as if in formal posture. She looked like a student who had made a mistake in class, called into the office by teacher Lu Fengfeng during recess, her face showing innocence, mixed with mostly anxiety. Though Lu Fengfeng appeared calm, she was just as nervous inside only. She was better at hiding it, like a poised, gentle lady in front of Su Feng's grandparents. Thinking, what else could they talk about? A topic? Where was a topic? Lu Fengfeng chuckled. Yin Yin, I heard you used to be Xiaofeng's teacher. Sort of. I taught an elective course at Su Feng's university. In her nervousness, she even dropped the nickname Xiaofeng. Are you from Longqing? Yes. Chen Mingyan nodded lightly. From Longqing, actually a nearby county. Ling County. Ling County is great. The grapes and pomegranates are delicious. As she spoke, she noticed Su Feng passing by and raised an eyebrow. Xiaofeng, go boil some water for Mom and Yin Yin. Is there a kettle at home? If not, buy a new one from the hardware store. There's a kettle at the restaurant, I brought it. Su Feng hurried to serve them boiling water. After finishing, he saw Chun Mingyan growing more anxious, her left fingers constantly rubbing her right palm. And she kept her head down. In truth, Chun Mingyan thought Su Feng's mother was kind, gentle, and approachable, but she felt that when the mother-in-law spoke, her unintentional aura was just too powerful. Mom, you haven't really looked at your granddaughter yet, Su Feng reminded. I've seen her, so cute, chubby, and fair. Lu Fangfang gently scooped little Yueyue into her arms. Her eyes are so beautiful, like two big grapes, dark and bright, all chubby. Even cuter than Tong Tong was as a baby. Tong Tong pouted her little mouth, sulking. Tong Tong is super cute. Su Feng picked up his sister. Don't be mad, sweetie. Brother will buy you a popsicle. 2. Big teardrops welled up in her aggrieved eyes. Mom, please hold your granddaughter first. Yin Yin and I will unpack the luggage. Seeing Chun Mingyan still sitting nervously on the sofa, her hands clenched into fists on her thighs, looking utterly ill at ease, Su Feng at the critical moment grabbed her soft right arm and pulled her to her feet. Chun Mingyan bit her lip. She cast a grateful glance at Su Feng. Thank heavens the man had finally managed to read her signals. Little Yueyue, let grandma have a good look at you. Big eyes, a dainty nose, fair and chubby, those beautiful eyes are like a carbon copy of your father's when he was a child. Come here, let grandma give you a kiss. Lu Fangfang held little Yueyue, her eyes brimming with tenderness. It was completely different from her earlier performance. Now she was a purely natural, kind-hearted old grandmother. Grandma Aya. The little girl pursed her tiny lips and in a soft, milky voice called out the word grandma. In the next second, Lu Fangfang's cheeks were flooded with excitement. She looked up at Su Feng. Son, did you hear that? I heard it, huh? My God, little Yueyue just called you grandma. Chun Mingyan exclaimed, little Yueyue, you're so clever, so smart. Grandma, she called out again. Hearing this, Lu Fangfang immediately hugged little Yueyue tightly. Tears of emotion streamed down her eyes. When she saw the beautiful eyes of little Yueyue, she felt a connection of blood and kinship, and especially when she heard her call her grandma. She was so overjoyed that she sobbed uncontrollably. My dear granddaughter, oh my, you've melted grandma's heart. Even Su Feng was astonished and said with a hint of jealousy, Mom, little Yueyue didn't even call me daddy, but she called you grandma. Chun Mingyan reached out with her left hand and gently poked Su Feng's arm. Mom, you hold little Yueyue for a while. He'll go help Yin Yin tidy up the room. Go on then. Lu Fangfang waved her hand. The couple picked up the suitcase filled with clothes, walked back to the master bedroom, and gently closed the door behind them. I was so nervous. At this moment, she rarely took the initiative to hold Su Feng's hand, her demeanor completely different from when she was sitting on the sofa. Finally, she could relax. My mom doesn't bite. Why are you so scared of her? Su Feng said softly. She raised an eyebrow and pursed her lips nervously. It's not fear. Auntie seems like a seasoned teacher with a strong presence. She always takes the lead in conversations, but she's also very warm. I just feel a bit overwhelmed. The two of them communicated on the bedroom balcony. Even so, Chun Mingyan glanced at the door, worried that Su's mother might overhear their whispers. Show off your teacher, Chin Aura. Su Feng teased. She shot him a charming, exasperated look. How dare I? I already asked Tong Tong about it. Your mom is a tigress. It's not just you and Tong Tong who are afraid of her, even Uncle is. So of course I'm scared too. That's right. It would be asking for trouble. Su Feng, his father and his sister were already used to it. The thing was, his mother wasn't unreasonable. It was more like if you made a mistake, she could lecture you for 2 hours straight about principles, and once she got going, her tongue was mighty sharp. That's why the whole family feared her. Impressive. You even went through Tong Tong to get intel. Su Feng praised. Chun Mingyan giggled. Silly. Come on, help me put away little Yueyue's clothes. The two of them neatly folded the clothes they had brought from the dining room and hung them in the wardrobe. Back in the old place, after washing clothes in the dining room, they had to hang them in the narrow bathroom. Now in the rental, they put all sorts of daily necessities in their proper places. After tidying up, Chun Mingyan started washing little Yueyue's clothes. Once the laundry was done and everything was in order, the family went out for lunch. Su's mother had already booked a table. It was a well-known restaurant with a luxurious private room. Hello, would like to order. Su Feng snapped his fingers. Lu Fangfang glared at her son. Let Yin Yin order first. What's your rush? Mom, I already know what Yin Yin likes to eat. When we're not busy, we often discuss food and various dishes. Su Feng said helplessly. Chun Mingyan smiled. It's fine, let Xiaofeng order. Yin Yin, you order. Su Feng handed the menu to the mother of his child. She remained very reserved in front of her future mother-in-law and said softly. Annie, I'm not picky. Let Xiaofeng order. Auntie's cooking isn't great, so well, just eat out. Yin Yin, don't be polite with me. She glanced at the menu. What does Tong Tong like to eat? The chubby girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Caramelized bananas, shredded pork and fish sauce, kung pao chicken, prawns, and sweet and sour pork. This child really wasn't shy at all, directly counting on her fingers and listing her 5 favorite dishes. Lu Fangfang's face darkened upon hearing this. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Mingyan had already communicated with the waitress and placed the order. For the prawns we have braised boiled garlic, spicy, and salt and pepper. Which kind would you like? The waitress said with a smile. Tong Tong. Chen Mingyan looked at her sister-in-law. Tong Tong giggled, spicy prawns. Annie, would you like to order anything else? Lu Fongfong gave a deep wry smile. Yin Yin, you order some dishes you like first. Don't spoil that girl too much. Su Feng said, get a serving of stir-fried tofu. Mom, Yin Yin loves tofu. All right, stir-fried tofu, and also a bowl of mint and egg drop soup. Lu Fongfong added. After ordering, Su Feng proactively poured water for his mother and wife, who were seated on either side of him. Little Tong Tong was holding a bottle of Jianlibo and drinking it noisily. Seeing this, little Yue Tong got anxious and stretched out her little hands, letting out a soft, milky cry. The atmosphere in the private room gradually became a bit subtle. Mom, when are you going to tell Dad about him becoming a grandfather? Su Feng asked in a low, probing voice. Lu Fongfong smiled, showing her teeth. Mom needs a few days to think it over. Once he gets back from your grandfather's place in a few days, he'll tell him. Yin Yin. She drew out the syllables. Annie. Facing Lu Fongfong, whose expression had suddenly turned serious and stern, her heart began to flutter with panic. Subconsciously, she reached out with her left hand and quietly grasped Su Feng's right hand. Feeling the warmth in her palm, she felt a wave of relief inside. This boy Xiaofeng. Sigh. Men are all the same, not a good sort. It's also because my Yin Yin is too beautiful that led to this accident, and now we have little Yue Tong. Tell me, how should we properly teach this boy Xiaofeng a lesson? Lu Fongfeng's tone was one of anger, of deep fury. Even Su Feng's eyes were filled with confusion. Completely baffled. What was his mother planning to do? Annie, actually, it's my fault. I myself. Just thinking about it made her eyes well up with tears. Back then I could have had an abortion, but I insisted on keeping the baby and giving birth to little Yue Tong. So from beginning to end, this wasn't Xiaofeng's fault. The main reason lies with me. At this moment, Su Feng was scratching his head, feeling utterly bewildered. Mom. Su Feng gave a bitter smile. Lu Fongfong shot Su Feng a fierce glare and even used her chopsticks to tap him on the head. You shut up. No matter what, Xiaofeng is the root cause of this. If it weren't for his impulsiveness. You're both old enough now. Xiaofeng is a man, and a man should take responsibility for taking care of you and your daughter. 3 generations of our Su family have been teachers. Our family values are a bit strict, and we have our own rules. In a while you should take him back to your home. Let Xiaofeng meet your parents. If it's not appropriate, he'll go with his father to accompany you both and formally apologize. He did something foolish, so let him face the consequences and take responsibility. So, I will start preparing the wedding house. Let's settle the engagement first and get married as soon as possible. Yin, let Xiaofeng work his fingers to the bone for you for the rest of his life to make up for his mistakes. Su Feng, Chunmingye, little Tong Tong glug glug, little Yue Tong babbling noises. His mother's words were absolutely shocking. Chen Mingyan was stunned, her delicate face turning pale. How could they suddenly be talking about an engagement and marriage? Mom. Su Feng coughed awkwardly and said, haven't I already told you? We can't rush this. Why not? Lu Fongfong rolled her eyes. Yin Yin and I have only just started dating. We need time to let things develop naturally, right, Yin Yin? We've only just begun, haven't we? Su Feng gently shook the woman's arm, watching as she snapped back to reality, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Right. She stammered, nervously nodding like a pecking chick. The two had barely started their romantic journey. Thanks to little Yueyue, their relationship had progressed at lightning speed. In just half a month, they had already reached the hand-holding stage. I'm not asking you two to get married and hold a wedding right here and now, his mother clarified. I mean, just find the time to get the marriage certificate first. Su Feng was stunned, speechless. He could feel Chun Minjian's small hand gripping his tightly, her nerves evident in the force of her hold. Mom, you're scaring Yin Yin. Su Feng offered a wry smile. It's fine, I'm not scared. Chun Mingyan whispered softly. At this moment, she simply couldn't muster her usual confidence. Mother Su's enthusiasm was overwhelming, and she had no idea how to respond to such a topic. She couldn't just recklessly give herself away, could she? Little Yueyue should have been registered long ago. We can't keep putting off getting our granddaughter her household registration. Although Xiaofeng can't give you a grand wedding just yet, he can at least give you a proper status. Get the marriage certificate first, then sort out Yueye's household registration. Feelings can grow slowly over time. This boy Xiaofeng, once you get to know him, you'll find he's not bad at all. Her mischievous son, aside from his lackluster academic performance and his complete inability to grasp his studies, his most satisfying attribute for her as a mother was his handsome appearance. Tall, handsome, without the effeminate air of those young idols, he was a sunny, wholesome young man. Gulp. Su Feng swallowed hard, his heart thumping wildly in his chest. Chen Mingyan was in the same state. Nervous, anxious. A whirlwind of emotions. Auntie, after a little while, it'll take Xiao Feng home to get the household register, then we'll get our marriage certificate and register little Ye's household. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her trembling voice. Good, good. Lu Fengfeng beamed with joy. Her son's lifelong matter had been resolved with just a few words. In truth, whether they got the certificate or not was all a matter of fate. Given how their relationship was progressing, it was only a matter of time before they did. Lu Fengfeng was simply too impatient. Come Yin, have some food. This restaurant has great flavors. Didn't you say you love tofu? This braised tofu is excellent. Chen Mingyan quickly said. Auntie, I can serve myself. Brother pot. I want caramelized banana, help Tonton get some. Ayawa. Little Yueyue squirmed and wriggled in Su Feng's arms, her tiny body twisting about. Little Demon King Yueyue's beautiful eyes were fixed on the fragrant dishes on the table, her drool silently soaking into Su Feng's sleeve. Grandma, Lu Fengfeng smiled kindly. What meat does little Yueyue want to eat? Xiao Feng, go find the waiter and order a plate of white shrimp. The little one's complimentary food can already include shrimp. Oh, okay. Su Feng left the private room to order food for his daughter and settled the bill on the way. That afternoon, Lu Fengfeng, armed with a substantial sum of money, took her precious son to the 4S dealership to pick up a car. Over the years, Su's father and mother had saved up a considerable amount, and they directly shelled out 4,000 yuan to buy Su Feng a Cadillac XT6. This model was the one Su Feng had selected over the past few days. They busied themselves until 4 in the afternoon, finally getting the license plates registered at the vehicle management office before heading home. Yin, hurry up and come out for our date. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Su Feng called his child's mother on the phone. Even so, he waited a full 20 minutes. So slow, I've been waiting forever. Did Annie buy this car for you? She noticed the SUV beside Su Feng, a brand new white vehicle, beautiful and spacious. Su Feng nodded lightly. Your mom paid for it. Do you like it? It's spacious, performs well, and it's convenient for our family to go on trips together. Oh, it must be really expensive, right? How much? She didn't know much about cars. It definitely didn't look cheap. Su Feng said 4,000 yuan. Initially, I was thinking of getting a Haval H6, but my mom said if I drove a cheap car it would embarrass her. She cares a lot about face. Let's save up and work hard ourselves and pay Annie back for the car later, okay? Her tone was serious. Sure, but why pay her back for the car? In the future, I'll just buy my mom a whole villa instead. With the restaurant's high daily earnings, he was confident in providing his parents' wife and child with a better life. Su Feng opened the passenger door and grinned. Teacher Chen, please get in. You're so cheeky. Where are we going for this date? Naturally, we'll go shopping for clothes and then catch a movie. The woman smiled softly. The Zhongshan Road shopping street is less than 2 kilometers from the restaurant. It'll definitely be a hassle to park there. Let's take the electric scooter instead, and tonight you can drive me around for a spin. Okay. Su Feng loaded the battery onto his beloved little bike. Inserting the key, he patted the back seat. Yin, let's take the scooter for our date. It's too hot out, and the back seat is a bit scorching. Chen Mingyan reached out and touched the back seat. Indeed, it was quite hot to the touch. She pursed her lips in a smile. You sit in the back, I'll drive you. Huh? Su Feng's eyes widened. No way, I'm the student, and you're the teacher. I have to drive. All right. Fine. Chen Mingyan didn't argue with her playful child's father about who should sit where or who should drive. She gracefully sat sideways on the back seat. She felt sitting in the normal position on the back of a bike was a bit ungraceful. Indeed, it was scorching hot. A wave of warmth immediately spread through her. Her cheeks flushed as she bit her lip. Su Feng turned around and noticed her biting her lip and laughed. Silly girl, why not just go to the restaurant and get a wet cloth to wipe the seat down? I told you the back seat is hot. Umph. The woman pouted playfully. It wasn't like she had never ridden a hot-seated scooter in the summer before. When I ride this thing, I go at 50 kilometers per hour. It's pretty fast. Yin, hold on to my clothes. Oh, okay. She reached out and grabbed Su Feng's sleeve. As the little bike sped down the main road, her face turned pale with fright. This man drove the scooter way too fast. You idiot, slow down. With a ripping sound when the red light turned green ahead, and Su Feng braked suddenly to stop, she actually tore his t-shirt clean apart. In that instant, she lurched backward. At the critical moment, she desperately grabbed onto the flesh at Su Feng's waist. Su Feng's face instantly lost all color from the pain. Huff. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill your husband? 2 high school girls waiting at the red light nearby, along with 2 middle-aged women on bicycles to the right, all couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight of Su Feng, his clothes in tatters, his pale back exposed, and his face a picture of utter embarrassment. Chen Mingyan covered her cheeks with both hands. Oh heavens. The father of her child looked like this. A total social death scene. Yin, why are you covering your face? I'm the one who's dying of embarrassment here. And it hurts so much. Su Feng turned around to see his child's mother covering her face, his mouth trembling with frustration. The next second, he reached his hands behind his back, grabbed her 2 soft little hands, and pulled them forward, firmly wrapping them around his strong waist. On the verge of tears, he said helplessly, "Silly girl, hold on to me tight, so you don't fly off, and stop pinching me. If you squeeze your man to death, what's going to happen to your happiness for the rest of your life?" A young man riding a scooter nearby, looking at the stunningly beautiful Chun Mingyan and the torn shirt, Su Feng twitched his mouth. "Hey, here, I am a single dog, and am actually laughing at him for being embarrassed." Slow down, slow down. The man rode his electric scooter, romantically carrying the woman through the warm breeze. Zhongshan Road was the nearest street for food and fun, home to Wanda Plaza and many large entertainment malls. "The mall is almost here." "Hey, brake gently," Chun Mingyan said softly. The back of Su Feng's t-shirt had been torn by her, exposing his fair back. To spare him embarrassment, her arms remained wrapped around him. Her cheeks were perpetually flushed, though the scorching weather conveniently masked her shyness. Yet her heartbeat was more pronounced than ever. Pressed against Su Feng's back, she foolishly worried he might hear her nervous pulse. This intimate contact kept a joyful smile lingering on Su Feng's lips. Screech creak. The sound of braking rang out. Su Feng parked the scooter in the lot under the overpass. The woman pressed even closer against his body. He felt a touch on his back. Something soft. A grin spread across his lips. "That mother of his kid, she's got some assets, huh? You're asking for it, you fool." Chun Mingyan bit her teeth and gave his back a light thump, knowing he was just trying to cop a feel. He was beaming like a simpleton over such a trivial advantage. Su Feng ripped off the torn t-shirt in one go. "That 9 yuan shirt from Pinduoduo really is unreliable. The quality is terrible." With that, he tossed his pure black shirt into the trash bin. It was early evening, and the streets were crowded with shoppers. Couples, friends, and sisters strolled along the avenue. Many passers-by secretly eyed Su Feng. "Damn, that dude's bold, walking around shirtless. Even in this heat, that's too much, no sense of decency. But he's so handsome. Could he be shirtless just to show off his abs? So what if he has abs? Does that give him the right to walk around bare-chested?" Undoubtedly, Su Feng, in his shorts, slippers, and bare torso, standing at 186 centimeters, it became the most eye-catching figure on the street. "Let's get you a t-shirt first." Unable to wait a minute longer, Chun Mingyan bit her lip, took his hand, and dragged him into the Antas sportswear shop nearby. She was furious. Even though he wasn't her man, he was still Xiaoye's father, and she couldn't stand the way passing women kept staring at him. Why? Her jealousy was intense. "Hello, handsome, beautiful lady, what can I get for you?" the female sales assistant greeted with a smile. Upon seeing the shirtless Su Feng, she blushed and turned away. This man was incredibly handsome. Su Feng flashed a grin. "What do you think I need?" I don't know what. What would you like to buy, handsome?" "Su Feng. A t-shirt." The woman's expression stiffened as she realized she had been gawking at him. She had thought he was shopping shirtless to show off his lean figure and captivating four-pack abs. At that moment, even the other female staff and some female customers browsing for clothes or shoes couldn't help but sneak extra glances at Su Feng. If he weren't so handsome, some girls might have thought a pervert had walked into the store. He was so handsome, with such a great body and abs. Even if he were a pervert, they'd welcome it. Seeing her man being openly admired by other women made Chun Mingyan livid. She snatched a random white t-shirt and flung it at Su Feng. "Put it on and see if it fits." Her tone was icy. "Okay." In truth, Su Feng had deliberately lingered just to see her reaction. The way she got jealous and angry was utterly adorable. "And it fits perfectly. Do you think this shirt suits me?" Su Feng asked with a smile. Chun Mingyan stood on her tiptoes, demonstrating whether it fit. She violently ripped the tag from the collar. "Well, take it, Su Feng." The sales assistant could tell Chun Mingyan was seething with jealousy, yet she still couldn't help stealing glances at Su Feng. "So handsome, I can't stop looking. Just one more peek." "No, his girlfriend is right there. It's not right to stare. I'd look like such a lovesick fool." In just 3 minutes, the assistant's inner drama rivaled a full-blown soap opera. "Get a grip." The sales assistant took a deep breath. "It's just a handsome guy with abs. I've seen plenty. Stay calm, she thought, but her gaze still drifted towards Su Feng. "Xiaofeng, we need to get you a good pair of breathable shoes. You'll be standing in the kitchen for hours, or your feet will ache." "What size do you wear?" she asked. "Size 46, a big pair of feet to conquer the world." So after careful selection, Chun Mingyan picked out a pair of shock-absorbing running shoes and a pair of cushioned foam sneakers for him. "I don't have time to play basketball," Chun Mingyan smiled. "You'll be on your feet in the kitchen for long stretches, so these will be more comfortable." A wave of warmth washed over Su Feng. "And let me pick a pair for you too." They ended up buying a large pile of items from the Antas store. After paying, Chun Mingyan noticed the female staff and customers still sneaking peeks at her man. A pang of jealousy hit her. With a slight frown, she reached out and linked her arm through his, as if staking her claim. This was her man. Her sudden boldness made Su Feng tremble slightly. "What are you looking at?" "Let's go, a bunch of shameless hussies," she huffed. The Antas brand was decent, a solid domestic label, a bit trendier than Hongxing Erk. When they reached Wanda Mall, Su Feng dashed over to the McDonald's ice cream counter. 2 ice creams, please. 1 matcha and 1 strawberry. All right, handsome, please scan the code. Chun Mingyan watched his excitement and couldn't help but smile, a hint of happiness curving her lips. This silly fool. She had finally taken the initiative to hold his arm and had dared to pull away. Here, you love matcha cake, so you must love matcha ice cream, right? No, I want the strawberry one, she said, pointing at the strawberry cone in his hand. But I don't like matcha. Too bad. Well, let me have a bite of the strawberry one first. Su Feng took a generous bite before handing it over to Chun Mingyan. You are just as mischievous as a little kid. Seeing the strawberry ice cream reduced to 2/3 by his huge bite, she bit her lip and reached out to pinch his waist. But Su Feng was ready and dodged instantly. My waist is almost swollen from your pinching. Don't you know a man's waist is tied to his happiness for the rest of his life? Then, her eyes curved into crescents as she took a deliberate bite of the matcha ice cream. Here, you have the rest of mine. Without a hint of disgust, Su Feng took it and savored it happily. Seeing this, a certain woman's heart felt as sweet as honey. The girl sharing the Bionegatuan-free ice cream is finally not my little sister Tong Tong. Chun Mingyan took a small bite of her ice cream and smiled lightly. Tong Tong would be furious if she knew you were complaining about her. Little Yueyue, don't cry. Look what this is. A little car. Vroom vroom, a little car. Tong Tong, only 4 years old, sat on the living room floor mat, trying her best to soothe little Yueyue. But little Yueyue had no interest in the toy at all. She missed her mom and dad. Pouting her little lips, tears kept swirling in her eyes. My dear, come eat some egg custard. PFF who? Lu Fongfong held a spoonful of delicious egg custard, blowing on the hot steam, worried it might burn little Yueyue. But little Yueyue refused to eat, and this time she cried out even more aggrievedly. Wah! Oh, Mom! Her cries were piercing, heartbreaking to hear. Little Yueyue is not being good. Brother's baby loves to cry so much, crybaby. Seeing that she couldn't soothe her, Tong Tong simply gave up, lay on the sofa, propped up her legs, and started watching TV. Is little Yueyue hungry? Milk powder, where's the milk powder? Lu Fongfong was an impatient person by nature. Hearing her granddaughter's cries, she paced back and forth between the inner room and the living room, searching for the milk powder and bottle. In the end, she only found the bottle, but no milk powder. She anxiously and hurriedly called Su Feng. What? Little Yueyue hasn't been weaned off yet. Son, come back first. Little Yueyue has been wailing nonstop. Her eyes are all red. She won't eat the egg custard, won't drink water. Grandma can't soothe her. He'll rush back with Yan Yan right away. Su Feng and Chun Mingyan, who had just bought a little dress for Yueyue and were at the mall planning to see a movie, had to give up the idea of continuing their date. Worried about little Yueyue, they sped back home on their electric scooter as fast as they could. Little Yueyue, don't cry, mommy's here. Entering the house, Chun Mingyan casually tossed the shopping bags onto the sofa and eagerly scooped the little darling into her arms. She had cried herself tired and her sobs softened. Ah, Yueyue, mama. The crying stopped instantly. Little Yueyue, daddy is here too. She pouted her little lips, grabbed Su Feng's face, and then buried her head in her mother's chest. Nai, the little demon king called out, aggrieved. Mommy will feed you some milk right away. The mother and daughter returned to the bedroom. Only then did Lu Fongfong realize that the Nai her little granddaughter was calling for wasn't her, the grandma, but the milk from milk powder. She wanted milk. Son, hasn't little Yueyue been weaned off breast milk yet? She's already 10.5 months old. Tong Tong was weaned at 6 months. Lu Fongfong asked with a frown. Su Feng sighed helplessly. Her mother can't bear to stop. She thinks as long as she has milk, she should keep feeding her. The sooner she's weaned, the better. The older she gets, the harder it is. He'll discuss this matter of weaning little Yueyue with Yan Yan later. Su Feng grinned. Maybe her solid foods are a bit better now, so she's feeding less. She's even stopped her night feedings. She only eats 3 times a day now. Let's hear what Yan Yan has to say about it later. Tong Tong, your sister-in-law bought you some shoes. Come try them on and see if they fit, and if you like them. Su Feng opened the shoebox and took out a pair of pink kawaii sneakers. Such pretty shoes. Tong Tong loves them. A smile curved on the chubby girl's lips. Su Feng personally put the new shoes on his little sister. Remember to thank your sister-in-law later. I know. Wearing her new shoes, she ran around the living room, chirping with joy like a lark. Thank you, sister-in-law, she called out happily. Chun Mingyan smiled. No need to thank me. I should thank the well-behaved, sensible, and cute Tong Tong for taking care of little Yueyue and playing with her. With this string of flattery, Tong Tong's little face instantly turned into a red little apple. Her little lips curved into a pure, innocent smile, as if she had been singled out for praise by the teacher in front of the whole class. Her heart was bursting with pride. If little Yueyue didn't cry, Tong Tong would be even happier to play with her. Little Yueyue is a crybaby. Su Feng took his daughter from Chun Mingyan's arms. Did you hear that, little Yueyue? Your auntie doesn't like playing with crybabies. Having cried, her eyes were red. She babbled and pouted, her big eyes fixed on the shopping bags on the sofa. The good girl was particularly interested in novel things she saw for the first time, no matter what they were. Su Feng tried the blue and pink little dresses he had bought on the boss one by one. It seemed the boss didn't fancy the little dresses. Her little hands grabbed and pulled, treating the princess dress as a toy. Yin, when are you planning to wean little Yueyue off breast milk? Lu Fengfeng asked with concern. Once her granddaughter was weaned, it would be easier for her to take care of her. Chun Mingyan said softly, I plan to wait until after little Yueyue's first birthday, I'll start weaning her. The reason she didn't wean her was purely because breast milk was more nutritious than formula. Despite various opinions online, she firmly believed that breast milk was more nutritious than formula. Lu Fengfeng said, breastfeeding means you have to keep making sacrifices. You need to keep up your nutrition. Auntie will order some meals for you. Let's go out for dinner. No need. She gently waved her hand. Auntie, it's fine for us to eat in the restaurant. Xiaofeng's cooking is pretty good. That works too. Have him stew some pig trotters and fish for you, and drink some fish soup. You need to eat well to produce milk every day. Lu Fengfeng smiled, used to giving orders at home. She turned and said, Xiaofeng, go to the market and buy some pig trotters and crucian carp. All right. Su Feng nodded. Mother's orders must not be disobeyed. Tong Tong, come with your brother to buy pig trotters and fish. Tong Tong resolutely refused to go out with her brother to buy fish, because it had started to drizzle outside, and she didn't want to get her new shoes from her sister-in-law dirty. As for her old shoes, she was too lazy to change back for now. You little rascal, getting too big for your britches. Su Feng bent down and pinched his sister's cheek. Nye. Tong Tong rolled her eyes and playfully made a funny face at him. Just then Lu Fengfeng thought of something and suddenly slapped her forehead. I forgot something very important. She anxiously rummaged through her bag and took out a thick stack of red envelopes. Yin, this is a welcome gift from Annie. I said I felt like I forgot something. It's all because of this brat Xiaofeng always hovering in front of me. Su Feng. Auntie, I really can't accept your red envelope. When the bulging red envelope was handed to her, she bit her lip, clearly refused, and gently pushed Lu Fengfeng's arm away. Child, don't be so polite with Annie. It's not much money, just a token of my appreciation. Chun Mingyan frowned anxiously. We have enough money to spend. The restaurant's income is quite good. Xiaofeng gives me all the money he earns from the restaurant to manage. We don't lack money. Lu Fengfeng had already paid over 20,000 in rent for the apartment she was currently renting. How could she accept a red envelope from Yueye's grandma? Besides, she felt embarrassed taking money from others. It's not much, just 10001 yuan. Child, just take it. Raising a child is expensive. I'm also raising Tong Tong. Just take it, don't be so polite with Annie. When little Yueyue was born, her own grandma didn't give a red envelope. For her 100-day celebration, I didn't contribute either. Just take it as some pocket money. Sun Yu's enthusiasm was overwhelming for Chun Mingyan. She turned to pick up little Yueyue and said seriously, Annie, it's not easy for you to raise Tong Tong either. Seeing this, Su Feng chuckled, don't refuse, Yin. 10001 yuan means 1 in 10,000. You're already my mom's acknowledged daughter-in-law, right, Mom? Mom. Lu Fengfeng nodded hurriedly. Yes, my Xiaofeng is set on you, and I've also decided you're my daughter-in-law. This. With the words said to this extent, Chun Mingyan opened her mouth. Refusing any further would seem overly pretentious. She'd take it for now, and have Su Feng transfer the money back to his mother later. Thank you, Auntie. She clutched the red envelope in her hand. Su Feng snapped his fingers and said seriously, Mom, Yin, and I will save this money for you. We'll add it towards buying you and Dad a villa later. Oh, buying a villa. Lu Fengfeng looked at Su Feng in surprise. Had her son grown up? He even knew how to paint a rosy picture for his old mother. Evening. A light drizzle pattered against the window. After dinner, Lu Fengfeng hurried home alone. Su Feng lay idly on the sofa, opening the group chat on his phone. Unread 99. Apologies, everyone. The shop is closed today for personal errands. In the coming days, I'll be working on new recipes. Thinking. Nongda, first love boss, you finally showed up. Side-eye. Girl who loves garlic, do you know how much damage closing for a day does to my little stomach? Tongue-tied. Big fatty no. Wonder boss, have you come up with new recipes yet? Give me a stir-fried meat noodle. I want a bit of meat. Stewed shoe worm, sly grin, the boss is here. Will you open tomorrow? I'm really craving it. Air Guzzi, who loves eating sheep balls, sad heartbroken me. Only transforming grief into appetite. Boss, open early tomorrow morning, I just want to eat like crazy. Braised grasshopper, side-eye boss, how about some new items? Egg noodles are good, but too much can cause stones. Xiaofeng, the nicknames in the customer group are so strange. All sorts of oddities. These foodies are truly a bunch of characters. Su Feng let out a chuckle. Hey everyone, I'll be researching new recipes tomorrow morning. If I think the taste is good, I'll notify everyone in the group. Wow, finally something new. Hungry, Nongda, first love. Nongda's #1 wild jungler specializes in Jianwei Lu Bei, the Chun Haonan of the jungle. Support female duo, DM me. Press 1. 2. Shouldn't the jungle king be Li Bai or Han Xi? Exactly, side-eye. Jianwei can only be called a mad dog. After chatting idly in the food group for a while, he put down his phone, walked to the bathroom, and enjoyed a hot shower. Returning to the master bedroom, he looked at Yueyue and Chun Mingyan lying on the bed along with Tong Tong. Yin, I want to squeeze in with you and Yueyue. The man shamelessly made the request, his face not even flushing. Chun Mingyan blinked. No way. The man was so shameless. Just squeeze in. The living room and guest room don't have air conditioning. It just rained outside, and without the AC the house will be stuffy and hot. Thinking of how the man had to wake up at 4 in the morning to go to the market, Chun Mingyan's eyes flickered. She let go of her reserve, her heart softening. You lie on the left side of the bed. Yueyue sleeps in the middle. Tong Tong next to you. I'll sleep on the right edge. The next second, Su Feng's gaze froze. He hadn't expected Chun Mingyan to agree, so easily stammering. Yin is so good to me. Chun Mingyan lay on the edge of the bed. You don't get to sleep for free. You have to work. Put on Yueye's air conditioning clothes and adjust the AC temperature. Yes, ma'am. Before 10 o'clock, soft breathing sounds came from Yueyue and Tong Tong. Yueyue slept peacefully, as quiet as an angel. Her little mouth moved as if she were nursing in a dream, a faint smile melting her father's heart. Ayawa. She let out a tiny sound. Yeah. The daughter laughed in her sleep, a pure, innocent laughter that made Su Feng and Chun Mingyan exchange a glance, both breaking into smiles. Yueyue is having a sweet dream. I wonder what she's dreaming about, Su Feng whispered, finding it amusing. He couldn't resist reaching out and poking her soft cheek. Chun Mingyan frowned, anxious, but spoke softly. Idiot, if you wake the little princess, we won't sleep tonight. But Yueyue is just too cute. Does Tong Tong always sleep cuddled up to you like this at home? She asked, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Chubby Tong Tong was sleeping on her side, tightly hugging her brother's arm, a slight smile on her lips, just like Yueyue lost in a beautiful dream. No, not at home. Only outside does Tong Tong sleep with me. At home, she has her own room. Oh, a 4-year-old really should have her own room. Are you jealous? No way. You're even jealous of Tong Tong. Su Feng stifled a laugh. They spoke in hushed tones, afraid of waking Yueyue and Tong Tong. Chun Mingyan, embarrassed and annoyed, pretended to twist the air, making a fierce gesture to warn Su Feng that if he provoked her further, she would get up and pinch him. Biting her lip, she said fiercely, conceited, narcissistic. Who's jealous of you? Hee, you are jealous. Tong Tong released her grip on Su Feng's arm, murmured a soft sound, turned over and hugged Yueyue. Turn off the lights and sleep. You almost woke Tong Tong. She turned her back to Su Feng, leaving a graceful silhouette. Just as Su Feng was staring blankly at the back of the mother of his child, Chun Mingyan reached out and turned off the lights. In the pitch-black night, Su Feng couldn't sleep. He opened Douyin. After scrolling through 1 video of Peppa Pig, 2 of Teletubbies, and 4 of JoJo, he sighed inwardly, turned off the screen, and closed his eyes quietly. An hour later, Su Feng lay wide-eyed, tossing and turning, still unable to sleep. Yin, are you asleep? No. Chun Mingyan turned over to face him. In the silvery moonlight, she secretly gazed at his profile. After so long, lying on the same bed again made her think of that night. Su Feng's drunken roughness, his beastly behavior. In the darkness, Chun Mingyan's fair face blushed with a burning heat, her delicate body trembling slightly. Sigh. She, like Yueyue, bit her cherry-like lips, even nibbling her fingers to ease the dirty, shameful thoughts in her mind. At most, within a week, I'll introduce you to all my relatives and friends. I've booked George for July 1st to take Yueye's first birthday photos. Su Feng said softly. The first birthday photo shoot. That day they'd take the main photos, but some headshots and full-body shots had to be done in advance. I want to sleep leaning against you, he whispered. No, she said, contradicting herself. Go to sleep. You have to wake up early tomorrow, and aren't you researching new recipes? Idiot, be careful. Staying up late will make you lose your hair and go bald. If I go bald, would you still like me, eh? Her forehead actually steamed with shyness, and she replied softly. Idiot, have I ever liked you? Good night. The next morning, Su Feng drove early to the market. Today he wanted to develop a new dish on his own without relying on the system. Zhejiang noodles. Early morning, just past 7. Su Feng began his hectic work alone. He first set the chicken soup to simmer slowly over a low flame. Kneading the dough for both hand-pulled and stretched noodles alone took him a full half-hour. Xiaofeng, I'm here. Are you at the restaurant? Yes. He opened the door to find his mother waiting with her bag. Mom, you're up so early. Lu Fengfeng caught the aroma of chicken soup wafting from the kitchen, saw the 2 large dough balls on the counter, and the flour dusting Su Feng's apron. Her nose tingled with emotion. I told you I could find you a decent job, but you refused. Now you run this restaurant, toiling from dawn to dusk. What's the point? Mom. Su Feng grinned. Why are you crying? I'm enjoying this. Lu Fengfeng wiped her tears and scolded him with affection. Enjoying it, my foot. Close this place down as soon as you can. They'll find you a better paying job where you can just coast along. Running this restaurant is great. Once little Yueyue has her first birthday, he'll hire a chef just for the noodles. A noodle chef only responsible for kneading, rolling, and pulling the dough. He'd leave the heavy lifting to someone else, making things much easier for himself. Do as you see fit. If you don't want to run it, close it down. Her son was grown now. Though she worried about the hardships of being a chef, she didn't want to interfere too much in Su Feng's future. That's why she had let him stay home for a year after graduation. Mom, Yin has already taken Yueyue to the back room. They'll go take care of my granddaughter. And your daughter? Su Feng retorted. The chubby, adorable 4-year-old Tong Tong also needed looking after. Su Feng was determined to reach a daily revenue of 1,000 yuan to claim ownership of this shop valued at over 2 million. If he closed the shop, even if he got the property, the Onizen system would take it back. Setting those thoughts aside, Su Feng focused on developing new dishes. On the seasoning rack sat his secret soybean paste and dried yellow bean paste. He planned to experiment with stir-frying a savory egg topping, figuring out the right ratio of dried yellow paste to soybean paste, and use that ratio to make the fried sauce. Zhejiang noodles. Zhejiang fried sauce noodles are not a typo for Zhejiang mixed sauce noodles. There's an essential difference. Zhejiang noodles have a savory, refreshing, and chewy flavor, while Zhejiang noodles are lighter with a sour and spicy kick. Moreover, Zhejiang noodles are popular in the north like the classic old Beijing Zhejiang noodles, and are well loved in areas like Tianjin and Hebei. In Dragon City, a city that embraces all kinds of noodles, the quality of a bowl of noodles is judged solely by its taste, not its authenticity. There are no such strict rules. Delicious, tasty, and satisfying. That's what truly matters. Zhejiang noodles, on the other hand, are a beloved folk dish in the Sichuan-Chongqing region. The core of its cooking lies in the red, oil chili bean paste. The ingredients also differ significantly. Zhejiang noodles use diced meat, while Zhejiang noodles use minced meat. Just passing by after my shift. Hey boss, you're open pretty early today. Brother Lu walked in alone, looking exhausted. With those panda eyes, it was clear he was a veteran of all-nighters. Su Feng chuckled in response. Of course, I'm working on a new item today. Just researching it. Oh, what new item? Brother Liu's eyes lit up with intense curiosity. Zhejiang noodles. Zhejiang noodles, huh? Last year on a trip, I tried them in the capital and Tianjin. Su Feng smiled and asked which regions was better. The flavors are different. Tianjin's has a slight sweetness. I prefer that one. I tried one place in the capital. The sauce was too heavy without much aroma, and it was salty. Most people wouldn't like it. And also the side dishes and condiments are all laid out neatly. Hey, you know it's quite elaborate. Su Feng chuckled. Brother Lu, am about to stir-fry the sauce. Want a bowl to try? Sure. Brother Lu sighed. I'm planning to quit. If I keep going like this, I'll end up pushing up daisies. The nightlife scene is tough to make it into. Hey little boss, if you ever come to the bar to dance and drink, just contact me. They'll treat you. Huh. Thanks in advance, Brother Lu. The two chatted happily as Su Feng prepared the ingredients for the fried sauce. The holy trinity of scallions, ginger, and garlic all minced. Then he took some prime pork belly and diced it into small cubes the size of soybeans. Honestly, Su Feng's knife skills weren't great. To get it right, he had to cut slowly piece by piece. He heated oil in the wok and added the pork belly cubes. Sizzle. He stirred the pork with a spatula, the fat slowly rendering out with a crackling sound. He then added the scallion, ginger, and garlic and splashed in a touch of 60-degree strong liquor along the edge of the wok. Whoosh! The moment the aroma exploded, Su Feng covered the wok. He wanted the fragrant wok energy from the liquor to fully infuse into the pork belly cubes. Next, he poured in the prepared sauce mixture and turned the heat down to a simmer. Xiao Su, I can already smell the meat. It's so fragrant, hitting me right in the nose. Su Feng laughed heartily. Brother Lu, I've got the lid on. Brother Lu took an awkward puff of his cigarette. Haha, just giving you a compliment. But I really did just smell something delicious. While the fried sauce simmered, he definitely needed dough for 2 portions. Mom, you all have your youtiao and soy milk, but I'm having my own noodles. Su Feng called out to the back room where his mother had just arrived with the youtiao and soy milk. Chen Mingyan laughed. Auntie already finished her breakfast. She didn't even leave you one youtiao. My own mother. She had just been worrying about his early mornings and hard work, but in the next breath, she didn't even save him a single youtiao. At that moment, the fried sauce in the pot was bubbling gently over a low flame. The pork belly cubes gurgle with small bubbles. He rolled out 2 portions of noodles and prepared the condiments, what old-timers from the capital would call side dishes. Shredded cucumber, shredded radish, peanuts. Swoosh. The next second after lifting the lid, Su Feng picked up the wok and poured the stir-fried sauce into a basin. The rich, pungent aroma drifted through the kitchen window into the air. In the basin, the fried sauce clearly showed a layer of oil separating on top. The secret sauce was complete. This separation is what chefs call oil sauce separation. So fragrant that sauce aroma is just incredible. Brother Lu sniffed the air hard, his stomach growling in anticipation. Haha, it'll be ready in a moment. For this early morning bowl of Zhejiang noodles, Su Feng didn't rinse them in cold water, but simply lifted them straight into the bowl. Just then Uncle Yu with his permed hair pushed the door open. "Oh ho, Xiaosu, you're open this early today." "Not officially open yet, just researching a new item early." Su Feng nodded. Uncle Yu sniffed the air. A rich sauce aroma, such a familiar smell, so fragrant. Brother Lu was already eagerly waiting by the kitchen window. He carried his bowl of zhajiang noodles back to the table. "Oh ho, zhajiang noodles!" Uncle Yu exclaimed, taking a closer look. Su Feng brought his own bowl, mixed the sauce and hand-pulled noodles thoroughly with his chopsticks, and sat down at the table while stirring. He wanted to eat some garlic, but considering heavy going back to the back room to kiss little Yueyue from time to time, he held back. Brother Lu not having a couple of cloves of garlic. Brother Lu gave a helpless smile. "Eating garlic this early in the morning. I'd have garlic breath all day. I'm afraid I'd get a beating from the wife when I get home." "Haha," Uncle Yu said. "Xiaosu, I'm originally from Tianjin. I grew up eating zhajiang noodles. I've been eating them for 60 years now. The preparation is very particular. They say there's no true gourmet food in the capital, just a lot of fuss over nothing." Brother Lu chuckled in agreement. Su Feng remarked, "Brother Lu, that's not how I see it. Whether or not it's traditional, all I care about is whether it tastes good. Right? Flavor. Good flavor trumps everything." Brother Lu snapped a photo and posted it to his moments. The pristine white hand-pulled noodles were topped with a thick layer of savory diced pork belly sauce. The meat sauce shimmered with an oily sheen. Shredded green cucumber and orange carrot adorned one side. Crispy peanuts were scattered on top. This bowl of noodles was a true feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Brother Lu eagerly stirred the steaming noodles. The aroma was intoxicating. Don't talk to me about tradition or authenticity. All that matters is that it's delicious. Each springy hot noodle was coated in the rich sauce, tantalizing the taste buds. Overwhelmed by the fragrance, Brother Lu opened wide and took a huge, satisfying slurp. Slurp, slurp. Chomp, chomp. Ah, fantastic. So flavorful. True to his reputation as a foodie, Brother Lu devoured the noodles as if they were rice, shoveling them into his mouth. The portion was modest, but by no means small. This is unbelievably fragrant. The natural fat and flavor of the pork belly have been fully rendered, marrying perfectly with the secret sauce coating each noodle and elevating its taste to another level. Take a big slurp, then crunch down on a couple of crispy peanuts. Slurp, slurp. After his exclamation, he displayed lightning-fast eating speed. The bowl was emptied in an instant. Brother Lu licked the sauce from his lips. Su Feng took a bite of his own noodles and praised, "Brother Lu, you're eating with such gusto. It seems the new noodle recipe is a success. We can put it on the menu for lunch." "Definitely ready for the menu," Brother Lu said, wiping his mouth before leisurely lighting a cigarette. It seemed that the fatigue of the night vanished in an instant. A cigarette after a meal is bliss. But what about a smoke after a heavenly meal? After Su Feng finished his bowl, he was ready for another. For him, this portion was just an appetizer. "Uncle Yu, what's your expert opinion on this zhajiangmian?" Su Feng asked between bites. Uncle Yu, with his hair styled in a perm, had a slight Tianjin accent, though not too strong. Uncle Yu chuckled, "The zhajiangmian in the capital. It's not that it isn't good. Different places nurture different tastes. What's the tradition behind it?" Su Feng asked with a smile, not pausing his slurping. Uncle Yu said, "Making a seemingly simple bowl of zhajiangmian truly memorable and rich in flavor does involve quite a bit of finesse. For zhajiangmian, the key is the sauce, which must be dry-fried in a small bowl." "What does that mean?" "There are many theories, but the standard is simple. Place the fried sauce in a bowl, draw a line through it with chopsticks, and the gap must not close back up. That is the mark of the finest sauce," Uncle Yu explained cheerfully. Su Feng nodded. "So the oil and sauce are separated." "Exactly. But Xiaosu, what truly defines the highest grade of zhajiang? It's when you can poke and stir the sauce with your chopsticks, and it parts to reveal the bottom of the bowl with clear oil on top and thick sauce below." "Understood. These Beijing folks certainly know their traditions." Uncle Yu sighed. "You know, ever since my mother passed away in Tianjin 20 years ago, and the family moved to Dragon City, I haven't had a truly superior bowl of zhajiangmian." Finally, the toppings. We use fresh seasonal vegetables, which we call the complete topping set. In early spring, that means bean sprouts trimmed at both ends, tiny radish sprouts with just 2 leaves, and a splash of the laba vinegar left over from the new year. As spring deepens, the toppings are garlic sprouts, tune shoots, bean sprout tips, young green soybeans, and small radish sprouts. In early summer, we use new garlic, blanched fresh peas, cucumber shreds, green bean strips, and chive sections as toppings. Uncle Yu earnestly imparted his knowledge about Beijing's zhajiangmian to Su Feng. Su Feng's bowl was nearly empty. This bowl wasn't just a success in Brother Liu's eyes. He also thought the texture was perfect, not a bit inferior to the savory egg sauce dish. One offers the fragrance of eggs, the other the rich aroma of diced pork belly. "Uncle, you should try a bowl of Xiaosu's noodles. I've eaten at several noodle shops in Beijing, and none of them can match the taste of his hand-pulled zhajiangmian." Brother Lu grinned at Uncle Yu. He was tired of Uncle Yu's nitpicking. Why so much fuss over tradition? It's like that internet celebrity Nyo Dao, all that pretentious posturing just invites ridicule. Alright Xiao Su, give me a bowl, Uncle Yu called out. Su Feng nodded. Please wait a moment, Uncle. Brother Lu added, Xiao Su, get me another bowl too. Is the chicken soup ready? Uncle Yu asked. Yes it is. Xiao Su will have another bowl of soup too, Brother Lu said. So they each got a bowl of noodles and a bowl of chicken soup. Uncle, your noodles and soup are ready. Ah, this aroma. It hits you right in the head. He took off his watch, put down his phone, lowered his head, and inhaled the scent with pure contentment. He mixed the noodles thoroughly. As he lifted the noodles to his mouth, the tender springy pork bits and the thick sauce clinging to the chewy noodles were crushed together under his teeth. In an instant, Uncle Yu felt a wave of comfort wash over him, as if every pore in his body had opened up. Then the divine noodles slid down his esophagus into his stomach, and it felt like every cell in his body was being conquered by the flavor. Boom! His taste buds were bombarded with an explosion of savory flavor. A tear slid down from the corner of Uncle Yu's eye. Even Su Feng was stunned by the sight. Slurp slurp. Once Uncle Yu started, he couldn't stop looking utterly blissful, all while tears streamed down his face. Even Brother Lu was bewildered. Chomp chomp ah. Uncle Yu's head was practically steaming as he wept openly and cried out. It tastes just like my mother's cooking. So fragrant, so incredibly fragrant, it's making my mouth tingle. He lowered his head, eating like a starving ghost, even faster than Brother Lu. In just 3 minutes, he had devoured the entire bowl. Gulp gulp. Uncle Yu wiped his tears and sipped the chicken soup with a look of pure bliss. Then, he gave Su Feng a thumbs up. Xiao Su, this bowl of noodles brought back so many memories. That rich, savory fragrance is just incredible. This was more than just a bowl of noodles. It was a deep longing for his mother. Su Feng said modestly, as long as you enjoyed it, Uncle. Brother Lu declared, this bowl of noodles is unmatched anywhere in Beijing. Brother Lu, stop with the praise, or he'll get a big head, huh? Su Feng laughed heartily. Brother Lu finished his soup with a gulp and let out a satisfied burp. How much for everything? Brother Lu, you've been a great ambassador for my restaurant, so I can't charge you. Brother Lu had brought in many customers and had been so supportive. Su Feng felt awkward taking his money. You have to take the money. It's not right to eat at a restaurant without paying. Su Feng said helplessly, I really can't. No way. Then, just pay for the chicken soup. We're not even open yet. You were only helping me with a taste test. Seeing Su Feng's sincere and modest demeanor, he stopped insisting and scanned the QR code to pay 12 yuan. He'll go home and get a good sleep, then come back for a bowl of chicken shred noodles tonight. Meanwhile, the Xiao Su Food Exchange Group chat was already buzzing with excitement. The first deep feeling of the agricultural university, drooling, oh my god, the boss has a new product. Braised grasshoppers, the appearance looks quite good. Zhejiang noodles. Thinking, stewed shoe beetles, boss, are these noodles authentic? If not, I want eat them. Smirking. Fat Tiger loves noodles, steamed shoe beetles, this smell, it looks absolutely authentic, absolutely delicious. Greetings to you. Stewed shoe beetles, Fat Tiger loves noodles, greetings to you. Angry. The girl who loves garlic, wow. Crying, I can smell the aroma through the screen, you're tempting me, boss. The first deep feeling of the agricultural university, sighing, ever since that day, I started eating noodles here. In just a few days I've spent all my living expenses and don't even have money for the trip home. Braised grasshoppers, the first deep feeling of the agricultural university, don't blame the boss, blame your girlfriend. I'm single and still saving up to buy a skin video game, kid. Su Feng took a photo of the zhejiang noodles and posted it in the group chat, quickly sparking a lively discussion among everyone. Ding dong, the host has passed through the egg and bean paste topping and thereby developed the perfect gray zhejiang noodles. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, drawing inferences independently, developing a new product. The system rewards an appetizer, Sichuan Chongqing, appetizing pickled vegetables. Drawing inferences. Su Feng couldn't help but beam with joy. He had just introduced one new product, and the system had rewarded him with another. He pondered for 10 seconds over the price of the zhejiang noodles and decided to sell them for 24 yuan. 4 perfect grade zhejiang noodles. If the price wasn't above 20, it wouldn't be worthy of the word perfect. Xiao Su, how much is it in total? Uncle Yu asked with a smile. His eyes were red. The bowl of noodles had stirred up his longing for his mother. He couldn't help but cry, his eyes reddened from it. Uncle Yu, the chicken soup is 12, the zhejiang noodles are 24, that's 36 in total. This old man was definitely wealthy. Looking at the Rolex Submariner Hulk on his left wrist, Su Feng truly didn't dare to suspect it was a counterfeit. I've scanned the code and paid. When are you going to set up a membership card system so I can just deduct from the card? It's a hassle to scan and pay every day. Uncle Yu said cheerfully. This bowl of zhejiang noodles had completely captured his appetite. He decided to enjoy the restaurant's cuisine thoroughly for the time being. Off. Su Feng was momentarily stunned by the old man's words, then chuckled. In a while, he'll get a cash register and set up a membership card system. Most of the restaurants on this street were established shops. Many of them had membership cards and various top-up promotions. Because the dishes in the shops were expensive, if it suited your taste, it was more economical to top up and eat. Boss, I'm here. Yueyue waved and greeted. Feng smiled and said, "You're early again." "Not early, it's already 9 o'clock. This silly girl. Have you had breakfast?" Mingyan asked with concern as she walked out of the inner room. Yueyue nodded lightly. "Yes, I ate. There's a pancake stall by the roadside." After saying that, she swiftly cleaned up the dishes Lu Gu had used, tidying the table spotlessly. By noon, some loyal customers from the group chat would sprint to the restaurant as soon as school ended, fearing they'd be late and have to queue for a seat. "Boss, 2 bowls of jjiang noodles, 2 bowls of chicken soup noodles, and 2 bottles of wusa beer." A young man from the agricultural university shouted loudly. Another young man whose ID in the food exchange group was braised grasshoppers, whose real name was Li Hao, slowly spoke. "Boss, can I add extra chicken thigh meat to the chicken noodle soup?" When the jade chicken shred noodles were served, there would be a small amount of chicken thigh meat. Just like Lanzhou beef noodles, the meat wasn't plentiful. The true soul was in the broth. Feng offered an apologetic look. "Sorry, little brother, I can't add extra chicken shreds separately. The stewed chicken thigh meat and the broth are in a fixed proportion. Once it's sold out, it's gone." "All right." Li Hao smiled helplessly. The boss really had confidence. It wasn't that Feng didn't want to make money from adding extra meat, but as he gradually added new products, the variety of food was becoming complex. Moreover, the chicken shreds and the chicken noodle soup were hand-torn by him, and Mingyan wearing disposable gloves. It could truly be described as clean and hygienic. "Boss, 2 servings of soybean paste and egg noodles, 2 bowls of jjiang noodles." Serve the jjiang noodles first and replace all the carrot strips and the toppings with cucumber strips. Just as the first table of customers sat down, chubby brother number 1 and chubby brother number 2 successfully arrived at the battlefield. The 2 walls of fat directly occupied a 6-seater dining table. "All right, please wait a moment, you two." The 2 big brothers looked fierce and were also obese, truly like 2 walking cannonballs. Lu Haoyu and Li Hao were startled seeing those 2 big brothers again. Judging by their speed at peeling garlic, they were clearly experts at eating noodles. Just as the noodles for the 2 tables were ready, 10 customers walked directly into the restaurant this time. Most were male and female students from the medical university and the agricultural university, some new faces, some regulars. After ordering, some customers went to the cooler to grab their favorite drinks. For these rows of drinks, Feng had printed the prices on an A4 sheet and taped it to the cooler. As a socially anxious person, he understood some customers well. Some would grab a drink without daring to ask the price. There were also customers who worried that the drinks in the restaurant were much more expensive than those in the supermarket outside, unsure whether they should buy one. These drinks and beers were clearly priced. At 1 p.m., the restaurant was at its busiest. As one batch of customers left, another batch would sit down, all praising the new invincible jjiang noodles. "Why is my stomach so small? I can only eat 1 bowl of noodles. If I were fatter and a big eater, I could order a bowl of chicken noodle soup and a bowl of jjiang noodles at the same time." "Amazing. Boss, your jjiang noodles are really fragrant. I never used to eat pork belly, worried it'd be dry and tough. But this is truly fatty without being greasy and lean without being dry. It's a pity for my little belly you have to suffer. Only 1 bowl of noodles per meal." The girl who loves garlic, whose real name was Lin Meiqi, patted her belly with a look of melancholy. Her 3 roommates, number 1, 2, and 3, had all eaten 2 bowls, but she had only eaten 1. "Eating too little feels like such a loss. I feel so annoyed." Roommate number 1 said. "Meiqi, how about we film a video and post it on Douyin later?" "A video checking in at Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant?" Lin Meiqi asked playfully. "No, let's film a short video about my Persian roommate." Lin Meiqi immediately rolled her eyes at her roommates. She was short, only 148 centimeters tall, commonly known as the internet's popular Persian roommate. Now the restaurant's customers were divided into several categories. One category was students from the agricultural university and the medical university. The second was some employees and customers from the midnight bar. The third category was passers-by and nearby residents from the Binjiang garden community. Among the customers Feng recognized were Lin Meiqi, the girl who loves garlic, Xiaoxua, the steel-straight woman, and her roommates, the all-night LOL gaming 6-man group, Coach Wu of the agricultural university basketball team, and Captain Lu Haoyu's group. There was also Lu Gu with panda eyes from the midnight bar and Red Sister from the midnight bar with her close friends. And then there was the trendy old man Uncle Yu. Just then Uncle Yu arrived with his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and grandson, the whole family, standing at the restaurant entrance waiting in line. "Dad." Yu Chaiyang frowned. Dad, stop queuing. Is the noodles in this restaurant really that good? You insist on waiting for a table. Let's find a stir-fry restaurant instead. Is this old man out of his mind? He was queuing for a meal at a small eatery among a bunch of college students. Old Yu scolded, "What's the hurry? Eating requires patience. Let me tell you, the jjiang noodles made by Xiao Su are even better than those your grandma made." "Dad, this His facial muscles twitched, slightly showing displeasure, but he dared not refute the old man's opinion. Yueyue, it's just queuing for a meal. The restaurant is packed with so many customers, the taste must be good. After 10 minutes of waiting, the family got seats and started eating. Old Yu called out, young lady, 4 bowls of jjiang noodles and 3 bowls of chicken soup. Boss table 4 wants 4 bowls of jjiang and 3 bowls of chicken soup. Xiao Guiyue immediately relayed the order. Su Feng's mind went blank at that moment, turning into a relentless noodle cooking machine. Pulling noodles, boiling noodles, his little hands barely stopping. Chen Mingyan fished out the noodles, prepared the toppings, poured chicken soup and jjiang sauce over the noodles, and sprinkled seasoning. Even though the sounds of customers eating noodles, discussing, and chatting were somewhat noisy, the husband and wife team handled it with ease. Busy but not chaotic. In one word, steady. Not to mention feeding others really gave a sense of accomplishment. Watching every customer gobble up the noodles with a contented and indulgent expression, Su Feng felt an indescribable feeling inside. This was perhaps an affirmation of a bowl of noodles. Cooking is not only a technical job, but also a physical one. He could clearly feel the soreness in his biceps and triceps. Constant pulling and rolling of noodles was as intense as working out in the gym. He decided to stretch his arms a bit after the rush. Phew. Awesome. Boss, another bowl. Yu Chaoyang shouted. Old Yu picked his teeth with a toothpick. Chaoyang, didn't I tell you that Xiao Su's hand-pulled jjiang noodles are delicious? The taste is really amazing. Yet I feel I haven't had such delicious jjiang noodles in a long time. A bowl of noodles. It made his face flush, glowing with health, steam rising from his forehead, and even his pupils dilated involuntarily. In the words of Sichuanese, this bowl of noodles. Delicious. Extremely delicious. When the second bowl of jjiang noodles was brought to the table, he opened the seasoning bowl and scooped 2 full spoons of fragrant chili oil. Dig in. The first bowl had no chili oil, so it was all about the savory flavor of the fried sauce. The second bowl had chili oil, allowing the aroma of the sauce to blend with the spicy fragrance. Shwala shwala. After stirring the noodles, the white noodles were not only coated with the jjiang sauce, but also with a layer of red chili oil. The chili and oil from the chili oil completely adhered to the noodles, emitting a rich, spicy aroma. Slurp. Swoosh. Whoosh. Chewing the noodles in his mouth gave his taste buds a brand new experience, a sublimation of flavors on the tip of his tongue. At that moment, Yu Chaoyang unexpectedly recalled his childhood. He couldn't tell if it was the chili that made his eyes red or the memories of the past. He wandered through the streets and alleys of the countryside, playing freely with his friends at games like flipping cards, flipping ingots, playing marbles, slapping matchbox covers, and picking up stones. Scenes of childhood appeared before his eyes. After playing with his friends with mud still on his shoes, he would go home and eat a warm bowl of jjiang noodles made by his grandmother. Memories surged in his heart, and tears uncontrollably filled his eyes. But his mouth kept crazily shoveling noodles in. Chaoyang, eat less chili. Look, you're crying from the spiciness. Old Yu handed him 2 tissues. This child, sigh. His grandmother passed away. She probably never got to taste such delicious jjiang noodles. And his mother, the old woman, was a terrible cook. He picked up the tissue and wiped his mouth, trembling all over. It's fine, it's too delicious. The chili mixed with the noodles is so fragrant. Dad, not to mention queuing for 10 minutes or 20 minutes, I'd rather queue for an entire noon just to eat this bowl of absolutely incredible jjiang noodles. Yu Chaoyang's wife widened her eyes and scolded, how are you talking? What absolutely incredible? That sounds terrible. Really? With 2 scoops of chili oil, this flavor. Sizzle. So refreshing. After the family finished their meal, Old Yu called out, Xiao Su, when are you going to make some snacks to go with wine? I never get tired of noodles every day, but I also want to sit in the restaurant and have a few drinks. That's right, boss, when will there be snacks to go with wine? Asked Sister Hong. Noodles with wine. That's too heavy. Noodles and wine will make your stomach uncomfortable. Many people spoke up asking. Their tone was full of anticipation for the snacks. Everyone, I can't guarantee when I'll have new items, especially snacks to go with wine. But I will definitely add them. You can all join the group first, and once I have the snacks, I'll announce it in the group immediately. Alright, let's join the group first. Xiao Su, how about some braised meat for the snacks? Asked Old Yu. While Chen Mingyan helped with boiling noodles, Su Feng lit a cigarette and stepped out of the kitchen to get some fresh air. Sister Hong said, actually no need. Boss, you can make some cold dishes. With cold dishes and peanuts we can drink. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd, Su Feng smiled leisurely. Well, I'm not sure. It could be stewed meat or braised meat. Since it's snacks to go with wine, of course, I need to make something hearty. Hearty. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they began to look forward to the snacks. Many people also scanned the QR code to join the group. As lunchtime reached its peak, more and more people lined up, even crowding the restaurant entrance. He had to hit the daily sales target of 10,000 yuan today. Seeing this, worried that the college students might leave, Su Feng quickly shouted, dear guests waiting in line, if you don't want to wait any longer, you can eat the noodles straight from the bowl. My ceramic bowls are heat insulated and won't burn your hands. Boss, give me a bowl of jjiang noodles. He'll eat it standing. Me too. Class is about to start this afternoon. The short girl said my hands are so small I can only hold the bowl with both hands. How can I eat it standing? I'll let your boyfriend feed you. Thus, some male customers started eating noodles while standing at the restaurant entrance inside the restaurant everywhere. Some customers not afraid of the hot ground or the scorching sun sat directly on the steps outside and frantically gobbled down the noodles. Under the temptation of delicious food, some male customers were quite straightforward, not making a fuss, and willing to eat standing up. They kept busy until around 7 in the evening, and Feng hardly rested. Even when he took a break, it was just to sneak a cigarette. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for achieving a turnover of over 10,000 yuan, completing the initial novice task of daily sales break 10,000. Upon hearing the system prompt, Feng was excited. But the system actually said that breaking 10,000 in daily sales was a novice task. What the hell? A novice task, my ass. I'm exhausted to death. You're telling me earning 10,000 a day is a beginner's quest? A hint of astonishment surfaced on Feng's face. Slightly taken aback, he mused that this was after all the number one cooking system in the universe. Perhaps a daily income of 10,000 yuan was merely one of its minor goals. Ding dong. System notification. Shop No. 8, Wudong Street, east of Fengwang Avenue, new district launching city, is now officially registered under the host's name. All relevant property documents, water, electricity, and heating have been officially transferred. Detailed documents have been placed in the storage compartment of the new car purchased by the host. Please check and confirm. Feng's breathing quickened involuntarily. Good heavens. This shop was worth over 3 million yuan. And now it was successfully his. He was just an ordinary nobody, and suddenly he owned a luxurious shop. Awesome system. What? The system? Ding dong. The system's mature female voice was several times louder than usual, reverberating through his mind. Congratulations, host Feng, on acquiring the first food store of your life. Hidden quest complacent and success completed. System reward 1 draw from the world's best braised meat, red braised secret recipe lottery. A line of text appeared in his vision, introducing braised dishes. Braised meat is generally divided into 2 categories, red braised and white braised. Their flavor profiles are essentially the same, belonging to the composite flavor type, salty and fresh with a rich aromatic 5-spice scent. The seasonings and spices used are also basically identical. Red braised meat is cooked with caramel coloring, giving the food a golden or coffee color like braised beef or braised large intestines. White braised meat is cooked without caramel coloring, resulting in a colorless or natural color, such as white braised chicken or white braised beef or pork tripe. Looking at the system's virtual lottery will covered in recipe names like braised chicken leg, soy sauce beef, braised pig's feet, braised duck neck, braised pork hock, braised pork head meat, and braised duck feet. Just tossing any one of these recipes out there. Its value would be truly incalculable. 100,000. 1,000,000. Host, will you draw now? Draw. Feng gritted his teeth and began to pray silently. Supreme Lord Laozi Tathagata Buddha Guanyin Bodhisattva Shinichi Kudo, Salaski, Hanamichi, Sakuraji, Dongwang Tai, please bless me with good luck in this draw. Hey, the lottery will stop. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the world's best soy sauce beef secret recipe. Additionally, the system is giving you a complimentary pack of the system's special spices, which has been placed in the seasoning cabinet on the lower left side. Phew. Awesome. Absolutely fantastic. Night 9:40 p.m. Looking at the 6 remaining portions of hand-pulled noodles on the counter, and the basin that once held the egg sauce now completely empty, he saw the customers still eagerly queuing. He couldn't help but call out helplessly, "Everyone, I'm out of the fried sauce noodles and the savory egg noodles. I only have emerald chicken shred noodles left, maybe enough for 5 bowls. I'm really sorry, folks." At this moment, the customers in the shop were mostly no longer students from the agricultural university or the medical university. They were all local residents of Longqing or out-of-town tourists visiting the night market. "Boss, this is the night market," someone shouted. "Boss." I saw them eating the egg noodles, so happily, so content, so satisfied, and I wanted some too. But I'm just visiting Longqing, I have to head back to Qi County tomorrow morning. A chubby guy with glasses shouted helplessly. "Yeah, boss, we've been waiting in line for 10 minutes. I'm a tourist too." Feng walked out of the kitchen, sweat beading on his forehead, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "I'm really exhausted, but I'm willing to keep working, keep earning money." Seeing everyone still lingering in the dining area, looking dejected and bitter about missing out on the noodles, he couldn't help but grin. "If you're all willing to wait, you'll need some more dough. I still have chicken broth. You can have some emerald chicken shred noodles. The egg noodles are truly gone, or we're completely out of eggs." "Well, wait." "Yes, we're willing to wait." "Right, how long will it take to knead the dough?" "Can we wait an hour?" Feng nodded. "They'll have it done within half an hour." "You're 12 people." Chen Mingyan saw the man leaning wearily against the counter. She quickly walked out of the dining area, hung the closed sign on the door, brought the small blackboard with the menu back inside, and placed it behind the bar. Then she walked into the kitchen. Xiaofeng, "I'll need the dough." Her tone was filled with concern. The man's clothes were soaked with sweat. The hair under his chef's hat was also drenched. "All right," Su Feng said, not standing on ceremony with the mother of his child. "Yueyue, you're off work now. Go home and rest." Yueyue giggled. "Boss, the shop isn't closed yet. From now on I'll close up and then head home." "You?" Su Feng stubbed out his cigarette, his tone turning firm. "Go on, it's past your shift. Get home quickly." Hearing this, the customers queuing and those dining all smiled at the scene. This boss was truly a good man. He didn't exploit his employees at all, and even didn't want his waitress to work overtime. "Young lady, your boss is letting you off work. Yeah, it's rare to find such a good boss. Girl, how much does he pay you a month?" "I'm tempted to work for him myself." Several customers teased with smiles. Yueyue, shy as a peach, hung her head, her cheeks flushing red. She scurried back into the kitchen, bent over without a word, and started washing the dishes. "This kid." Su Feng shook his head. "Haha, it was worth the wait. Phew, one bowl of chicken shred noodles, absolutely divine. This half-hour wait, this queue was totally worth it. It's really satisfying, though I still crave the egg noodles and fried sauce noodles. Might as well stay another day in Longsheng." Su Feng said warmly. "Everyone come back and eat tomorrow. Have your fill before leaving Longsheng." These out-of-town tourists, some from within the province, some from outside, only needed to visit the restaurant twice to be classified as repeat customers by the system, thereby increasing the quest progress and earning a chance to draw the perfect noodle topping. The last table was occupied by Brother Liu and his colleagues from the bar. The group was smoking. "Young man, take care of yourself. Business is good, so hire more people. Don't wear yourself out. Your health is your own. Make money, but don't ruin yourself. This noodle pulling and kneading is clearly hard physical labor. Most people couldn't handle it." Brother Liu sighed. "Today is my last night shift at the bar. I'm quitting too. Young man, you must take care of yourself. Rest when things slow down, maybe catch a nap." Chun Minjian's worried gaze and the customer's caring words stirred an indescribable feeling of gratitude in Su Feng's heart. Perhaps he truly was tired. "Thank you all for your concern. A man should be working hard at this age, and my kid is still waiting for his milk formula. Haha, we're off." After Brother Liu's group left, Chun Mingyan and Yueyue cleaned the tables, put the chairs back, mopped the floor, and tidied up the kitchen. Then Chun Mingyan took Yueyue out for a late-night snack. "Brother Tong wants to go home and sleep." The chubby little girl rubbed her eyes drowsily. She was sleepy. Su Feng pinched her cheek. "We'll head home soon. Watch a few minutes of your favorite JoJo first." He handed his phone to Tong. Lu Feng shot Su Feng a glare, but said nothing. Usually she strictly forbade Tong from playing with the phone. Yueyue, who was sitting on the bed clutching a Patrick Star toy, spotted Su Feng and immediately tossed the toy aside, crawling excitedly from the head of the bed towards the foot. Babbling in baby talk with a gurgling smile, her words were indistinct, but her happy squeals were loud and clear. "So cute. Come here, let daddy give you a kiss first. He'll hold you after you've had your bath." The affectionate baby talk slipped out effortlessly. Su Feng's fatigue instantly decreased by 100 points. To reward the hard-working young woman Yueyue for her extra hours and diligent efforts, Chun Mingyan treated her to rice noodles with river snails, chicken wraps, and milk tea, all of which the girl loved. "Mom's heading home first," Lu Feng said as she stood up and stretched. "Taking care of a kid is truly exhausting. I've had enough after just one day with my granddaughter. During the holidays, let Tong take good care of Xiao. Tong. Without her, this family would." Su Feng smiled and said, "Mom, if the restaurant is too busy, I'll hire another kitchen helper so that Yin can spend more time with Xiao. Mom's leaving now. They'll come back tomorrow afternoon to help." Lu Feng bent down to kiss Xiao, shot a glare at Tong, who was gleefully watching Jiao, and then briskly walked out of the restaurant with her bag. After confirming the old lady had left through the door, Tong lowered her head and said cheerfully, "Brother, don't let Mom come over anymore. She won't let me play on the phone." Su Feng patted his sister's head. "How can that be? Mom needs to play with Xiao." "I can play with Xiao. Give her a new toy and she can play with it by herself for a long time." Tong looked up and said seriously, believing that her little niece was very easy to take care of and soothe. "Mom won't be coming over after a while," Su Feng said. His mother didn't even want to take care of her own daughter, let alone her granddaughter. Little did he know his mother had already submitted her retirement application to the school and the Education Bureau. She had even returned the classroom she rented at Chiming Education, and her ideas of recruiting students for tutoring classes and hiring people to hand out flyers had vanished completely. She had decided to retire and focus on taking care of her daughter and granddaughter. "They'll just take a shower when I get back to the rental apartment." He opened the seasoning cabinet and carefully examined the packet for world's best soy-braised beef. A flash of inspiration struck his eyes. Moi. The packet contained star anise, white cardamom, black cardamom, angelica root, and cloves. There were also lemongrass, fennel, dried tangerine peel, and licorice root. The variety of spices was complete. Su Feng carefully separated each spice, organized them, and meticulously weighed each one on the gram scale. For larger spices like star anise, he recorded them by count. 8 star anise. 3 grams of angelica root. 7 grams of fennel. He recorded all the amounts, whether large or small, in the memo on his phone, effectively locking in the secret recipe. The world's best soy-braised beef recipe he won from the system lottery didn't specify the exact amounts for the spice packet, so he had to learn it this way. Has Yueyue gone home? Chen Mingyan nodded lightly. That girl can really endure hardship. Hey, we're paying good wages. Don't think too much about it. Some hotel waiters in Dragon City earn a high salary of 3,000 yuan. Su Feng pinched the woman's cheek. It was a subconscious action. He liked pinching people's faces. He pinched Tong Tong's and Yueyue's little faces every day. Hurry up and hire another noodle puller and dough maker. Watching you work, I feel so tired for you, she said with a furrowed brow. Su Feng grinned. What's there to be tired about? It's tiring, but it makes money. We'll talk about it after Yueyue's first birthday. Back at the rental apartment, after showering, Tong Tong was playing with Yueyue on the bed. The couple calculated the day's income. 12,860 yuan. Yin, we made so much money. Oh my god, over 10,000. Su Feng said excitedly. Chen Mingyan's heart was also surging with emotion, her body trembling slightly. That's amazing. Don't I deserve a hug as a reward? Su Feng said with a grin. She gave the childish Su Feng a disdainful look, bit her lip, and said, in your dream. Before she could finish the word dreams, Su Feng grabbed her fair arm, pulled her forcefully, and she ended up sitting directly in the man's lap. At Su Feng's age, well, he was full of vigor and vitality. Even after a day of hard labor, a rest, a meal, and a hot shower would quickly rejuvenate him. The sudden attack made her face tighten. Why, you idiot, let me go. A wave of heat instantly rushed to her forehead, and she was so shy that her mind went blank. She felt her body grow hot and her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. The shyness revealed in her eyes made Su Feng's heart itch even more. Thump. Chen Mingyan's heart raced. She bit her lip, lightly, feeling utterly embarrassed. The man was too domineering. Her small hands clutched Su Feng's clothes helplessly. Feeling the woman's body tremble slightly, Su Feng chuckled softly. Teacher Chen, what are you thinking about? What am I thinking about? Su Feng raised an eyebrow. Believe it or not, I just want a hug, a pure hug. Liar, you just want to take advantage of me. Realizing she was being teased, Chen Mingyan pushed Su Feng away forcefully. Her face wasn't just shyly red now, it was flushed with embarrassment and anger. Go sleep in the guest bedroom. You're not allowed on the bed. As she sat up from the sofa, she also lightly pinched Su Feng's cheek. He pinched her back. Xiaofeng, with over 10,000 yuan in sales, how much profit is there? She asked, curiously blinking. Su Feng shook his head. I'm not sure about the exact profit, but the profit margin on a bowl of noodles is at least 70. Maybe even more. A pound of pork belly costs 16 yuan. A pound of chicken legs costs 7 yuan. A bowl of noodles sells for over 20 yuan. Excluding the cost of ingredients, the extra expenses include water, electricity, and gas. He used up 4 full gas canisters just yesterday. There were also seasoning costs. Take the chili oil, for instance. A whole bowl of chili oil would be finished by customers in a single day. In short, the cost for a bowl of noodles selling for over 20 yuan was around 7 or 8 yuan, definitely not exceeding 10 yuan. But if you were to add the soy-braised beef, the profit margin would be a different story. Can you not get up so early? It's so tiring. Can't you just buy everything the night before? Chen Mingyan asked softly. Since it was so busy at noon, she had told him to take a nap, but he refused and kept working in the kitchen like a mule. Su Feng shook his head. I'm used to getting up early. I need to buy fresh ingredients in the morning. It'll be better once I hire more people. Oh, brother Yueyue pooped. The chubby girl ran to the door barefoot and shouted. Go change her diaper, she said to Su Feng. Yes, ma'am. Su Feng scurried back to the bedroom. Yueyue, you pooped again. It's all Daddy's fault. Daddy should have come home in time to help you poop. Actually, Chen Mingyan wasn't refusing to let Su Feng sleep on the main bed. It wasn't about him taking advantage of her. She had been living in the back room of the restaurant for a long time and didn't dare to wear a nightgown to sleep for fear of it slipping. He had already seen her in her pajamas anyway. They took care of Yueyue together, made buns together, and ran the restaurant together. That night Su Feng slept soundly. When he woke up, it was already past 5 in the morning. By the time he rushed to the wholesale vegetable market, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Boss Su, you're 2 hours late today. The pork stall owner, surnamed Lu, was over 50 and round as a ball, nicknamed Old Man Lu by his fellow vendors. Su Feng greeted him. Uncle Lu, I had a great sleep last night. Give me 10 pounds of pork belly. Uncle Lu swung his sharp cleaver and skillfully cut the pork belly for Su Feng. Xiaosu, your restaurant must be doing well. Where is it located? I'd love to drop by and try it someday. Since his very first purchase of pork for making soup dumplings, he had always bought from Uncle Lu. The two had grown familiar. You're welcome anytime, Uncle Lu. Scan this code to add me on WeChat. Sure thing. Do you want the pork skin too? Uncle Lu asked. After pondering for 3 seconds, he shook his head. No, trim all the skin off. He had considered making pork skin jelly, but with the Sichuan-style pickles he planned to prepare he simply didn't have the time, and the idea faded away. That'll be 166 yuan. Just give me 160. Deal. Su Feng didn't stand on ceremony with the pork vendor. He paid scan the code to add Uncle Lu on WeChat, and asked him to save some good cuts next time. His divine eye for quality told him today's pork belly wasn't as good as yesterday's. Of course Uncle Lu might not even be able to tell the difference himself since he didn't run a restaurant. Two pigs raised together as childhood companions sent to the slaughterhouse together and laid out on the same butcher block could still yield meat of different quality. Different quality meat naturally tastes different. Uncle Lu, where can I buy beef? Introduce me to someone you know. Old man Lu opened his mouth. Go to that hottie. The beef bowtie stall. With your looks, boss, Su, she might even give you a discount. Which stall? Stall 8. When you get there, call her hottie. No, sisterly. Okay. Su Feng nodded lightly. Old man Lu chuckled. Tell her I sent you, and she'll cut you a deal. You can even haggle yourself. Stall 8, stall 8. This is the place. He looked up and saw a woman in a low-cut top with fair skin and apron tied around her chest, deftly slicing beef for a customer. Handsome, want some beef? The woman smiled at Su Feng, her smile carrying a hint of allure. Su Feng was momentarily stunned by her outfit, and smiled and quickly asked, Do you have beef shank? For braised beef the best cut was the tendon-rich shank. Yes, we do. How much would you like, handsome? Su Feng smiled, and said about 30 pounds. 30 pounds. Are you sure, handsome? Zhu Lily blinked her eyes looking at Su Feng with slight confusion. I'm sure. I run a restaurant, and am making braised beef. Hearing it was for braised beef, Zhu Lily understood immediately. She fetched some beef shank weighted, and asked, This is 33 pounds in total. Want it all? They'll take it all. Zhu Lily helped pack it up. How much per pound? 50 yuan per pound. But since you're buying so much and you're so handsome, I'll give it to you for 48. She finished with a playful raise of her sexy eyebrow. Su Feng pursed his lips. That's expensive. It's not expensive at all. You run a restaurant, want me to get you frozen meat. Fresh beef shank is naturally pricier. Frozen meat is only 34 yuan a pound. Su Feng shook his head with a smile. They'll take the fresh meat. The price gap between frozen and fresh meat was huge, and the taste was worlds apart. Even braised in the same pot of marinade, the beef would still differ. The residential area around him in the third-tier city of Longqing had housing prices approaching 2 yuan per square meter. As long as the taste was good, there was no worry about selling. Students were about to go on break, and once the autumn semester started at the Polytechnic and agricultural universities, he could prepare cheap braised items like chicken feet and gizzards to satisfy the students' cravings. Besides, many of today's post-2000s students weren't short on money. Some parents worried their kids wouldn't eat enough at school. How could they not afford a serving of braised beef? Sisterly, I was sent by Uncle Lu. Can you give me a better price? Oh, you mean Lu the softy? Su Feng was speechless. Forget his sake. Since you're the most handsome customer to ever grace my stall, I'll knock off another yuan per pound for you. She gave Su Feng a charming lip-biting smile and deliberately bent over, revealing a deep cleavage. Su Feng said with a sincere face, Sister, I run a restaurant. If we work long-term, and I might come back tomorrow, how about 40 yuan a pound? 40 yuan a pound really won't work. Who haggles like that? I've already given you a special discount, handsome. The lowest I can go is 46. Take it. Zhu Lily smiled. Even for acquaintances, she only discounted 1 yuan. Final, take it. Su Feng nodded. These shank cuts are 33 pounds, totaling 1,518 yuan. Zhu Lily said, tapping on her calculator. All right, the money's been sent. Zhu Lily rolled her eyes charmingly. Ooh, handsome, you must come often. The price I gave you is absolutely one of a kind in this market. All right. Su Feng turned around and said, Let's add each other on WeChat. If I order more, could I get a better deal? Of course. Order frequently, and you'll get a better price. Zhu Lily glanced at Su Feng's WeChat profile picture. It was a photo of him with Yueyue. This handsome guy is married. Next, Su Feng went to Aunt Lu's vegetable stall where he was a regular and picked out ingredients for the Sichuan-style pickles. Mustard stems, cucumbers, small chili peppers, green beans, and garlic. Also celery, red, white, and green radishes, and purple cabbage. In short, there were no strict rules for pickling ingredients. Anything could be pickled. While they weren't great with alcohol, they were perfect with rice or noodles. Around 7 in the morning, while Su Feng was preparing the pickles, Brother Lu and Grandpa Yu strolled past the restaurant. The two greeted each other. Morning, Grandpa. Brother Lu called out. Oh, my young man, your eyes don't look right. Grandpa Yu exclaimed in surprise. Brother Liu's dark circles had deepened even worse than yesterday's panda eyes. It was quite alarming. Brother Lu gave a helpless smile. The dark circles are worse, huh? Can't help it, I've been pulling night shifts. He had gotten off work early today, but it was his last day. Had been drinking with colleagues at a 24-hour restaurant until now, celebrating his resignation. Celebrating quitting with heavy drinking. Young man, you need to take care of yourself. This won't do. Thanks for your concern, Grandpa. Brother Lu grinned, offering the old man a cigarette. The dark circles were normal, given the constant late nights drinking and his ever-increasing weight. As long as he quit drinking and stopped staying up late, he'd definitely recover. Boss Su, are we launching a new item today? Brother Lu asked. Su Feng was also taken aback by Brother Liu's panda eyes, not knowing the situation, and thought the guy had been punched in the face twice. Yes, everyone's been asking for something to go with drinks. Today I'm testing the waters with some braised beef. Brother Liu's mouth twitched. Damn. A drinking snack, braised beef, that's a serious meat dish. He cursed internally. The moment he stood up from the drinking table, he had firmly resolved to quit drinking. His panda eyes and hollow body were the damage of alcohol and women. Xiao Su's delicacy restaurant was launching a new item, a drinking snack. How could he not get a couple of pounds to enjoy the moment? Uncle Yu chuckled. Braised beef. When can we eat it? I want to have a couple of ounces of wine too. 2 ounces. That's not enough. That's just rinsing the mouth. We need at least 2 caddies. Brother Lu laughed heartily. As long as the appetizer is strong enough. Let alone 2 ounces. 2 caddies of baijiu is no problem. Su Feng smiled and said, the beef shank needs to be soaked and marinated. I'll be ready around evening. Alright, haha, I'll have another couple of cigarettes and go home to sleep, then come back happily in the afternoon for the braised beef. Brother Lu grinned. Little brother, can you cook some noodles now? Su Feng shrugged with a helpless smile. No time in developing new products, so I can't. Alright, I'll come in the afternoon. What about chicken soup? Do you have chicken soup? Uncle Yu asked. Su Feng shook his head. It's too early, there will be chicken soup around 10 o'clock. The two smoked and chatted. After finishing their cigarettes, Brother Lu played on his phone alone. Uncle Yu left the restaurant. Su Feng first made pickles, then planned to braise the beef. Sichuan Chongqing pickles. Appetizing and refreshing. He first rinsed the 72-year-old pickle jar with clean water. He poured all the cut pickle ingredients into a large basin. He almost couldn't resist using his feet to stir the vegetables. He sprinkled salt. He stirred vigorously with his hands. First he used salt to remove some moisture from the pickles, then packed them into the 72-year-old pickle jar. He added plenty of garlic, young ginger, and fresh ginger to enhance the overall flavor and bring out umami. He added some Sichuan peppercorns, dried ginger, bird's eye chilies, a bucket of pickled pepper water, and a large piece of aged rock sugar. Finally, he directly poured in a large 15-liter bucket of mineral water to fill the jar. Holy crap, little brother, this is too extravagant. Brother Lu was about to walk out of the restaurant when he looked up and saw Su Feng directly invert a large bucket of drinking water into the pickle jar, letting the water flow in. This scene made him widen his eyes in shock. Do you need to use mineral water for making pickles? A 72-year-old pickle jar naturally deserves some 72-year-old mountain spring water, ha. Su Feng replied with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, Brother Lu gave a thumbs up. Meticulous, you're really not stingy when it comes to cooking. To be honest, Brother Lu, the first batch of water for pickles is extremely important. In the industry, it's called mother water. Ordinary water works too, but since I have mineral water, I just used it hoping the pickles' taste will be better. Haha, little brother, you're young, but your culinary skills are already at the peak. This flattery made Su Feng blush a little. He smiled calmly and said, I'm okay with theory, but am still mastering the practice. Don't be modest, come eat braised beef tonight. Brother Lu smiled and turned to leave the restaurant. Finally, he sprinkled in another handful of salt. He poured in some high-proof baijiu. The purpose of baijiu is to prevent the pickle's mother water from developing white mold. Even if white mold appears, just pour in a little more baijiu to eliminate it. Then seal the jar and cover it. Done. Any new dishes today? Chen Mingyan brought out the small blackboard from the counter. Su Feng shook his head. I'm going to braise beef, but it won't be ready until evening. Okay, Xiao Feng, should we hire a kitchen assistant? You're working too hard alone. Chen Mingyan asked softly. She felt that working in the kitchen was really too hard for her man. It didn't seem like a boss at all, as she could cook, but she didn't understand professional culinary knowledge. I'm thinking, forget about a noodle chef. Let's hire a dishwasher only for washing dishes and a kitchen assistant who can do simple vegetable cutting. Of course, experience is preferred, and just right salary negotiable. Su Feng smiled at his wife. Also cross out the tomato egg noodles, oh, we're not selling them anymore. Seeing his child's mother's eyes full of concern for him, Su Feng felt a smug satisfaction. Uffed. This kind of thinking is a simp mentality. Okay, hire 2 more people. Chen Mingyan nodded gently. She wrote a line of recruitment info on the blackboard. Our restaurant is hiring a dishwasher, salary negotiable. Our restaurant is hiring a kitchen assistant, salary negotiable, kitchen experience preferred. After finishing the pickles, Su Feng started the process of braising beef. This ingredient must be soaked in cold water at home to draw out the blood, which can reduce the gamey smell of the beef. The beef shank soaked in water for over 2 hours before Su Feng lit the fire to boil water and poured the beef shank into the bucket. He added scallions and ginger and poured in cooking wine. First, give the beef a bath to remove the gamey smell. In the industry, this is called blanching. After the water boils, skim off the foam and let it simmer on low heat. The broth for braising meat requires stock, and the ingredients for making stock are nothing more than pork bones, chicken carcasses, and beef bones. Meat broth is not called stock. Bone broth can be called stock. The soup Feng used for braising beef was stock made from beef and chicken bones. This stuff, the first batch, is also called old soup. Feng did not skip any steps. He followed the secret recipe, world's best braised beef, rewarded by the system, cooking step by step. He took out the blanched beef shank and frantically poked holes in it with a knife and fork, which would allow the braised beef to better absorb the flavors. After poking holes, he poured it into the rich, fragrant stock. "Boss, what do you need me to do?" Yueyue, who had come to start work, asked. Feng smiled. "Just sit down, you'll only be busy when customers come. It's not like you have to work all the time during work hours." "Oh," she nodded. The boss was busy in the kitchen. She sat idly on the dining chair, feeling uncomfortable all over. Slightly a bit embarrassed. Chun Mingyan smiled. "Take this time to rest. When it gets busy, you won't have time to rest." "Okay." Yueyue giggled and gulped down water. When it got busy, she felt like her soul was about to fly away. Her mind was in a mess, her thoughts unclear. "Boss Su, the eggs are here." At that moment, the egg boss carried stacks of eggs and enthusiastically placed them in the corner of the kitchen. He carried the empty egg trays out of the kitchen. He made 3 trips in a row. "Boss Su, business is booming. Some hotels and big restaurants don't even use 50 trays of eggs in a week. Your business is amazing." Boss Egg praised with a chuckle. Feng said modestly, "It's just okay. My restaurant mainly relies on egg noodles." Boss Egg grinned. "Nice, boss, your business is thriving. I came when you weren't busy. Yesterday at noon, there was a crowd at the door, so I couldn't deliver." "Haha, boss Egg, how much in total?" 1,000. One tray costs 20 yuan for 30 eggs, which works out to a little over 0.6 yuan per egg. Boss Egg handed the delivery invoice to Chun Mingyan, who paid 1,000 yuan. "Boss Su is now my biggest customer. I'll deliver to you first from now on." After receiving the money, Boss Egg shouted, "No rush as long as it doesn't hinder your business." Feng didn't take the liberty of giving him a nickname. He called him Boss Egg. His head was bald and shiny, looking exactly like a braised egg, and his WeChat nickname was Boss Eggly. "Feng, how much is the braised beef?" Chun Mingyan asked softly, holding little Yueyue. The little one was incredibly restless, staring at Feng, busy in the kitchen and screeching from her high chair. She was a true little foodie. The aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air, sending Yueyue into a frenzy of excited yells. "No yelling. Daddy is making your food." Tong Tong scolded, hands on her hips. But little Yueye's eyes remained fixed on her hard-working father in the kitchen. "It's sold by the liang, 12 yuan for 1 liang, 120 yuan a caddy," Feng announced. "Great. Ever since Brother Lu in the group mentioned our new braised beef, everyone's been buzzing." The group chat was going wild. "Braised locust braised beef, can't wait. True love at AG College. Braised beef must be pricey, right? Too expensive for me. It's a real luxury for a student. Crying. Stewed shoe bughumph. Rolling eyes, you fool. Upstairs, break up with your girlfriend, and you can afford it. Garlic-loving girl. One good idea from the one above, smirking. True love at AG College. That garlic girl is so sly. He'll take out a loan to buy braised beef for my girlfriend. Why does a girl always use that smirking emoji? It's so inappropriate. Lamb Pao Ma Xiao Su's eatery. How much is the braised beef? 12 yuan a liang. Whoa. So pricey. Can't afford it. Foodie Brother Lu, let me explain. A caddy of raw meat shrinks to about 7 or 8 liang after braising. Our Wudong Street night market is a famous one, so a bit of a markup is normal. Garlic-loving girl. Anyone want to treat me to braised beef? My roommates and I are all single, smirking. 3 liang of beef for a WeChat contact. As Brother Lu explained, to get 7 or 8 liang of braised beef from a caddy of beef shank, without any additives, requires the skill of a master chef with 50 years of experience. Under normal circumstances, a caddy of raw meat yields only 7 liang of braised beef, maybe just 6 if your skill isn't up to par. Feng used fresh meat, not frozen from cold storage, so his costs were naturally higher. Plus, he braised it over a gas stove, not a pressure cooker. That added to the cost again. At 12 yuan a liang, he was a truly conscientious merchant. After inheriting the system's reward yesterday, the secret recipe memory revealed that most braised beef from shops was full of chemical tricks and ruthless methods. Into a caddy of beef shank, they'd add thickeners, bulking agents, carrageenan, soy protein, and sodium tripolyphosphate. After braising, a caddy could easily become 2 bigger, thicker. Of would you dare to eat that? Feng refused to use any additives. His braised beef was definitely clean and hygienic. After preparing the ingredients, he began the braising process. He heated oil in the wok. Sizzle. Rock sugar went into the wok. The braising liquid couldn't do without caramel. The first step was to caramelize the sugar. Sizzle, sizzle. Feng stirred vigorously with his strong arm, the sugar melting and swirling clockwise. Gurgle, gurgle. The caramel in the wok went from large bubbles to small ones. The color changed from yellow to a deep red. If he continued, it would turn into candy floss. Seeing it was ready, he immediately added a large ladle of boiling water with a hiss, the sugar water bubbling furiously. After making the sugar water, he set it aside in a basin. The purpose of caramelizing wasn't for sweetness, but for the color to enhance freshness and aroma, while giving the braising sauce a rich rosy hue. He washed the wok and added the various spices from the system-rewarded spice pack. Dry frying. The reason for dry frying was to allow the high heat to fully release the spice's aromatic oils. Once the spices were fragrant, he added 2 large spoonfuls of soybean oil. Then he added more ingredients, cilantro scallions and ginger slices, stir-frying them gently. He even added a pinch of black tea leaves. The black tea effectively reduced the gamey smell of the beef, and finally he added his secret soybean paste and a small spoonful of dried yellow soybean paste. As the paste hit the wok, sizzle, gurgle, gurgle, that enticing savory aroma was overwhelmingly delicious. The blend of various fragrances was intoxicatingly good. Finally, he added boiling hot water. The scalding water caused the spices to release their flavors once more. As the final step, he scooped out the spices, placed them in a spice bag, and dropped it into the large stock pot. This spice bag was the very soul of the braised beef. With the hardware done, he moved on to the software, adding salt, light soy sauce, and dark soy sauce. He couldn't add too much salt as it would make the beef fibers tough. Once the fibers tightened, they couldn't retain moisture, resulting in dry, tough, and shrunken meat. It wasn't impossible for a caddy of raw meat to yield only half a caddy after braising. The broth didn't need MSG, the stock was already rich and flavorful. Adding more would be superfluous. He covered the pot, and once the seasoned sauce came to a boil, he reduced the heat to a simmer, letting it cook slowly. The principle of braised beef was simple: the sauce must be fragrant and the meat must be tender. As noon approached, customers began to fill the restaurant. "Boss, is the braised beef ready yet? Didn't the group say there would be braised beef? I'm craving meat so much. The medical university is about to close for the holidays, and we won't get to eat the boss cooking anymore." Woo, the medical students alone filled half the restaurant. Feng looked at the crowd and replied, "Sorry folks, the braised beef won't be ready until evening." "Evening? That's so long to wait. They'll just have a bowl of shredded chicken noodles. They'll have the jajang noodles and a bottle of cola." Someone asked loudly, "Boss, are you making beef noodles with that braised beef?" "I'm from Wuwei Lanzhou, and I've been craving a real bowl of beef noodles." "Lanzhou noodle shops are everywhere. What's so hard about getting some?" his roommate retorted. "Those Lanzhou-style places are just halal-branded ramen, not beef noodles. Most are run by people from Shanghai. We Lanzhou people have authentic Lanzhou beef noodles, not ramen," the young man stated firmly, his voice filled with pride for his hometown's dish. His second roommate raised an eyebrow. "Really? Lanzhou ramen places are so stingy. I bet they use 1 cow for 3 years. For 10 yuan a bowl, how much beef do you expect? If you want more, you order it separately," the Lanzhou guy retorted with a smile. Feng chuckled and said, "Don't get so worked up, buddy. We don't have beef noodle soup yet, but maybe by the time you're back for the fall semester we will." The Lanzhou guy patted his chest and grinned broadly. "All right, boss, I trust your cooking skills." After simmering the beef in the sauce barrel for 3 hours, Feng turned off the stove and let it continue to soak in the barrel. By around 3 in the afternoon, the beef had been steeped in the sauce for over 6 hours. This step allowed the beef to fully absorb the savory essence of the brine. Finally, he took out the beef piece by piece and placed them on the cutting board. Yeah, mama, eat rice." Little Yueyue, wearing her tiny shoes, pattered out from the inner room to the outer room, stumbling and staggering all the way into the kitchen. "Little Yueyue missing daddy." Feng was startled. The little girl ran so fast. He quickly scooped her into his arms. Eat. She grabbed his collar with her small hand, but her grape-like eyes were fixed on the fragrant spiced beef on the counter. "You can't eat it, yet you're too young, your teeth haven't grown in." Feng said softly. "Eat rice." She turned her head to look at him. "Can't eat." Feng shook his head. Hearing this, her little face instantly crumpled, pouting pitifully, and she burst into tears. She was genuinely crying from craving, reaching out her chubby little hand to grab the spiced beef, even while crying. "Yin. Maybe feed her some milk." Chen Mingyan bit her lip. "Didn't you see she wants meat? She's such a little foodie." Tong looked up, gently tugged at Feng's sleeve, stood on tiptoe, and gazed at him pitifully. "Brother, wanna eat meat, such fragrant meat." "Eat later, okay? Wanna eat?" She pouted. Feng fondly patted his sister's head. "You can't eat now, it's not cooked yet. If the beef isn't fully cooked, there will be parasites, which is scary if they get into your tummy. Be good, wait until evening, when it's fully cooked, then it'll give you spiced beef." Listening to her brother's nagging, she rolled her little eyes, humphed, and pouted as she ran back to the inner room. Brother must be teasing her. The beef was clearly already cooked. After Chen Mingyan calmed down little Yueyue, who was crying over the spiced beef, she simply closed the door to the inner room, letting Tong play with little Yueyue. Otherwise, her little nose was too sharp. As soon as she smelled the aroma, she would inevitably run into the kitchen. The key was that although she walked unsteadily, she had a sense of direction and could accurately find the kitchen. The spiced beef lay on the counter, and Feng brushed each piece with a layer of oil to further reduce moisture. Then he tossed all the spiced beef into the freezer to cool it down rapidly. This would quickly solidify the surface colloids and slow down moisture evaporation. Don't underestimate this moisture. It's like when you go to a restaurant for hot pot and grab some lettuce or tofu skin, you instinctively shake off the water droplets. After all, they weigh it to charge by weight. Moisture matters. In this way, his braised spiced beef, using pure technique without any additives, yielded nearly 8 ounces of cooked beef from 1 pound of raw beef. At that moment, a Prado SUV drove toward Wudong Street. Inside sat 2 men and 2 women. After getting out of the car, Peng Hu chuckled, "No way. George is Xiaofeng really running a restaurant and working as a chef." A slightly plump smiley girl 178 centimeters tall and weighing nearly 200 Jean widened her eyes upon hearing that Feng had become a chef. Another petite short-haired girl laughed softly. "Really? I find it a bit hard to believe. Auntie teaches the best rocket class in the city's high school, and Feng actually became a chef." "Listen to your tone. What's wrong with being a chef?" Bao Feiyu shrugged. "There are 360 trades, and every trade has its master. Xiaofeng is making good money now, and he even has a wife and kid." George nodded. "Exactly, being a chef is also great. Everyone has different pursuits in life. Like me, my mom wanted me to be a traffic cop, but I didn't want to. I prefer photography." "What wife and kid?" the plump girl asked in astonishment. Her focus was different. It seemed she had heard that Feng had a wife and child. "What the hell?" The plump girl and the short-haired girl looked baffled. So Bao Feiyu recounted the recent major events. Impressive. Either he stays single forever, doesn't date in college, or he goes all the way, finds a wife, and even has a kid, the plump girl said bluntly. Her name was Zhang Ming. Strong and sturdy. 178 centimeters tall, 200 Jean in weight. A stark contrast to her cute name, Zhang Ming. The short-haired girl was Yueyue, who had a rather introverted personality. Both were childhood friends of Feng. The group had once attended the same elementary school and lived in the same neighborhood. They still kept in touch during middle school, but after high school, they had less time to hang out. After all, boys and girls are different. But Zhang Ming still lived in the same neighborhood, as Feng occasionally greeting each other when they met. "Hello, welcome." Guayu's voice caught in her throat when she saw George the word and stuck. "Hello, little Guayu. Xiaofeng, take a look. Who did Baozi and I run into on the road?" George called out casually, sitting down at a dining chair. Feng clapped his hands, took off his apron, and walked out of the kitchen. "It's Ming and Yueyue. Ming, you've lost weight." Uffed. George, who had just taken a sip of tea, couldn't help but spray it out. "Damn it, I just bought this new t-shirt." Bao Feiyu cursed. The new t-shirt hadn't even been worn for half an hour before his buddy sprayed tea on it. "Bad luck." Zhang Ming glared at George. "Peng Hu, what do you mean?" Nothing. Although she was plump, hearing Feng say she had lost weight made her feel sweet inside. "I haven't lost weight, I've actually gained weight. Feng, you're amazing running a big restaurant. I heard you have a wife and kid. Aren't you going to introduce me to your wife?" Zhang Ming asked with a roll of her eyes. "Introduce, definitely. She's taking care of the kid, probably changing a diaper." Yueyue. She didn't speak, but her eyes widened like a cow's. A childhood friend suddenly having a child. That was truly shocking. "Baozi, where's your girlfriend?" George asked. Bao Feiyu laughed. "Lu Qian is at work. She's a salesperson, so busy. Still waiting for you to introduce a girlfriend to me." "Ming Yueyue, do you have any besties or sisters to set me up with?" George asked with a grin. Just then Chen Mingyan walked out of the room, carrying the mischievous little Yueyue. The little cutie insisted on leaving the inner room to find her dad. "Aya." Her big eyes glanced at Feng, and her little legs started moving. "Patter patter. Wow, what a cute baby. Such a beautiful baby," Zhang Ming exclaimed. She scurried over to Feng, who took little Yueyue and spun her around in his arms. "Kiss daddy. Sister, you're so fatter than Tong Tong." Tong Tong's words immediately darkened Zhang Ming's face like a storm cloud. "Naughty girl Tong Tong, you've gained weight too. Ming, Tong Tong likes you being chubby. When she says you're fat, she's complimenting you, don't misunderstand." Feng explained. Zhang Ming pinched Tong Tong's cheek and said, "It's okay, I ran into little Tong Tong and her aunt recently. Tong Tong is indeed chubby. Hee sister, you're chubby too." Yuehue's attention, however, wasn't on little Yuetong. She squinted at Chen Mingyan. "So beautiful. So elegant." The woman's appearance completely overshadowed both her and Zhang Ming. She truly matches Feng perfectly. A perfect pair. Absolutely perfect. Come to think of it, among their childhood friends, all 3 girls had secretly harbored crushes on Feng at some point. In the end, Yueyue felt that being too familiar made it awkward to make a move. Yet he was still taken by someone else, but Feng introduced. "Yin, these are my childhood friends Zhang Ming and Yueyue. This is the baby's mother, Chen Mingyan." Zhang Ming beamed. "Hello, sister-in-law." We heard Su Feng was just staying home playing games, but it turns out he's been up to something big. Chen Mingyan chuckled lightly. Hello, I'm glad Xiaofeng has so many friends. Alas, it's been ages since all of us childhood friends gathered. We're just missing one Xinqin. Then would all be complete. George sighed deeply. Xinqin. The name spoken by George instantly stiffened the expressions of everyone present, and their gazes turned towards Su Feng. Su Feng coughed. Ahem, why are you all looking at me? George smiled awkwardly. Mengming Yueyue, try Su Feng's cooking. That Zhajiang Mian flavor is absolutely authentic. Zhang Ming nodded. It's not quite mealtime yet, but since we ate at 10 a.m., it's about time for lunch and dinner. Su Feng grinned. Order whatever you like. We're about to get busy. There's some freshly made soy-braised beef. The beef is ready. Slice us a plate then. What are you waiting for? Pang Hu bellowed boisterously. Su Feng chuckled. I need to roll the noodles. If you want it, come into the kitchen and slice it yourself. He coming. He didn't stand on ceremony. Walking into the kitchen, he saw a large piece of soy-braised beef on the wooden block. He grabbed a knife and started slicing it swiftly. DMN. Whoosh. Bending over and lowering his head, he sniffed hard. This smells amazing. Too good. This rascal, he popped 2 slices into his mouth while slicing. In the blink of an eye, a plate of soy-braised beef was sliced. Xiaofeng, your bro's knife skills are really lacking, haha. George laughed shamelessly. A plate of richly flavored soy-braised beef was cut by him into thick slabs. Each piece thick enough to make about 20 servings of Lanzhou cuisine. Instantly, Su Feng said with a pained heart, dim in it. You cut it way too thick. Haha, my knife skills aren't great. You told me to slice it myself. Su Feng smiled lightly. Hold on, let me mix the vinegar dip. It's not ready yet. As a result, a plate of soy-braised beef was devoured by everyone before the dip even hit the table. Not bad, not bad. Su Feng, your culinary skills are amazing, just like a real chef. Zhang Ming giggled, popping a slice of beef into her mouth. It was an absolute explosion of flavor. Rich soy aroma. Tender, springy, smooth, and refreshing. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Bao Feiyu said, Xiaofeng, bring out another plate of beef. Don't look at me like that. Diamin, relax, we'll pay. We'll pay, alright. Coming right up. Yueyue and Mengming, what noodles do you want? Zhajiang Mian. The two said in unison. We'll have 4 bowls of Zhajiang Mian. Bao Feiyu continued shouting. Chen Mingyan sliced a huge plate of soy-braised beef, piling it up like a small mountain, threatening to spill over the edges. Sister-in-law, this is too much. Zhang Ming said. Look at the sturdy build of her husband's childhood friend Zhang Ming. This plate of beef probably wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. Chen Mingyan smiled. It's not much. I was just afraid you wouldn't have enough. Call out for more when you're done. There's plenty of meat left. Thanks, sister-in-law. Would you like something to drink? Chen Mingyan asked. They'll get it myself with Pang Hu. Bao Feiyu got up, trotted over to the cooler, and grabbed 4 large bottles of wusa beer. Half a month ago, when they first met, Bao Feiyu and George had made a special trip out to buy diapers and toys for little Yueyue. When they were cleaning up the toys that night, they discovered 2 red envelopes in the bag. Not much. Just 1,000 yuan in each envelope. Su Feng had even mentioned it to Pang Hu and Bao Zi via WeChat. Both said it was their duty to give the red envelope to make up for the one missed when little Yueyue was born, saying it wasn't much money, just a token of their appreciation. Mengming, don't hog all the food. Mind your image. Zhang Ming grinned widely. When have I ever cared about my image? If I don't eat fast, you guys will finish it all. Chen Mingyan, while slicing the soy-braised beef, quickly popped a piece in her mouth when Su Feng wasn't looking. This scene was noticed by Su Feng, who was fishing out the noodles. He couldn't help but grin and wink at her. Silly girl. Teacher Chin, you're the boss lady. Now do you need to sneak food like that? You? Mind your own business. I do what I want. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Even though they were very familiar, now, she didn't want to completely let loose in front of Su Feng, retaining a bit of a foodie's modesty. The noodles are ready. Pang Hu, come get them. Su Feng called out. Okay. The group ate the noodles heartily except for Guan Yueyue, who was more reserved, naturally introverted, eating her noodles in small bites. Soy-braised beef should be eaten with a dipping sauce. Made with aromatic vinegar, light soy sauce, minced garlic, sesame oil, and a little chili oil. After mixing a large bowl of sauce, Su Feng ladled out half a bowl, added a big spoonful of chili oil, and sprinkled in some chopped scallions and cilantro. His close friends, his childhood buddies, all loved cilantro. Here, the beef tastes best when dipped in the sauce. Su Feng personally brought the sauce to the table. Bao Feiyu's face was red from eating the noodles, and he chuckled. Whoosh, that bowl of sauce looks really appetizing. George said, let's try it. Zhang Ming picked up a slice of beef and gave it a nice bath in the sauce. Chili oil, minced garlic, and cilantro coated the richly flavored beef slices. Just looking at it was enough to make your mouth water, utterly irresistible. Too fragrant. Whoosh! Zhang Ming popped a piece of sauce-laden beef into her mouth. The savory aroma of the beef mingled with the spicy kick of the chili oil, and the delicious sauce tingled on her tongue. as her teeth sank into the springy meat. That sensation was pure bliss for the taste buds. Absolutely wonderful. Woo-woo. So good it's too good. Whether it was the spice stinging her eyes or being moved by the deliciousness, a tear actually slipped down Zhang Meng's cheek. She turned to Chen Mingyan and said, Mingyan, I'm so envious. I envy you for marrying Su Feng and getting to enjoy such amazing food every day. A bowl of noodles, a clove of garlic, a plate of peanuts, and a plate of soy-braised beef. She felt she could die happy. So satisfying and exhilarating. Su Feng, could I have another bowl of egg noodles? Just a small portion, I only want to taste. The hand-pulled noodles with fried sauce were so delicious, the egg noodles must be just as good. A bowl of noodles was quickly devoured by Zhang Meng. Her tone was shy. She wanted to eat, but felt a bit embarrassed. Was it unladylike for a girl to eat 2 bowls of noodles? Since when did our Meng Meng become so timid? You usually eat at least 2 more bowls. Su Feng teased. Hearing this, she shot Su Feng a fierce glare where, at most 1 more bowl, as if she had a huge appetite. But he didn't have to say it out loud, even though she felt she could still eat at least 2 more bowls. At least. All right, Meng Meng, just a moment. When you finish the braised beef, come to the kitchen to get it. Don't be shy. Su Feng called out. George shouted, Bao Zi and I will each have another bowl, just with the savory egg sauce on top. The 2 men walked to the kitchen with their bowls. When the noodles were cooked, Bao Feiyu said, don't. Just put the noodles in our used bowls. Right, it's wasteful to use new ones. Okay. Su Feng scooped out a generous portion of noodles for each of them. George eagerly ladled a spoonful of the savory egg sauce over his noodles. He added a sprinkle of chopped green onions, cilantro, and minced garlic. Wow, this looks incredibly fragrant. Xiaofeng, I saw on your sign outside that you're hiring a waiter. How much does it pay a month? If it's decent, I might just apply for the job, George asked. Su Feng couldn't help but scold the chubby guy, get out of here. Bao Zi chuckled, saying, with your dinosaur-sized appetite, would Boss Su dare to hire you? Especially with your love for braised beef. I bet you'd eat more than your wages every day. Zhang Meng giggled. If you didn't ask for a salary, maybe Xiaofeng would dare to hire you. No way, even without a salary, I wouldn't dare. I can't afford you. Meng Meng, we're in the same boat. Zhang Meng put on a fierce look like an angry tigress. Say that again. And no, I won't say it again. Su Feng cooked a bowl of noodles for Zhang Meng and also sliced a large plate of braised beef. Huihui, aren't you eating any more? The petite elementary schooler Guan Huihui nodded lightly. 1 bowl is my limit. Su Feng, your cooking is truly amazing. Why was she so short? Not only short, but also so skinny. And her stomach was so small. If only her stomach were bigger, she could try the divine egg noodle mix listed on the menu. You know, we've all grown up together, but I never imagined Xiaofeng would have such a fully maxed out cooking talent. George said with a wide grin. Slurp. Slurp. Zhang Meng nodded while eating her noodles. Right. Xiaofeng could easily rely on his looks, but he chooses to make a living with his skills. Su Feng walked out of the kitchen. Stop flattering me. Meng Meng, and Huihui, have you found boyfriends yet? Just as he was about to chat, Uncle Yu arrived at the restaurant with his son, Yueyue, daughter-in-law, and grandson. Xiao Su, I could smell the braised beef from outside. Uncle Yes' eyes lit up, a grin spreading across his face. He was carrying half a caddy of loose liquor, clearly expensive pure grain baijiu. Uncle, are you planning to have a drink? Of course, with braised beef I have to have a drink. At that moment, another group of customers filed in. It was the group of tourists from Qixing County who had been there the previous evening. Right after them, another dozen or so people arrived, including Brother Lu and his 2 friends. The 3 of them, each carrying a bottle of 53-degree yellow cap Fengjiu. Brother Lu walked up to the kitchen window, took a look, and said, just woke up, and it's time to drink. Came early to grab a seat. Brother Su, the braised beef is ready, huh? That aroma is tantalizing, already filling my nostrils. How much? 5 ounces of beef and a plate of peanuts. He was holding a bag of vegetables and said with a hearty laugh, some cucumbers, tofu skin, and spring onions. Could you chop these up for us? My 2 friends and I are going to have a few drinks. Sure, no problem. Su Feng took the bag of vegetables. Seeing the bottle of yellow cap Fengjiu in their hands, he felt intimidated just looking at it. Being able to drink a whole caddy of this stuff was quite impressive. Brother Lu was a regular customer, and washing some vegetables was a simple task. He couldn't exactly refuse such a small request. Meanwhile, Yueyue was taking orders for the new customers, calling out to the kitchen, 8 portions of egg noodles, 4 portions of emerald chicken shred noodles, a plate of peanuts, and braised beef, 3 ounces per table. Got it. With so many people suddenly in the restaurant, Zhang Meng felt too embarrassed to keep eating her noodles. Even Bao Zi and George ate more quietly. Let's eat quickly. More customers are coming, and we shouldn't hog the tables. George said, then raised his beer bottle and chugged down the remaining half in one go. Chen Mingyan smiled. Don't rush. Eat slowly. There are still 2 empty tables. It's fine, sister-in-law. We're already full. But the food is so good, we're just forcing ourselves to eat more. The braised beef was so delicious. How could they bear to stop eating and disappoint their food-loving bellies? Su Feng washed the cucumbers, spring onions, and tofu skin that Brother Lu had brought and arranged them on a plate. He also scooped out a spoonful of his secret yellow soybean paste. In the Northeast, this is commonly known as dajiang. But this soybean paste was 1,000 times more delicious than the regular kind. Thanks, brother. Brother Lu said, carrying the plate of dipping vegetables. Su Feng waved his hand with a smile. Brother Lu, you're a true regular. Chopping some veggies is no trouble at all. Go ahead and cook the noodles for our friends from Qixin. We'll start drinking first, the noodles can come later. Brother Lu said. All right. Staring at the neatly arranged braised beef on the plate, Brother Lu licked his lips like a child seeing a beloved toy. The rich, savory aroma of the beef instantly sparked a craving that went straight to his head. He picked up 3 slices of beef at once with his chopsticks. He dipped them thoroughly in the sauce and stuffed them all into his mouth at once. First, the delicious sauce coating the beef burst in his mouth as he chewed. Next came the chewy, savory flavor of the beef. After chewing, it was tender and soft, giving your tongue an indescribable feeling of comfort. It was no exaggeration to say that chewing a piece of this braised beef was more satisfying than kissing your dream girl or girlfriend. After swallowing the braised beef, the fragrance lingered in his mouth, leaving a lasting aftertaste. His chopsticks were already picking up a second piece. Delicious, unmatched, exquisite, absolutely wonderful. Old Lu, this braised beef is really good. Are you still planning to quit drinking? One of Brother Liu's friends asked. Brother Lu crunched happily on a cucumber dipped in sauce. Of course he'll quit drinking. He'll do it gradually. I'm going to sign up for a gym nearby tomorrow and get a personal trainer. This year he'll focus on getting healthy. Meanwhile, Yueyue personally carried her empty bowl plate and chopsticks back to the kitchen. You can just leave the dishes there. Yueyue will clean them up, Chen Mingyan said softly. No need, we'll clean up ourselves. I heard Su Feng call you Yin Yin. Can I call you that too? Zhang Meng asked with a playful smile. Of course, and he'll call you Meng Meng. Zhang Meng smiled and asked, do you need any help? There are so many customers it's a bit overwhelming. No need, you all just rest. Su Feng cooks the noodles very quickly, and I've already prepared the toppings. The customers can serve themselves. Oh, okay. George asked with a chuckle. Xiaofeng, how much do we owe you for everything we ate? We ate so much we definitely have to pay. How much is it? Yueyue looked up at Chen Mingyan. They had probably eaten nearly a caddy of braised beef between them. Chen Mingyan's brow twitched slightly, and she gave an awkward little laugh. You guys are such good friends with Xiaofeng. How could we charge you? Don't mention it, we won't take your money. A smile spread across Su Feng's face. No charge, but I want each of you to bring at least 3 colleagues to eat here. Just bring me some customers. Is that a deal? You've really got it all figured out, haven't you? All right, no problem. They'll bring some good colleagues over for a meal sometime, George said with a chuckle. A faint smile curled at the corner of Zhang Meng's lips as she waved her hand. Xiaofeng, Yin Yin, we're heading off now, you work hard, I'll be back for more tomorrow. Yueyue said softly, bye-bye, we're off. That was a fantastic meal, getting a free dinner for nothing. I'm feeling great. Bao Feiyu patted his protruding belly and let out a loud burp. Bye-bye. Chen Mingyan smiled with her lips pressed together. Su Feng said with a smile, a bit busy, won't see you off. They'll treat everyone to a meal when I get the chance. As they left, Zhang Meng and Yueyue scanned a QR code to join the foodie exchange group. Braised grasshoppers, deep-fried cantaloupe, stewed leather beetles, ants climbing a tree, stir-fried rabbit, head, gubuli claypot rice. Walking out of the restaurant, Zhang Meng glanced at the group name where people were chatting. So weird. So scary. Many fans had followed suit and changed their nicknames to dish names. She immediately changed hers to marinated pig ear. Boss, 1 bottle of beer. They'll take 5 bottles here. Got any liquor? Fengio or the green bottled erguota, someone yelled. In the blink of an eye, before it was even 6 o'clock, the restaurant was packed, leaving only 1 empty table. Chen Mingyan smiled and pointed to the left. Sorry, we don't have liquor. There's a supermarket at the intersection, you can buy some there if you'd like. Thanks, boss. Is this sauced beef the only dish to go with drinks? It's tasty, sure. But do you have any stir-fried dishes or something? A man at the next table chuckled. Brother, be grateful. No stir-fry, but we've got peanuts. Well, alright. The menu listed sauced beef. Many customers ordered 1 or 2 liang. While eating the sauced beef, they couldn't help but want a drink. Yueyue, being very attentive, noticed the beer in the cooler was empty and immediately bent down to restock it with 2 full cases. Xiaofeng, my head is spinning, so dizzy. I can't keep track anymore. Chen Mingyan shook her little head and bit her lip, feeling a bit foolish. Seeing her feeling frustrated and self-reproachful, Su Feng chuckled lightly. Which table? Let me handle it. Amidst the bustling packed restaurant and the slight commotion, it wasn't just hard for her to tally the bills. Even if Su Feng kept calculating non-stop, he couldn't keep up either. When it gets overwhelmingly busy, tension rises, and it feels like the CPU in one's head would burn out. I can tally them, I just get confused when recording, she said softly. Bang, bang, bang. After pulling and slamming the noodles into the pot, Su Feng stretched his arms. I had the courier leave the cash register at the Cainiao station. They'll ask my mom to pick it up later. Once we close tonight, they'll figure out how to use it. A smile curved on her lips. Okay. Last night, Feng had bought a cash register from JD.com similar to the all-in-one POS cashier machine in supermarkets, and he planned to tinker with it. The plan was to have customers pay first, and then dine similar to a fast food restaurant with order numbers for pickup, so things wouldn't get chaotic during the rush. Let's make a cold beef salad for Brother Lu to try. He was a regular customer. He had brought in quite a few patrons. He found a small mixing basin and grabbed a handful of the sliced sauced beef. He chopped some onions, cucumbers, sprinkled in a handful of cilantro, millet peppers, minced garlic, and scooped in a spoonful of chili oil. He added light soy sauce, aged vinegar, and Sichuan pepper oil along with a pinch of salt and MSG. After mixing it evenly, he tasted it. Aromatic, delicious. He poured a small portion into a dish for Chun Mingyan and loaded the rest onto a plate. Yueyue, bring this plate of beef to Brother Lu. Okay. Yueyue smiled and carried the plate of cold beef salad over. Brother Lu asked in surprise, Xiao Su, what's this? Try it and see how it tastes. Feng said with a raised eyebrow. He tasted it, chewing slowly. The crisp cucumber is surprisingly infused with the flavor of the beef. The large slices of beef are chewy. The fusion of chili oil, vinegar, and minced garlic is fragrant. The thick-cut beef is truly bold and impressive. He commented. As he spoke, he downed nearly half a glass of liquor in one go. Brother, don't rush. We haven't even started drinking yet. Yeah, why the hurry to drink? Brother Lu took a slow drag of his cigarette and sighed. Try it, this cold beef salad is really something. Unlike the smooth texture of chicken or the tender softness of fish, when you eat a large, thick slice of beef, you get a distinct, clear grain. The more you chew, the more fragrant and delicious it becomes. It doesn't have the hearty texture of pork, instead the texture is refined. Rough on the outside, fine within. Overall springy yet tender and smooth in its details. Bold, invincible. In short, Brother Lu felt that Feng had elevated a simple plate of sauced beef to its pinnacle. Especially the slices with more tendons, which offered an even richer flavor, truly deserving of being called one of life's greatest culinary delights. No wonder Wu Song, after eating sauced beef and drinking 3 bowls of wine, dared to climb the mountain to fight the tiger. Eat up, Yin Yan. She felt a bit shy, but picked up the small plate of cold beef salad. It's good, so fragrant, my mouth is full of flavor. You have some too. I want you to feed me. Feng said while pulling noodles. In your dreams. With all these customers around, you think I'd feed you. Old Master Yu was eating the sauced beef and drinking his liquor, his face flushed red from the alcohol. Little Chin, pack me 2 gene of sauced beef to take away. He had learned the boss latter's surname was Chun. Would you like it sliced, sir? Chun Mingyan asked with a smile. No need to slice it. I'll cut it myself at home. With such delicious sauced beef. Buying at home, slicing the beef, and giving it a quick stir-fry with some sharp peppers and Hangzhou peppers would surely be a fantastic dish. All right, how much is it all together? Yu Xiaoyang asked. 5 bowls of zhajiang noodles, 1 plate of peanuts, and 2.5 gene of beef. That comes to 428 yuan. The restaurant was bustling with business. Groups of customers finished their meals and left one after another. As they left, they all praised the food and left positive reviews. Ding dong. System notice, current number of returning customers is 468. Before they knew it, the restaurant had accumulated nearly 500 repeat customers. More than half of these returning customers were students from the nearby Agricultural University and Medical University. He was still 32 customers short of completing the system's widely known quest. Xiao Su's wife, pack me 2 gene of sauced beef to go. How much will that be? Brother Lu said as he stood up. The 3 of them had shared 3 bottles of potent Fengjiu. 2 of them had gone outside to throw up. Only Brother Lu seemed to still be holding up, though his eyes looked a bit glazed. 3 bowls of noodles, 1 plate of peanuts, plus half a gene of beef later on. That's 416 yuan. All right. He quickly scanned the QR code to pay, then staggered towards the restaurant entrance carrying his 2 gene of sauced beef. Hey Xiao Su, include the cost of that cold beef salad in there too. Chun Mingyan replied. It's already included. That's good then. In reality, Feng hadn't included it. He had given him the plate of cold beef salad for free. 10 minutes later, Lu Feng arrived at the restaurant and helped Feng in the kitchen, while Chun Mingyan went to soothe little Yueyue, who was crying for her mom. Staying in the back room the whole time, Miss Su couldn't hold it in any longer. She stood at the door looking pitiful, wanting to go out and find her mom and dad. But Tong wouldn't let her leave. And so, she cried hard, wailed loudly. Son, this sauced beef is really good, truly delicious. Lu Feng praised, serving 2 liang to a customer while shamelessly eating 1 liang herself. Feng grinned. Mom, let's all have dinner together later. Dinner? By the time you finish work, that's not dinner. That's a midnight snack. Lu Feng rolled her eyes in exasperation. During this period, he and Chun Mingyan had been having breakfast around 9 in the morning, lunch at 3 in the afternoon, and dinner after closing up shop at night. Only little Yueyue had regular meal times. When it was time to eat, Feng would prepare a special meal for his precious daughter and have Tong feed her. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have accumulated 500 returning customers and completed the widely known quest. The system rewards you with one perfect grade noodle mixing lottery draw. Do you wish to draw now? Suddenly the system's voice echoed in Feng's mind. They'll draw later. Boss, 2 caddies of braised beef to go. Pack some of the sauce with it too, thanks. They'll take half a caddy. Just 3 tails for me. After tasting the braised beef, the customers were full of praise, wanting to take some home for their families and friends to enjoy. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the entire vat of braised beef had been sold out. It simply couldn't keep up with demand. Boss, 3 tails of braised beef and 3 large servings of soy sauce egg noodles. Called Wu Gang, the coach of the Agricultural University basketball team. Sorry, the braised beef is sold out. At that moment, several students in the shop, including some fans from the foodie group, were all bewildered and stunned. What the heck? It's already gone. The braised beef. I was thinking of playing ball and games after class first, and it's already sold out. No way. I was looking forward to it all afternoon, and it's sold out. Boss, you're breaking my heart. Feng could only cast an apologetic glance. Sorry, everyone. Come back tomorrow for the braised beef. They'll be braising it overnight. His braised beef should ideally be wrapped tightly in layers of plastic wrap, once cooled to lock in the moisture, compressing the meat fibers to make them denser. Then it would be frozen in the freezer, so when slicing one could take it out and cut it smoothly and effortlessly. The texture would be fuller and richer. But Feng simply didn't have the time to wrap and refrigerate the beef. Before he could even start, it was all sold out. Boss, can you stop letting customers take the braised beef to go? If you do, it's always gone by the time we come later. A male student complained. His friend lowered his voice and said, don't say that. The boss needs to make money. He's not foolish to turn away business. Sorry, young man. They'll try my best to have enough stock tomorrow. Alright then. They'll just have a bowl of chicken shred noodles. He thought about preparing more ingredients every day, planning to restock after selling out. Kneading dough, stir-frying toppings, simmering chicken broth. But when all the food was sold out by 9:40 p.m., Feng simply hung the closed sign on the door. It wasn't that he was lazy. It was that after all that work, he just didn't want to move. He dialed Yueyue, known as the Beef Beauty, on WeChat. Oh, if it isn't the handsome young man. What can I do for you, dear? Can you deliver the beef shank directly to my door now? Yueyue chuckled. If you're ordering a small amount, handsome, I can't deliver. How much fresh beef shank do you need? 40 caddies. His braising vat could hold at most 40 caddies. After the first batch of braising, that pot of broth could now be considered an aged stock. 40 caddies. The minimum for delivery is 2 boxes. That's 60 caddies. Yueyue said. Fine, I'll take 60 caddies. They'll send you the address. He hung up the phone directly. This handsome guy doesn't want to chat with me at all. Hello. A woman who appeared to be around 50 years old walked into the restaurant. Chen Mingyan smiled. Sorry, Andy, we're closed for the night and out of food. Young lady, I saw the dishwasher wanted sign on the door. How much does this job pay per month? Xiao phoned. She waved Feng over. She walked back into the kitchen to steam the rice. The family had been eating too many noodles these past few days, so she decided to cook some rice to change things up. Ma'am, are you here to apply for the dishwasher position? Yes, young man. How much is the monthly salary? The woman asked. Feng smiled. 3,500. The hours are long, from 10:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. The salary is 3,500 with 2 hours of rest time in between. 3,500, huh? When can I start? The woman stared intently at Feng. If you want the job, you can start tomorrow morning. Alright, 3,500 a month. Is it only washing dishes, or are there other duties? The woman asked with a smile. Feng nodded. Washing dishes and cleaning the kitchen. Do you have any experience washing dishes? Just looking at the pile of dishes and chopsticks was daunting. Yes, I was a dishwasher in a hotel kitchen. They'll come to work tomorrow. The woman nodded, inwardly delighted. At the hotel, her boss only paid her 2,300 a month. Feng was offering her 3,500. And what was cleaning the kitchen? That was a piece of cake. After a detailed conversation, the woman introduced herself as Zhang Zilian, 49 years old, with previous experience as a hotel dishwasher. Feng promised to pay wages on the 12th of each month with a 12-day holdback. If she quit, she had to give half a month's notice or the held wages would be forfeited. Yueyue, with someone dedicated to washing dishes, your workload will be much lighter. Feng said. Yueyue shyly lowered her head. It's fine, washing dishes isn't that tiring. They'll go cook the dishes. While the rice was steaming in the steamer, Feng started stir-frying the beef. He had reserved over half a caddy of braised beef for the family to eat after closing. He sliced the beef and cut up some green peppers, chili peppers, and small red chilies. Stir-fried beef with peppers. He heated the wok, added the green peppers with a pinch of salt, stir-fried until just cooked, then set them aside. He added a spoonful of soybean oil to the wok, turned the heat to high, and sautéed the minced garlic and dried chilies until fragrant. Then he added the cooked peppers and beef to the wok. With a splash of light soy sauce and oyster sauce, he stir-fried everything vigorously over high heat. Just before serving, Feng sprinkled a handful of minced garlic and cilantro. His whole family loved cilantro. A platter of incredibly appetizing pepper-fried beef was ready. Next, he quickly whipped up a simple scrambled eggs with chives. Next door, Zhang Yufeng's family not only had spicy skewers, but also added a new item, spicy mix. Chen Mingyan, worried there wasn't enough food, went next door and bought 2 servings. Any dinner is ready, Chen Mingyan called out. Feng laughed. Hey, your dinner time is basically a midnight snack. Mom, there's no other way. The restaurant is too busy. We need to make money. It's a lot more profitable than your tutoring class. Hearing this, Feng shot Feng a glare. Fine, I'll just apply for retirement then. Feng grinned. Retire? Then it's not like I can't support you, old lady. Wow, that smells amazing. Feng lowered his head and sniffed. Brother Zhang's spicy mix is really good. It smells so appetizing. Little Yueyue looked at the table full of food, her mouth watering. Feng changed into a short-sleeved shirt before picking up little Yueyue. Time to eat. Feng brought the entire rice cooker pot to the table for easy refills. She picked up a piece of beef and a piece of pepper with her chopsticks. The tenderness and savoriness of the beef, perfectly fused with the aroma of the pepper, brought an unparalleled sensation of delight to her taste buds. She then quickly took a big bite of rice. This stir-fried beef is really good, fragrant in the mouth. I never knew you had a talent for cooking, son. Feng first took a long, refreshing gulp of cold beer. Oh, that really hit the spot. Yacht. Little Yueyue reached out with both hands, trying to grab the beer bottle with surprising strength for her tiny hands. Aya. Feng kissed his daughter's cheek. Hey, little Yueyue wants to have a drink with daddy. Feng said while eating. Yueyue, make yourself at home, don't be shy. Eat and drink as you please, grab whatever drink you want. He picked up a piece of stir-fried beef with chili peppers and put it into his mouth. After chewing, when his lips and tongue sensed the deliciousness of the chili and beef, instantly he quickly shoveled 2 mouthfuls of rice into his mouth. The savory flavor with the rice was incredibly satisfying. It was truly exhilarating. Sweat steamed from his forehead. His chopsticks kept picking up meat. Then another big scoop of spicy fish balls and grilled sausage. That flavor was so sublime it felt like his soul was taking off. Okay. Yueyue nodded lightly. It was Chen Mingyan who helped her get a bottle of orange juice and twisted off the cap before the little girl started drinking. After finishing a bowl of rice, Feng proactively helped her refill it. She felt that although it was a bit hard and tiring outside, the food was much better than at home. Yeah. Yueyue pouted. She had the beer on the table. Be good, little hands must be good. Seeing Yueyue reach out her hand, Feng quickly grasped her hand to prevent her from touching the beer bottle. Eat. She frowned, eagerly wanting to eat the rice from Feng's bowl. Moreover, the little cutie was muttering something unintelligible and even blowing bubbles with a puff-puff sound. The bubbles were saliva. Yueyue finished her meal and waved goodbye to the family. Sister, bye-bye. Xiao Tongtong called out. Despite being small, Tongtong loved eating chili peppers. She mixed beef and chili into her rice and devoured it with gusto, eating much faster than Feng. Seeing this, Feng frowned at Tongtong and said, girls should eat gracefully and with restraint. What little girl eats like that? Tongtong smacked the rice on her lips and said, Mom, it's delicious. It's all because brother's cooking is too good. Tongtong's words are not wrong. Feng, how much can your restaurant earn in a day? After Yueyue left, Feng couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Feng snapped his fingers and said 10,000. What? Feng. Seeing his mother dumbfounded chopsticks holding beef frozen in midair, with a shocked expression, Feng calmly shoveled rice into his mouth. Say that again, how much? 10,000. 10,000. Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Her son's restaurant, busy all day, could earn 10,000 yuan. Not to mention her colleague's son had become a corporate manager with a monthly salary reportedly rising to 1 euro plus 5 insurance and 1 housing fund, and often flaunted it to her, making her extremely envious. When would her slacker son ever rise? Selling 10,000 a day, how much profit? 70 profit. Feng's voice excited. My son has made it. Feng. Today he added braised beef and the business was even more booming than yesterday, and the restaurant even closed early. Just the braised beef alone sold nearly 3,000 yuan. Even so, the braised beef wasn't enough to sell. He didn't worry about making money now, but rather thought about how to increase visibility while earning more easily. To continue increasing visibility, he had to keep introducing new items. The new delicacies in the restaurant were still too few. It seems buying a villa for mom isn't just talk, Feng said happily. Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Of course it's true. When have I ever bragged? Chen Mingyan shot a glance at the man. This money wasn't easy to earn. The man still had to work overtime to braise the beef later. System, start the lottery. Ding dong. Does the host want to conduct a lottery for the perfect grade noodles? Su Feng was excited. I confirm. Ding Dong System Lottery has started. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained the new perfect grade noodles, Luding noodles. Su Feng. When the detailed cooking secret of Luding noodles entered his mind, his mouth couldn't help but curl up. So that's the meaning of Luding noodles. Ding Dong System has activated an additional task: quit smoking. Quit smoking for 1 week to receive a lottery for divine braised pork rice. Quit smoking for 1 month to receive a universal cold dressing. All beginnings are hard. Please make up your mind to quit smoking and complete the task. Su Feng, who had just thrown away the empty cigarette pack and was about to go to the supermarket to buy cigarettes, was suddenly stunned by the unexpected additional task. Quit smoking. This. Divine braised pork rice. Universal cold dressing. So tempting. The key is it's for Yueyue. The baby is still young. Huh. Su Feng had thought about quitting smoking. Compared to when the restaurant first opened, his cigarette consumption was decreasing day by day. Because he was too busy, he had no time to smoke more, unlike before when he was a slacker at home playing games. Pat. He threw away the cigarette pack and took a deep breath. His gaze then became extremely determined. No more smoking. He shook his head to clear the chaotic thoughts, placed the purchased cash register on the counter, and plugged it in. Ding. This thing. Luding noodles, at least 35 yuan per serving. Although he hadn't launched the new item, yet Su Feng directly entered it into the cash register system. Pickled vegetables. Sichuan Chongqing pickled vegetables, 12 yuan per plate. Braised egg, 3 yuan each. He could scoop out some of the braising broth from the beef, add some water, and simply season it. The original broth was the aged stock from the braised beef. Using the prepared marinade, he would put peeled boiled eggs into it to braise. The resulting eggs would be absolutely full of flavor with each bite, bringing a mouthful of happiness. Absolutely amazing. Then he entered the prices of chicken shred noodles, peanuts, egg noodles, jajang noodles, as well as some beer and drinks, all into the cash register. Done. Tomorrow morning, he would have Chun Mingyan enter her payment QR code, and then this cash register would be ready to use. Of course, his payment code also needed to be entered. For a small street restaurant like this, as long as the monthly cash receipts do not exceed 1500 yuan, and the quarterly total does not exceed 4500 yuan, generally the business tax can be completely exempted. Chun Mingyan's name was not on the individual business license. So, from another perspective, the income in Su Feng's card was the restaurant's income. After finishing braising the beef and returning to the rental apartment, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. He gently opened the door and saw the woman wearing cartoon pink pig pajamas halfling on the sofa, actually binge-watching a show. Yueyue still not asleep. She stretched lazily and chuckled. Don't work too hard otherwise. He'll be embarrassed. He'll only sleep after you come home, otherwise I toss and turn and can't sleep. She didn't know why either. Anyway, she couldn't fall asleep. Hearing the slight nervousness in her tone, Su Feng couldn't help but pinch her cheek. The child is asleep. Should we? Su Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled at her. Dream on. Her face flushed. What a suggestive remark, so strange. She pushed Su Feng's waist. Quick, go back to the room and sleep. Not sleeping. The baby is about to have her first birthday. Yueyue, how about you tell me about your family? At the mention of Su Feng's topic, a flicker of loneliness passed through her eyes. In the dead of night, she longed for home countless times. Countless times, she picked up her phone, wanting to call her mother. But, remembering the scolding words in her ears, she abandoned the thought. As I mentioned before, my father is a retired factory worker. She didn't rush to the bedroom, but sat lightly on the sofa. My mother runs a small supermarket. My father helps at the store and tends to the farm on his days off, and my younger sister is in middle school. Su Feng shook his head and said softly, no. Yueyue, was there a major conflict with your family when you were pregnant with Yueyue? I want to know. When? Are we going back to your place? He opened his mouth, flashing his white teeth, genuinely curious about these matters. She bit her lip, the sorrow in her eyes deepening. After I returned home pregnant, my father kept trying to arrange blind dates for me, wanting me to marry. He's quite old-fashioned and introduced me to potential suitors. He thought that with my graduate degree and looks I was old enough to marry into a good family. But I was pregnant. How could I agree to blind dates? I detested them. I directly told them about quitting my job. After the whole family found out, my mother said nothing, but my father started scolding me. Su Feng pricked up his ears, acting as a quiet listener. Actually, the most important reason for the family conflict was my pregnancy. At that time, she had told her family she was pregnant. Her father was initially calm, asking who the father was. She didn't know how to answer for a moment, and said they had broken up. Then she had a huge argument with her father and had no choice but to rent a place in the county town. During that time, when she gave birth to Yueyue, it was her best friend who accompanied her. She didn't dare to bring Yueyue home, fearing she wouldn't get her father's forgiveness. It's okay. He'll go home with you when you have time. Blame everything on me, and let your dad give me a beating. Su Feng gently held her hand. Although he didn't know the specifics, he didn't dare imagine how difficult it must have been. Chun Mingyan sniffled, trying to compose herself, but her voice still trembled with sobs. No, if I take you home, my dad will definitely beat you. He has a bad temper. I can take a beating. Someone patted his chest. Listening to Chun Mingyan's experiences, Su Feng genuinely felt a pang of heartache. Moreover, it seemed quite serious. But Su Feng felt that problems must be solved, especially since Yueyue was about to turn 1. He was still thinking of going back with Chun Mingyan before Yueyue's first birthday. He also wanted to invite his future in-laws to the birthday celebration. It seemed this would be difficult. Su Feng never expected the conflict between her and her father to be so deep. Yin. Huh. At the mention of her father, her eyes reddened, tears glistening in her crystal-clear pupils. Her nose twitched, her pitiful appearance tugging at one's heartstrings. Su Feng gritted his teeth, reached around her back, and pulled her into his embrace. Yin, don't overthink it. Everything will be fine. My future father-in-law must be soft-hearted despite his tough exterior. I'll win him over once I get there. Besides, why did you tell my mother-in-law and uncle that we broke up? He reached out and gently pinched her cute little nose. This way your whole family thinks I'm a scumbag who abandoned you. No way, you have to take me home sometime. I need to explain everything to your family. No, we can't just show up suddenly. I need to call my mother first and test the waters. As she spoke, she buried her head into Su Feng's chest. Feeling the delicate body trembling in his arms, Su Feng took a deep breath. The mother of his child was truly heart-wrenching. I miss my grandmother too, she said, her voice trembling. Su Feng instinctively tightened his embrace. Then he'll close the shop right away and go with you to see our grandmother. My grandmother passed away several years ago. In her memories, her grandmother's hunched back and bent figure rolling dough were so endearing and missed. In her grandmother's village, every time she visited, her grandmother would stir-fry vegetables and meat for her and cook a steaming bowl of hand-pulled noodles. The most vivid memory was of her grandmother fetching water. In the countryside back then, there was a scheduled time for collecting tap water. She carried bucket after bucket of water, pouring them into the kitchen's water vat. This went on, fetching and pouring. When she tried to help, her grandmother wouldn't let her. That kind hunched figure has always remained in her heart. Now her grandmother's courtyard in the countryside is uninhabited, overgrown with weeds, and has become a dilapidated old house. Feng, overwhelmed with emotion, she threw her arms around Su Feng's neck. Feeling the woman trembling all over, Su Feng gently patted her back to soothe her. Although grandma has left you, she has turned into a star, watching over you and accompanying you from above. Her love will forever remain in your heart. Su Feng forced a faint smile. Don't be sad. In the future, Yueyue and I will always be with you. We'll earn money together, buy luxury cars, buy a big villa, live in a big house, and traverse the stars and seas of this world together. His tone was filled with tenderness, hope, and unwavering conviction. Okay. Su Feng gently stroked her hair. If you want to cry, just let it out. Don't hold it in. Cry once, and in the future, no matter what happens, we'll face it bravely together, alright? Wow. This time she didn't sob quietly. She cried out loud. We're disturbing Yueyue and Tong Tong. She sobbed, then pressed Su Feng down, burying her head in his chest, while her arms wrapped tightly around his neck. At that moment, Su Feng's body stiffened. In this position, her sobs wouldn't reach the bedroom. However, his chest was now soaked with her tears and saliva. Chun Mingyan decided to call her mother first to gauge her father's stance. Once she was mentally prepared, she would bring Su Feng home. As he said, they needed to face everything bravely. No longer alone, but facing it together. She took a deep breath, sniffled, and like a playful little girl pinched Su Feng's cheeks, a smile curving at the corners of her mouth. Su Feng, you'll be good to me for a lifetime, right? 10 lifetimes wouldn't be enough for eternity. Uff, you're so cheesy. Chun Mingyan wiped away her tears. When I go home and get the household register, we'll go straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage license. As she said this, her beautiful pupils reflected the stars and the sea. Yin morning, At 8 o'clock in the morning, Su Feng walked out of the guest room, stretching lazily, his face etched with drowsiness as he yawned. Quick, hold Yueyue, and help her pee, my arms are getting so heavy. Chun Mingyan picked up little Yueyue, feeling the strain in her arms. As the days went by, the little girl grew chubbier and chubbier. Su Feng took the overly energetic Yueyue into the bathroom. Shoo! He whistled softly while helping her pee as Chun Mingyan brushed her teeth and washed up. Yin, my mom just texted me saying we need to go home tonight. My dad is coming back, and so are grandma and grandpa. Chun Mingyan's eyes curved into a smile. Alright, then let's close early in the evening after the lunch rush. After their heartfelt talk last night, a newfound tenderness had crept into her gaze whenever she looked at Su Feng. Their hearts drew closer than ever. Hada. After finishing her business, little Yueyue kicked her feet and unexpectedly uttered the word Baba. In that instant, Su Feng's pupils dilated sharply. Yin, did you hear that? I heard it. She called you Baba. Little Yueyue can call you Baba now. Su Feng scooped her up and carried her to the living room, spinning a full 360 degrees in a celebratory flourish. Little Yueyue, say it again, Baba. Ba Su Feng guided her word by word. Baba Yueyue. She waved her little hands trying to pinch Su Feng's face. Hearing little Yueye's Baba, Su Feng's heart melted completely. He felt his entire body tremble, growing weak. Unable to contain himself, he leaned back and collapsed onto the sofa, letting little Yueyue stand on his stomach. Give Baba a kiss. Yueyue. She opened her tiny mouth with a milky voice, letting out a soft, tender, childish sound. Su Feng's heart dissolved, turned to jelly. Little Yueye's voice was absolutely the most beautiful sound in the world. Ha ha, little Yueyue, call me Baba. Tong Tong, little Yueyue can call me Baba now. He was nearly moved to tears, and when he saw little Tong Tong staggering out of the bedroom, he eagerly rushed over to show off to his sister. That's right, showing off to Tong Tong. Tong Tong. The chubby girl rubbed her sleepy eyes. Tong Tong is hungry. Sweetheart, call Baba again for me. Su Feng pressed his face affectionately against his daughter's. Ahia, Baba. This time the word came out more fluently. She reached out her little hand and mercilessly pinched the flesh on her father's face. The next second, Su Feng's brow twitched. What was that sound? 10 minutes later, Su Feng had already cleaned the mess off his pants and shirt. He handed little Yueyue back into Chun Mingyan's arms, gritting his teeth. All right, no more calling Baba. Call Mama now. Chun Mingyan shot him a look, putting a diaper on their daughter as she said with exasperation, I told you when she's not wearing a diaper, don't hold her for too long. She might just surprise you with a little gift. Su Feng was on the verge of tears. How was I supposed to know? We just finished helping her pee. Since they didn't go to the wholesale market this morning, Su Feng had to buy the ingredients from a nearby local market instead. The price of pork belly at the regular market was a full 2 yuan per jean more expensive than at the wholesale market. At 10:40 a.m., the restaurant suddenly lost water. Just as he stepped out of the restaurant, he ran into Uncle Yu, who was smoking a cigarette. Uncle, did you know the water is out in the neighborhood? Damn it all. Uncle Yu cursed, a look of displeasure flashing across his face. Su Feng looked confused. What's wrong, Uncle? Uncle Yu grumbled. They're doing road construction on the east side of the main gate. A young worker on the crew dug right through the water main. The pipe broke, and there's nothing to be done. The water's off, and I heard it won't be fixed until this evening. What the heck? Su Feng cursed elegantly. Xiaosu, do you have any chicken soup? Not right now, Uncle. Su Feng rubbed his hands together, his brows furrowed in anxiety. I need to go stock up on water, find a place to fill some up, or we won't be able to do anything for lunch. It was his first time dealing with a water outage at the restaurant, and it felt pretty terrible. He drove straight to a hardware store and bought 5 portable water containers. He found a public restroom by the roadside and filled all 5 containers. As he was carrying them out, he spotted a parking ticket stuck to the driver's side window. Stay calm, stay calm. Su Feng drove back to the neighborhood and parked behind the building. By now it was 11:30 a.m. and the restaurant was packed with customers. Some students were even waiting outside the door, while many residents from the neighborhood sat inside. With the water main broken and no water at home, many people couldn't cook and had to eat out. This was Wudong Street. On the night market strip, only a few places sold lunch, and coincidentally, Xiao Su's delicacy restaurant was the closest one to the neighborhood gate. Therefore, even before the usual mealtime business was booming. So, many people. Su Feng took a closer look. The restaurant was packed with at least 60 or 70 people, shoulder to shoulder, completely filling every seat. Xiao Feng, start cooking noodles for the customers now. Su Feng poured the water into the noodle pot and lit the stove. As he kneaded the dough, he announced to everyone, folks, the noodles will be ready shortly. Please bear with us for just 2 minutes. Uncle Yu called out, no rush, Xiao Su. Take a break if you need to, don't overwork yourself. At least Uncle Yu understood him. Yin Yin, add the new pickled vegetables to the menu, 12 yuan a plate. Huh. Okay. Chen Mingyan nodded lightly, deftly picking up a piece of chalk and writing a line. Delicious pickled vegetables, 12 yuan plate. Su Feng skillfully kneaded the dough. The massive rolling pin attracted the curiosity of many elderly patrons. Young man, that rolling pin of yours looks like it's got some years on it. Why is that rolling pin so long? So thick. With something thick and long, you don't have to use so much strength to roll the dough. Many people murmured amongst themselves, quite intrigued by the rolling pin in Su Feng's hands. Especially some of the older folks, the elderly men and women, and even the children were curious, asking their mothers to buy them a rolling pin to play with. 12 yuan for a plate of pickled vegetables. Isn't that too expensive? Aren't pickled vegetables just salted vegetables? 12 yuan a plate is indeed a bit pricey, but it's still acceptable. Uncle Yu said, Xiao Chun, I'll have a plate of pickled vegetables. Sure thing, Uncle. She had already prepared 7 or 8 plates in advance, ready to serve as soon as customers ordered. She had also tried some herself. The texture was rich with a crunchy bite, refreshing and delicious. They'll have one too. Me too. They'll take half a jean of the braised beef. Chun Mingyan smiled and said, please order again with a new ticket. Uncle Yu was the first to taste a piece of the radish in the pickled vegetables. His eyes widened instantly. Oh my, this little radish is so crisp and refreshing. One bite, and the flavor is absolutely incredible. At that moment, the fan group was in an uproar again. What on earth? He had rushed over the moment school, let out only to find heavens so many people waiting in line and no seats available. No way. No seats, and this many people. Lin Meiqi puffed out her little cheeks, a troubled expression on her face as she stared at the crowd waiting in line. Medical University. The official holiday had just begun. Delicious. Exquisite. Hiss. I never imagined an ordinary plate of pickled vegetables could taste this good. It's better than meat. It's tangy, sweet, crunchy, and fragrant in the mouth. Absolutely, especially the beans and white radish in the pickles. The flavor is simply divine. The spiciness of the little chili peppers has been mellowed by the pickling, leaving a perfect balance of sour, sweet, and spicy that whets the appetite and cuts through the grease. I never realized that pickled vegetables paired with braised beef could create such an incredible aroma. Ho! Hiss! So refreshing. Uncle Yu shouted to his grandson, "Grandson, wait until the noodles are on the table before you devour all the pickles." The grandson, eyes wide with delight, chewed on a piece of pickle and said, "Grandpa, this is so yummy. Why are Grandma's pickles just salty?" Grandma's face darkened. "That man is a professional chef. All I can do at home is homestyle cooking." The grandson shouted excitedly, "When I grow up, I want to learn to be a chef too, to cook delicious meals." Many people were full of praise for the delicious pickles, claiming they had tasted the best pickles of their lives. Hearing the chorus of praise, some customers who hadn't ordered pickles couldn't resist their curiosity and ordered a plate as well. As a result, the praise grew even louder. When the steaming hot egg noodles were brought to the table, some customers stirred vigorously with their chopsticks and after a taste exclaimed, "Man, this water outage in the neighborhood was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise I'd never have known there was such a great restaurant on Wutong Street. Yeah, if it weren't for the outage, we wouldn't have thought about cooking, and even if we did, we wouldn't have come to this night market street. This place's noodles are absolutely top-notch. Every new item they introduce gets unanimous approval. Tisk, wow, this egg and bean sauce noodle. The owner really knows what they're doing." With a mouthful of springy noodles and a piece of braised beef with chili oil and vinegar, followed by a clove of garlic and a bite of that appetizing, refreshing pickle. Sigh. Ho. Such divine flavors, such a divine way of eating, drew sounds of pure gustatory bliss from the crowd. It was utterly satisfying. It was incredibly authentic. It was simply wonderful. Thumbs up. Saiho, too good. Many people praised Su Feng's culinary skills. No one complained about the 12 yuan per plate of pickles anymore. Some even thought 12 yuan was too cheap for such delicious pickles, and that they should be priced at 18 or 20 yuan. Wave after wave of customers kept Su Feng incredibly busy. Finally, Lin Meiqi, the girl who loved garlic, and her roommates managed to secure a table. There were also a few tables of students from the Agricultural University and the Medical University. These days, unless a restaurant has loyal customers and fans, no one is willing to wait half an hour in line. And every member of the Shaosu Food Exchange Group was without a doubt a loyal fan of the restaurant. Lin Meiqi and her 3 roommates had arranged to meet 4 people from the Agricultural University. This was essentially a campus-style mixer, a cross-university gathering between a male and female dormitory, and they had chosen Su Feng's restaurant as the venue. She had mentioned in the group that whoever treated her to braised beef would get the WeChat contacts of her roommates. And so a brave soul had taken up the offer. The price: 2 jin of braised beef. 2 jin of braised beef, 4 bottles of Sprite, 6 bowls of shredded chicken noodles, and a plate of peanuts. Boss, how much will that be? The boys' dormitory had pooled their money, and the brave young man fearlessly pulled up his payment QR code. Ding! WeChat Pay received 426 yuan. After the meal, the 4 girls, chomping down on large cloves of garlic, genuinely shocked the 4 boys. Especially the way Lin Meiqi ate her garlic. Oh my! She popped a whole clove into her mouth, chewing it with gusto, as if it were the most delicious treat. If you didn't know she was eating garlic, you'd think she was chewing on beef. She was savoring it so loudly. Lin Meiqi looked at Su Feng and said, "Boss, I'm from Guangdong province, you know. Eating chili and noodles every day is making me feel like I'm turning into a northerner." "Oh, you're from Guangdong. I thought you were from the northeast." "Of course I'm from Guangdong La." She smiled and continued, "Boss, I hope that when we come back for the fall semester you'll have braised pork rice on the menu." "Yeah, boss." Someone yelled with a mouthful of braised beef. "I'm from Sichuan and Chongqing. This pickle reminds me of home. When are you going to have rice dishes like braised pork rice? Anything with rice would be great. I'm starting to feel like I'm turning into a noodle." Hey, even though I've come to love noodles as a guy from Hunan, rice is forever in my blood. Exactly. For a southern boy like me, going a day without rice makes me feel itchy all over. I'm dying for a plate of pepper and pork rice bowl. Lin Meiqi called out, "Handsome boss, I hope you can have a new item ready by September like braised pork rice or clay pot rice." Hearing this suggestion, other southern students who preferred rice but had been eating noodles also chimed in excitedly, urging Su Feng to quickly add braised pork rice to the menu. "Don't worry everyone. Su Feng smiled, a slight curve lifting the corners of his mouth. At the rate I'm adding new items, I estimate braised pork rice will be on the menu during your holiday. By September it'll be a bestseller. Go boss. Lin Meiqi cheered, pumping her fist. Su Feng grinned sheepishly. Have a great holiday, everyone. Yesterday the system had issued a special side quest to quit smoking. If he could abstain for 7 days, he would be rewarded with the recipe for divine braised pork rice. There are many variations of braised pork rice. Chicken leg rice, duck feet rice, pig's trotter rice. All can be considered braised pork rice. But the most classic version is made with pork belly. Sliced braised pork is laid over steamed rice, topped with some greens like bok choy or broccoli, and finished with a braised egg. That's your braised pork rice. As the saying goes, a serving of Longjiang pig's trotter rice captures the romance of the working class. Other braised pork rice dishes are mostly similar, consisting of braised meat, vegetables, and a braised egg. In some regions, corn kernels are added to enhance the overall texture and flavor of the rice. The 6-ingredient noodles and the braised eggs he had been thinking about from the system's rewards yesterday had not yet been introduced to the menu. It was all because they had stayed up late talking last night. He had secretly slept in, and then to top it off, the water had been cut off. Meiqi, is there really a handsome guy in the clay pot rice from Guangdong? Asked roommate 1. Lin Meiqi's lips curled into a smile. Of course. Our clay pot rice from Guangdong is filled with people from Fujian. The entire restaurant echoed with, huh, what did the girl mean by that? Just then Tong Tong came dashing into the kitchen, clutching the phone. Dad, no bro. Dad's on the phone. The chubby girl was so flustered she was tripping over her words, holding Su Feng's phone up high. The call had already been connected for 3 minutes, and the caller ID displayed balding boy Su Jianye. Gazing at the 7 characters bald boy Su Jianye on the screen, Su Feng felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. He had never been afraid of his father before. But this time, what had happened was entirely different from before. The Su family was a typical household where his mother Lu Fengfeng held the reins while his father and Tong Tong were usually the ones being disciplined. So essentially father and son stood on the same side of the united front. Although their relationship wasn't quite like brothers, it was very harmonious. They understood each other well. But this time, Xiaofeng, can you hear me? Su Jianye called out loudly. Su Feng held the phone to his ear. Dad, I can hear you. Su Jianye's tone was grave. Something this big happened, and you didn't think to tell your family sooner. Do you even care about this family anymore? You should have told me first, then your mother. Luckily your mother was reasonable this time, and agreed to accept this daughter-in-law. Su Feng replied rebelliously, if she didn't run away from home. Ungrateful brat, you truly are an ungrateful brat. Su Jianye roared, you little rascal, even Tong Tong knew your dad was going to be a grandfather, but I was the last to find out. Even your grandfather nearly fainted from the shock. What did grandma say? Your grandma said you're something else, a true grandson indeed. Su Feng smiled faintly. Dad, I'll explain everything when we meet tonight. He'll bring your daughter-in-law and granddaughter home soon. It's a long story, and Mom should have already explained the gist of it to you. Sigh, you little rascal. Su Jianye let out a heavy sigh. Just recently, he had even asked his colleagues to help find a woman to set his son up on a blind date. And now in the blink of an eye, his son had both a wife and a daughter. Su Feng chuckled. Dad, you're a grandpa. I'm a dad. Isn't this a wonderful thing? Splendid. Splendid, my foot. Bring your wife home tonight to meet your grandparents. Click buzz. The call was disconnected. Little Tong Tong looked up. Brother phone, Tong Tong wants to watch more JoJo. Here, go ahead. Keep the phone away from your eyes. Sit up to watch. Don't lie on your stomach or back, and don't ruin your eyesight. Su Feng reminded her. The rate of myopia among young people was too high these days, and he didn't want his cute little sister to grow up needing glasses. Note, this JoJo is not that JoJo. It's not JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with its Muda Muda or Kono Dioda, but rather JoJo's Super Baby. What did your dad say? What was it about? Chen Mingyan asked curiously. Su Feng grinned, showing his teeth. Nothing much. He just said we should close the shop early and head home tonight. My grandparents are here too. Upon hearing this, she nervously rubbed her palms together. Oh, okay, let's close up, go to the supermarket, and buy some milk, fruit gifts, and some health supplements for the elderly. Yeah, let's buy them. It's time to be more considerate. The water supply in the neighborhood had been cut off apparently because some guy had dug through a few water pipes. The restaurant's business was booming. When Su Feng closed the shop at 4 o'clock, the day's revenue had astonishingly reached 8,200 yuan. He had basically been stationed in the kitchen without a break, working non-stop like a cooking robot. Business was fantastic. This money felt hard-earned and well-deserved. Despite the rush, everything was orderly, especially after hiring a new dishwasher who also handled kitchen cleaning. Su Feng's workload instantly became much lighter. He no longer had to clean up or scrub the stove, only focus on cooking. After finishing up, the whole family returned to their rented apartment. After showering, Su Feng changed into a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. A one-piece collaboration style. Yin, who are you talking to on the phone? Your eyes are squinting with joy. What's so funny? Walking back into the bedroom, Su Feng picked up little Yueyue, and looked at the beaming mother of his child. Chen Mingyan hushed him. Chen Mingyan, oh Chen Mingyan, have you lost your mind? You actually went to find little Yueye's biological father. And you actually found him. How did you manage that? A boisterous female voice came through the phone. Indeed, boisterous was the perfect word for it. It was simple, I just found him. She didn't know how to explain it to her best friend. You're trying to infuriate me. The voice on the phone sounded frantic. And then what? You found him, and now you're not coming back. I asked your landlady, you've even returned the apartment. Yeah, I'm living with him for now. This statement lit a fire under her friend's emotions. LL. Living together? What? What's going on? You've only known the father for a few days, and you already dare to live with him. Chen Mingyan, are you stupid, or just plain foolish? You're a hopelessly silly girl. The girl on the other end of the line fell silent. She was thinking to herself, what was her best friend doing? Delivering herself to the enemy. Sending herself straight into the lion's den. He's very considerate to me, mature and steady. We're living well together. Oh my go. And then what? Did you give yourself to him already? Chen Mingyan's pretty face flushed instantly. She glanced up at Su Feng. She shook her cute little head, even though he couldn't see it through the phone. No, of course not. I'm not that easy. When you're easy, you're not even human. Chen Mingyan bit her lip. Anyway, I'm planning to hold a first birthday party for little Yueyue, then I'll call my mom and bring him home with me. Can you tell me what's so great about this child's father? He managed to make you fall head over heels in just a few days, and you're willingly bringing him to your home. The girl truly thought her friend had gone mad. She knew all of Chen Mingyan's secrets. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted so strongly. I feel like he's great in every way. Enough. I feel like you've been drugged, bewitched, brainwashed. The girl's tone held a hint of resignation. My lease is up the month after next, and then he'll come and rent a place in launching. But he'll come find you for little Yueye's birthday. Huh? Why are you coming to find me? Chen Mingyan asked, confused. Haha, I want to see for myself what kind of man has such charm, what kind of magic he possesses to make our Miss Chun willingly follow him. Oh, thank you for thinking of me, dear Miss Wu. Love you, moi, get lost, I don't love you. Beep beep. Su Feng looked at Chen Mingyan with a stunned expression, his mouth slightly agape. Yin. So this is how you chat with your best friend. Quite lively and bold, aren't you? Chen Mingyan chuckled lightly. Her name is Wu Mimi. She's my only best friend, my closest companion. She's been with me through everything from my pregnancy to little Yueye's birth. Wow, that close, huh? When she comes, I'll definitely cook a feast to thank her. Yeah, I'm really grateful to Mimi in my heart. I just worry about her with that boyish temper of hers. Who's going to marry her? Puffed. Su Feng choked on a sip of water. She was worrying about her friend's marriage prospects now. Quick, my mom is urging me. Hurry up and change. Su Feng said. Chen Mingyan pouted and said shyly, you need to go outside so I can change. If you stand here, it's not convenient. Her face was as thin as paper. She pressed her lips together and looked towards the door, hinting for Su Feng to leave. If it were her friend Wu Mimi, she would have roared in a very straight-talking manner. If you stand here, how am I supposed to change? Are you trying to get a free show? Get lost. Off we go, off we go. Tong Tong carried a bag of Yueyue's toys. She brought them along to keep the little one entertained, ready to soothe her if she cried or delight her if she was happy. Daddy. Once outside, Tong Tong sat obediently in the passenger seat. Chen Mingyan held Yueyue in the back seat, the little one babbling for her father. As she grew, Yueyue became ever more curious about the unfamiliar. The family first stopped by the supermarket before heading back to Su Feng's home. On the first floor, they entered the stairwell and knocked directly on the door. Chen Mingyan wore white athletic pants and a pale green short-sleeved top, her fair forehead free of bangs. Wasn't there a trend on Douyin for demure, gentle girls? With such an outfit, her pretty features, and her postgraduate degree, bringing her home for the new year, even parading her around relatives, shed absolutely shine in any setting. Knock, knock, knock. The knock echoed, and after 3 seconds the door slowly opened. It was Lu Fengfeng. Unexpectedly, Yueyue, standing on the ground babbling in her sweet childish voice, was the first to dart into the house. Na-ah-yo-ah-wah. Incredibly excited, completely letting loose. Grandma, I've missed you so much. Su Feng called out before even seeing her. But to his surprise, Lu Fengfeng took Chen Mingyan's hand and led her inside, saying, Oh, my Yin looks so beautiful today. The food's ready, just waiting for you. Come inside. As she spoke, she casually swung the door shut, nearly hitting Su Feng in the forehead. Mom. Hearing the bang, Su Feng stood dumbfounded. Mom, did you forget your precious son is still outside? He called out anxiously, hurriedly knocking again. The door opened once more. Except, it was opened by the dog. The golden retriever Bebe pounced directly onto him. Bebe, stop it, can't you see him carrying all this stuff? Su Feng said, patting the dog's head as he walked back inside. He set down the pile of gifts on the floor. Where did Yueyue run off to? The little darling is so lively she crawled under the bed. Lu Fengfeng said. After running back into the room, Yueyue had climbed right under Su Feng's bed. Oh dear little treasure, come out. You can't just crawl under the bed the moment you arrive, Grandma Su called out. At that moment, a hilarious scene unfolded in the room. Grandpa Su, Grandma, Su Lu Fongfong, and Su Jianye were all on their hands and knees peering at Yueyue, who had crawled under the bed. Seeing this, Su Feng's mouth twitched violently, his expression frozen. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Lu Fongfong turned to look at him. Yueyue is so lively. She crawled under your bed just like a little kitten. Our granddaughter is so mischievous. She crawled under the bed. So naughty. Why is she acting like a little monkey? Su Feng blurted out. Bang! Lu Fongfong stood up and gave his ear a sharp twist. What kind of talk is that? What father calls his own daughter a monkey? Alright, forget about Yueyue for now. Ouch! Mom, stop pinching my ear, give me some face, I'm not a kid anymore. Lu Fongfong released her grip with a huff. That rascal calling his daughter a little monkey. Su Feng helped his dear grandmother to her feet, then assisted his grandfather to sit on the bed. Xiaofeng, quick, think of a way to get my great-granddaughter out from under there. It's so dirty under the bed. The little one is so mischievous. Don't worry about it, leave this to Tong Tong. Tong Tong, crawl under the bed and pull Yueyue out. Su Feng commanded. Tong Tong pouted and rolled her eyes at her brother. This family. Without her. Well, she went to rummage through Yueyue's toy bag, trying to entice her out from under the bed like luring a cat. Chen Mingyan sat demurely on the sofa like a reserved young lady. Seeing the family emerge from the second bedroom, she quickly stood up. The atmosphere gradually grew tense. Grandpa, Grandma, this is your granddaughter-in-law Chen Mingyan. Su Feng introduced. Grandpa Su was 78 this year, completely bald. Wearing a pair of reading glasses, he revealed a kind smile. Xiaofeng's wife, please have a seat. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. She smiled gently and greeted them gracefully. Her expression was slightly tense. Grandma Su, with graying temples and a face full of wrinkles, wore the same reading glasses as her husband, yet her smile was very warm and amiable. Granddaughter-in-law Yueyue, no need to be nervous, don't be polite, make yourself at home. Thank you, Grandma. What's there to thank, child? She nervously rubbed her palms together, trying her best to appear composed and proper. Yueyue excitedly crawled out from under the bed and ran into the living room, her fair face smudged with dust, her new pants and shirt covered in grime, her hair a mess, yet a pure, innocent smile babbled from her lips. Dad, Dada. She saw Su Feng, opened her little mouth to call out, and stumbled towards the sofa. Xiaofeng's Yueyue. Chen Mingyan's mouth slightly opened, her expression one of slight shock. Her daughter. She crawled under my bed. Heaven knows how dirty it was under Su Feng's bed. It hadn't been cleaned in half a year since the last spring cleaning. Well, alright, she's starting to get mischievous. Where's Tong Tong? Let Tong Tong play with her. Looking at the filthy Yueyue, Chen Mingyan suddenly felt at a loss. Her daughter was anything but demure. Sister-in-law, she's so dirty. Seeing Su Feng disdain Yueyue's dusty state and refused to pick her up, Lu Fongfong shot her son a glare and scooped the granddaughter into her arms. Did you bring a change of clothes? Yes, there's one in the car. Tong Tong, go get Yueyue's clothes. Tong Tong pouted, taking the car keys with great reluctance. Just then Su Feng felt someone poking him from behind. He turned around. It was his old man. Dad? Long time no see. Su Jianye gritted his teeth. Dad. Su Feng slapped his forehead, almost having forgotten his own father. He quickly took Chen Mingyan's hand. Dad, this is your daughter-in-law, my wife, Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan was genuinely startled, nearly laughing out loud. She was also glad she didn't, for she felt she would be doomed, utterly mortified. Because Su Feng's father's hairstyle was just too funny. Bald in the middle, long on the sides. A classic Mediterranean. In that instant, an image of Su Feng with the same bald head flashed in her mind. Oh heavens. Uncle, hello. The whole family assumed she was just nervous. Su Jianye smiled lightly. Hello, I'm Su Feng's father. Seeing his son and daughter-in-law holding hands, their expressions so loving, he felt reassured. Wow. Su Feng directed Tong Tong. Tong Tong directed the dog. The golden retriever Bebe carried the clothing bag by its strap in its mouth and gently placed Yueyue's clothes on the sofa. Yueyue, go to my room and change Yueyue. Okay. Su Feng led Chen Mingyan back to his room, trying to help her feel more at ease. The scholarly grandpa Su, wearing his reading glasses, sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper. His expression was so rigid and stern, exuding an air of authority that even Su Feng found intimidating. Indeed, only Su Dad and Su Mom seemed approachable. Facing Grandpa and Grandma, Su Chen Mingyan indeed felt a bit at a loss. Su Feng gently held her hand and said softly, stay in the room for a bit. I'm here, don't be nervous about anything. Look at the photos on the bedroom wall, they're all of me growing up. Okay. She lowered her voice, a slight blush on her pretty face. For some reason, not only did she blush from shyness, but even when deeply nervous, a flush would creep up her cheeks involuntarily. Su Feng changed Yueyue out of her dirty clothes and carried his daughter out of the room. Grandpa. Child, alas, what's done is done. Just think about the future. She has a higher education and better credentials than you, and she's suffered the grievance of bearing your child. Treat her well from now on. Grandfather Su let out a long, weary sigh and set down the newspaper in his hand. He felt a sense of helplessness towards this second grandson. Grandpa Yueyue and I have opened a restaurant. Come by for a meal when you have time. His grandfather was a retired professor in the Chinese department, having published many short-form literary works on realistic themes in his youth. He was by all accounts an old writer and a true scholar. Little Feng, you've done well for yourself. You found such a handsome girl. Our granddaughter-in-law is truly beautiful, simply Shirin. Grandmother Su praised. Shirin was a dialect term from Longqing region, meaning pretty and beautiful. Hearing Grandmother Su's compliments, Lu Feng's mouth curled up in delight. She couldn't have been more satisfied with her daughter-in-law. Whether it was her figure, her looks, her academic credentials, or the gentle, dignified, virtuous, and generous temperament she had displayed recently, she completely outshone the wife of Su Feng's elder brother Long Long. Women are inherently competitive by nature. In youth they compare looks, figures, incomes, family backgrounds, even skin quality, and who found the more outstanding man. After marriage they compare the intelligence and academic achievements of their sons. Su Feng had always satisfied her with his handsome appearance, but his academic record was truly a mess. Now in her middle age, she was overjoyed that her son had married a beautiful wife. Such was the indomitable spirit of little Feng. Quick, bring little Yueyue here, let her grandpa hold her. Father Su paced in place, his eyes urgent. Little Yueyue, this is grandpa. He gently placed little Yueyue into Su Jianyue's arms. The adorable little girl was a bit shy around strangers. The moment she left Su Feng's embrace, her lips immediately pouted. However, when she saw her grandfather's Mediterranean hairstyle, her expression returned to normal, and her little hand shot out to grab it directly. Hiss! This child, how can she pull on people's hair like that? Su Jianyue winced in pain, gently holding his granddaughter's tiny hand. Gaa, the little cutie laughed. Su Jianyue smiled with a benevolent expression. So cute, but don't pull grandpa's hair, okay? Grandpa only has these few strands left. If you pull them all out, there won't be any. She wanted to pull again, but her little hand was held back, and she started to cry out in frustration. My precious granddaughter is so adorable, all chubby and cute, just a little bit mischievous. Even though his few remaining strands of hair had been yanked out by his granddaughter, he still beamed with joy. Su Jianyue was a grandfather now. Woof woof woof. Bebe the golden retriever sat on the floor panting with its tongue out. It had been a long time since the house had seen so many people. Even the dog was incredibly excited. Seeing a big dog for the first time, little Yueye's eyes widened slightly, and she reached out her little hand, curiously looking at the big dog. Little Yueyue, this is your Annie Bebe. Su Feng introduced. Su father. The whole family took turns holding little Yueyue. Seeing this, Tong Tong pouted her lips in jealousy. Grandma, hold me. Hold Tong Tong. Tong Tong is super well behaved. My granddaughter Tong Tong is the best behaved. Let grandma see. It's been a while since I saw my good granddaughter. Your face has gotten rounder, and you've gained some weight. Little Yueyue looks so much like little Feng did when he was young. Her eyes look alike, those beautiful big eyes. Her nose and eyebrows are also very similar. The whole family chatted amongst themselves. Little Feng. Su Jianyue gave Su Feng a meaningful look. Su Feng followed his father to little Tong Tong's room. Dad, what's wrong? What do you think is wrong? Don't you have anything to explain to your old man? Su Jianyue asked, trying to sound stern. Su Feng spread his hands and smiled. Dad, I felt that Mom would be more accepting of this, so I told her first. It was Mom who told me to keep it from you for now. And besides, I was scared and didn't dare to tell you. He shifted most of the blame onto Lu Feng with a hint of grievance in his tone. Do you have any money on you? Is it enough? Su Jianyue asked with concern. Su Feng smiled. Enough, more than enough. You guys keep your money. Dad won't say anything more. Just treat that girl well. It wasn't easy for her to give you a daughter. As a man, you have to take on that responsibility. With that, Su Jianyue sighed and patted Su Feng on the shoulder. Half a month had passed. He felt that his son had changed completely. The lazy, good for-nothing slacker who stayed cooped up at home had transformed into a responsible father with a family. According to his wife, his son had been working hard every day at the restaurant to earn money. Truly, he felt that his son had grown up in just over half a month. Still, he couldn't help but nag. You must always remember you're a father now. Think twice before you act. I heard your wife is from Ling County, right? Even though it's not far, she chose to be with you. You have to shoulder the responsibility. Women all need to be coaxed. Look at your mother. Dad, don't worry. Just wait to enjoy life, live in a villa, and spend your days fishing and walking the dog with your granddaughter. Su Feng patted his father's shoulder in return, painting a sweet rosy picture for him. Su Jianyue. Grandmother Su beckoned Su Feng over. He walked up and obediently sat down beside her. Grandmother imparted to him some wisdom about marriage. Only through mutual understanding and tolerance can a family live in harmony, go further, last longer, and truly feel like a home. Grandmother Su and Lu Feng went to the kitchen to prepare the meal, while little Yueyue played with Tong Tong. He walked back to the room and saw Chun Ming Yin staring intently at the photos on the wall, lost in thought. Yin Yin. He walked over and gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind. She was startled, her delicate body trembling slightly. She turned around, biting her lip. What are you doing? Trying to tease me? Yes, I want to tease you. Silly, you've been handsome your whole life. Smitten, she lost her composure and didn't resist letting Feng hold her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder. But she was desperately trying to maintain her composure, not wanting to appear shy in front of him. But her flushed cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Of course, look, the wall was covered with photos of him growing up. From kindergarten, primary school, middle school, high school, university, and even his graduation photo, all were up on the wall. Is it okay for us to stay in the room? Who's looking after little Ye? She asked softly. My mom is cooking. Little Yueyue is playing with Tong Tong. Oh, let go of me, release me. Being this close to Feng, their faces almost touching, she could feel his warm breath on her face. It felt like they were about to kiss at any moment. This. Yin, you look really beautiful when you smile. No way I'm going to help in the kitchen. Feng held her hand. You're a guest. What's there to help with? Let go, don't be mischievous. His teasing expression made her so nervous that her heart pounded wildly. She shook off his hand forcefully, pushed the door open, and headed towards the kitchen. Feng didn't know better. She had to be the sensible one. Third chapter. July 21st. Yueyue's first birthday. Lu Fengfeng counted on her fingers. We didn't hold a 100-day banquet for her, so her first birthday should be celebrated grandly at a hotel. At the dinner table, the family chatted happily. Chen Mingyan was extremely nervous, not even daring to reach for dishes that were slightly farther away. It was Feng who kept helping her. Su Jianya said, in a few days let's take Yueyue for a few sets of birthday artistic photos and edit them into a short video to be shown on the LED screen in the hotel lobby. Xiaofeng. I'm here. Did you hear what I said? Su Jianya smiled helplessly. I've already arranged a time with George. He'll help take Yueyue's birthday photos and edit the video. Actually, he had suddenly become curious about Yueyue's zodiac sign. A Cancer girl. Lu Fengfeng smiled slightly and said, there's something I'm not sure how to say, Jianya. Let's tell Big Brother and Susu 3 days before the birthday. For Yueyue's birthday this time, Lu Fengfeng and Su Jianya had discussed it and decided to only inform relatives from the main Su family. As for Feng's maternal grandmother, uncles, and aunts, they would not be told for now, because that side was a large family with too many relatives. Feng's grandmother was 92 years old and could still do 500 jumps of rope. Moreover, back then his grandmother had given birth to 7 children. So he had 4 maternal uncles and 2 maternal aunts. Lu Fengfeng was the 6th child in her family. Visiting relatives during the new year is a very troublesome affair. But with such a beautiful and talented daughter-in-law, Lu Fengfeng could walk around all her maternal relatives with great confidence. On the other hand, on the Su family side, Su Jianya had 3 siblings. Feng had a second aunt and an eldest uncle. His eldest uncle had 1 child named Su Long who had married and had a child. But the wife he married wasn't as beautiful as Chun Mingyan, nor as considerate, gentle, sensible, or highly educated. So Lu Fengfeng felt extremely proud. Xiaofeng being able to open a restaurant and make money from it proves you've grown up. Su Jianya took a sip of tea, his gaze deep as he looked at his son. Feng lowered his head and ate, preparing to heed his father's advice. Making money is one thing, but I heard you're busy from morning till night, without time to accompany Yueyue. I suggest you close the restaurant on Saturdays and Sundays. Feng almost spat out a chicken leg. That a restaurant closing on weekends is unheard of. Why not? It's not that it's impossible, but I'm just thinking about earning more money. Lu Fengfeng suggested. While making money, don't let the pace of life get too fast. Even when busy, you should take care of Yueyue and spend more time with her. Yin, what do you think? Auntie. Chun Mingyan spoke softly with a gentle smile. Let's leave this to Xiaofeng. Let him decide. Feng took a deep breath and grinned. All right, we'll rest on Saturdays and Sundays. We'll go on outings, visit parks, go shopping, and take Yueyue to the children's playground, accompanying her as she grows. Does my grandson need money? Grandma has some here. Grandma. Su smiled as she spoke. She habitually took out her wallet and pulled out a bank card. Su Jianya said solemnly, Mom, Xiaofeng's restaurant is very profitable. He doesn't need money. According to Lu Fengfeng, if the restaurant could earn 800 yuan a day, even with weekends off, operating 20 days a month, would earn 160 yuan. Combined, their whole family didn't earn as much as Feng. Feng was deeply moved. Grandma, your grandson has money to spend. I want use your and Grandpa's pension. His grandparents' pensions totaled at least 250 yuan a month. Weekends off. Yin, what do you think? He'll listen to you. Who? Walking out of Feng's house, Chun Mingyan felt a weight lifted off her shoulders and gently patted her chest. Xiaofeng, how did I do? She asked softly. Great. Look at how happy my mom is. I feel like she hasn't been this happy in a long time, having found such an excellent daughter-in-law. Chun Mingyan rolled her eyes and smiled. Auntie treats me so well. She's incredibly satisfied with you. So much so that she wants to take you around to visit relatives during the new year. Chun Mingyan's pretty face was full of shock, utterly stunned. There are many relatives on my grandmother's side. Grandmother and grandfather plus eldest uncle, second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, fifth aunt, and seventh aunt. Oh my. She opened her mouth, staring at the man in disbelief. The child's father had so many uncles and aunts. She thought to herself Su Feng's grandmother was really something so fertile. Experiencing Su Feng's family atmosphere, she felt very happy. Being introduced to his grandparents and parents made her heart swell with sweetness, proving she held an important place in his heart. Inwardly, she couldn't help but look forward to the moment she could bring Su Feng home to meet her parents. Su Feng Yueyue, a slightly plump girl Zhang Ming, approached them with a bright smile on her face. Zhang Ming, what a coincidence. Su Feng greeted her. Tong Tong looked up and politely said, hello sister. Good evening Tong Tong. Zhang Ming complained angrily. George said he'd treat me to dinner, but stood me up. I then went to Wudong Street to get a bowl of egg noodles, but you were closed. What a wasted trip. Mom called Yueyue and me home for dinner, so I couldn't keep the restaurant open and had to close it. Check the group chat, I posted a notice. Oh, your customers chat too much in that group, so I muted it. In just 3 minutes. The group chat had 99 messages. Chun Mingyan chuckled. Come to the restaurant early tomorrow. Lunch. Xiao Feng is launching a new dish. Wow, a new dish. Zhang Ming's small eyes lit up at this. What is it? Can you tell me in advance? You'll find out tomorrow at noon. Alright, you're such a tease. Teasing me. That bastard George better not let me see him, or he'll give him a good beating. Did he ask you out? Su Feng teased. This single sentence made Zhang Ming choke on her words. What date? We mutually dislike each other, we'll always just be buddies. I want to lose weight to find a better man. Lose weight, I want to be a skinny queen. Su Feng could only laugh. And gave her a thumbs up. Go for it, Ming Ming. I'm heading home. Bye Yueyue, see you tomorrow. Zhang Ming waved. Bye sister. Little Tong Tong called out. Zhang Ming's family was well off. She held a position at a state-owned company, and her family also owned an internet cafe, which was managed by her older brother. Now she helped her brother manage the internet cafe, a chess and card room, and a billiards hall. Therefore Su Feng had never experienced the feeling of paying to use the internet since he was young. But when he was a child, George and Baozi would go to Zhang Ming's house to use the internet. They had to find a corner spot, a place not easily discovered, and had to sneak in to start the computers. Of course, the chance of being caught and dragged home was 80. It was already past 10 o'clock at night when they returned to Riverside Garden. Passing by a print shop, Su Feng printed a notice and pasted it on the glass door of the restaurant. Business hours Monday, Friday. Closed on Saturdays and Sundays. At night, he opened the Little Su Food Exchange group. He sent a message, new dish coming tomorrow. Absolutely delicious, super satisfying to eat. The group chat erupted in excitement upon seeing Su Feng's message. Agricultural University's first heartthrob little shop owner. Our entire basketball team is coming to dine tomorrow. Hope you stock up on plenty of food. Rice smile. Fried grasshopper. Count our football team in 2. Vinegar-loving girl. Wow, I've already returned to the neighboring city, and the boss actually released a new item. Rolls eyes. Little Snow loves donuts. What? I've already gone home, and only now is there a new item. Eating melon. Garlic-loving girl. Damn. Releasing a new item right when the medical university has a break. Boss, you sneaky bastard. Angry furious. What exactly is the new item? Boss, don't run. Where do you think you're going? Don't keep us in suspense. Su Feng replied, braised eggs made with the sauce from the soy braised beef and the 16 noodles. Noodle-loving brother Lou's 16 noodles. What's that? Wow, lecherous braised eggs. I love braised eggs. Fried grasshopper. Since the soy braised beef is that delicious, the braised eggs must be absolutely amazing. Anticipation. Garlic-loving girl. I'm so mad. Boss, you sly dog, you should have released the braised eggs yesterday. Vinegar-loving girl. Sneaky boss. Su Feng pouted in grievance. How was he a sly dog? Didn't sly dog mean a whiny crybaby? At 4:30 in the summer morning, the east was already glowing with pale light. Su Feng, bathed in the morning breeze, rushed to the vegetable market. He purchased some tenderloin potatoes, eggplants, king oyster mushrooms, green chili peppers, and carrots. The perfect grade noodles he had won from the system's lucky draw. 16 noodles were an upgraded version of eggplant ding noodles. As everyone knows, the minced meat and eggplant sauce topping absolutely reigns supreme among all mixed noodles. And 16 noodles add diced potatoes, king oyster mushrooms, and carrots. The rich array of ingredients makes the sauce's texture fuller and more satisfying. One bite leaves a lingering fragrance in the mouth and endless aftertaste. After preparing all the ingredients, he laid down to rest in the back room of the restaurant. Chen Mingyan told Zhang Danyang and Yueyue, who had come to work, that they would have every Saturday and Sunday off without any deduction in pay. The new notice filled them with immense motivation and energy. Weekends off. Work 5 days a week. 8 days off every month. So the two of them helped Chen Mingyan peel the boiled eggs. After boiling the eggs, she poured them all into a basin of cold water. This allowed the eggs to cool completely, making the shell separate from the egg for easy peeling. Otherwise, if not cooled in cold water and left in the hot water or left to cool naturally, the shells would stick to the eggs and be difficult to peel. When boiling eggs, it's essential to cool them down promptly. Only then will peeling go smoothly. She placed the peeled eggs into Su Feng's prepared soy-braised beef marinade and let them simmer slowly over low heat. "Iya, Daddy." Little Yueyue pouted and pinched her daddy's cheek. But her daddy just snored on, ignoring her. Tong Tong giggled and said, "Little Yueyue, your daddy's asleep. Don't disturb him. Let's play a game." Instead, she stopped playing, let out a little "ah," and hugged Su Feng's arm, starting to snore herself. Yin Yin, Zhang Ming arrived at the restaurant on her own. A smile curled at the corner of Chen Mingjian's lips. "Mingming, you couldn't wait to try the new item, huh?" "It's late, I skipped breakfast, so this is my brunch," Zhang Ming said. "They'll go wake Xiao Feng up." "Shoot," Zhang Ming winked. "Is the great boss Su asleep? Let him sleep, no rush to eat." At 11 o'clock, Coach Wu arrived at the restaurant with over a dozen basketball players along with his close friend Coach Sun of the football team, who brought 21 football players. A crowd surged in. The sight of all these young men even startled Zhang Danyang, the dishwasher. The restaurant was instantly packed, and it was cramped. So many handsome guys. Zhang Ming felt her eyes go dizzy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Men, they're all men. The hopeless romantic Zhang Ming's eyes went wide. Excited, she sent a message to her bestie Guan Huey. "Oh my god, handsome guys, man. Come see the handsome guys. I feel like I'm suffocating." Su Feng rubbed his eyes, gently kissed little Yueyue's forehead, covered her with the summer quilt, and quietly left the room. He barely held back the urge to exclaim in surprise. Why was the restaurant suddenly packed? Coach Wu said, "The group chat said you had a new item. Coincidentally, the team had some funds, so I brought the guys to try the new 16 noodles." "How many servings?" Su Feng recognized Coach Wu well. Even if he didn't come every day, he ate there at least every 2 days. A regular customer for sure, along with Coach Sun next to him. These noodles, what a price. Lu Haoyu was taken aback, but recalling the taste of the food, he believed that no matter how expensive Su Feng's cooking was, it was acceptable. 16 noodles, 35 yuan per serving. Our basketball team's budget can't cover the soy-braised beef for everyone. So it's 1 serving of 16 noodles and 1 braised egg per person. That's 16 servings for our team. Kimchi with noodles is absolutely delicious, Coach. Lu Haoyu shouted. "Yeah, Coach, since we can't afford the soy-braised beef, at least get us a few plates of kimchi." "Coach, how about 2 plates of kimchi per table?" "All right, add 4 plates of kimchi." Anything exceeding the basketball team's budget would have to come out of his own pocket. "Just scan the payment code," Chen Mingyan said, pointing to the illuminated QR code. A prompt sounded. WeChat Pay received 656 yuan. Meanwhile, the football team's budget was quite generous. Coach Sun ordered not only a serving of 16 noodles for everyone, but also 2 jin of soy-braised beef per table. Apparently, they had won first place in the provincial university football tournament, which made the basketball players green with envy. "Damn, boss, these braised eggs are absolutely incredible. So fragrant, truly fragrant. Compared to this braised egg, the ones from the school cafeteria are like grandsons meeting their grandfather." Only college students could come up with such vivid comparisons. The light brown braised eggs were covered in delicate patterns and emanated a rich, steaming aroma. Chewing them, they were not only springy but also deeply flavorful and rich in texture. Especially when biting into the egg white and yolk together. It was simply divine. Soy-braised egg, fragrant, tender, and springy. Unbelievably tastic with a rich egg flavor. Eating it also brings a hint of the soy-braised beef, further tantalizing your taste buds. Wow. Whoa. These braised eggs are out of this world. How about we split the cost for some soy-braised beef and braised eggs? 2 more braised eggs each. The vice captain, seeing the football team next door enjoying fragrant braised eggs with soy-braised beef and ice-cold beer, was practically drooling. On the other side. Shushu. Awesome. The football team captain Sad Frog was already eating like crazy. "I'm absolutely starving. How on earth were these eggs made? Have I been eating fake eggs all these years?" exclaimed the football team captain Beishonghua. Originally named Tao Shiji, his bulging eyes and double eyelids gave him a striking resemblance to the internet sensation Beishonghua on Douyin, hence the nickname. Thus the nickname stuck. Some found it endearing while others found it unsettling. "Hiss. Boss, are these eggs from free-range chickens in the countryside? Why are they so fragrant and delicious?" Beishonghua asked. Su Feng chuckled lightly. "They're not from free-range chickens, but they're of higher quality than ordinary eggs." Meanwhile, Chen Mingyan was serving braised eggs to the basketball team. Halfway through, she realized the pot was empty. She looked at the group apologetically. "Sorry, I didn't prepare enough. There are only 7 left." "What? Only 7? That's barely enough to fill our teeth." "Yeah, we can't afford the braised beef, but we can afford eggs. Boss, you should prepare more. How about boiling some eggs now? With so many people, we'll have to wait a while, but half an hour should be enough to infuse the flavor right." Seeing the enthusiasm of the young men, Chen Mingyan looked a bit embarrassed and smiled softly. Sorry, I need to help with the noodles, boiling and straining them. I really don't have time to cook eggs. If you'd like some, come back tonight or tomorrow. He'll make sure to prepare plenty and braise more eggs. Their appetites were daunting. How could anyone swallow an egg whole like that? Each person at the football team's tables had ordered 2 eggs. The young men, teeth bared and mouths wide open, looked like elementary school kids had missed out on their favorite spicy snack, their eager cravings, making Feng find the whole scene hilarious. Was the braised egg really that fragrant? He hadn't tasted it yet. So he called out to the crowd, "There are boiled eggs ready. If you help peel them, you'll definitely get to eat the braised eggs before you finish your noodles." "Alright, we'll help peel." Peeling eggs is a piece of cake. We'll all peel together. Damn it, if I can't even afford braised beef and now I can't afford eggs, what's the point of college? Exactly. Might as well drop out and work. So everyone pitched in to peel the eggs. They worked quickly. Within 5 minutes, all 50 boiled eggs were peeled. Feng turned on the stove to let the marinade simmer and infuse the eggs. A group of young men pulled together to order 2 pounds of braised beef. But, with their voracious appetites, the 2 pounds of beef on the table didn't last 3 minutes. The plate was already empty, which was quite alarming. They practically scrambled to grab the beef. 6-ingredient noodles. The recipe wasn't too difficult. Once all the ingredients were ready, he started cooking. First, he marinated the tenderloin. The purpose of marinating was to make the meat texture more tender, not dry, but soft, smooth, and flavorful. He added salt, 2 spoonfuls of Sichuan pepper powder, some light soy sauce, egg white, cooking wine, and water starch. Adding Sichuan pepper powder to the marinade helped remove the gamey smell of the tenderloin. It was even more effective than cooking wine at eliminating odor and enhancing fragrance. The main reason for adding water starch was to lock in moisture, preventing the tenderloin from losing its natural juices. This made the meat even more tender and smooth. He heated oil in the wok, and with a sizzling sound, he added the tenderloin, stir-fried until it changed color and released its aroma, then removed it for later use. As usual, he added another spoonful of lard. With a sizzle, he turned up the heat, added minced ginger, garlic, and scallions, then the stir-fried, diced meat, eggplant, and king oyster mushrooms. With a scraping sound, Feng's wok-tossing skills weren't great, so he simply used a spatula to stir the ingredients in the wok. After the eggplant and mushrooms released their moisture, he added diced potatoes. Then he added oyster sauce and homemade soybean paste. Finally, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, and seasoning. He turned the stove to maximum heat, stir-fried everything, then added a pot of water to cover the ingredients. He covered the wok and let it simmer on low heat. Note the potatoes he cut were only rinsed once on the surface. After dicing, he didn't wash them. The reason for not washing was to allow the potato starch to fully release, making the resulting sauce thicker and more suitable for mixing with noodles. So many people. Uncle Yu looked at the room, full of customers, a bit stunned. Little Su's business was really booming. Feng, with so many people eating noodles, Feng grinned, worried about me. Pulling noodles isn't tiring. While the sauce was simmering in the iron pot, Feng had already shaped the kneaded dough into portions for pulling noodles. With a swoosh, he lifted the lid, and a burst of steam rose. I can already smell the sauce. Yueyue took a deep breath. Good heavens. On their table, the braised beef and several plates of pickled vegetables they'd pooled money to order were already gone, the plates cleaner than their faces. It'll be ready soon. 5 of the 6 ingredients had been added. Only the final sole ingredient remained, chopped jinxio peppers. Unlike Xiaomi peppers, these weren't unbearably spicy, but had a moderate heat and an unbeatable aroma. Adding this bowl of chopped peppers to the sauce gave it a teasing, irresistible fragrance. Feng pulled the noodles. Chen Mingyan ladled the sauce. Beishonghua licked his lips. Heavens, it smells so good. Just the aroma makes my mouth water for miles. Lu Haoyu's eyes sparkled. Boss served the basketball team first. The football team had funds. They were still eating braised beef. Immediately, the football team glared at Lu Haoyu. The so-called most devoted Romeo of the agricultural university shrank his neck and shut his mouth obediently. Chen Mingyan didn't care which table she served. After all, it was a counter service. First come, first served. Unsurprisingly, Beishonghua was the first to get the sauce and a plate of noodles. Feng cooked quickly. Within 10 minutes, all the noodles for one table were served. He also boiled a bowl of hand-pulled noodles for Zhang Meng, topped with the 6-ingredient sauce. Taking advantage of the fact that the customers had all arrived in one batch, and there were no others, Feng used the spare moment to cook noodles for himself, Chen Mingyan, Tongtong, and Xiaoyue. Of course, Xiaoyue's noodles had to be boiled until soft, practically cooked in a spoon until they turned into a paste. He added only a tiny bit of sauce. Then he also cooked lunch for Aunt Zhang and Yueyue. Zhang Meng lowered her head, took a deep sniff, and couldn't help saying, "Wow, this aroma, the steaming hot fragrant sauce, makes my heart swoon. Gurgle, gurgle, so hungry. Ah, it smells so good." She wanted another spoonful of chili oil. With a vigorous slosh of her chopsticks, Zhang Meng's eyes gleamed as she deftly stirred her bowl of luding noodles. Her figure, nearly 200 jin, was ample testament to her utter lack of resistance to culinary delights. Chen Mingyan smiled at Zhang Ming. If that's not enough, have Xiao Feng cook more. Don't be shy. One advantage of having a full house of guests is that we finally get a moment to enjoy our own lunch. With the restaurant bustling, she could also steal a glance at her phone, scroll through videos, or check on little Yueyue in the back room. She added half a bowl of pickled vegetables to Zhang Ming's dish. The bowl was already piled high with braised beef. She remembered their first meeting when George aka Fat Tiger had inadvertently mentioned a name, Xinxin. At that moment, everyone's gaze had turned to Su Feng. The atmosphere had been tense and awkward. Her curiosity was piqued. This girl Xinxin must have some connection to the father of her child. She was burning with questions. That very night, she wanted to ask Su Feng about Xinxin, but agonized for an hour without finding the words. She decided to start with Su Feng's childhood friend Zhang Ming, hoping to unravel the mystery of his past. A low gurgle echoed from Chen Mingyan's own stomach, stirred by the tantalizing aroma. So fragrant. So hungry. She wanted to eat. But first she had to feed little Yueyue. Wow, this is so yummy, way better than kindergarten food. Brother is amazing. I want to eat brother's cooking every day. The plump little girl devoured her noodles, grease smeared across her lips. Humph. Zhang Ming giggled. Tong Tong, when you grow up you'll get married. Your brother can't cook for you forever. The little girl playfully stuck out her tongue. Tong Tong doesn't want to get married. I want to eat brother's cooking. Zhang Ming went wild, slurping her noodles with utter abandon. Ah, this is so good. Yin Yin, I'm so jealous you married Su Feng. You get to eat this amazing food for the rest of your life. You can too, just come over and eat every day, Chen Mingyan said while feeding little Yueyue. The little darling was gobbling down her food, her mouth smeared with noodle paste. Eat, eat, she babbled between mouthfuls. Zhang Ming wiped her mouth. This little cutie is a real foodie too. Look at her gobbling away. She's so impatient with you feeding her, she's grabbing the food herself. Indeed, the little tyrant Yueyue let out an ah ya and stuffed her chubby little hands full of noodles into her mouth. 2/3 of the noodles ended up on her pink bib. Chen Mingyan sighed. Whenever Xiao Feng cooks even plain boiled noodles, she devours them. My cooking just doesn't compare. Then let him cook. I won't be shy. I'm going to ask him for another bowl. This bowl of noodles was absolutely perfect. From the texture of the noodles to the deliciousness of the toppings. One bite of the tender succulent pork, another of the soft yielding potato, followed by crunchy diced radish and bursting eggplant. And finally the kick of a pickled chili pepper. The looting noodles, 6 flavors fused into one perfect harmony, finished with a slurp of springy noodles coated in rich sauce. It was simply divine. The taste was indescribably good. As they say in Sichuan, Chongqing Bashi de Liao, or in Hunan Zhong Zhong Zhong. And for someone from the north, Tai Dai Lo, Mei Di Hen. After feeding Yueyue, Chen Mingyan finally started on her own noodles. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming had already returned with her second bowl, beaming. I added a spoonful of egg sauce to my noodles. That should make it even better, right? Chen Mingyan chuckled. With too much topping, the noodles will get salty. Not at all. They'll just add more noodles. Besides, I have a heavy palate. I even added 2 braised eggs. Yin Yin, I feel a bit guilty eating for free without paying. She blushed, realizing she might have eaten a bit too much. But her chopsticks continued to stir the noodles with practiced efficiency. Chen Mingyan said, no need to pay. You're Xiao Feng's childhood friend. I'm glad he has such a cheerful friend like you. Then he'll help wash the dishes later, Zhang Ming said with a grin. Chen Mingyan shook her head, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. No need to pay or wash dishes. Annie Zhang handles that. By the way, who is Xinxin that George mentioned the other day? The unexpected mention of Xinxin made Zhang Ming's eyes widen in shock. She spat a mouthful of noodles back into her bowl, the spicy chili oil burning her throat. She coughed violently. Chen Mingyan reached over and patted her on the back. Zhang Ming finally caught her breath, her cheeks still flushed. She took a deep breath and lowered her voice. Why are you asking about her? Hasn't Su Feng told you anything? No, he hasn't, Chen Mingyan said, shaking her head while trying to appear nonchalant as she ate her noodles. Oh, she's Su Feng's ex-girlfriend, Zhang Ming stated, as if it were common knowledge. After all, in this day and age, who hasn't had an ex? Oh, why did they break up? It was a messy breakup from what I heard. It's not a secret among us friends. Everyone knows about it. The mere mention of Xinxin made Zhang Ming furious. A vein bulged on her forehead as she cursed. She's a shameless bitch. Hui Xinxin and I all promised we wouldn't pursue Su Feng as a boyfriend. Hui and I knew our limits. We're not pretty. But Xinxin went behind our backs and got with him. Just thinking about it made her seethe. Chen Mingyan could tell. She knew Su Feng was handsome and certainly popular with girls, but she wasn't jealous. Because she was smart enough to know that little Yueyue was Su Feng's whole world. What happened then? She asked. Zhang Ming glanced furtively towards the door and whispered, at first Hui and I just cursed at her. We figured whatever, she's prettier than us, so she broke the pact. But honestly, her looks and figure Yin aren't even half of yours. Let's not talk about that, Chen Mingyan said with a subtle smile. The key thing is, why did Su Feng and Xinxin break up? At this moment her innate feminine curiosity was on full display. I don't know the specifics, Zhang Ming admitted, shaking her head. But it was clear Shen Qin dumped Su Feng. He was pretty heartbroken at first. When we asked why, he said it was because he scored 248 on his college entrance exam and she looked down on him. Shen Mingyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. What an absurd reason to break up. Don't worry about it, don't be mad. Everyone has a first love or an ex these days. And she never slept with Su Feng, that's what George found out. Shoo. Zhang Ming's small eyes darted around as she made a shushing gesture, worried Su Feng might overhear. Little Tung Tung, the clever one, had been listening intently. I'm not mad, she said, pouting despite her words. Su Feng is so amazing. Why would she dump him? Didn't she know from the start that his grades were bad? That's obviously impossible. You were all childhood friends who hung out together all the time. Her tone was full of righteous indignation on Su Feng's behalf. Boss, 1 more bowl of noodles. Boss, 6 more bowls over here. Add some for our whole table, boss, and give us a bit extra in each bowl. Arg, why is my stomach so small? Sad Frog raised his hand. Boss, just add 2 bowls for me and 5 more eggs. Liu Haoyu, the captain of the Agricultural University basketball team, had already devoured 7 eggs and was still going for more. 1 bite of egg, 1 bite of Luding mixed noodles. Seeing everyone so addicted to the eggs, Su Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Folks, as tasty as these braised eggs are, eating too many isn't great for you. Try to keep it moderate. Scientifically speaking, too many egg yolks can raise cholesterol and potentially lead to gallstones. He offered the advice kindly. A former gym buddy from college used to eat 8 eggs a day. He ended up being diagnosed with cholecystitis. Of course, if you don't eat them often and just have a lot at once, it's usually not a big deal. But watching Sad Frog, Liu Haoyu, and the others wolfing down eggs, each person's braised egg bill was already over 30 yuan. Don't care. Even if I get stones, it'll just cultivate immortality and become a golden core expert, someone shouted with a grin. Su Feng. Coach Wu chuckled at him. Young man, keep those braised eggs coming. For us sports students, we can digest anything. As long as you don't eat like this every day, it's fine. Got it. Had forgotten these beasts were athletes. Before the dozens of people could finish their noodles, Su Feng had already cooked fresh batches, rinsing them in cold water and then ice water to prevent sticking. He cooked a bowl for himself too, topping it with meat sauce and slices of braised beef. Slurp slurp. Because he was going to kiss little Yueyue later, he decided to skip the garlic. The egg was a purer pleasure. He split it in half, placed a small spoonful of chili oil in the center, sandwiched it, and downed the whole braised egg in one go. That was the way to eat. An explosive burst of flavor for the taste buds. Whoa, this young boss knows how to eat. Braised egg with chili oil inside. Boss, give me 2 more. Seeing Su Feng's delicious method, Coach Sun got up and walked to the counter. He wanted to try Su Feng's tasty trick too. As the football team's coach, even though he didn't exercise much. Eating 10 eggs in one sitting should be fine, right? Just then Shen Mingyan brought the empty bowls and plates to the kitchen sink. Sorry, the braised eggs are sold out. The new eggs are just cooked and need time to marinate. If you're willing to wait. Coach Sun smiled wryly. He'll just have to come back next time. In reality, there were still a dozen or so eggs left in the pressure cooker. They were reserved for Zhang Ming to take home to her parents to taste the delicious braised eggs. Su Feng, I'm heading off. Thanks for the treat. He'll invite you to play billiards and hit the internet cafe sometime. Zhang Ming waved goodbye. She had eaten so much and was even taking 8 eggs home, she felt too embarrassed not to pay. But Shen Mingyan absolutely refused to take her money. Su Feng smiled. Sure. Let's get George and Baozi to come to your billiards and internet cafe another day. You guys haven't come to game with us in ages. Make sure you drop by when you have time, Zhang Ming said enthusiastically. We've been busy with the restaurant, but we'll definitely come when we can. After Zhang Ming left, the group of football and basketball players finally finished their lunch. Everyone was left with greasy mouths and stomachs stretched taut. Ugh, I'm so full. Me too, it was seriously good. I ate 7 eggs just by myself, damn. I'm so stuffed, I just want to go back to the dorm and lie in bed like a corpse. Let's go. Back to the dorms and lie down together. Wait, Coach Sun treated us, but we still spent 40 yuan each. What's because the boss cooking is too good. He can make even a plain egg addictive. I hereby dub this egg the divine braised egg. Su Feng reminded them. Everyone be sure to join the fan group. We have freebies from time to time. So everyone scan the code to join the foodie group chat. Liu Haoyu waved a wide smile on his face. Boss, the school break is coming up. Are you hiring any part-time servers for the holidays? I'd like to work here, what do you think? Part-time server. Su Feng gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, I've already filled the server position. Well, Liu Haoyu let out a dejected sigh. Damn. Captain, I could hear your plan from outside the door. You just want to be a server here so you can eat 8 meals a day, right? Liu Haoyu pursed his lips. I'm a local from Coal Province. I genuinely love the boss noodles. Whether it's the Zhajiang noodles, the jade chicken noodles, or all the new mixed noodles, I love them all. Some people have extreme preferences. Liu Haoyu was one of them. He wouldn't touch a single grain of rice. He only ate noodles, steamed buns, flour rolls, pancakes, anything made from flour. And others only eat rice, refusing to touch a single noodle. Those who can't stand noodles wouldn't take the first step to try them, no matter how good the restaurant's noodle reputation was or how highly praised they were. The restaurant added weekends off. Having Yueyue and Aunt Zhang was already enough. He didn't need a server. What he really needed was a prep cook. Someone to help him dice meat, chop vegetables, prepare small ingredients, and handle some professional prep work. It would be perfect if after a while he could hire another prep cook to balance the workload. Just as the group of sports students walked out of the restaurant, another crowd entered in a rush. More agricultural university students, Sister Hong's group, from the nightclub, and Brother Lu, and Uncle Yu, who were chatting away. They quickly found seats, even though the tables hadn't been cleared yet. It was a scramble for seats. Too late. All that waiting in line for nothing. While one person saved the seats, another went to the counter to order. Beautiful, give me 2 bowls of jade chicken noodles, and 1 plate of the new Lu Ding mixed noodles, called Sister Hong. She loved having noodles with soup. It was the ultimate comfort. She was getting older, and with all those work events at the club, she had to protect her belly. Chun Mingyan chuckled, the chicken shred noodles are gone now, we have chicken leg noodles. For the jade chicken noodles, the secret was blending spinach into a juice to make the dough. Su Feng used the spinach juice to knead the dough, rolled it out, and when cooked the noodles turned a beautiful jade green. The old version also required hand shredding the chicken leg into thin strips, so they simplified the process to save time. The jade chicken noodles on the menu was replaced with the straightforward divine chicken leg noodles. Now they simply place a whole chicken leg on top of the hand-pulled noodles and pour over the delicious chicken broth. The price went from 20 to 24 yuan. What? The chicken shred noodles are gone? Sister Hong asked, surprised. Chen Mingyan nodded with a smile, pretty much. But you can try the chicken leg noodles instead. Sister Hong's eyes widened. Does it taste the same? Chen Mingyan explained, the taste is identical, but this one comes with a whole chicken leg. The flavor and broth are exactly the same as before. A smile finally spread across Sister Hong's face. Alright, I'll have the divine chicken leg noodles, a plate of peanuts, a plate of kimchi, 2 servings of Lu Ding mixed noodles, and 3 braised eggs. Sorry, we're out of braised eggs. Sold out. Brother Lu grinned and shouted, Brother Su, congratulations. Your restaurant made it onto Dragon City's food trend list. A trending list for food topics. Su Feng revealed a puzzled smile, his gaze fixed on Brother Lu. Brother Lu chuckled, you don't know? Someone in Dragon City spontaneously started a food forum complete with a trending topics list. But there are hardly any small eateries on it. The top 20 are mostly big places like Barbecue Hot Pot and Chuangchuangxiang. Oh, Su Feng's lips curled upward. He was suddenly intrigued. How do I search for it? Using Baidu. Brother Lu nodded. There's a small app called World Cuisine Forum where you can register with just an email. Thanks, Brother Lu. I'll check out the forum once I'm done here. 1 serving of 6-ingredient mixed noodles, 2 tails of soy marinated beef, and 3 braised eggs. Brother Lu ordered. Outside the restaurant, a crowd still queued up. Indeed, watching the diners inside slurping their noodles and devouring chunks of beef and braised eggs was enough to make anyone's mouth water involuntarily. Sister Hong tasted the divine chicken leg noodles. The flavor and texture were identical to the jade chicken shred noodles, only the noodles weren't emerald green, and the shredded chicken had become a whole chicken leg. Moreover, devouring a big chicken leg was immensely satisfying. The shreds were gone in a bite, but the leg could be gnawed on with gusto. By 2:30 p.m., Su Feng sent Aunt Zhang and Yueyue to rest for a couple of hours. Tong Tong cuddled with Yueyue for their afternoon nap. He worked straight through until 3:30 p.m. before the last customer left. He gathered all the bowls and chopsticks from the tables and carried them back to the sink. Aunt Zhang could wash them when she came back on shift. He then disposed of the noodle cooking water and refilled the pot with fresh water. To guarantee the noodles' perfect texture, he didn't mind the extra effort. The water for the evening service had to be changed, otherwise the noodles would turn out sticky, lacking the smooth, springy quality of those cooked in the first batch. After finishing his chores, Su Feng opened the World Cuisine Forum. The forum had provincial rankings. The top trending topic in the province was Old City Pot Lamb Spine Hot Pot, but its location was in neighboring J City, not Dragon City. The hottest topics in Dragon City were Water Margin Barbecue and Baiweixiang Hot Pot. The app had 3 sections: a food recommendation section, a food discussion section, and a trending topics section. Clicking into the recommendation section mostly revealed ads from various businesses. But on this authoritative food forum, if you paid for an ad and customers found your food subpar during a dine-in visit, negative reviews in this section, while not necessarily ruining your business outright, would certainly relegate you to the bottom rung of the ladder. They were brutally honest in their reviews. If a dish was bad, they could list 10 specific flaws, telling you to close your doors for good and stop poisoning the public. It was all on the forum where anonymity ruled and no one feared giving offense. Who in their right mind would actually track someone down over an online review? The visitors browsing this food forum were all seasoned foodies. Advertising here required a certain amount of courage, as getting maliciously bombarded with negative reviews was a real possibility. The food discussion section was purely for debating cuisine. How to make a specific dish. What spices to use for braised meat. Was Haitian soy sauce just technology and cunning? The differences between northern and southern diets, the sweet versus savory tofu pudding debate. All these arguments would ignite in this section. His restaurant had surprisingly made it into the top 30 on the trending list. Xiaosu restaurant located in Wudong Deep Alley, the internet-famous night market of our great dragon city. The egg mix noodles are absolutely delicious. Empty bowl check-in. Had 3 extra servings today. Their soy-marinated beef is excellent, just a bit pricey. I had 8 of the new braised eggs today. They're to die for. Xiaosu restaurant, the owner is super handsome. Swooning ladies, you can enjoy your noodles while admiring the handsome man. It's such a thrilling feeling. Woo. I couldn't stop drooling while eating. My review of Xiaosu restaurant. The owner's noodle pulling technique is the best I've ever seen, bar none. He turns a lump of dough into art. The noodles are chewy, somewhat similar to Xinjiang lagman, but not exactly the same. I heard the soybean paste used in the sauce for the soy paste fragrant egg noodles is a secret recipe, specially made by the owner himself. Feng was amused reading the reviews about his restaurant. There were indeed some experts commenting. They analyzed each of his new dishes with remarkable insight. In total, there were around 200 discussion posts related to his restaurant. The reason it had climbed the trending list was all thanks to the relentless posting by Lin Meiqi, known as Garlic-Loving Girl, who kept bumping the threads. Pushing the topic up. This girl is a true foodie. Foodie Xiaoshui Dominiu Tan Dian, Watongxiang Xiaosu restaurant. The business is booming. You have to queue every lunch and dinner. No seats available. The menu is small, but every item is a masterpiece. A restaurant review. Feng raised an eyebrow. Some people were even tagging food review bloggers in the threads about his restaurant. There were all sorts of comments about the place, a mix of professional and amateur opinions. But he had a 100 positive rating, which still attracted a lot of questions. Hey, don't oversell it. Is it really that good? Yeah, you guys are too obvious as shills. Bro, that's not how you act. Stop your crazy praise. How much did the owner pay you? Despite the 100 positive rating, it still faced skepticism. Then Garlic-Loving Girl and foodie Xiaoshui launched a fierce counterattack, defending his restaurant with various arguments. What are you grinning at? Grinning like a fool. Chen Mingyan reached out and poked the man's arm. Feng laughed. Brother Lu mentioned earlier that our restaurant made a list on a local food topic forum. Her eyes lit up at the news. Does that mean even more people will come to eat? No, the forum's traffic is only about 5,000 or 6,000 people a day. They're just serious foodies discussing various cuisines. Some are even talking about the 8 great cuisines. Topics like the 8 great cuisines and various cooking methods felt worlds away from Feng. He was just a novice in the culinary world. Perhaps he wasn't even that. If you asked him to cook a plate of shredded pork in fish-flavored sauce, he wouldn't have a clue. If you asked him to slice a potato head, probably produce uneven chunks more like potato wedges than strips. Yin am thinking of changing the restaurant's name. Xiaosu restaurant is a bit long and not that catchy. Don't. We've built up so many regular customers. She looked at him confused, not understanding his reasoning. Feng grinned. As long as we don't move, it's fine. We'll change it to Su Ji Restaurant. During meal times, the restaurant is constantly flooded with customers, business booming. However, it has only been open for a short while, still in its early stages. Rename it to something more pure, simple, and elegant. Su Ji Delicacies. Feng, you want to change the name? Go ahead. Chen Mingyan sat to the side, peeling the skin off a spiced egg, and continued. Just the eggs alone, we've already boiled 15 trays, and they're all sold out. The spiced eggs are very popular. If you boiled 15 trays of eggs. Feng glanced at the pile of dozens of trays of eggs. Chen Mingyan smiled sweetly. Yes, each customer eats about 5 eggs. We can't boil them fast enough with the pressure cooker. We might as well just use a bucket. Just the revenue from spiced eggs alone reached nearly 1500 yuan in one lunch. All right, well, boil them in a bucket later. Feng nodded. He used a pressure cooker to boil the spiced eggs, but not to pressurize them. He simply used it as a regular pot. Yin, you're an art teacher. Feng winked at her, his eyes curving. She pouted and said, I'm an art teacher. I studied this major throughout college and graduate school because I love it and passionate about it. What are you good at drawing? She was surprised that Feng brought up this topic. Feng narrowed his eyes and asked, what's wrong? When it came to her interests, Chen Mingyan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the man for 5 seconds, then pursed her pink lips. I'm surprised you're asking. I'm good at drawing portraits, remember. I teach people to draw sketches, but I prefer landscape and scenery painting. I occasionally paint on my own, but since becoming a full-time illustrator, I've grown to love drawing anime characters. Amazing. You can draw anime characters. I'm an otaku. Can you draw One Piece? She shook her head and chuckled. I can't draw that, but I can draw Conan and some other anime I've watched. Feng gave a thumbs up and said, you know so many things. Tonight they'll hold Yueyue, and you can draw a picture of us father and daughter embracing. I'm sure. She nodded lightly. However, her hands moved swiftly peeling the eggshells. Looking at her fair, delicate hands, Feng asked softly, Teacher Chen, wouldn't it be a waste for these hands that paint to be peeling eggs? Why not hire another server? She pouted and rolled her eyes at the man. Do you think I'm the kind of woman who never lifts a finger at home? At home it's my mom and I who cook while my dad and sister wait to eat. Oh, how old is my sister-in-law this year? Feng asked with a smile. 15. They'll call her tonight to ask how Chu did on her high school entrance exam. She's always been a good student, so she should be able to get into Lingxian Middle School. Her younger sister's name is Chen Chu. Feng snapped his fingers. Just let your sister come to Longqing know. One middle school. As long as her grades are good, I'll ask my mom to help arrange for her to board at school. Even if she doesn't go back to the countryside on weekends, she can stay at our rented apartment. Feng's words. Her gaze froze. These words moved her deeply. Her younger sister's future. She had heard that Longqing No. One middle school was the best high school in the province. Moreover, every year it had many spots for Tsinghua and Peking University. Really? She asked with eager anticipation. Of course. My mother is an outstanding teacher at the city's No. One middle school rated #1 in the city for several consecutive years. She can definitely find a way to get your sister into the city's No. One middle school and find a good teacher for her. When talking about his mother, Feng's expression was quite proud. I'll wait for Chu's exam results. She nodded lightly. Feng, what are your strengths? Hearing this, Feng grinned and spread his hands. Strengths? Let me think. Is being good-looking a strength? You're so vain and narcissistic. She beamed. I'm asking what you're good at. It seemed. The two of them had spent so much time together every day, yet they never knew each other's hobbies and interests. Instead, they only knew what the other liked to eat. What they liked to eat, and whether they had any dietary restrictions. In terms of food, they knew everything about each other. Of course, most of their daily conversations were about Yueyue. Next came food topics, but they rarely talked about themselves. What am I good at? That's a tough one. Feng scratched his head and said proudly, I'm a Diamond King in Ionia, a Glory King with 88 stars in the Android Q District Canyon, and a Super Ace in Game for Peace. If you're such a kid. She couldn't help but laugh. The father of her child turned out to be a gamer otaku. You know the answer. I'm a self-taught chef with great cooking skills. A smug, shameless smile curled on his lips. Actually, before opening the restaurant, he was a complete cooking idiot. Hey Xiaosu, your place is really hard to find. There's no parking nearby. At that moment, old Lu, the pork seller from the wholesale market, and his wife, with a 90 centimeters waistline, walked into the restaurant. He was carrying 3 jean of pork tenderloin. Feng stood up, took the pork, and casually tossed it onto the kitchen counter. Old Lu had been saying he would come to the restaurant for days. After all, Feng visited his pork stall every day. If he didn't come to the restaurant, old Lu himself would feel embarrassed. Uncle Lu's sister-in-law, please have a seat. Feng greeted warmly. Old Lu glanced at the blackboard menu and exclaimed, Oh my Xiaosu, your mixed noodles are 35 yuan a serving. That's so expensive. In Longqing, a third-tier small city, a serving of mixed noodles selling for over 30 yuan was something only some tourist attractions dared to charge. Old Lu was truly shocked. This was on par with the noodle prices in the capital. There's a cheaper one-egg mixed noodles, 28 yuan a serving. The fat woman punched Uncle Lu and said, Xiaosu comes to our stall every day to buy pork, and you're complaining about the price. Let's get a serving of Luding mixed noodles to try. Then I'll have one too. Old Lu grinned. And add a dish of peanuts, a serving of that pickled vegetable, and 2 spiced eggs. WeChat Pay received 94 yuan. Old Lu muttered, Oh dear, can't afford it. Can't even afford noodles anymore. 2 people spent 94 yuan on noodles. He didn't even dare to order 2 liang of sauced beef. The cheapest noodles were actually the zhajiang noodles. The mixed noodles he ordered cost 35 yuan a serving. Good heavens. That was enough to buy 2 jean of his pork belly. Feng clapped his hands and laughed. Uncle Lu, please wait a moment. I'll be right up. Relying on his skills, he charged a bit more than ordinary noodle shops, but there were plenty of customers. Moreover, at mealtimes people would queue up and still couldn't get a seat. And the system had praised the noodles as perfect grade mixed noodles. The toppings were incredibly fragrant, and after finishing a plate of noodles, you could have unlimited refills. Feng didn't think a serving at 35 yuan was expensive. Old Lu added 2 servings of noodles while his wife proved with her strength what a big eater she was. The strong woman directly added 3 servings. After eating, they praised directly. Xiaosu, your noodles at 35 yuan a serving are really too cheap. Such delicious noodles should be sold for 66 or 88 yuan. Oh, today's earnings turned out to be 14500 yuan. As usual at 10 o'clock at night, the busiest and most bustling time in the night market, Feng chose to close the shop and rest. He and Chun Mingyan calculated the bill as usual and hugged each other excitedly. From evening till now the stacks of eggs on the kitchen tray have been completely cleared. In other words, just the braised eggs alone sold over 1000 pieces. Tomorrow I still need to braise beef brisket and have Dan Zhongli deliver another 50 trays of eggs early in the morning. Xiao Feng, if we work a little harder the revenue will definitely break 2000. Chun Mingyan gently tapped his chest. You big fool, why are you hugging me and not letting go? We've already celebrated. Isn't today the day you're supposed to draw sketches for me and Xiao Yueyue? Let's try to break 2000 another day. He couldn't help reaching out to pinch Chun Mingyan's soft and bouncy white cheeks. She didn't directly resist, just subconsciously waiting for Su Feng to release his hand. Will you have to get up early tomorrow? She asked with concern. Su Feng nodded. Naturally, he'll get up early. After buying the ingredients and preparing everything, he'll go to sleep and rest. His schedule was a bit irregular, but it was no big deal. Oh, she put Xiao Yueyue into the stroller. The chubby girl cried out, not wanting to sit, only wanting to walk. Every day before closing the shop and resting, Su Feng would check the switches for water, electricity, and gas. After checking, he walked out of the back door from the inner room. Aya, seeing her father, Xiao Yueyue excitedly kicked her short legs in the air. There's no need for a stroller, just hold Xiao Yueyue in your arms. Tong Tong looked up and laughed. Brother Tong Tong wants to ride in the little car, but the car is too small. How old are you? This is a baby stroller. After returning home, Su Feng took a shower and then began to bathe Xiao Yueyue with Chun Mingyan. This kind of convenient reclining baby bath basin was perfectly designed. The little one's body was soft and smooth, even her little feet were smooth and tender. The baby's skin is so good. Of course, a baby's skin is several times better than an adult's, Chun Mingyan said. When Su Feng placed Xiao Yueyue into the bath basin, her little body wriggled like a little loach, resisting and refusing to lie down. Don't move, don't move. Mom and Dad will give you a comfortable bath. Su Feng quickly grasped the chubby girl's little hand and let her slowly lie down in the basin. The little cutie's shiny big eyes looked innocently at her old father, Baba. Daddy. She didn't want to take a bath. It's too hot. After a comfortable bath you can sleep well. Xiao Yueyue must be a good girl. Su Feng picked up his daughter's little foot and kissed it joyfully. It smelled milky and fragrant. Huh. She happily let out a bell-like laugh. Su Feng was surprised. Yin her soles are ticklish, ha. As he spoke, he tickled the little cutie's foot. Sure enough, her little body wriggled left and right, her mouth babbling with laughter, struggling and kicking the water in the basin. Chun Mingyan tapped Su Feng's hand and scolded, don't bully your daughter. I won't bully her. Tong Tong, bring Xiao Yueyue's squeaky frog and squeaky duck. Oh, Tong Tong got off the bed, picked up Xiao Yueyue's toys and threw them directly into the bath basin. The little girl held a small frog in one hand and a small duck in the other. Squeezing gently, one went quack, 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 the other ribbit, ribbit. After bathing Xiao Yueyue, applying body lotion, putting on a diaper and an air-conditioned suit, they placed her on the bed. Su Feng kicked off his slippers, climbed onto the bed, picked up Xiao Yueyue, and sat down leaning against the headboard. Be good, mommy is drawing for us. Tong Tong pouted, snorted, and sat beside her brother, leaning her head against Su Feng's arm, pouting unhappily. Sister-in-law Tong Tong also wants to be drawn. Sister-in-law, draw Tong Tong. Yin, let's draw all three of us together. Su Feng affectionately patted his sister's little head. He couldn't just have a daughter and forget his sister. In this family, without Tong Tong, it would be. Okay. She pursed her pink lips, set up the drawing board facing the bed, and sat down on a small stool. Brushes were all prepared around, ready to draw a sketch of the father and daughter, plus the sister-in-law. Tong Tong exclaimed, Aya. Xiao Yueyue ran away. Chun Mingyan glanced seriously at Su Feng, then drew a stroke, looked up, drew again, repeating the motion, very skilled. But after a few times a red cloud appeared on her face. Looking into Su Feng's eyes, she felt a bit embarrassed. This was openly staring at a handsome guy. It's okay, let her run. The outline is already drawn. Xiao Yueyue's image has already been etched into sister-in-law's heart. She answered while continuing to draw seriously. As a result, Xiao Yueyue directly moved her bottom in a backward manner, trying to reach the floor with her little feet. She moved her little body step by step, glanced at Chun Mingyan, and moved faster and more urgently. She wanted to get off the bed to play with the brush in her mother's hand. She was smart, knowing that rolling directly off the bed would hurt. Don't run. Su Feng quickly leaned forward and scooped Xiao Yueyue back. Xiao Yueyue pouted angrily and reached out to pinch Su Feng's face. Annoying dad, didn't he see she was about to successfully get off the bed? Su Feng pinched Xiao Yueyue's face back. Father and daughter pinched each other's cheeks. Mommy is drawing. We need to sit quietly and behave like your little aunt. Be quiet. Tong Tong happily pouted. Xiao Yueyue is disobedient, very naughty. She can't stay quiet for a second. Apart from sleeping, she was really busy all day, busy playing with various toys, busy eating and drinking milk, basically nonstop. She was not a quiet little lady. Can't stay quiet for a second was Lu Feng's catchphrase, and Tong Tong had learned it. She was very serious when drawing, and her delicate and beautiful face made Su Feng's heart flutter. They say serious men are the most handsome and serious women are equally charming. Are you done? Su Feng asked. He was already so sleepy he could barely stay awake, and Yueyue was already lying on his chest dozing off. The little cutie's drool had wet the white t-shirt on his chest. Who? Chen Mingyan took a deep breath, lazily stretched, and a confident smile spread across her lips. Look, it's done. As she spoke, she turned the drawing board around. She loved drawing. When drawing, it was like returning to her college days, feeling peaceful and as if the whole world had quieted down. Shoo. Su Feng gently placed Yueyue down. The little girl murmured in her sleep, her pink little mouth still sucking air. Good night, Yueyue. Su Feng kissed his daughter's forehead, tiptoed carefully off the bed, picked up the drawing board, and went to the living room. Tong Tong and Chen Mingyan followed behind. Wow, amazing. Sister-in-law is amazing. Tong Tong widened her eyes, reached out to touch Su Feng's face on the drawing. It looks just like brother, and Yueyue is so cute. Then she pouted. Sister-in-law Tong Tong's face isn't round enough. It would be nice if it were a bit rounder. Silly goose, no boy will ever like a girl who's too fat. Stepping out of the living room, Su Feng bent down and pinched his little sister's chubby cheek. Oomph. She pouted, her plump, adorable face radiating a proud, spoiled air as she snorted. Tong Tong likes being fat. Being a bit chubby is better. It means more strength, and no one will dare bully Tong Tong. Hearing this, Su Feng and Chen Mingyan exchanged a glance, unsure how to reason with little Tong Tong. The chubby girl had been eating well and living well since she started following him, and she had clearly gained some weight. The little brat actually considered plumpness beautiful. Even in the Tang dynasty of ancient times, when plumpness was considered beautiful, plump definitely meant voluptuous and robust, you know. Sister-in-law, your drawing looks just like me, hee hee. The chubby girl squatted on the ground, grinning and giggling, endlessly showing her teeth. Chen Mingyan looked at him. It's been so long since I last drew him, a bit out of practice. Su Feng gave a faint smile. That's a bit modest. Then his brows furrowed as if pondering something deeply. Then he grinned and said, this sketch is truly lifelike, remarkably vivid and full of spirit. Yin Yin, your drawing skills are truly superb. She immediately covered her mouth and burst into laughter. You must have racked your brain thinking of all the compliments you could to come up with just that one, you dummy. How stupid. Anyway, it's just a great drawing. Su Feng had indeed racked his brains to think of those idioms to praise her, but he was thick-skinned and absolutely refused to admit it. He maintained his faint smile. It's truly well done. I'm not just flattering you. With the skill of this sketch, even if you went to Times Square to draw portraits for people, we wouldn't settle for less than $50 a piece. Is it that cheap? It's so time-consuming and laborious. She bit her pink lip and lifted her foot to kick Su Feng on the butt. Su Feng chuckled. I'm going to have this sketch framed. They'll hang it in the living room for now, and later it'll be framed and hung in our new home's living room. They'll go out and buy some double-sided tape tomorrow and put it up in the living room. It's not that exaggerated. Just keep it as a memento. I can draw any time you want. Tong Tong wants to learn to draw? Sister-in-law, teach Tong Tong. She waved her little fists. Chen Mingyan bent down, stroked her sister-in-law's hair, and a smile curved at the corners of her mouth. Okay, drawing is very simple. Let's start with learning simple flowers, grass, and trees. Su Feng's mouth twitched. Man, is drawing flowers, grass, and trees considered simple? He thought stars and the moon were what counted as simple, you know. She packed the drawing board and tools into her bag and handed the rolled-up sketch paper to Su Feng. Su Feng reached out and poked his wife's arm, tentatively asking in a low voice, Yin Yin, can you draw that kind of picture? What kind of picture? Her eyes flickered with question marks of confusion. You know, the kind where people aren't wearing clothes, the kind with color. Being adults, no matter how innocent Chen Mingyan was, she knew exactly what Su Feng meant by a picture with color. Her face instantly flushed red as a monkey's butt. She reached out and pinched the flesh on the man's arm, shaking her head frantically like a rattledrum. No, I can't. Su Feng curled his lip and said, someone's face is as red as a little apple. They must have secretly drawn one all by themselves before. No, I haven't, she explained, lying through her teeth. She even got anxious. She bit down hard on Su Feng's arm. SSS. Phew, Su Feng's facial muscles twitched in pain as he howled. Let go. Your cherry lips are meant for kissing, not biting. Mind your own business. Who told you to say I drew that kind of picture? Su Feng raised an eyebrow. His wife was actually flustered and angry. Had she really drawn something naughty? That would explain such a strong reaction. All my appearances can be deceiving. His wife had really drawn naughty things. Unbeknownst to him, 2 months into her pregnancy with little Yueyue, when her best friend Wu Mimi was staying at her rental, she had been drawing the night sky alone. Her friend had suggested she draw a picture of a handsome guy without his clothes on. She said she couldn't, but her friend had surprisingly skillfully opened some website and made her watch a naughty video to learn how to draw the male body. Her friend had forced her to create a picture. When she finished, Wu Mimi had even secretly rolled up the drawing and said she wanted to keep it. She had scolded her friend for being a pervert. This was a secret buried deep in her heart, something Su Feng must never know. Otherwise he would definitely think she was a bad woman. Alright, someone's red face has already proven quite a lot, huh? Su Feng did the opposite and rolled his eyes at Chen Mingyan. Usually it was Chen Mingyan who rolled her eyes at him. You're such a bully, she stamped her foot. She felt extremely embarrassed inside. Shoo. Su Feng stepped forward, closing the distance until his body pressed against hers, and whispered softly, just admit it, what's the big deal? He remembered. A while back George had sent him a naughty comic, something called XX Takiyanagi Family. I will not admit it, Chen Mingyan thought to herself. Seeing the man lean in so close, she shyly took a step back. But the moment she stepped back, Su Feng reached out and pulled her firmly. Her chest collided with his. What? What are you doing? Her face was red enough to drip blood. Was the man going to? Nothing much, you're just so beautiful, I wanted to hug you. Oh, just a hug then. Hug away. She simply closed her eyes, and this silly sight instantly dissipated the heat of desire rising in Su Feng's heart. If you're trying to kill me with laughter. When I hug you, why do you close your eyes? Are you shy? Su Feng's tone was blunt, and he couldn't help but tease her. She hammered her little pink fist against his chest. Su Feng reached out and pinched her soft, rosy cheek. This habit is really bad. You pinch my face 3 times a day, Tongtong's 5 times, and little Yueye's 10 times. Why do you dummy have such a preference for pinching other people's faces? She noticed the man's gaze repeatedly flicking towards her chest, where she had forgotten to button up, and startled she reached out and shoved Su Feng hard. Tongtong is still here, no. No funny business. She turned around, flopped onto the sofa, and buried her head in the cushion. Tongtong looked up, staring blankly at Su Feng. Brother, do you want to kiss sister-in-law? What do you know, you little brat? Go to your room and sleep. Su Feng chuckled, almost forgetting about little Tongtong. Had the little rascal been standing right next to him, and Chen Mingyan the whole time? Teacher Zhang said that girls can't kiss boys, not even if they like them. Only after 2 people get married is it allowed. Brother and sister-in-law aren't married, so brother is a big bad guy. Oh really? Su Feng's eyes widened. He bent down and gave Tongtong a light smack on the butt. You little brat, you know too much. Now off to bed. Next time I shouldn't refuse. After rejecting Su Feng's intimacy, Chen Mingyan lay on the sofa, her round and alluring rear raised. Covering her face, she felt a wave of regret and remorse. The relationship between them was delicate. Their time together could be described as utterly inseparable. Hand-holding embraces, even letting him pinch her cheeks. She was only a step away from being kissed. It must be said a woman's mind is a whirlwind of rich thoughts. While Su Feng wondered whether to hire a kitchen assistant tomorrow, Chen Mingyan was pondering what she would do if Su Feng were to. If he were to affectionately and intimately cling to her, should she push him away, evade, let him tease her, or simply yield to his mischievous intentions? What? Grandma, you're coming over on Saturday. Sure, Saturday is perfect since the restaurant is closed for the day. Grandma will come over and make dumplings for you. You mentioned on the phone the other day that you wanted to eat Grandma's dumplings. They'll also get to see my great-grandchild. Su Feng received a call from his grandmother. She was coming over to make him dumplings. His favorite pork and cabbage dumplings. Hanging up, he saw the mother of his child still lying there with her rear raised. His gaze froze, and he couldn't resist. Like a mischievous child, he gave it a firm slap. So bouncy, great feel. Smack! A crisp sound echoed from her rear. Chen Mingyan flipped over and sat up abruptly. Her face was flushed and her eyes blazed with fire. Su Feng, what do you think you're bullying me, bullying your teacher? She felt a strange sensation and a sting on her bottom. You got away fast, she muttered, watching his retreating back as he fled into his room and slammed the door in panic. She shook the throw pillow in her hand, both embarrassed and annoyed. Taking a deep breath, she headed to the bathroom. After showering, she stared blankly at the contact labeled Mom on her phone. The last time she spoke with her mother, her father had demanded she come home, but she hadn't dared to. She was afraid he would scold her, especially since she hadn't yet come to Dragon City to find Su Feng. After a long moment, she bit her lip and dialed the number. Beep, the call connected. Hello? Sis. Sis, is that you? A familiar voice came through the receiver, and a smile touched her lips. She said softly, Choo-choo, you're still awake. Why are you using Mom's phone? Sis, after the exams, Mom bought me a new phone, but Dad won't get me a SIM card. He's afraid he'll play with it secretly. He says I have to wait until September when school starts. Hearing her sister's words, she understood immediately. Her father was too strict. How did the exams go? Do you think you did well? As she asked with concern. Her sister had always been a top student, often ranking first in her class and in the top 5 of her grade during junior high. Chen Choo-choo was also very playful, with a lively, mischievous, and restless personality. Even though she loved to play, she always aced her exams. She was smart, that's all. Gifted with a talent for learning. Chen Choo-choo giggled. Of course I did well. I'm definitely getting into Ling County High School. I want to board at school, but Mom wants to rent a place in the county to be with me. renting a place, accompanying her studies. A single bedroom. It would be more convenient for studying. Chen's mother thought that with 6 people crammed into one dorm room at school, Yueyue wouldn't be able to study well. Where's Mom? Mom's in the yard feeding the chickens. Dad's calm down now. He was just talking about you. Chen Mingyan said softly, oh you. Put Mom on the phone. Okay. Sis, have you found my brother-in-law? I want a video call and see little Yueyue. Has she grown? Little Yueyue is asleep. Her mother's voice came through the phone. Yueyue, you little rascal, still playing with your phone. They'll pull your SIM card out if you keep it up, and then you won't have any internet. Who are you talking to? Chen's mother, having just entered the living room, heard Chen Chuchu's voice and opened the door with a stream of nagging. Mom, it's my sister. Chen Yueyue winked playfully. Your sister? Give me the phone. Chen's mother glanced furtively towards the living room, and only when she didn't see her husband did she gently close the door and sit on her daughter's bed. Mom. She was still lying on the sofa, rear-raised phone pressed to her ear. Upon hearing her mother's voice, a bitter smile touched her lips. Yin, are you in the county? Or have you run off to Dragon City again? How are you doing with the baby? Do you have enough money? Her mother's tone was thick with worry and concern. Mom, didn't I already show you the screenshot of my earnings? I do freelance illustration work, and I can make 10,000 a month. That's good. Oh you. Sighed. Chen Yueyue chimed in. Sis, you're amazing. You can quit your job and still earn 10,000 a month freelancing. See, I'm not short on money. She feigned strength. This freelance job was something she'd been forced into. Chen's mother opened her mouth wanting to say something, but was afraid of hurting her daughter, so she held back. After a few seconds of silence, she slowly spoke. Bring little Yueyue home. Don't you worry, even if you never marry, your father won't hold it against you, and he certainly won't hold it against little Yueyue. Hearing her mother's slightly trembling voice, Chen Mingyan's eyes reddened pitifully. She couldn't hold back a single tear that welled up and spilled over. Ill. Come back after the Mid-Autumn Festival. She sat up, curled into a ball against the sofa, her hands resting on her knees, head bowed, as she listened to her mother's voice. Mid-Autumn? That's still a long way off. Yueyue will have started school by then. Mom. She tilted her head to hold the phone between her ear and shoulder and began nervously rubbing her palms together. Her heart was tangled with conflict and a little afraid. Feng has been so good to me, and I should have told him I was pregnant from the start, not waited until after little Yueyue was born. It was all my fault. He still brought me home, introduced me to his parents, his grandparents. I should confess everything and face it all bravely with Feng. These were all her inner thoughts. On the phone there was nothing but silence. To be timid and hesitant now would truly be unfair to Feng. She, just like little Yueyue, after rubbing her palms, started nibbling on her fingers. Phew. You idiot, you need to stand your ground when it matters. Feng confessed everything to his parents, and his family accepted me. I should do the same and tell my parents everything about Feng and find a way to make Dad and Mom accept him. Chen Yueyue urged anxiously. Sis, say something. Why aren't you talking? Mom is crying. Mom, I'm living with the baby's father, and we've been together for a long time now. Summoning her courage, she decided to confess everything to her parents. She would tell her family all about Feng. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed a tissue and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sis, have you found your man? Is he good to you? If he's not good to you, you can always come home. Mind your own business, you little chatterbox. Mother Chen shot Yueyue a glare, then asked softly, did you find him, or did he find you? Is he good to you? Is he good to Yueyue? Chen Mingyan paused, knowing that one lie would require 100 more to uphold. Mom, he treats me very well and respects me. Actually, back then, it was like this. Her voice faltered, betraying her nervousness. It was like telling a story, a recounting of her fateful connection with Feng. Chen Yueyue was captivated by the tale, then giggled. Sis, why didn't you just confess everything from the start? Getting drunk and ending up in bed with a stranger, getting pregnant. Mom, I felt that explaining it that way would be shameless. It would strip away all my dignity and make you and Dad even angrier. She explained nervously, fearing her mother wouldn't accept the truth. In reality, Mother Chen was quite open-minded. But even so, she was still shocked by the news. It took a full 2 minutes of silence for her to process her daughter's story. She believed this story wasn't a fabrication. Chen Yueyue laughed. Sis, you're always trying to fool me. Mother Chen frowned and said, what's done is done. What more can I say? Alas. After a sigh, she continued. Is he a local from Dragon City? What does he do for a living? Find the time to bring him home so your father and I can meet him. Sis, me too. Chen Mingyan answered softly. He runs a restaurant in Dragon City. The business is doing well. He works from dawn till dusk managing it, and he entrusts all the earnings to me. A man who lets you manage his money can't be bad. What does he look like? Chen Yueyue pouted. Mom, look at the questions you're asking. What if he's ugly but treats Sis well? Do you have a photo? Send it to Yueyue's WeChat. A photo? Let me look. She opened her phone's photo album. It seemed to be filled with Yueyue's daily photos. Suddenly an idea struck her. She opened Su Feng's WeChat profile picture and saved it. Then she sent it over. Su Feng's WeChat profile picture was a close-up selfie with Yueyue. On the other end of the line, "Hey Choo, let your mother look first. Mom, let me see if my future brother-in-law is handsome. My sister is so pretty it would be such a waste if she ended up with an ugly guy." The mother and daughter playfully fought over the phone, finally looking at the photo of Su Feng and Yueyue together in excitement. "What's his name? How did you two meet?" "His name is Su Feng." "How we met?" "Talking about him over the phone feels inadequate. Mom, let me bring him home first, and then he'll explain everything," she murmured, finding it hard to introduce Su Feng over the phone. Her mother's attitude, however, brought her a sense of relief. Chen Choo smiled playfully. "Sis, should I mail you the household register first? That way you and my brother-in-law can get your marriage certificate, the little red book." Chen Mingyan subconsciously glanced up at Su Feng's door. "No need to mail it. They'll take it when I come home. They'll bring the whole household register, and well, get the certificate." She truly, deeply wanted to get that certificate with Su Feng. It's just, a girl should maintain some decorum. "Yin, your father forgave you long ago. Don't overthink it. He's just stubborn. Lately he's been drowning his sorrows, regretting the harsh words he said back then. I won't overthink it. After all, he's my father. It was my fault back then. Mom, during this time, please work on Dad's mindset. Gradually ease him into understanding all this." She sniffled, her voice choked with emotion. She took a deep breath to compose herself. Just then Su Feng walked out of his room wearing only his shorts, looking sleepy. He rubbed his eyes, squinting against the harsh light. Walking over, he rested his head on Chen Mingyan's shoulder and yawned, asking, "Yin, why aren't you asleep yet? Have you been crying? Who are you talking to?" "Mom will call you later." Click. On the other side of the phone, Mother Chen and Chen Choo exchanged a look, smiles spreading across their faces. Chen Choo said, "Mom, from the way Sis talked about him, I could feel so much happiness. She must be doing well in Dragon City. You and Dad don't need to worry." Mother Chen nodded, her heart beginning to stir with anticipation. She looked forward to the day her daughter would bring her son-in-law home. "I called my mom." She got up and turned away, not wanting Su Feng to see her reddened eyes. But it was impossible to escape Su Feng's sharp gaze. He had already noticed her tearful, red-rimmed eyes. "Why are you crying on the phone? Homesick? If you miss home, well, close the shop tomorrow and go back with you." Su Feng gently held her soft hand. "It's not that. It's..." She licked her lips with the tip of her tongue and smiled lightly. "I told my mom and sister our story, all the details. They don't think you're a scumbag anymore." Hearing this, Su Feng's eyes widened in surprise. "So my image as the son-in-law is finally redeemed in front of my mother-in-law and sister-in-law, huh? I tried my best to portray you as a responsible, good man." Su Feng pouted, pretending to be angry, and turned his head away. As if I needed the portrayal. I've always been a responsible, good man. I misspoke, okay? Don't be mad. Let's go back to the room and sleep." She quickly shuffled closer, her head bowed, her voice soft, as she tried to appease him. Inside, he was overjoyed, but he swiftly turned away. The next second, because they were standing so close, Su Feng's lips brushed against Chen Mingyan's fair cheek. "You idiot, you're taking advantage of me." Su Feng grinned. "What do you mean? You're the one who got so close. Blame yourself." "Oof." Chen Mingyan spat lightly. "Go back to your room and sleep." Su Feng spread his hands. "I've been seen as a scumbag by your mom and sister for so long. After being one for this long, don't you think you owe me some compensation?" His tone began to grow excited. Any trace of sleepiness slowly evaporated. Hearing his suggestive words, the color that had just returned to her face began to flush crimson inch by inch. "You're impossible." Su Feng deliberately stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Chen Mingyan with a teasing smile. Surely she understood such an obvious hint. After a long moment, she reached out and pinched his cheek, stammering, "You ate several cloves of garlic at dinner. It's overwhelming. No, how about a reward tomorrow?" Her demeanor became shy and flustered. "The reward tomorrow will be given in bed." His eyes were fixed on the window, but his words were enough to make Chen Mingyan's mind go blank. "You're always such a tease." She stood on her tiptoes. Smack. Ding dong. Host has completed the system's extra quest, abstain from cigarettes for 1 week. The system awards 1 draw for a divine braised pork rice. Draw now. It was Saturday. A week had passed since Su Feng quit smoking. Finally, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Draw. Divine braised pork rice. How could he not be excited? The restaurant's current menu featured divine chicken leg noodles, supreme zhajiang noodles, savory egg noodles, and 6-ingredient mixed noodles, along with braised beef peanuts and marinated eggs. Finally, he could add braised pork rice to the menu. This would surely attract customers craving rice dishes. Ding dong, congratulations. Host has obtained one of the divine braised pork rice recipes, teriyaki chicken leg rice. Instantly, the complete cooking method for the chicken leg rice flooded into Su Feng's mind. Chicken leg rice. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Ding dong. In recognition of the host's diligent management of the restaurant, the system grants an additional reward, one of the perfect grade kitchenware. The kitchenware has been placed in the left storage cabinet in the kitchen. Please check it, host. System notification. Note regarding the father's love is steadfast as a mountain quest. 16 days remain until completion. Note the restaurant currently has 612 repeat customers. To reach 500 repeat customers, complete the widely renowned quest and unlock the system mall. You need 438 more repeat customers. Su Feng's expression turned serious. The system had previously issued 3 quests. Father's love is steadfast as a mountain required him to consistently prepare complimentary food for his baby. Then there was the widely known quest which had rewarded him with a draw for perfect grade noodles, leading to his acquisition of the 6-ingredient mixed noodles. Finally, there was the time-limited widely renowned quest lasting 100 days. He needed to accumulate 500 repeat customers within that period of just over 3 months. This was incredibly challenging. It's a pity the school is on vacation. I must promote the restaurant thoroughly once school starts to unlock the system mall as soon as possible. 1 repeat customer equaled 1 prestige point. He needed to accumulate 500 prestige points to unlock the system mall. The price of a meal at his restaurant was equivalent to 3 meals at the school cafeteria. Perhaps he should consider a poor man's meal. His thoughts scattered. Su Feng shook his head, opened the cupboard, and took out the perfect grade kitchenware awarded by the system. A rice cooker. Note: perfect grade kitchenware. Function: rice steamed with this cooker comes out perfectly distinct, crystal clear, fragrant, soft, and sweet. This rice cooker. It was simply invincible. The rice grains steamed by this perfect grade rice cooker combined with the flavor of the teriyaki chicken would surely make the chicken leg rice a massive hit. Boss Su, the restaurant sign is installed. Come out and take a look. See if you're satisfied. While he was pondering going to buy rice wholesale in the evening, a middle-aged man walked into the restaurant with a broad smile. Su Feng nodded and said, "Let me take a look." Stepping outside, he glanced at the new sign. Su Ji made sure. The custom logo was quite well designed. From the logo design to the sign installation, it cost him a hefty 600 yuan. Su Feng transferred the payment and said with a smile, "Thanks for the hard work, brother. I've sent the labor fee via WeChat." The installer laughed heartily and said, "Great. Wishing you booming business, boss Su, and may your fortunes grow ever more prosperous." "Thanks for the kind words, brother. Feel free to drop by for some noodles anytime." Zhang Yufeng from next door remarked in amazement. "Xiao Su, your restaurant's business is booming so much that you're even renovating the storefront now." Su Ji made sure not bad. "It's simple and grand, easy for customers to remember." Zhang Huanhuan added. Su Feng chuckled. "Brother Zhang and sister Zhang, stop praising me. Everyone on this night market street knows your Chuan Xiang is the best. Xiao Su, you're being too willful. In this food business you even take weekends off. You're definitely the first boss in Wudong Alley to be this capricious." Zhang Yufeng sighed. "Damn it. The rent was ridiculously expensive. They wished they could stay open 24 hours a day." Daring to be as willful as Su Feng was practically a death sentence. Who in their right mind runs a restaurant on a night market street, closes promptly at 10 p.m., and takes both Saturday and Sunday off? In this business, time was money, not something to be clocked in and out of. But Su Feng dared, and he had implemented it. If he said Sunday was for rest, he absolutely would not open. Su Feng said helplessly, "Brother Zhang, I have a kid, you know. I need to find time to spend with the child." "Say no more, Xiao Su." One word: impressive. He and Zhang Huanhuan initially thought Su Feng was just a rich second-generation kid selling breakfast on the night market street to experience life and fool around. It wasn't until yesterday lunch and evening, when the queue of customers outside the restaurant was simply massive with people crowding just to get a bowl of noodles, that the couple realized Su Feng truly had skill. He definitely possessed a secret recipe worth millions. Chen Mingyan pushed the stroller in from the back door through the inner room and into the restaurant. Lu Fangfang and Grandma Su were also there. "Grandma, you're here. Where's Grandpa?" Grandma Su smiled kindly. "Your grandpa is busy playing chess with a bunch of old men in the courtyard. He didn't want to come with me." "Xiao Feng, what filling do you want for the dumplings?" "Grandma and your mom will make them for you," Grandma Su asked. In Grandma's eyes, Su Feng was always a little kid. "Chive and egg and pork and cabbage." "All right, Grandma will make them for you." Grandma Su refused to let Su Feng help. She wouldn't even let him knead the dough or chop the filling. Su Feng rummaged through the fridge and prepared all the necessary ingredients. "Grandma, can I at least knead the dough?" Su Feng asked softly. "You little rascal, since when do you know how to knead dough?" Chen Mingyan, standing nearby, covered her mouth and giggled quietly. Su Feng spread his hands helplessly. "Grandma, guess what your eldest grandson sells at his restaurant." "What? Noodles." "Hand-pulled noodles and ramen." Grandma Su then took a fresh look at Su Feng and sighed. "My grandson has grown up." Grandma Su instructed, "Don't make the dumpling dough too soft. Add some eggs and salt." Su Feng found a basin and scooped in a cup of flour. He kneaded the dough swiftly. The eggs and salt were to make the dumpling wrappers more chewy, so they wouldn't stick to the teeth when eaten. The flour was already high-gluten flour, and with the addition of eggs and salt, the dough once rolled out and wrapped would hold up perfectly even after being boiled in rolling water for an extra half hour without tearing. To be honest, Feng didn't really know how to wrap dumplings. His were quite ugly. To make it easier for his grandmother to wrap dumplings while seated, Feng even ran out to buy a cutting board. The kitchen didn't have a wooden board, only a wooden chopping block, and the dough was usually kneaded on the smooth stainless steel worktop. After mixing the meat-filling, Grandma Sue cut the dough with a knife, rolled it into a long rope, and with her wrinkled but dexterous hands deftly pulled off small pieces of dough. Feng rolled them into balls. Feng skillfully rolled out the dumpling wrappers. "Auntie Grandma, let me help wrap some." Chun Mingyan, having washed her hands and rolled up her sleeves, picked up a wrapper and began wrapping dumplings with practiced ease. "Oh my Yueyue and Feng, just wait to eat." Feng exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. His daughter-in-law could wrap dumplings. These days, let alone wrapping dumplings, if a young woman knew how to knead dough, she was already considered a good cook, let alone this. "Tong, keep the little one company. Let Feng just wait to eat." Feng praised her joyfully. "Wow, you wrapped them so beautifully. They look like little white boats, truly exquisite. Your hands are so skillful." "My granddaughter-in-law's hands are so skillful. The dumplings are beautifully made, Grandma," Sue praised along. Chun Mingyan's dumpling-making movements were very practiced. Whether they were wheat-ear-shaped or crescent-shaped, she made them all look exquisite. "Mom, Grandma Yueyue is amazing. Not only can she make dumplings, but she can also draw. Yesterday, she made me a sketch that looked like a real-life copy. She had a pair of delicate fair hands that seemed untouched by any labor. Unlike other girls, she didn't paint her nails or get manicures, yet her hands were incredibly dexterous." Overwhelmed by the compliments, Chun Mingyan shot Feng a reproachful glare and said softly, Stop praising me." Feng said, "Mom Yueyue is shy, but she really does make beautiful dumplings. Yes, they look better than the ones Mom makes. Grandma makes the prettiest ones," Chun Mingyan quickly added. Grandma Sue beamed with joy, growing more and more fond of her granddaughter-in-law. She had another granddaughter-in-law, the wife of Feng's cousin, who had married into the Sue family, but she couldn't even knead basic dough, let alone make dumplings. Chun Mingyan's display filled Feng and Grandma Sue with immense delight. Feng also made special tofu-filled dumplings for little Yueyue. The filling was 4/5 tofu and 1/5 minced lean meat. Little Yueyue was at the teething stage, just weaned and ready for solid food like dumplings to exercise her tiny teeth. They made enough dumplings to fill 2 steaming trays. "There's a shop to the north on the road. I bought a roast chicken. Feng, slice it up." Feng's father, Jianya, called out as he set the chicken down in the kitchen. Feng's eyes widened in surprise. "Dad, you finally came to your senses." Even Feng was startled. What had gotten into her old man? He had actually shaved off the hair on the sides of his head. Feng burst out laughing. "Dad, you look so much better now. A bald, handsome guy. Being bald makes you look younger than that comb over. Get out of here, stop teasing your old man." Jianya bent down and handed a SpongeBob toy to his granddaughter. Little Yueyue, sitting in her stroller, immediately squealed with excitement. "Aye, Daddy." Her little body even strained as if trying to stand up. "Woof, woof, woof." The golden retriever Bebe dashed into the dining room. As if knowing who the boss of the family was now, it ran up to little Yueyue and wagged its tail with unrestrained enthusiasm. "Little Yueyue, this is a doggy," said Tong. Plop! Little Yueyue casually threw away the toy her grandfather had given her. She reached out her little hand, eyes filled with eagerness to touch Bebe. Jianya picked up his granddaughter and let her small hand pet Bebe's head. "Eoa. Huh. Ha ha." She opened her rosy little mouth in excitement, her face beaming with pure joy. Jianya had packed up all of Tong's various toys into bags. He filled 3 shoe bags with toys, and it was only half of them. "Daughter-in-law, these are all Tong's toys. She doesn't play with them anymore. Take them home for little Yueyue to play with." Chun Mingyan took the bags and set them aside, saying earnestly, "Thank you, Uncle." Then she crouched down to look at Tong. "Tong, are you willing to give these toys to little Yueyue?" Tong pouted and said, "Yes, Tong is a big girl now. I don't like Peppa Pig anymore. You're just a 4-year-old. Meanwhile, Feng started boiling the dumplings. During the boiling process, a flock of geese from the south tumbled into the boiling water river. They sank first, then floated up, turning into crescent moons. After adding cold water, 3 times, Feng scooped out a dumpling, blew on it, and popped it into his mouth to taste. Once they were done, he deftly fished them out with a strainer and placed them on a plate. The freshly cooked dumplings were plump white and glistening, steaming hot, with an aroma that filled the air. "Dumplings are ready," Feng called out as he carried the plates out of the kitchen. The dining table was laden not only with 5 heaping plates of steaming dumplings, but also freshly braised soy beef peanuts, dressed bean sprout salad, and the sliced roast chicken. Grandma Sue said, "You child, it's always been Grandma who boils the dumplings while you all eat. Why are you rushing to do it now? Grandma, you just enjoy your meal. Old man, look at these dumplings, all beautifully made by Yin Yan. Is that so? Haha, that rascal Xiao Feng is going to be a lucky man. Chun Mingyan lowered her head and bit her lip. Being shy, she couldn't handle Su Feng's mother's praise, so she said, Auntie, please don't praise me anymore. Alright, I'll stop. Looking at her daughter-in-law's rosy cheeks, she really was easy to embarrass. Lu Fengfeng said, Yin Yan, come on, pick up your chopsticks and eat. Dumplings are best when they're piping hot. Su Feng, not one for such formalities, was the first to pick up a dumpling with his chopsticks. He mixed himself a vinegar dip. Vinegar, minced garlic, and chili oil. After giving the dumpling a thorough bath in the dip, he popped the whole thing into his mouth. Grandma, your dumplings are still the best. They're absolutely delicious. This one was a chive and egg dumpling. With one bite, the wrapper gave way to the fragrant chives and savory egg flooding his mouth, with flavor mingled with the tang of vinegar and the kick of chili oil. This was a heavenly dumpling. It truly made Su Feng feel like it was Chinese New Year. The steaming hot dumplings were bursting with flavor and utterly irresistible. Grandma, your dumpling filling is so tasty. How do you make it? You have to teach me next time. Chun Mingyan's compliment made Grandma Su's face light up with joy, her brow wrinkles bunching together. Alright, this afternoon, I'll make a batch and freeze them. Whenever you and Xiao Feng want some, just boil them up. Her words left Chun Mingyan a little flustered. Grandma, you don't have to make them for us. I'll make them myself when we get back. It's fine. Xiao Feng loves his grandma's dumplings. It's better to make a good batch and freeze them. Su Feng rubbed his hands together and said, 2 chicken legs, one for my mom and one for my wife. He started picking up the chicken legs. One for his mother, and one for Chun Mingyan. Hearing the man say the words, my wife, a hint of shyness colored the woman's pretty face as she demurely declined. No, give it to uncle instead. Brother, you don't love Tong Tong anymore. The little girl watched as the 2 big chicken legs went to her sister-in-law's bowl and her mother's bowl, her little face crumpling in grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. Don't cry, Tong Tong, don't cry. Mom's chicken leg is for you. Lu Fengfeng quickly put her chicken leg into Tong Tong's bowl. Tong Tong puffed out her cheeks and glared at Su Feng angrily. Su Feng. Oh, this was bad. I'd have to buy at least 3 ice pops later to appease the little darling. Son, this soy-braised beef you made is amazing. If your mother didn't forbid me from drinking, I'd have to have half a gene of erguo with this. Su Jianya praised. A bite of dumpling, a clove of garlic, then a mouthful of warm, savory braised beef. His mouth was practically watering. Su Feng said, Dad, if you want a drink, there's beer in the fridge. Now I'll skip the beer. Little Yueyue, open wide, come on, Daddy will feed you a dumpling. Su Feng used his chopsticks to break a tofu dumpling into about 5 or 6 pieces, put it on a small spoon, and fed it to little Yueyue. She was incredibly smart. Nam Su Feng had counted. Little Yueyue had 8 baby teeth now. Her little mouth chewed the dumpling rhythmically. Nah, ya daddy, she babbled, while bouncing in Su Feng's arms, her little hands reaching out to grab the braised beef. Of all the dishes on the table, the freshly braised beef smelled the most enticing, its fragrant aroma wafting into the little darling's nose. In the afternoon, Su Feng continued to braise spiced beef. He prepared over 100 gene of it, filling bucket after bucket. Grandmother Su insisted on making dumplings for her grandson in advance, storing them in the freezer so that Su Feng could simply boil them whenever he wanted to eat. These dumplings were not just filled with pork and cabbage. There were also tofu and egg fillings suitable for Yueyue, as well as beef and fennel filling. In the evening, Su Feng, Chun Mingyan, Tongtong, and Yueyue went to the park for a spring outing. The little darling was extremely excited at the park, brimming with joy. Yueyue showed no fear in unfamiliar places, unlike Tongtong, who would cry loudly when taken to a new environment as a child. On Sunday, Su Feng sent a red envelope in the group chat. A generous 10 yuan red envelope. Su Ji made sure owner, the long-awaited benefit has finally arrived. The lucky winner of the red envelope can redeem a new product, teriyaki chicken leg rice, along with a bowl of chicken soup and 2 tails of braised beef. The garlic-loving girl actually started a sweet versus salty tofu debate in the group. Su Feng's appearance immediately disrupted the rhythm of the battle. Noodle-loving brother Lu Bro running a restaurant to this extent with weekends off, I'm really impressed. Steel straight girl, Xiao Shui, my mouth is watering. The owner has finally introduced a rice set meal, and it's my favorite, chicken leg rice. The garlic-loving girl, boo-hoo, why did the new chicken leg rice have to be launched on a holiday? Poor me, I can't get to eat it. Braised grasshopper, hee, I'm still in Longqing, I'll go eat it tomorrow. Saving money for goddess to buy an iPhone 14, brothers, I'm coming. Fat brother, no. One, I'll go straight to devour it tomorrow. Can we get unlimited rice refills for this chicken leg rice? Stewed Shu Soul. Bro, are you robbing the boss? Su Feng replied, the set meal places boneless chicken legs directly on the rice, and unlimited rice refills are not available. This chicken leg rice is a slimming meal, high-quality carb rice plus high-quality protein chicken legs. Everyone is welcome to try it. First deep affection of agricultural university, ha ha ha, in the lucky winner. Then Feng sent another 3 yuan red envelope titled half a gene of braised beef. The lucky winner of the red envelope could show the screenshot to him to redeem half a gene of braised beef. Since it was a benefit, naturally it had to be promoted. The next day, Monday, Feng arrived early at the agricultural wholesale market. He purchased some boneless chicken legs as the chicken leg rice required deboning. The deboning process was undoubtedly tedious, so he bought boneless chicken leg meat, also known as deboned upper thigh meat. For the rice used in the chicken leg rice, Feng chose the more expensive Wuchang rice series, specifically the Dao Waxiang aromatic rice. Since his family would also eat the rice, there was no need to use poor quality rice. With the restaurant's business thriving, Feng only considered the texture of the rice, not the price. Without the pressure of rent, no matter how he sold it, he would still make a profit. But he believed that even low-quality rice, after being cooked in the perfect rice cooker, would become perfectly separated grains with an incredibly enhanced texture. He placed the clean chicken leg meat in a large basin, added some minced garlic, cooking wine, and a little salt. Then he sprinkled in black pepper and white pepper, mixed it evenly, and let it marinate to absorb the flavors. During the marinating process, he prepared a chicken leg sauce, a teriyaki sauce, soy sauce, oyster sauce, dark soy sauce, and a little white sugar. The final sole ingredient, honey. Then he added 2 large bowls of water and stirred the teriyaki sauce evenly. Feng, this rice cooker is so big. I wonder how many servings it can cook in one batch. Chen Mingyan noticed the perfect rice cooker and examined it carefully. Feng grinned and said it should be able to make about 40 servings. Chen Mingyan rinsed the rice and said softly, I bought some Chinese yam. He'll make some yam rice paste for Yueyue at noon. Great, add some honey, and it will be absolutely delicious. Yueyue will definitely gobble it up. Wang Ernie was a well-known food exploration live streamer in Longqing. With her professional food critiques and a notoriously picky palate, she had amassed 2,000 followers on Douyin. Yet despite having 2,000 followers, her live streams only attracted a meager 400 to 500 viewers. Recently, while filming short videos or live streaming food explorations, her fans had been urging her to visit Xiaosu food restaurant and even gave her the address. She had planned to put it off since the owner hadn't paid her to promote it. Why should she rush? But many fans left comments under her short videos, and even while browsing the World Food Forum, she would get tagged by others asking her to explore the place. She had no choice. Faced with the collective enthusiasm of her fans, she had to do a free live stream exploration once. It had been a long time since she had done a free exploration. When she first created the account, she would earnestly explore restaurants for free to boost followers and traffic, helping owners with free promotions. But once her popularity plateaued, she started taking paid orders. She had to make a living. But she never maliciously slandered any business. After putting on makeup and getting dressed, Wang Ernie opened the live streaming app and posted in her fan group, babes, let's go explore Wudong Street, Xiaosu food restaurant. She held her selfie stick, drove all the way to Wudong Alley, parked the car, and raised the selfie stick. Everyone, at your enthusiastic suggestion today, we've come to Wudong Alley. I've heard there's a delicious private noodle restaurant here. Every day at noon, the place is packed with people, and if you come late you have to queue. Are these customers paid actors by the owner, or is the food really that delicious? Let me, Wang Ernie, take you to find out. As a result, she walked around Wudong Street, but couldn't find Xiaosu food restaurant anywhere. Are you sure Xiaosu food restaurant is on Wudong Alley? It was scorching hot today. Under the blazing sun, she walked with her selfie stick in 38-degree heat. Was it easy for her? After searching for the restaurant without success, sweat on her forehead was practically steaming. Everyone, is the address wrong? There's no Xiaosu food restaurant on Wudong Alley, only a Su Ji Mei Shi and a Lao Air Gai Jiao Fan are open. She glanced at the livestream comments. Ernie, this place just changed its name. It's Su Ji Mei Shi. Wang Ernie pouted, you bad people, are you doing this on purpose? It's only 11 o'clock. Am I too early? This is a famous night market area in Longqing. Will there really be any business at noon? She pushed the door and walked into Su Ji Mei Shi. Heavens! Earth! Feeling the blast of air conditioning, she was moved to tears. Who said the restaurant would be packed at 11 o'clock? There were only 2 tables of customers. One table was Lu Gu and his 2 friends. The other was Uncle Yu and his family. Welcome. The young girl Yueyue greeted politely. Order. Wang Ernie didn't know how to start. It had been a long time since she had actively ordered and paid for her meal. Recently, during her food explorations, the owners would invite her to eat, presenting the restaurant's signature dishes beautifully arranged for her to taste and review. Occasionally, she would exaggerate for show. Where's the menu? Yueyue smiled. Miss, the menu is written on the blackboard. Wow, such beautiful handwriting. Looking at the menu, she frowned. Luding noodles. Divine chicken leg noodles. Ultimate jjiang noodles. New item, teriyaki chicken leg rice. With such a dazzling and flashy signboard reading Su Ji Mei Shi, was this all the dishes they had? A restaurant this large with such a limited selection. Peanuts, pickled vegetables, braised eggs. How dare they call this gourmet food? Wang Ernie harbored deep doubts about the restaurant's culinary offerings, yet her extensive experience as a food explorer had honed her acting skills to a certain degree of proficiency. Unlike other streamers who upon entering an establishment would immediately proclaim their status as food reviewers, with 2,000 followers, prompting the owner to fawn over them with obsequious hospitality. They would then be served the most extravagant delicacies the menu had to offer, all complimentary, and be attended to with the utmost servility. They'll have a serving of the divine chicken leg noodles and marinated egg and 2 tails of soy-braised beef. She deliberated for a moment before placing her order. Chen Mingyan took the order, tapping the keyboard twice as the screen displayed the total amount due, gesturing towards the QR code payment machine beside her. WeChat Pay received 51 yuan. Wang Ernie then took a seat near the air conditioner. She was sweltering. Her hair was damp with perspiration. She got up and hurried over to the counter. Boss'll have a bottle of Janky Forest. As she paid, she silently noted that the drink was priced the same as in the supermarkets outside. That was a rarity. She surveyed the restaurant's decor. It wasn't the simplistic modern style, but rather the aesthetic of an old-fashioned eatery, clean, tidy, and exuding a sense of warmth. Given the overall ambience and service, it certainly justified the prices on the menu. Gulp, gulp. She downed half the bottle in one go. Just then Su Feng's voice rang out. Order number 3's noodles are ready. While the boss cooks fast. I've barely taken a sip of my drink, and the noodles are already done. She rose and walked to the pickup window. On the tray sat a bowl of refreshing chicken leg noodles, emitting wisps of tantalizing steam, accompanied by a plate of soy-braised beef. The beef was sliced to a standard thickness with about 5 or 6 slices per tail, and the total portion boasted around 12 slices. Beside the beef plate was a small dipping dish filled with vinegar sauce and a soy-marinated egg. She carried the tray back to her table. My dear viewers, my family, it smells divine, absolutely divine. But does it taste as good as it smells? The aroma of the chicken broth wafted into her nostrils. Hunger won. To avoid disappointing her fans and the restaurant, she liked her mind, began to conjure up idioms to praise the noodles. Words like springy noodles, savory broth, tender chicken, flavor explosion, and lingering aroma. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was buzzing. Wow, I'm drooling just looking at the screen. Ernie, this noodle dish was previously called Jade Chicken Shred Noodles. Green vegetable noodles paired with rich chicken broth. After a bowl, your stomach stays warm all day. You ordered wrong, host. You should try the new chicken leg rice. I really want to go eat it, but I've already gone home for the holidays. She aimed the camera at the chicken leg noodles. So you've all tried the noodles here before. Then I want stand on ceremony. Time to dig in. In the past, when she went on food explorations with her assistant, they would film a complete video for later editing, and the first bite was always reserved for her fans. Let me have a taste of the noodles first to see how they are. She picked up a bundle of noodles with her chopsticks. Slurp, slurp. She sucked the noodles into her mouth. The savory essence of the chicken broth enveloped the noodles, flooding her entire mouth with flavor. After chewing and swallowing, her big eyes were now fixated intently on the chicken leg in the bowl. When a dish is truly delicious, your mind goes blank for adjectives. All you want to do is lower your head and focus on devouring the meal. Then she took a hearty bite of the tender chicken leg. The meat was succulent and tender as she savored it. The pure umami of the chicken filled her mouth completely. Before she had even finished chewing the first bite, she was eagerly going for the second. Then gulp, gulp, she drank the chicken broth mouthful by mouthful. A warm current seemed to flow from her stomach. While it wasn't the dramatic pores opening or nerves tasting the flavor described in food novels, drinking the broth certainly made her feel incredibly comfortable and content. As she picked up a slice of the soy-braised beef, wrapped it in chili oil and vinegar sauce, and popped the whole thing into her mouth. Oh my god, holy crap. My dear viewers. Wang Ernie's look of utter shock startled both Su Feng and Chen Mingyan. What on earth is this girl up to? A selfie stick. Is the food streamer live streaming? As a foodie himself, Lu Gu frequently scrolled past Nini's food adventures on Douyin, a local food explorer with some fame in Dragon City. He had long suspected that given the deliciousness of Su Feng's cooking, it was only a matter of time before it attracted food streamers to check the place out. He gulped down the last of his chicken broth, watching with great interest as Wang Ernie's expression gradually approached a state of frenzy. My dear viewers, my family, this chicken leg noodle soup is just so good. Oh my god, I don't know how to describe it, that exquisite, delicate sensation on my taste buds. Amazing. A flavor explosion. She tried to think of adjectives to describe the delicious chicken leg, but her mind went completely blank. She simply couldn't find the words to praise this bowl of divine chicken leg noodles. And this plate of soy-braised beef that was driving her crazy. Wang Ernie slapped her forehead. How to praise it? How on earth do I praise it? Where are my professional review phrases? Arg. This chicken leg noodle soup is too delicious, and the texture of the soy-braised beef made her feel it had utterly surpassed every other method of preparing beef. Braised beef, stir-fried beef, cold beef salad, dry-fried beef, cumin beef. None of them could hold a candle to this plate of beautifully marbled, incredibly textured soy-braised beef. Just then the number of viewers in her live stream reached 600. A viewer named Girl Who Loves Garlic sent a bullet comment. I want to see the handsome boss. Point the camera at Boss Sue. Is it really that good? Nini, your acting skills have been slipping lately. Isn't eating those noodles a bit too over the top? Nini, mind your image, mind your image. You've gone crazy eating. Is the host acting? A bit too much, isn't it? The host could go into acting, should join the entertainment industry. She's supposed to be big streamer Nini who's eaten all over Cole Province, but look at her eating now. Like she hasn't had a meal in 3 days. It's like she's acting, but also not. How much did the boss pay for this exploration fee for our Miss Nini to put on such a show? Shut up. Don't talk nonsense if you haven't tried it. Go to the restaurant and taste it yourselves, then you'll know. It's just that delicious. Nini is definitely not acting. That's right. Wang Ernie had completely lost her mind. After finishing the noodles and the soy-braised beef and gulping down the chicken broth, she noticed there was still a marinated egg sitting in the small side dish. My dear viewers, phew. She took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's too good. The texture of the chicken leg and the soy-braised beef is absolutely incredible. And the chicken broth with the noodles, it's so warm and comforting in my stomach. Delicious. Eating that bowl of chicken noodle soup felt like having a steaming hot pot on a scorching summer day. Steam seemed to rise from her head. As she sat under the blast of the air conditioner, her makeup suddenly began to run, transforming her face into a ghastly sight. But she had long forgotten about her appearance. Without even glancing at her phone's camera, she reached out, grabbed the marinated egg from the dish, and shoved the whole thing into her mouth. Nom nom, slurp slurp. Oh why? Her cheeks flushed with excitement, steam practically rising from her forehead. Her eyes sparkled like a parched desert traveler who had suddenly stumbled upon a sweet, refreshing spring. Wang Ernie's gaze perfectly embodied the phrase, eyes gleaming with delight. Why does the flavor of a single braised egg fill my entire mouth? My dear viewers, this ordinary-looking braised egg has a taste that defies description. Delicious, utterly divine. It's no wonder this restaurant came so highly recommended by my stylish friends. Even their braised eggs are this extraordinary. Facing the camera, Wang Ernie exaggerated her praise with theatrical expressions. One braised egg. Absolute perfection. It was so delicious her mouth felt like it was soaring with joy. This place is a hidden gem of a restaurant. I haven't had my fill yet. Even though I'm already full, I must try their other noodles. Excuse me, boss. One more bowl of jajang noodles and 2 more braised eggs. She hopped up, scurried to the counter, and quickly pulled up the payment QR code on her phone. While waiting for her order, she glanced at the live stream chat. A smile spread across her lips. In just a short moment, the barrage of comments and gifts were flying through the screen. Nini isn't acting, but she's definitely eating something amazing. She can put on a show, but she's not foolish. Streamer, could you order a teriyaki chicken rice bowl? Let this foodie far away in Guangdong province savor it through the screen. Streamer, don't underestimate the kimchi. Every item on this menu qualifies as gourmet food. Wang Ernie grinned widely. Thank you for the gifts, my dear family. Thanks for the support. I've decided to order a portion of kimchi to try. When the kimchi jajang noodles and braised eggs arrived at the table, she stirred the noodles in her bowl. Slurp. After taking a bite of the noodles, she picked up a piece of pickled bean and a slice of radish from the kimchi. So fragrant. Even the jajang noodles are incredibly tasty. The texture is perfect, paired with this crunchy, tangy kimchi. It's irresistible, I simply cannot stop eating. Everyone is welcome to visit Suji Delicacies and try it for yourselves, she said, praising with animated excitement while devouring the noodles. Such exquisite flavors. Her stomach was completely conquered. It was important to note. Wang Ernie was a professional food exploration streamer. Living in the capital city of Longqing, she was never short of excellent noodle shops. There was the Lu Noodle House, Chow Jiao Beef Noodles, Tijian, Eco Xiang Meiwei Hila Noodles, and of course the ubiquitous Datong knife-cut noodles lining the streets. Tijian noodles are a delicacy from the Xinzhou region, also widely popular in other parts of the Cole province. As a food blogger and streamer, she had visited numerous private noodle houses. Yet none compared to the one before her now. Suji Delicacies was by far the most fragrant, the most delicious, and the most satisfying. One bite of these jajang noodles, and you'll taste the flavor of home cooking. Chen Mingyan lowered her voice and asked, Xiao Feng, have you ever watched her food explorations? Indeed, Wang Ernie was constantly praising the noodles to the camera. While she lacked a rich vocabulary, her unapologetically enthusiastic way of eating was proof enough of the bowl's deliciousness. Su Feng chuckled softly. Before I opened this restaurant, I'd occasionally come across her on Douyin. She's not as popular as some top food streamers, but she's decent here in Longsheng. Since opening the restaurant, his own Douyin feed had devolved into nothing but children's content. So if she orders more later, should we still charge her? Silly, we make real food. We don't need streamers or internet traffic. Our business relies on taste and repeat customers. Of course we charge her. The couple whispered to each other. Just then Lu Haoyu walked into the restaurant with a big smile, this time accompanied by his girlfriend. Boss. 1 braised pork rice, 4 braised eggs, and 2 bottles of Fanta. As he spoke, he pulled up a screenshot on his phone. I grabbed the lucky red envelope the boss sent out last night, and got the highest amount he was entitled to: a free teriyaki chicken rice bowl, a bowl of chicken soup, and 2 liang of braised beef. Shen Mingyan smiled, and said, the chicken rice bowl will take a few minutes, it's being prepared right now. Alright, no problem. With that he took his girlfriend's hand, and walked over to grab 2 bottles of Fanta. Brother Lu chuckled. Young man, so you're the first love of the agricultural university. Quite a trendy group name. Hearing this, Lu Haoyu gave his girlfriend an awkward smile, and scratched his head, feeling incredibly embarrassed. This big mouthy guy. Did he check the almanac before leaving today? Could he not see he was out with his girlfriend? First love of the agricultural university. His short-haired girlfriend frowned, looking at her acne-covered boyfriend with a bewildered expression. It's like a game ID, just a silly name for a food group chat. He explained, his tone rather awkward. My dear family, I'm full. Wang Ernie held up her selfie stick and walked out of the restaurant. Don't worry, I saw the private message from our top supporter Little Panda. I assure you I wasn't acting just now. The noodles here are genuinely amazing. Once you start, you just can't stop. Also, I didn't accept any promotional fees from the boss beforehand. If there were a ranking for Zhejiang noodles and chicken soup noodles, I would gladly crown Su Ji delicacies as my number 1. Phew. Wang Ernie took a deep breath. She was overly full. 2 bowls of noodles. Even during her previous restaurant visits, no matter how the owner pleaded, if she said she was done, she wouldn't take another bite. My dear family, I'm so stuffed I can barely move. I need to walk this off. They'll come back tonight and live stream the teriyaki chicken rice bowl. The chicken leg noodles were worthy of the title divine. Will the rice bowl version be just as satisfying? Tonight they'll be doing an eating broadcast with my beautiful assistant Xiao Shuang. Please stay tuned. With that, Wang Ernie ended the live stream and looked up at the Su Ji Delicacies sign. A hidden gem restaurant. A divine noodle house. A smile spread across her round face. They'll be back tonight. Just then she saw a crowd of diners, dozens of them, practically sprinting into the restaurant. They were local residents, the elderly, children, women. The last time the nearby road construction cut off the water main, and the neighborhood lost water, the restaurant gained over 150 repeat customers in a single day, all from the surrounding community. Is everyone crazy? Are they afraid there won't be any seats? Wang Ernie was dumbfounded. This was absolute madness. Were these true foodies? Look at that grandmother running faster than her grandson, her legs churning like fiery wheels as she charged into the restaurant. Grandma, slow down. I'm saving you a seat, you little rascal. Hurry up. Meanwhile, Su Feng was meticulously preparing the chicken rice bowls. He placed the marinated chicken thighs into the pan one by one, frying them until both sides were golden brown. Then he transferred them to a large iron basin and poured in his pre-prepared soul teriyaki sauce. Sizzle. He let them simmer over low heat, the rich aroma of the chicken slowly filling the air. Boss, I can smell the rice fragrance. Whoa, how is your rice this fragrant? It's not some chemicals and tricks kind of thing, is it? Boss, I mean, not that I was joking. Haven't you heard the popular internet phrase technology and hard work these days? After Lu Haoyu the simpleton finished speaking, he realized his mistake and hastily launched into a flustered apology to the dazed Su Feng. This guy? A bit slow, isn't he? Su Feng smiled warmly at him. It's fine. How could this rice involve any hard work? Young man, don't you know that steaming rice is also a skill? Besides, I use Dao Waxiang rice, a premium variety. It's no surprise the air is filled with its fragrant aroma. Coincidentally, the rice bag was placed on a small table near the entrance to the back room. Dao Waxiang rice. Xiaochun. For the restaurant's chicken leg rice, you use this type of rice? Brother Lu asked, astonished. He had just bought the same Dao Waxiang brand yesterday at a grain shop, and it cost 9 yuan per jean. 9 yuan per jean for rice. That price is certainly not cheap. Shen Mingyan nodded with a smile. To enhance the taste of our chicken leg rice, our manager specifically purchased high-quality rice Dao Waxiang, long-grain rice. Hearing this, many diners craned their necks and stood up to look at the rice bag on the floor. Of course, when the rice bag was placed on the floor, 2 layers of cardboard boxes were underneath it. This was precisely why Su Feng didn't put the rice bag in the kitchen, but in a conspicuous spot instead, to catch the customer's attention. A group of customers was instantly stunned. A truly conscientious boss. The rice used for the chicken leg rice is actually this expensive premium quality. That price is definitely not cheap. Yeah. The rice at street-side fast food joints seems to be those cheap kinds costing just 2 or 3 yuan per jean. Moreover, some braised pork rice places just pour the sauce over the rice. It's all about the braising liquid. There's absolutely no fragrant rice taste at all. This reminds me of my days working in Guangdong, eating Longjiang pork trotter rice every day. This boss is really generous buying such good rice for the customers. But what's the price? Let's check how much per serving. 28 yuan for a chicken leg rice. Honestly, that price isn't expensive at all, right? Even my mom doesn't usually buy rice this expensive for us at home. Lu Haoyu exclaimed, whoa. I just searched the price on Tmall supermarket. Calculated the boss rice costs 10 yuan per jean. Brother Liu's remark instantly stirred up the restaurant's customers, and everyone buzzed with discussions about the Dao Waxiang rice. Lu Haoyu took a photo and posted it in his fan group. This single image sparked intense discussion among the fans. They all gave thumbs up and praised, what a truly conscientious boss. A real gourmet. Oh my god, my mom usually only buys rice that costs 5 yuan a jean, you know. How can the boss be so willing to spend so much? But thinking about the rice in the university cafeteria, it can't even compare to the steamed rice at Boss Seuss restaurant. Exactly. Why am I suddenly looking forward to school starting when I just went on break? When school starts we can eat the divine chicken leg rice and the delicious braised beef. Whoever is at the restaurant take some photos of the chicken leg rice. I want to check in remotely. The bunch of big foodies in the group chattered excitedly. Simmered over a gentle flame, the chicken leg meat was completely cooked through, exuding the enticing aroma of braised chicken legs. Even just a light sniff made Feng feel intoxicated. It smelled heavenly. Next he lifted the lid of the perfect rice cooker, and a wave of rice fragrance hit him straight in the head. Truly worthy of the system's perfect grade kitchenware. This rice fragrance had fully extracted the essence and nutrition of the grains. Each grain was distinct, plump, and temptingly aromatic. With rice this good, he felt he could devour 2 bowls, even without the chicken leg, just the rice alone. The rice was too fragrant. Brother Lu laughed and called out, Xiao Chun, are you selling just plain rice? Give me a bowl of just the rice, no chicken leg. Yueyue served Brother Lu a bowl. Yueyue nodded lightly, alright. Brother Lu had smelled the rice fragrance and believed Feng's steamed rice was more fragrant than what his wife made at home, so he wanted a taste. He said, young lady, just half a bowl is enough, don't give me too much. Yueyue scooped half a bowl of rice and brought it to the table. This rice is truly fragrant. What defines a foodie? This is what defines a foodie. Crystal clear grains, distinct, truly aromatic. He took a bite, his eyes immediately lighting up with praise, soft, sticky, sweet, with a hint of delicate sweetness. The grains are neither too hard nor too soft. This is truly the cream of the crop in rice. The Rolls-Royce of steamed rice. This assessment was too exaggerated. It sounded exactly like a shill. Some customers who were brought to the restaurant by friends for the first time stared at Brother Liu's astonishing performance, dumbfounded. However, regulars like Uncle Yu and Lu Haoyu, who came every day, truly understood this Brother Lu with the panda eyes. He was a genuine foodie. His evaluation of the rice was heartfelt and sincere, definitely not an act put on by a shill. On the table sat a small bowl of white sugar left over from when the restaurant first opened and sold soy milk. Brother Lu scooped a spoonful of sugar into the steaming hot rice, stirred it evenly, and then took a small spoonful into his mouth. Rice mixed with white sugar. Sweet, moist, satisfying, comforting. The taste of memories. Sweet with a hint of fullness, truly delightful. As a member of the post-80s generation, he came from a poor background. As a child, they couldn't afford dishes or meat, so they'd scoop a spoonful of sugar into their rice. Like lard rice, soy sauce rice, and sugar rice, these were the childhood memories of their generation. Should I get the scissors? Chen Mingyan asked with a smile. Wow, the fragrant chicken leg rice. She felt her stomach was already watering. She longed to take a serving of chicken leg rice to the back room and devour it. Feng nodded. Put on the disposable gloves, hold the chicken leg in your left hand. Forget it, it'll be hot. Just use a knife to cut it. The chicken leg was placed on the cutting board. Thud, thud. A few chops of the knife and the chicken leg meat was laid flat over the steaming hot rice. On top, blanched bok choy was arranged to cut through the richness along with a halved braised egg. Finally, a ladle of the soulful sauce was drizzled over the entire dish. And thus a serving of chicken leg rice was complete. Number 7, 8, 9. Chen Mingyan called out the numbers and customers came to the window to pick up their orders. Almost more than half of the customers chose to try the new teriyaki chicken leg rice. Consequently, the entire restaurant's air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of chicken and rice. Whoosh, so fragrant, incredibly fragrant. I want to eat. Lu Haoyu vigorously stirred the chicken leg rice in his bowl, allowing the fragrant rice and the thick savory chicken leg sauce to fully meld together. He took a bite, and it was so delicious he simply couldn't stop. His girlfriend beside him was completely wide-eyed. She didn't even lift her head, didn't even look at her boyfriend. She was devouring the chicken leg rice with complete abandon. She scooped up a large spoonful, shoved the entire spoon head into her mouth, and then slid the spoon out completely clean. This taste was truly amazing. The chicken was tender and juicy, the vegetables were crisp and sweet, and the rice, enhanced by the rich sauce, was intensely flavorful. Every chew was incredibly satisfying. An elderly lady said to her grandson, "Grandson, eat slowly, don't choke." The grandson was wolfing down his food. "Grandma, it's so delicious." Wow, I want another bowl. The 7 or 80-year-old kid had transformed into a little foodie devouring his meal. Boss, another bowl of chicken leg rice. They'll have another one too. Wow, this sauce mixed with the rice is absolutely amazing, so delicious. Boss, how do you steam your rice? The texture is perfect, soft yet firm, and incredibly fragrant paired with the savory chicken leg. It's heavenly. It was an ultimate delight for the taste buds. Yeah, boss, do you have any special techniques or secrets to make the rice so aromatic? Someone asked. Each grain was distinct, crystal clear, and full in texture. Feng replied with a chuckle, "That's secret I can't just tell you." At the critical moment, most of the customers were eating chicken leg rice, praising it, while eating, all focused on devouring their meals. The teriyaki chicken leg rice was rich in sauce, the chicken leg tender and delicious. One bite, and you'd fall in love with the flavor, as if under a spell, unable to stop. The Sichuan-style pickled vegetables, crisp and appetizing, paired not only with noodles, but also with rice. Ordering a portion of pickles along with the chicken leg rice made the meal even more enticing. Therefore, the chicken leg rice received unanimous praise. What's going on? Everyone is so focused on eating. A middle-aged man waiting for his chicken leg rice looked at the scene in disbelief. Was the chicken leg rice really that delicious? This scene reminded him of his days in the army. During military service, meals had strict procedures. He and the soldiers lined up to get their food. After everyone had their meals, an alarm would sound to start the countdown. When the time was up, the alarm would sound again, and all soldiers had to stop eating, even if they weren't full. Back then, he could finish a meal in 3 minutes at his fastest. And he ate quite a lot. A bowl of rice with various side dishes and soup, all down in under 5 minutes. At this Suji Delicacies restaurant, the sight of everyone earnestly devouring their food made him couldn't help but recall the past. But this was just an ordinary restaurant. Chinese people advocate chewing slowly and swallowing carefully. Eating too fast is bad for health. Yet everyone was wolfing down their food like starving ghosts, losing all restraint. Even more intense than soldiers in the army. Of course, this was absolute proof that the chicken leg rice was incredibly delicious. When the chicken leg rice arrived, the uncle stirred the rice with his chopsticks, mixing the cut chicken leg sauce and rice together. Each grain of crystal clear rice was coated with rich sauce, making it irresistible and mouth-watering. He directly scooped a large spoonful of chicken leg rice into his mouth. Let's go. The first bite entered his mouth, and the second bite immediately followed without pause. His nostrils were captivated by the rich aroma, his taste buds indulging in the gratifying experience, his mouth, as if under a spell, unable to stop. He even felt as if he had returned to his army days. He finished this bowl of chicken leg rice in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All gone. He raised his hand and shouted, "Boss, another bowl of chicken leg rice." The young girl Yueyue frowned, a little scared, frightened by the uncle's eating manner. This uncle, did he not eat yesterday? Just served. Already finished. Grandpa, yes, grandson shouted. "Annie, I want another bowl of chicken leg rice." Shen Mingyan smiled. Okay, she had become Annie now. Grandpa, you said angrily, no more eating. You ate a bowl of rice, chicken leg, and beef and sauce. Tell Grandpa honestly, are you full? I'm full, but I still want to eat. It's so delicious, the rice is amazing. No more eating, too much is bad for your health. Grandpa will bring you for dinner. Oh, then he'll eat 2 portions at dinner. The little chubby boy pouted unhappily, looked at the remaining grains of rice, stuck out his tongue, and licked the bowl clean. Aunt Zhang watched this scene, covering her mouth and giggling. Lu Haoyu, after finishing 2 bowls of chicken leg rice, wiped his mouth and said, "Boss, if you put mixed noodles and soup noodles on delivery, they'll stick together in the box and become a clump. Chicken leg rice can be delivered right. It's too hot to go out. Yeah, boss, hurry up and start delivery so we don't have to queue and can eat delicious chicken leg rice at home. Support boss for delivery." Several young men shouted. Feng said, "Sorry, everyone, I can't handle delivery for now. The restaurant is short-staffed, so I'm not considering delivery for the time being." These words immediately discouraged some young people. Cue order, eat chicken leg rice. This whole process was so tiring. The chicken leg rice sold well, but Feng was actually more relaxed than usual because he didn't have to pull noodles or roll dough. The dough he had prepared was too much. The dough he had mixed in the morning was less than 1/3 used. Usually after a busy lunch, a large bag of noodles would be sold out. With the new menu item, everyone chose to eat teriyaki chicken leg rice. Only a few old regulars favored noodles and weren't used to rice. Selling braised pork rice was much easier than selling noodles. Ding dong, the chicken leg rice has received unanimous praise. The system activates a further sales mission, daily sales of 20,000. You will immediately be rewarded with a lottery for a refreshing summer special cold dish. System prompt. Pulling noodles is a physical labor. To enable the host to better cook delicious food, the host needs a stronger and more robust body. Additionally, the system launches an extra new product hot sale mission. Sell 200 servings of chicken leg rice in a day to complete the mission. Mission reward, Constitution Elixir. Constitution Elixir. What is that? What's its use? When Feng saw the description of the elixir, he instantly became excited. Even the fingertips kneading the dough were trembling slightly. Constitution Elixir contains no additives, no side effects. It can enhance the host's physique to the peak of human capability, including strength, speed, endurance, agility, flexibility, and other comprehensive physical qualities. System prompt: even if the host plows 3 acres of land continuously, he won't feel tired. Let alone simple kitchen work. This is like an ox. He grinned. Still, this reward was quite practical. However, this divine-level reward from the system was only meant for pulling noodles. Worried he might die from exhaustion in the kitchen. Good heavens, he was already planning to hire a noodle-pulling chef. Such an incredible Constitution Elixir, giving him a strong body to work in the kitchen. Wouldn't that be a waste? And there was the daily sales of 20,000 mission. It seemed he needed to prepare well tomorrow. Su Feng couldn't help but shake his fist. His eyes shone with excitement. Xiao Feng, go make supplementary food for Yueyue. Yueyue, time for lunch. After the first pot of rice was steamed and cooked, while customers queued for the second pot, Su Feng carried Yueyue's lunch into the inner room. After steaming the Chinese yam and rice noodles, he blended them into a paste using a high-speed blender, poured it into a bowl, and stirred in a small spoonful of honey. A simple supplementary meal was ready. Baba Dad. Yueyue, dressed only in a small vest and diaper, sat on the bed, curiously examining her new toy. Upon seeing Su Feng, she tossed the toy aside and swiftly crawled towards the foot of the bed. Wah! She let out a loud cry. What's the matter, little cutie? Su Feng held his daughter in his arms, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She didn't understand why she was crying. She could play alone, but seeing Su Feng made her want to cry. Tong Tong linked her arm with Su Feng's. Brother Tong Tong wants brother to feed her too. I want to eat Yueyue's lunch. Even though she had already eaten a serving of chicken leg rice. Tong Tong, go grab another spoon from the kitchen. Su Feng lovingly patted his little sister's head. Since Yueyue arrived, he, as her biological brother, had indeed given his sister a bit less love. Yage. Yueyue pouted her lips in grievance, directly pinched Su Feng's left cheek, and kissed his right cheek. His daughter's kiss. A soft, squishy peck. As a result, his face was covered in saliva. Daddy misses you. Daddy needs to work hard to make money to buy Yueyue her favorite toys. Su Feng gently kissed Yueyue's cheek and scooped up a spoonful of corn paste. Be good, open wide. Yeah, she opened her mouth. When her little tongue tasted the yam paste, she excitedly reached out to grab the bowl, and her aggrieved expression immediately vanished. That's just how kids are. When they say they'll cry, they cry, endlessly, the noise making your ears feel like they're pregnant, especially since Yueyue had a loud voice. When she wasn't crying, the tears stopped instantly, as if she were acting in a movie. Even Su Feng suspected Yueyue was putting on a show. Tong Tong, open wide. This kept Su Feng extremely busy, smiling helplessly as he found time between kitchen chores to feed his daughter and sister. Brother, no need, it's not tasty. Tong Tong took a bite of Yueyue's supplementary food and immediately shook her head, not wanting any more. Yueyue's food was awful. However, she couldn't quite understand why Yueyue ate it so happily. After the meal, Su Feng wiped her mouth and placed her on the bed. As a result, Yueyue clung to him and refused to get up. Baba Baba Dad Dad Dad. As soon as he put her on the bed, she immediately pouted and cried in seconds. When held in his arms, the crying stopped abruptly. Daddy, looking at her pitiful, pleading eyes, Su Feng's heart melted completely. Daddy has to go make big money for you. He truly wanted to just close the shop and stay with Yueyue, but he couldn't continue to be idle. Helplessly, he called out towards the outer room. Yin Yin. Yin Yin, help. Chun Ming Yin said with exasperation. Silly, stop messing around, the rice is about to be cooked, come help in the kitchen quickly. Although the meal time had passed, and it was now 2:30 in the afternoon, customers still placed orders, patiently waiting for their chicken leg rice. Don't cling to your dad, he needs to make money for you. Walking back into the inner room, seeing Yueyue suddenly becoming clingy, Chun Ming Yin felt a bit helpless. The little girl was throwing a tantrum, gripping Su Feng's sleeve and refusing to let go. Su Feng gave his daughter a big mwah kiss. Be obedient, sweetie, daddy will play with you later. Yeah. She watched Su Feng walk out of the inner room with extreme reluctance. Yueyue, have your favorite pacifier, it's super nice. Tong Tong handed the pacifier to the little cutie. The little cutie immediately put it in her mouth. She had 3 pacifiers. She switched between them regularly, ensuring equal treatment for each, so she wouldn't suck her fingers all day long. Better to have a pacifier. After the busy lunch rush, they had sold a full 100 servings of chicken leg rice. As long as they put in effort in the evening, they could complete the task of selling 200 servings of chicken leg rice. Because the chicken leg rice was more convenient to carry than noodles, basically half of the customers preferred to take it away to share with important people around them. During leisure time, lying on the bed in the inner room, playing and laughing with Yueyue, Su Feng opened the world's best food for him to browse. His own gourmet restaurant had already surged to the 20th place in Dragon City's topic rankings. He went to the communication section and asked if there were any chef exchange groups. Within 5 seconds, a kind person privately messaged him and sent him a chef group chat link. The restaurant's business was thriving, repeat customers were accumulating, and popularity was growing. Relying solely on him, and Shen Mingyan could indeed manage the workload, but it would be somewhat tiring, considering the daily income and the overall monthly income. Net profit was over 2,000. Su Feng felt that even hiring 2 more people would be easily affordable. Therefore, recruiting was imminent. Joining the group chat, seeing many people posting recruitment info, Su Feng casually posted one. Recruiting 1 kitchen assistant requirements: have some kitchen work experience, know how to cut vegetables and meat, possess basic knife skills suitable for a prep cook. Salary 6,000. Note: includes 2 meals, no accommodation provided. Address: east side of Wudong Street, New District, Dragon City, Suji Delicacies. Contact number 1566666XXXX. As he gradually unlocked system tasks and more gourmet dishes, he needed to focus on developing and researching new recipes. Additionally, amidst the busy process, he had to find time to accompany Yueyue. Recruiting to build a solid team was an absolute must. Just a few minutes after posting the recruitment message, someone added him as a friend. Hello boss, I'd like to apply. I saw the discussion about your restaurant on the world's best food forum yesterday. My name is Ma Lele, grinning face. Su Feng replied, hello buddy, please provide your resume. I learned Sichuan cuisine under a chef. I'm 22 this year, dropped out of school at 18 to work in the kitchen. I have 4 years of kitchen experience, 2 years as a prep cook, 2 years as a line cook. Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to be a head chef yet, but I can cook basic home-style dishes. Prep cook. Industry term for kitchen assistant. Oh ho. Professional. What was your previous salary? 5,000. Actually, Ma Lele had overreported by 500. His previous salary was only 4,500, and that included the monthly full attendance bonus. Subtracting the 200 attendance bonus, his monthly income was only 4,200. That low. Su Feng was inwardly shocked. After working all these years, his salary was only this much. But he also understood. Dragon City was after all a third-tier city. He feared that even for a stir-fry chef, very few earned over 10,000, right? No wonder many people preferred to work as waiters or food runners rather than learning in the kitchen. The salary was indeed a bit pitiful. Su Feng replied, the salary I'm offering is 6,000, with a 1-month probation period. After that, the salary will be 7,000. Working hours are from 9:30 a.m. to 1:00 p.m. with a 2-hour break in between. If that sounds good, come to the shop for an interview at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Ma Lele said excitedly. Hee, grinning face, 6,000 is fine, no need for a raise. I mainly want to learn some skills from you, boss. Su Feng was stunned. In this day and age, there were still such honest young men. Boss will be there on time tomorrow morning. What do I need to do for the interview? Also, what exactly does kitchen assistant mean? Question mark. Su Feng typed. Kitchen assistant means you're not just cutting vegetables and prepping ingredients. A small restaurant is different from a big hotel. The division of labor isn't that clear-cut. When it gets busy, you do a bit of everything in the back kitchen. I see, got it. Su Feng sent a young man an impressed black man panda emoji, and then continued with another message. That's it. The address and phone number are there. If you can't find the place, give me a call. Xiao Feng, maybe. Let Yueyue handle the cashier. Let Yueyue handle the cash register. Yinyan, what do you mean? Chun Mingyan raised an elegant eyebrow at him and winked. The restaurant gets batches of customers daily. We can have Aunt Zhang clear the tables and wash the dishes. Su Feng instantly understood her implication. He reached out and grasped her delicate hand. Yinyan, you're becoming more and more like a cunning boss lady. Humph. She rolled her eyes dismissively. She had already explained that customers arrived in waves, much like a banquet. The dishwasher Aunt Zhang would be busy for only 10 minutes, followed by a 30-minute break. Wasn't that the right way to do it? Su Feng nodded and said, all right, when Yueyue and Aunt Zhang arrive this evening, you'll discuss it with them. Determined to obtain the system's physique tonic by selling 200 portions of chicken leg rice daily, Su Feng remained relentless even during his spare time. After resting for a few minutes, he plunged back into the kitchen's frenzy. At 5 o'clock, the restaurant welcomed its first batch of dinner guests. As they entered, their expressions and tones carried a hint of skepticism while they scanned the premises. This group had traveled from across the city, drawn here after watching Nini's food vlog, eager to taste for themselves. Each one of them wanted to know if their beloved food vlogger had been exaggerating during her midday visit. Nini's expressions at noon were way too over the top. Exactly, her eyes went wide, and she called this place a hidden gem, divine restaurant. Puffed, it's the first time Nini has given such high praise to a small eatery. The look on Nini's face when she ate the noodles at noon was absolutely epic, right? Even an Oscar winner couldn't act that well. Hilarious. Who knows? Let's just taste it ourselves and see if this divine chicken leg noodles and teriyaki chicken leg rice are truly as delicious as the legend says. Let's all taste it together. However, in less than 10 minutes, this group seemed to transform into a herd of ravenous beasts. Slurp slurp, gobble gobble. With exaggerated expressions of pure ecstasy indulging in an ultimate taste bud experience, they devoured their meals like they hadn't eaten in 3 days, heads down, shoveling food in. The sight was simply incredible. Every face was beaming with delight. They ate with such gusto and satisfaction. Nini wasn't lying or acting after all. Boo-hoo, this is too delicious. Yeah, I hereby declare this noodle shop the best in Dragon City. I'm definitely coming back again. What's 6 dice mixed noodles? Wow, the aroma is incredible. Hey bro, are you eating the 6 dice noodles? Yes, this is it. Diced pork, diced potato, diced chili, diced eggplant, diced king, oyster mushroom, and diced carrot, that's the 6 dice. Oh my god, how is it that I, a diehard noodle lover, have only just discovered this hidden gem restaurant now? Haha bro, you're not the only one. We all just found it too. Hee this Suji Delicacies is a new place, hasn't been open long. I used to bring girls to the night market here all the time. At 6 in the evening, the area outside the restaurant was packed with a sea of people. A long queue had formed at the entrance with over 100 customers waiting outside. If you didn't know better, you'd think a big supermarket was having a promotional sale at its doors. These days, news of a dish's quality, whether good or bad, spreads remarkably fast. Customers who visited at noon each brought along relatives or friends eager to share the culinary experience. Once you've savored the bliss of having that chicken leg in your mouth, you simply can't forget the deliciousness of the chicken leg rice, and you'll want to indulge again. Old man, yes grandson. The little chubby guy had already queued up early. Zhang Yufeng from the neighboring skewer shop side. What new delicacy is young Su cooking up now? Look at this crowd. My god, Zhang Huan said with envy in her eyes. Don't underestimate young Su just because he's young. He's got real skills and a secret recipe worth $1 million. Zhang Yufeng took a drag of his cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and said wistfully, don't envy him. That young Su works from dawn till dusk. I heard he's at the market by 4 in the morning to buy ingredients. With his skill and work ethic, I don't begrudge him his success. Past 8 o'clock. Food vlogger Wang Ernie, with digestive tablets in her pocket, held up her selfie stick alone and arrived at Wutong Street with her assistant Xiao Shuang. Hey babes, your favorite is online. I didn't get to taste the chicken leg rice at Suji Delicacies at noon, so Xiao Shuang and I are here with you all, ready to see this through to the end. Arriving at Suji Delicacies. In front, the sight of the crowd queuing stunned both Wang Ernie and her assistant Xiao Shuang. What the heck? What's going on? Is the supermarket having a sale? The entrance was packed so tight they couldn't even squeeze in. Hey babes, it's been ages since I've queued for a meal. To find out just how delicious this chicken leg rice is, Xiao Shuang and I will join the queue with everyone else. Tourists visiting the city weren't too particular about the queue. They didn't even mind eating in. Holding the bowl in hand and eating while walking was perfectly fine. The chicken leg rice needs another 10 minutes. The braised eggs and kimchi are sold out. Su Feng called out wearily. He was exhausted. Yueyue followed with a shout. She was naturally shy and socially anxious, but was working hard to train herself to interact with others. I've already queued for half an hour, huh? Do you think I care about waiting another 10 minutes? Exactly. Boss, hurry it up. Seeing everyone queue, I joined too. Don't want to look like a fool. Chicken leg rice, just give us the chicken leg rice. Su Feng. At 28 yuan per portion. It was selling like hotcakes. Selling like crazy, selling wonderfully. Chen Mingyan and Aunt Zhang helped with the packaging. After carefully counting, he found that the perfect rice cooker rewarded by the system could produce 46 portions per batch. When a pot of fragrant steamed rice was ready, he directly lifted the pot by its handles and poured the cooked rice into a basin. To save time, he immediately poured the second batch of washed rice into the pot, letting the rice cooker's red light stay on as it worked non-stop. Some tourists from other provinces, upon seeing this scene, also became curious. Why was everyone queuing? Good food. What's so tasty here? So another group of people joined the queue. There was no helping it. Tourists these days love to join the crowd. Visiting the famous night market street in Dragon City for the first time, they all wanted to find out what delicious offerings Suji Delicacies had that warranted such a long queue. This is the so-called herd mentality, the so-called following the crowd. When you're on the street and don't know which restaurant to choose, you look at which one has more customers. Some passing tourists seeing the large crowd queuing at Su Feng's restaurant would think the food at this place must be really good, and thus they'd follow the crowd and queue up. Choosing a restaurant with people is naturally better than choosing an empty one, most people would think. Whether it tastes good, not sure. But if the restaurant is crowded, the ingredients must at least be fresh, not leftover from yesterday. Some customers can even tolerate day-old ingredients, but some struggling restaurants might even serve you week-old ingredients from the freezer. Now that's truly terrifying. Aunt Zhang smiled and said, Young Su, could you set aside 1 portion of chicken leg rice? I'd like to take it home for my grandson later. Ding dong. The system has detected that the host has completed the new product bestseller quest. The teriyaki chicken leg rice has sold over 200 portions, exceeding the quest requirements. The Constitution tonic has been delivered to the cabinet at your feet. Please check and receive it, host. Current revenue is 17600 yuan. Still 2400 yuan short of the daily 2000 yuan sales target. However, all his marinated chicken legs were already sold out. Marinating, preparing, and braising a new batch would take considerable time. There was still a large amount of dough left from this morning's batch. It could be used tomorrow if left overnight, but having sat for a full day, it would turn sour by the next day, ruining the texture of the final product. Although he could add a bit of edible alkali to neutralize the acidity and knead it thoroughly to expel the air, allowing him to roll it out and sell it. The taste of the noodles would definitely be affected. Under normal circumstances, leftover dough from the previous day is used for making steamed buns or stuffed buns. Yueyue would tell the customers waiting in line that we only have 12 portions of chicken leg rice left. If they still want a queue, we only have chicken leg noodles and signature soybean paste noodles. The kimchi is gone, but there's still braised beef. Even the ingredients for the 6-ingredient noodles were completely sold out. Or rather, he was too busy and simply hadn't prepared enough. The key issue was that customers were queuing up. There was no time to prepare fresh ingredients on the spot. The young girl Yueyue called out, "We're really sorry, everyone. We only have 12 portions of the chicken leg rice left, and it's about to sell out. We're also out of the 6-ingredient noodles. What we have left are the divine chicken leg noodles and the signature soybean paste noodles." At this moment, it was only 9:00 p.m. Damn, I stood in line for a whole hour like an idiot, and now you're telling me the chicken leg rice is gone. A young man standing at the restaurant entrance complained, visibly annoyed from the sweltering heat. Yueyue said softly, "I'm truly sorry, there are only 12 portions left, enough for the people at the front of the line. Our soybean paste noodles are also incredibly delicious, you should give them a try." "All right." Seeing the young girl's delicate and pitiful expression, the young man's tone softened. "Fine, give me a bowl of the soybean paste noodles." At that moment, Wang Ernie, holding up her selfie stick, was dumbfounded. "Boss, don't do this to me. Do you know how hard I tried? I waited in this miserable line for 40 minutes just to get a portion of your chicken leg rice." She was a streamer. A major streamer with 2,000 followers. In her past food reviews, she never had to queue. The boss would always arrange a private room for her and personally serve each dish right in front of her. Then she would taste the food, edit the video, and post it. Her fee for a single restaurant review was 3,000 yuan. Today she had braved the noisy crowd and queued for a full 40 minutes full of enthusiasm, only to be told by the boss that the chicken leg rice was sold out. Her assistant Xiao Shuang said, "Nini, it's okay. Let's come back tomorrow afternoon. You already tried the chicken leg noodles and soybean paste noodles for lunch, right? How about we order the soybean paste egg noodles to try?" Wang Ernie nodded, facing the camera. She said pitifully, "I guess that's all we can do, my dear viewers. I'm so miserable. I queued for so long, and the boss told me the chicken leg rice was all sold out. Can someone send me some words of comfort?" In reality, she was feeling quite annoyed. She was a major streamer with 2,000 followers. "Wow, thank you for the hot air balloon from Chioba by Munyo. Thank you so much, big spender." Following that, Wang Ernie and her assistant Xiao Shuang queued for another half an hour before a table became available. The texture and flavor of the egg noodles made them feel that the wait hadn't been a complete waste. But what really stumped Wang Ernie was, did Su Feng really not recognize her as a streamer? He didn't say a word to her, or even greet her. Meanwhile, she was eating and freely praising how incredibly delicious the soybean paste egg noodles were. So frustrating. Chen Mingyan handed a takeaway box of chicken leg rice to Aunt Zhang, smiling. "Aunt Zhang, you can head home now. Take this chicken leg rice home while it's hot for your grandson." "All right, Xiao Chun. Just put the dishes and chopsticks in the sink. I'll wash them all up in a few minutes tomorrow morning." Su Feng said. "Aunt Zhang, starting tomorrow, please come in an hour later. Evenings are busier." "Okay." Aunt Zhang nodded with a beaming smile. "Yueyue, you're off work." Even at closing time, the queue was still just as long. The young girl Yueyue was still busy at the counter. Su Feng, a first-time boss, felt a bit awkward about overworking his employee. "Boss, but there are still so many customers." Su Feng waved his hand. "It's fine, Yin Yin, and I can handle it." At that moment, his mother Lu Fangfang rushed into the store in a flurry. Having received her son's phone call, she had come immediately to help take care of the kids. Just moments ago, Tong Tong had fallen asleep. Little Yueyue, being mischievous, had crawled from the back room into the kitchen, babbling "Daddy, Mommy," which nearly scared Su Feng out of his wits. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily sales of 2,000 yuan quest. At 10 o'clock at night, the system's notification echoed in Su Feng's mind. In this scorching summer, the system will reward you with a lucky draw for a delicious cold side dish perfect for the season. Do you wish to draw now? Su Feng thought instinctively. Draw. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for obtaining one of the most popular summer delicacies, jadeite liang fun. Liang fun. His eyes lit up. But why the prefix jadeite? It's the same principle as the jadeite chicken shred noodles. To achieve the jadeite effect, cucumber peel is juiced and mixed into the liang fun during the making process. This gives the finished Liang Fun a natural, vibrant green color. This Liang Fun is springy, smooth, and refreshingly delicious. It's the perfect food for this kind of weather. Speaking of Liang Fun, there's Yueyue Liang Fun, and the ones from the Sichuan-Chongqing region are also quite famous. Across the country, it's a must-have summer snack with varieties like Cantonese Liang, Fun Jiangxi Liang, Fun Rongchang Yellow Liang, Fun Sichuan-Chongqing Liang, Fun Qinghai Liang Fun, and Shaanxi Liang Fun. Although they differ, their textures are largely similar. Jadeite Liang Fun Ha. Once the new kitchen helper arrives tomorrow, we can put it on the menu right away. A bowl of this in this heat is really satisfying. Xiao Feng, go change your clothes, you're sweating so much. Chen Mingyan reached out and poked Su Feng's arm. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry. He had sweated so much that his shirt was soaked through. To prevent any hair from falling into the pot, Su Feng was also wearing a professional chef's hat and a white chef's t-shirt. He planned to order custom uniforms for summer, autumn, and winter once all the staff was fully hired. He'd have the logo Su Ji Mei Sure embroidered on them to make the restaurant look more professional and established. Even his mother Lu Fangfang winced at the sight, feeling a pang of worry. Son, look. You earn 1,000 a day, 1,000 in 10 days, 3,000 a month, and 6 million a year. In 3 years you'll be a multi-millionaire. Just hire more staff. We can earn a bit less, but make it easier on yourself. Good heavens. In Lu Fangfang's eyes, Su Feng was already a future multi-millionaire. Mom, if we hire a kitchen helper tomorrow, things will get much easier soon. Su Feng said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. According to his mother's calculations, he could already lie flat like a salted fish. Lu Fangfang said, how can hiring one more person be enough? With business this busy, we need at least 3 more. If you can make money lying down, why stand up to earn it? Mom, don't worry about it. Just help me take care of little Yueyue. Su Feng pouted, his tone tinged with helplessness. After closing the shop, Lu Fangfang took Tong Tong home, saying she didn't want to disturb the couple's private time. Besides, Tong Tong had been staying for a while, and she felt it was a bit inappropriate for the sister-in-law to live with her son and daughter-in-law. She took her home at night. During the day, she and Tong Tong would come over to care for little Yueyue, letting the couple run the restaurant with peace of mind. The first thing Su Feng did upon returning to the rented apartment was take a warm shower. Phew. Comfortable. Yin Yin, what are you doing? Chen Mingyan was staring intently at a video tutorial on her phone, learning how to prepare formula milk for little Yueyue. Silly, I know how to do it. A few days earlier, Chen Mingyan had planned to start weaning little Yueyue off breast milk. She had bought good formula and a bottle sterilizer from a nearby baby store. Although little Yueyue no longer drank night milk, she was often fussy during the busy daytime and occasionally cried for milk in the morning, which led to poor sleep. It was time to stop breastfeeding. Previously, she thought she'd wait until after little Yueyue's first birthday, but now she thought better sooner than later. Some posts on parenting forums said the longer you wait, the stronger the dependence on breast milk becomes. Silly, I know how to do it. Making formula, isn't it a simple thing? Su Feng raised an eyebrow with a smile. Chen Mingyan pouted. It's not just pouring powder into the bottle and shaking it. You have to measure the water temperature. She was well prepared. She even had a thermometer. She had also prepared several bottles, planning to bring one to the shop the next day. I know, he demonstrated for Chen Mingyan. The temperature just needs to be not too hot to the touch. No need for a thermometer. Squeeze a drop on your palm to feel it. As long as it's not scalding, it's fine. He skillfully prepared a bottle of formula for little Yueyue. Put water in first, then the powder. Don't shake it vigorously, just mix it until dissolved. Shaking creates bubbles, and little Yueyue will choke or spit up after drinking. Su Feng's smooth demonstration left Chen Mingyan stunned. A blush crept up her cheeks, and her voice stammered. How do you know how to make formula? Su Feng grinned. I raised Tong Tong after all. She was still drinking it in her first year of kindergarten. She only stopped when she moved up to the second year. Oh, Su Feng cradled little Yueyue in his arms. Your mommy is so silly. She doesn't even know how to make formula and has to search for video tutorials on the spot. Ha ha ha, you're killing your daddy with laughter. Stop laughing at me. She glared at him and reached out to pinch the soft flesh on his waist. Su Feng quickly dodged the irate woman, waving his hands. No pinching. I won't laugh. Little Yueyue sat leaning against the sofa, picked up the warm bottle with both hands, and lashed her little mouth onto it, gulping down 2 mouthfuls. The milk today. Why does it taste different from before? Gulp. In an instant, the little cutie's eyes went wide. Xiaofeng, she isn't rejecting the taste of the formula at all. Chen Mingyan whispered quietly. Su Feng was equally astonished. Little Yueyue. On her very first time trying formula after weaning, she didn't resist the taste at all. After all, the taste of formula and breast milk must be quite different. Although he had never tasted breast milk himself, since it was little Yueyue's first time, Su Feng only made half a bottle. She looked utterly content, gulped it all down, and then let out a soft burp. Puffed. She had drunk too quickly. The formula spurted right out of her mouth. Su Feng hurriedly picked up the little cutie, expertly patting her back to help her burp. Silly, you little foodie. Is the formula tastier than your mommy's? Milk. What does he mean by mommy's milk? Men talk so crudely. Chen Mingyan spat lightly. Don't say that. Don't be a pervert. It's the truth. What's perverted about that? Chen Mingyan huffed, squatting down to wipe the milk residue from little Yueye's mouth with a baby cloth. Baba duh. She pouted her little lips, her pronunciation unclear as she waved her chubby little hands. It was obvious that after finishing half a bottle of milk, she looked even more excited than before. Chen Mingyan was dumbfounded, saying in disbelief, Xiaofeng. Is she weaned just like that? Seems like it. Su Feng nodded, a bit dazed. Even he hadn't expected little Yueyue to fully adapt to the taste of formula on her first try, without a hint of resistance. Looking at her happy babbling expression, it seemed she even wanted more. Chen Mingyan said in a daze, if I'd known she wouldn't resist, I should have given her formula earlier. If I told you to stop breastfeeding and switch to formula. But you were reluctant, thinking formula wasn't as nutritious as breast milk. Oh. As soon as he said it, he realized his tone sounded off. It was like he was snapping at the child's mother. Sure enough, the woman bit her lip, shot Su Feng a glare, and scooped little Yueyue into her arms. Little Yueyue, let's go to the room with mommy and sleep, okay? Bang. The next day, early in the morning, when Su Feng rushed back to the restaurant from the vegetable market, he heard his mother Lu Feng's excited praises. Oh, my little Yueyue is so good, grandma. Could just kiss you to death. Little Yueyue had unlocked a new drinking position, lying on a soft pillow, crossing her short chubby legs, holding her bottle with both hands, and gulping away. Drinking it all in one go. The adorable kid was fully immersed in drinking her milk. Lu Feng was amazed. Xiaofeng, look at little Yueyue. She doesn't resist the formula at all, and she drinks it so happily. She recalled that when Brother Long's kid was being weaned, he cried day and night, wearing his mother down to a frazzle. But little Yueyue was weaned in seconds, without any discomfort. Yeah, Mom. I was really surprised yesterday too. Our little Yueyue isn't fussy at all. She's definitely going to be a tough girl when she grows up. Lu Feng chuckled. What's so good about being a tough girl? It's better for her to be gentle, just like Yanyan's personality. She must not take after you. Su Feng was a mischievous little husky as a child, causing havoc at home. Mom, what are you doing? He walked into the kitchen and saw the cutting board covered with chopped chives, some shrimp scattered nearby, and scrambled eggs in a pan. Oh child, your mom came to the restaurant early just to make your favorite chive boxes. Upon hearing this, Su Feng was almost moved to tears. Ever since little Yueyue was born, the motherly love he felt had skyrocketed. Dinner's ready, Lu Feng called out. Su Feng sat down at the table, his heart full of joy. The freshly baked chive pockets with their golden crispy crusts emitted a wisp of tantalizing aroma. He took a bite, and his mouth was filled with the fragrance of chives and shrimp. The crispy skin and tender filling brought a wave of pure happiness with every bite. Delicious. So fragrant. The skin is so crispy. Mom, your skills haven't diminished one bit. This is amazing. Su Feng picked up another chive pocket, dipped it in some black vinegar, and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth, savoring the perfect blend of tangy vinegar and savory chives. He chewed with immense satisfaction. Chen Mingyan praised. Annie, your cooking is incredible. Eating these delicious chive pockets makes me feel so happy. They were less like chive pockets and more like chive and shrimp pies, thin-skinned and generously filled. With every bite, he felt a surge of energy. Lu Feng smiled modestly. If you like it, eat as much as you want. She nodded lightly. Now that little Yueyue was weaned, she finally didn't have to eat pig trotters, drink chicken soup, or eat pig trotters anymore. Most importantly, she could finally eat chili peppers again. As if making up for lost time, she scooped 2 heaping spoonfuls of chili oil into her vinegar, stirred it gently, and dipped her chive pocket thoroughly before taking a delicate bite. It had been so long since she had eaten chili this spicy that she felt a bit overwhelmed, her face flushing bright red. Yanyan, you usually eat chili like this? Su Feng asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Chen Mingyan nodded lightly. What's wrong? Is there a problem? She felt a newfound confidence speaking in front of her kind future mother-in-law, unafraid that Su Feng might bully her. I never would have guessed, Su Feng chuckled, which earned him a charming glare from Chen Mingyan. Brother skin. Little Tong Tong had a bad habit of not eating the filling of stuffed foods. She ate the filling of her chive pocket and left the skin, placing it in Su Feng's bowl. All right, I'll eat the skin and you eat the filling. For this breakfast, Su Feng turned into a big eater. He single-handedly devoured 10 chive pockets and a bowl of delicious seaweed and egg drop soup. Around 8 o'clock, a young man who looked to be in his early 20s walked into the restaurant. He was barely 170 centimeters tall, with a round face, dark, slightly plump skin, and carried a black backpack. His expression was tense as his gaze swept towards Su Feng. This was a pure low-budget version of a bulky guy. Hello, boss. Ima Lele, he said. Su Feng put down his spoon and walked out of the kitchen with a smile. Hey there, I'm Su Feng, the manager of this restaurant. Ma Lele spoke nervously. I was browsing forums and saw a lot of talk about this restaurant. Business seems really good. Hello, Chef Su. Being called chef, Su Feng said calmly. Thanks for your interest, brother. Where are you from? Ling County. Oh, that's where my wife is from. Really? Heh, he scratched his head and asked, what position am I applying for? How does it work? Su Feng pointed to the kitchen. Ma Lele put down his backpack and followed Su Feng into the kitchen. Applying here is simple. Cut this pork loin into shreds, and also julienne these potatoes and carrots. It's a quick test of your knife skills. If you're up to par, you can start working today. Alright. Ma Lele nodded, walked over to the sink to wash his hands. Should I start cutting now? Yes. Su Feng watched him with interest. Here I go. Ma Lele took a deep breath. He had been preparing for this job application, aiming for the 6,000 yuan salary, and was ready to showcase his knife skills. Honestly, in the city of Longqing, 6,000 yuan was enough to hire a proper stir-fry chef. He first made a cut in the potato, secured it on the cutting board, and sliced it into thin pieces. Then he neatly arranged the potato slices together. Thump, 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 thump. The young man skillfully julienned the potatoes. The cleaver danced rhythmically in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a potato was perfectly cut and placed into the ma dough beside him, a chef's term for a simple metal basin. Without a moment's pause, he angled his knife to slice the carrot, turning it into uniform shreds with a rapid clang, clang, clang. Finally, he tackled the pork loin. Ma Lele completed the knife skills test with ease. Seeing this, Su Feng grinned. Nice cutting, much better than mine. Fast, efficient, and uniform. You've clearly got some solid skills. The praise made the young man blush. He chuckled, boss, it's just basic stuff, just basic. Anyone working in a hotel kitchen prep has decent knife skills. Haha, it's really well cut. We'll save this for a stir-fry with potato and pork for lunch. As they walked out of the kitchen, Ma Lele asked, so did I get the job? Congratulations, you're now a part of Su Ji restaurant. Ma Lele's face lit up with a happy smile. Thank you, boss. You'll work hard. Su Feng gave the young man a friendly pat on the chest. Your knife skills are decent. You worked in a hotel before. Why did you quit? Ma Lele replied awkwardly. To be honest, it wasn't about the pay. I got into a fight with the hotel's stir-fry chef and got fired. Young and impulsive, Su Feng said with a smile, offering him a cigarette. No thanks, boss, I don't smoke. Although he had quit smoking himself, he kept a couple of packs of premium cigarettes on hand for regulars like Feng, Hu Baozi, and Brother Lu. They'll just call you Lele. The work here isn't just about cutting vegetables, it's a bit of everything. A small restaurant is different from a big hotel. And as I mentioned yesterday, we provide 2 meals, but no accommodation. Now I understand all that. Boss, I'm here to work with the mindset of learning and doing whatever's needed. Don't worry about housing. I've already rented a place nearby with my girlfriend, and he'll be here on time every day. His sincere and humble attitude earned Su Feng's approval. Not bad, impressive. Living with your girlfriend at such a young age. Ma Lele scratched his head. She was a waitress at the hotel I worked at before. We've been together for a few years now. Did you bring your ID? Su Feng asked. Yes. Ma Lele opened his backpack and took out his ID card, a photocopy of it, and his health certificate required for kitchen work. Su Feng reminded him, leave me a copy of your ID. Well, hold 12 days of pay and you'll receive your salary on the 12th of each month. If you decide to quit, give me a heads up in advance so I can find a replacement. Understood, boss. Okay, have you had breakfast? Su Feng asked with concern. Already eaten. Su Feng said with a faint smile, it's still early. We don't start work until 9:30. Ma Lele promptly put on the white chef's coat he had brought in his backpack and said cheerfully, boss, just tell me what to do. I'm ready to work. Well, a refreshingly straightforward young man. Gulp, Su Feng downed a bottle of the system's physical enhancement potion in one go. It tasted like soda water with a hint of sweetness. After drinking it, he didn't notice any subtle changes at first. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that he felt his arms brimming with seemingly endless strength while rolling and pulling noodles. In the sweltering kitchen, he sweated far less than usual. The bone density of his muscles had increased dramatically. His whole body was bursting with vitality, feeling even more surreal than being 18 again. It was as if he were to participate in a 60-kilometer marathon right now, he was confident he could take the championship. With Ma Lele assisting in the kitchen, Su Feng was now relaxed, solely responsible for cooking and straining the noodles. The young man Ma Lele was very diligent. He worked swiftly. In 10 minutes, he had chopped the cilantro, scallions, minced garlic, and other small ingredients. He then cracked the eggs into a bowl, whisked them evenly, and quickly prepared all the various toppings for the 6-ingredient mixed noodles. Ma Lele grinned and asked, boss, any more tasks? Su Feng took a closer look. All done chopping. Yeah, they were just some toppings and condiments. Slicing them was a piece of cake. Su Feng patted the young man on the shoulder. Not bad, you're really efficient. Come on, I'll teach you the secret to marinating the chicken for the chicken leg rice. Without a doubt, Su Feng decided to find another task for the diligent young man. All right, I'm ready to learn. The key issue was that the restaurant's dishes were mainly staple foods. Noodles, noodles, noodles. There was only one type of chicken leg rice. Unlike working in a hotel kitchen bustling with banquets where you're constantly chopping from the moment you start your shift with hardly any break. The pay was low and you'd be exhausted like a dog. Hadn't everyone said working in a small restaurant was tough? Ma Lele didn't feel that at all. The task Su Feng assigned him took less than 40 minutes to complete. Oh, I forgot to introduce everyone. This is our cashier, the young lady Yueyue, and this is Annie Zhang. This is Ma Lele, our new kitchen assistant. We're all part of Su Ji Delicacies, so let's get to know each other. Hello, cashier. That opening line made Yueyue pout. Hello, my name is Yueyue. Alright, I'll call you Yueyue then. Hello, Auntie. Auntie Zhang chuckled. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? Want me to introduce you to a nice girl for a date? At 10:30 a.m. the chicken leg meat sizzled in the pot, and the sauce bubbled away. The long queue from yesterday had made Wang Ernie a bit wary, but she still became the first customer to arrive at the restaurant today. Hello, do you have any chicken leg rice? Yueyue nodded. Yes, we do. My dear viewers, wow, I finally queued up and got to eat the chicken leg rice. It's so hard for me, Wang Ernie, to get a meal at Su Ji Delicacies. As the chicken leg rice was placed on the table, the aroma is rich and it's still steaming. Just smelling it is intoxicating. Family, take the first bite. Facing the live stream camera, Wang Ernie started devouring the plate of chicken leg rice. The chicken leg is so tender and smooth in the mouth. Then taking a bite of the rice wrapped in the rich savory sauce. It's so delicious, I'm in heaven. With a skilled hand, she scooped up a spoonful of chicken leg rice and popped it into her mouth. The comments exploded across the screen. I actually suspected Nini's food reviews and thought she was just acting when she ate the noodles that day. It wasn't until I went and tried the chicken leg rice myself yesterday that my doubts were completely dispelled. I'm sorry, Nini, I apologize for doubting you. Yeah, right. So the chicken leg rice really is that tasty. Let's see Assistant Xiao Shuang. The camera panned over. Assistant Xiao Shuang was eating with her mouth full of grease. Technically, she was just a pretty girl that Wang Ernie had hired. Her little expressions were quite flirtatious. She helped keep the live stream lively. After all, men love looking at beautiful women. Wang Ernie took a bite of the braised egg and said excitedly, everyone, have you tried the braised egg here? It's exceptionally fragrant. Not only is the egg white tender and tasty, but the yolk is also coated with a savory beef flavor. I've never felt so happy eating a braised egg before. She ate heartily, then patted her full stomach. She was astonished to find that the number of viewers in her live stream had reached 1200. Welcome, new friends. After finishing her meal, as she got up, Su Feng walked out of the kitchen with a beaming smile. Thank you, big streamer Nini, for promoting our restaurant. We're extremely grateful. Wang Ernie was stunned for a moment. No need to be so polite, boss. You finally acknowledged me. I thought you didn't recognize me. A wry smile appeared on her face. The handsome boss had finally taken the initiative to talk to her. Did he not know she was a streamer from the start? She was a major streamer with 200,000 followers. The kitchen is just too busy. Who in Dragon City doesn't know the foodie Wang Ernie? Actually, Su Feng had watched her live streams before. Some fans affectionately called her Wang Ernie. While calling me Wang Ernie right away means you're definitely an old fan. Wang Ernie pouted, then added, your chicken leg rice is incredibly fragrant. It's so good my mouth is dripping with oil. A smile played on Su Feng's lips. Haha, glad you like it. Come often. To thank you for the promotion, Ernie, they'll give you a discount next time. TSK. Stingy. So stingy. Not even a free meal. Family, I heard Boss Su is very handsome and you want to see him. Come on, Boss Su, say hello to the family in the live stream. As she said this, she extended the selfie stick, pointing the camera at the kitchen. Hi everyone. I'm the owner of this restaurant. Welcome to come and taste our food. The comments instantly flooded the screen. Some female fans' eyes widened. In this day and age, handsome men are everywhere, but a handsome man who can cook is a rare breed. Boss Su, seriously, could I make a video? A complete food review from entering the store to filming you rolling dough, pulling noodles, and making the chicken leg rice in the kitchen to me eating and giving my review at the end. It'll make you a perfect promotional video. Seeing Su Feng frown and look a bit dazed, Wang Ernie smiled and said, I'll promote your delicious chicken leg rice for free. I won't charge a single cent for the review. All I ask for is a free meal. Actually, deep down she had her own agenda. She had her own little plans. By helping this wildly popular restaurant for free, she could ride the wave of Su Ji Delicacies fame. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ernie, Su Feng said as if they were old friends, no rush on the review. I'm planning to add a new item, cold jelly noodles, tomorrow. And the menu is still quite small. It's only the end of June now. Let's wait until late July when we have more dishes, and then we'll film it. By then the effect would be even better. Seeing that Su Feng had put it that way, Wang Ernie had no choice but to drop it. She sighed and said, alright, contact me anytime. We can add each other on WeChat. Su Feng smiled slightly. Why don't you add my wife's WeChat instead? You're so beautiful I wouldn't dare add you casually. Chun Mingyan shot the man a glare, thinking to herself, you know what's good for you. Actually, Wang Ernie wasn't really that pretty. She had a round face and big eyes, not ugly, but that was it. Thank you, Ernie, for your strong support. Thank you, Ernie. Feng waved his hand as he spoke. Wang Ernie hummed softly, "You're welcome." Knock, 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 thump, thump, thump. Riverside Garden, the residential area behind the restaurant. Near the main entrance, rows of high-rise buildings stood tall. Passing through the artificial hills and winding streams of the small park, one reached the cluster of luxurious standalone villas nestled deeper within. Inside one of these villas, a middle-aged woman in branded clothing knocked on a door on the second floor. "Rong Rong, come out and eat. Mom queued up to buy you chicken leg rice. There's a new place called Su Ji Restaurant on Wudong Lane, and their chicken leg rice is delicious. So many people were lining up. Will you have some? Please, Mom is begging you." The woman sighed. Her daughter Rong Rong had developed anorexia and had locked herself in her room, eating only once a day in the morning, refusing food for the rest of the day. Rong Rong's soft voice drifted out, "Don't want to eat, not hungry and playing games. Just eat a little. You can't go on like this. You're already so thin and slim, you won't gain weight even if you eat more," the woman pleaded earnestly. Her daughter had started dieting after being mocked for her weight, desperately wanting to be thin and beautiful. She endured hunger every single day, often skipping dinner, and even lunch, eating only one meal a day. Within 3 months, she went from 160 pounds down to 100 pounds. She weighed herself every day, stepping on the scale without fail. The girl had starved herself thin, leading to malnutrition and anorexia, which left the doctors stumped. Even after consulting a psychologist, the advice was that recovery depended heavily on the patient's own mental resilience. Her daughter no longer felt hunger pangs, even when she didn't eat, because her stomach had shrunk. Her body had become accustomed to dieting. Not eating didn't trigger hunger, allowing her to maintain her slim figure forever. However, the toll on her health was immense. Doctors warned that prolonged fasting causes stomach acid to irritate the stomach lining, leading to damage and, over time, potentially inflammation or ulcers. This constant worry etched lines of sadness onto the mother's face, erasing the family's smiles. After the college entrance exams ended, her daughter had completely shut herself away in her room. The girl's name was Huang Rong. She shared her name with the heroine of the Legend of the Condor Heroes. "Mom is begging you, please eat a little, just a small bite. Mom bought you chicken soup and chicken leg rice, it smells wonderful." Hearing the pleading in her mother's voice, Huang Rong pouted, opened the door, and took the takeout box. "Rong Rong, why don't you come downstairs to eat in the living room, or take a walk around the neighborhood, get some fresh air?" The woman feared that her daughter's constant isolation would not only prevent her anorexia from healing, but might also lead to agoraphobia. She only had this one precious daughter. "Okay, you'll go out for a bit later," Huang Rong said, her face devoid of any smile. The woman nodded and pulled out a bank card. "Here, there's 200 yuan on this card. The password is your birthday. Go shopping, hang out, have fun, buy some clothes. Mom is begging you, please just go out and spend some money." "Okay." Huang Rong took the card with a blank expression, closed the door, and set the food box aside. She flopped back onto her bed and resumed playing Honor of Kings. 5 of the latest Apple phones lay beside her. When one ran out of battery, she simply switched to another. After a long while, recalling her mother's almost desperate eyes, she opened the food box and lifted the lid of the chicken soup. A rich, savory aroma wafted out, filling her nostrils. Suddenly her hunger won. Gurgle, she finally felt a pang of hunger. She eagerly lifted the bowl of chicken soup with both hands and drank it down, feeling a wave of warmth spread through her stomach, bringing an indescribable comfort. "Ah, this chicken soup is delicious." The more she drank, the stronger her hunger grew. She opened the chicken leg rice container and was greeted by the rich, savory scent of sauce. Within that savory aroma was a subtle sweetness of honey. She took a small bite of the chicken legs, savoring the tender, soft, and delightfully smooth texture as she chewed. After mixing the rice with the sauce, the first mouthful brought a long-lost smile to her face. So delicious. For Huang Rong, who had suffered from chronic dieting and anorexia, even the most exquisite delicacies wouldn't stir her appetite. Yet this chicken leg rice did. She eagerly devoured the chicken leg rice, shoveling it into her mouth. When the box was empty, her hand, still holding the chopsticks, trembled slightly. It had been so long since she last felt the sensation of being full. She felt stuffed. Previously, she had despised food. Even if she skipped breakfast, she wouldn't want to eat later, not just because she wasn't hungry, but because the sight of a meal would make her feel nauseous. She refused to eat. But this chicken leg rice was truly magical. It instantly reawakened the appetite she had before losing weight, when she was a chubby girl who could eat a lot. Bam! In the evening, the woman knocked on the door again. "Rong Rong, come out quickly, your grandmother is here to see you. Dinner is ready, come out and eat." Huang Rong finally put down her phone, washed up, got dressed, and walked out of the room. The woman went into the room to help clean up the trash and check the empty containers of soup and rice. A wave of joy washed over her face. "You actually ate it all. Rong Rong, you finished the entire chicken leg rice from lunch." "Mama was really good, I even ate too much." The woman exclaimed excitedly. "Good, good, good. Mom will buy you some more tomorrow." Looking at her daughter's haggard appearance, the result of prolonged dieting, the woman saw how the anorexia had taken its toll. The once lively girl had become listless, losing hair, suffering from irregular periods, and lacking any vitality. But at the dinner table, faced with a table full of sumptuous dishes, Huang Rong still had no appetite. She put down her chopsticks. "I don't want to eat, it doesn't smell appetizing." "Mom, I don't want dinner." Her grandmother gently coaxed her. "Dear, just eat a little. You need food to survive, skipping meals won't do. Even if it's a little, you should eat something. Mom will go queue up and buy you the chicken leg rice." Remembering the lunch, a smile involuntarily crossed Huang Rong's face. "Okay, I might have an appetite for that." However, after Huang Rong's mother had queued for an hour, the young girl Yueyue called out, "Sorry, the chicken leg rice is sold out. We're out. The boss has something to do today, so we're closing early." At just 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Ji restaurant suddenly announced it was closing. It wasn't because Su Feng was being capricious. It was because they had run out of chicken leg meat. He had prepared a large amount, but it still wasn't enough. Perhaps with the help of his new assistant chef Ma Lele, the kitchen's efficiency in packing chicken leg rice had improved by at least 50. From noon until now, they had sold over 300 servings. The daily turnover had hit 200 yuan, 10 hours ahead of schedule. "Boss, can you stock up more next time? I got off work at 8 p.m. and rushed over to queue." Yeah, it's really unfair for those of us who finish work late. The chicken leg rice smelled so good, and now it's all gone. "Prepare more ingredients, I'll come back for the chicken leg rice tomorrow." Su Feng walked out of the kitchen and offered an apologetic smile. "Everyone, I'm truly sorry. Tomorrow there will be an ample supply of chicken leg rice. I'm also thinking of trying to stay open until the early morning." A first-time customer was stunned and complained, "Isn't it standard for restaurants in the night market to stay open until dawn?" Su Feng's face flushed slightly at the remark, but he said with a thick skin, "Brother, the thing is I've been busy since morning and my body can't handle it. If you can't handle it, hire more people to help." "Exactly. Why refuse business when it's booming? Boss, you absolutely must prepare more chicken leg rice ingredients tomorrow. I waited in vain for 20 minutes yesterday and 15 minutes today." "That's right, me too. I've wasted a total of 50 minutes over the past 2 days. My resentment alone could resurrect 10 evil sort of mortals." He had already told them the food was gone, but some customers filled with grievances remained rooted to the spot, complaining. Listening to their grumbles, Su Feng could only respond with an apologetic smile. "Everyone come by any time tomorrow. I guarantee there will be enough. And they'll be introducing a new dish, jadeite lianfen. I want to try staying open until we have no more customers, just to see what that feels like." Only then did the customers leave. "What about noodles? Do you have any noodles left?" "Sorry, we're out of noodles too." In an instant, the once crowded and noisy restaurant was left with only one woman, elegantly dressed in a long skirt, her face etched with anxiety. "Ma'am, I'm sorry, we're all out of food." Yueyue walked to the door, hung up the closed sign, and looked at the woman, who still lingered, unwilling to leave despite being told the food was gone. "What about the other stuff? The braised beef, do you have any braised beef?" Su Feng called out, "Ma'am, I'm very sorry, but the braised beef is sold out." "Noodles? All our ingredients are sold out." The woman frowned and sighed. "My daughter has anorexia, but she finished the chicken leg rice from your restaurant for lunch. I was hoping to buy her something else delicious to stimulate her appetite. She hasn't eaten dinner in a long time, and whether she eats lunch at all depends entirely on her mood." Anorexia. Stimulate her appetite. Anorexia. Stimulate her daughter's appetite. Upon hearing this, Su Feng raised an eyebrow. This seemed quite motivating. The young girl Yueyue, innocent and pure though unaware of how terrifying anorexia could be, saw the woman's anxious expression and eager eyes, and turned to Su Feng saying, "Boss, pack up my chicken leg rice for this Annie to take away. They'll have mine tomorrow." "Pack up mine too," Ma Lele said. None of the three had finished their meals. Su Feng set aside 2 portions of chicken leg rice and 1 bowl of noodles for the staff meal. Grandma Zhang wanted to try the 6-ingredient mixed noodles, so Su Feng naturally had to oblige. The woman smiled, showing her teeth. Thank you all. Here, your chicken leg rice." As he spoke, Ma Lele had already packed his dinner and handed it to the woman. Su Feng added, "If she has anorexia, I suggest you also buy a portion of our appetizing pickled vegetables. Mixed into the rice, it's just as delicious." "All right, I'll take a portion of pickles." "No, pack up all the pickles you have." "Ma'am, I can only give you 5 portions from this big jar. There isn't much left. I need to save some for tomorrow's lunch service." "Okay, thank you." So the woman hurried back with a portion of chicken leg rice and 5 portions of pickles. Rong, hurry and eat the chicken leg rice and these appetizing pickles." "Oh." Huang Rong opened the food container. Gulp, hunger sensation 5. The aroma was simply intoxicating. "Mom, these pickles are delicious. Sour beans, sour radish, wow, so crunchy and tangy. They're amazing with the rice." Huang Rong smiled excitedly and mixed the pickles into her rice. She finished the entire portion, but still craved more. She wanted to keep eating. Having once been a massive foodie, she had developed anorexia from extreme dieting due to others mocking her weight. But now it felt like her voracious appetite from before the dieting had returned. Yet looking at the other dishes on the table, she couldn't help but frown. Why didn't these foods stimulate her appetite? Alright, Mom, we'll queue up early tomorrow to buy more for you. I heard the owner is releasing a new cold jelly dish. You used to love that. The woman's face was full of smiles. It had been a long time since she saw her daughter smile or eat a meal with such gusto. That restaurant requires queuing, huh? They'll go queue up myself tomorrow. Ma Lele said, Boss, let me handle the prep for the mouchwang. They'll have it sliced in no time. I used to prep Sichuan dishes in a hotel kitchen. Alright, it's yours. The reason Su Feng closed early today wasn't just because they were out of ingredients, but also to celebrate Yueyue successfully weaning off breast milk. With all the staff present, they closed the shop early to enjoy a hearty dinner together. He had asked his mother to bring over the ingredients for mouchwang when she came by in the afternoon. Chen Mingyan wanted to eat chili, so Su Feng decided to make her mouchwang to satisfy her craving. Bean sprouts, greens, tripe pork, belly luncheon, meat, duck blood. All sliced and ready. Ma Lele announced. Su Feng said, there's not enough luncheon meat. I love luncheon meat. Yueyue grabbed some change from the register and buy 2 more cans from the supermarket across the street. Yesterday, Chen Mingyan had mentioned that her favorite parts of mouchwang were the luncheon meat and duck blood. Hearing him say that, Chen Mingyan gave Su Feng a suggestive raise of her eyebrow, feeling a little touched inside. To make this dish, if you want a strong numbing sensation, you need to use some Sichuan peppercorns. Question: how do you fully extract the numbing flavor? The answer: soak the Sichuan peppercorns in high-proof liquor beforehand. Vermicelli: add some vermicelli. Fish balls, chicken sausages, and some more tripe would make it even tastier. Su Feng shamelessly went next door to Zhang Yufeng's place to borrow some ingredients. With this many people eating, I really didn't buy enough. Too bad there's no sea cucumber. Adding some sea cucumber and squid to mouchwang would definitely make it more delicious. This is a Sichuan dish, of course, but the folks in Mountain City would love it too. It's definitely a top-tier delicacy of the Sichuan Chongqing region. Su Feng first blanched the duck blood in boiling water, giving it a smooth, tender, and almost jiggly appearance. Chen Mingyan poked Su Feng's arm. Hey, put it in these 2 soup bowls. Oh, okay. Su Feng glanced at his wife and understood her intention instantly. His family would sit at one table. Yueyue, Ma Lele, and Grandma Zhang would sit at another. Once all the ingredients were prepared, Su Feng began to stir-fry the base soup for the mouchwang. First, he poured some soybean oil into the iron wok and added some Sichuan peppercorns to infuse the oil with a numbing sensation. Next, with a satisfying sizzle, he added the minced ginger, garlic, and scallions. Their aroma released as they hit the hot oil. He then tossed a block of Chongqing hot pot base into the wok, followed by a scoop of Dabanjiang, some Sichuan blade-cut chili, and a generous amount of spicy chili powder. Finally, he added the Sichuan peppercorns that had been soaked in liquor. With a sizzle, the flavors melded together as the metal spatula danced in the wok, releasing an intense aromatic and spicy fragrance that was incredibly invigorating with just one sniff. Sizzle. He poured boiling water along the edge of the wok. The spicy red oil broth in the wok bubbled and rolled continuously. Then he began to season it. He added light soy sauce, sugar, and white pepper. Since the various sauces and soy sauces already contained salt, he only needed to add a pinch of salt, otherwise it would be too salty. After the broth had simmered for a few minutes, he used a strainer to remove the spice residue. With his left hand, he tipped a large basin of vegetables into the wok, blanched them until just cooked, then scooped them out and placed them into 2 serving dishes. After the other ingredients were cooked, he fished them all out. Then he poured the broth over the ingredients in the basins. 1 large basin for the staff meal, and 1 large basin for Su Feng's family. He sprinkled chopped scallion, sesame seeds, dried chili segments, and minced garlic over the top. With a final sizzle, he poured hot oil over the glistening red mouchwang, and an irresistible aroma immediately wafted up, teasing the nostrils. The air in both the kitchen and the dining area was instantly filled with the fragrance of mouchwang. Wow, this mouchwang smells incredible. Just the scent is making my mouth water. Ma Lele gulped, swallowing the saliva that had welled up. Mouchwang, cold jelly noodles, saucy braised beef, and a big steaming bowl of white rice for everyone. Lele, you want a drink? How about a couple of bottles? Don't be shy, Su Feng asked. Ma Lele nodded. All right, 1 bottle to unwind. Su Feng brought over 2 bottles of beer. Ma Lele remarked with emotion, after all these years working in hotel kitchens, I've never enjoyed such a lavish staff meal. Boss, you're too good to us. What do you mean? Is the staff meal not good? Su Feng asked with a chuckle. Ma Lele bitterly complained about the hardships of staff meals in the kitchen. Sai, it's not just bad, it's like they're feeding livestock. It's all big pot cooking. Everything stewed together, never any meat. The budget for staff meals is incredibly stingy. We often went hungry. To eat, well, you had to rely on the chef sneaking you a couple of bites of the good dishes before they were served to customers. That's truly tragic. Don't worry, from now on for our staff meals, anything on the menu is fair game. Eat whatever you crave. Su Feng patted Ma Lele on the shoulder, seeing the look of hardship on his face, clearly having endured much in the kitchen. You're too generous, boss. Yueyue chuckled, the boss is truly magnanimous. Feng called out, eat up, eat up. If one bowl isn't enough, help yourself to more after you finish. A large basin of spicy and numbing Mao Shui Wang sat before them, its surface glistening with red chili oil, filled with duck blood luncheon, meat tripe fish balls, and sliced beef stomach. This basin of Mao Shui Wang was a true spicy temptation. With a patter of little feet, little Tong Tong ran out from the inner room, followed by another little cutie. The little one caught the aroma, her big eyes blinking as she stood still, her gaze scanning, until she found Feng. With a pitter-patter, little Ye didn't walk, she only ran. The problem was, she was wobbly, stumbling, unable to run in a straight line. Watching her made Feng's heart leap with worry that she might bump her head on the furniture. He rushed over and scooped her into his arms. Ah! Her little face beamed with a smile, squirming restlessly in Feng's embrace, wiggling her tiny bottom. The little boss lady smells something delicious, Feng said, carrying her to the dining table. Brother, it smells so good. What dish is this? Staring at the fiery red Mao Shui Wang, Tong Tong was taken aback. It seemed this was her first time trying it. Yueyue, the poor girl, was also a first-timer. It's Mao Shui Wang, Tong Tong. It has your favorite ham inside. Ooh, Yin, would you like some beer? Chen Mingyan shook her head. No thanks. If her future mother-in-law weren't at the restaurant, she might have shared a bottle with Feng. At most one bottle. Of course, she wouldn't dare drink too much. Little Yueyue was the result of her drinking too much. What if she got pregnant again after drinking? Her thoughts were a mess. What was she even thinking? She shook her head, forcing her attention back to the Mao Shui Wang. So fragrant. Delicious, she praised. The luncheon meat carried a hint of numbing spice as it entered her mouth, followed by a wave of heat, and as her teeth bit down, a fiery spiciness swept across her tongue. Fragrant. Incredibly fragrant. She took a deep breath and quickly scooped a mouthful of rice. She picked up a piece of duck blood, and as it slid into her mouth, it was silky smooth yet scorching hot. Eating too hastily, a smear of red chili oil clung to her lips. Unable to resist, she extended her tongue to lick it off. A gesture so alluring it set Feng's heart racing. His thoughts began to wander. What? She noticed Feng staring intently at her, and looked at him with confusion. Yin, you really can't handle spicy food, yet you love it so much. Feng grinned. Chen Mingyan said. Andy, look at Xiao Feng, his mouth is always teasing people. Feng. Lu Fangfang shot a glare at her son, and picked up a piece of tripe with her chopsticks. If you're eating, eat properly. Don't talk nonsense. This dish is numb and spicy, but just because you can't handle the heat, does that mean you can't eat it? I can eat it. It hadn't been long, and she was already learning to use backup. This Mao Shui Wang was quite oily, and Lu Fangfang usually preferred lighter fare. But this dish, even the layer of red oil on top, smelled incredibly fragrant. And she who loved duck blood had never tasted such silky, smooth duck blood before. Her son's cooking was getting better and better. On a scorching summer day with temperatures soaring past 30 degrees outside, the restaurant's air conditioning blew cool air as they savored the steaming, spicy Mao Shui Wang and sipped ice-cold beer. It was pure bliss. Mom, you forgot to buy pork large intestine. This dish would be absolutely amazing with some added. Feng said. Lu Fangfang chuckled. Would pork large intestine really taste good boiled like that? Of course it would. The bold flavors would completely erase the gamey smell, and simmered in the red broth, it would absorb all the deliciousness. Yin, do you like pork large intestine? Chen Mingyan shook her head gently. I don't eat it from restaurants. I always feel like if the intestines aren't cleaned thoroughly, it'd be dirty. At home, she'd eat it if it was cleaned inside and out. Alright, next time we'll buy some pork large intestine and make it ourselves. We'll do a braised intestine over rice. Ma Lele praised. Boss, this Mao Shui Wang is incredibly delicious, numbing, spicy, and fresh. When I worked the past before I trained under a Sichuan chef, the Mao Shui Wang you made is even better than what a chef with 10 years of Sichuan experience could do. It's absolutely divine. With each bite, his mouth was filled with pure enjoyment. One bite of food, one bite of rice. He simply couldn't stop. Glancing over at young Yueyue, eating the Mao Shui Wang, her little face was flushed red and steam was practically rising from her forehead. Ahem. Feng smiled awkwardly. There was no way it was better than a 10-year Sichuan master's. This dish, the system hadn't rewarded him with a detailed recipe, nor had he inherited any master's technique. Had improvised entirely from online tutorials. Really, I'm not exaggerating at all. It's so fragrant. The bean sprouts are crisp and spicy, the duck blood is silky and tender, and with each bite my mouth is left tingling and fiery. It's absolutely exhilarating. He took another gulp of ice-cold beer to temper the heat in his mouth. In an instant it felt like every pore in his body had opened up, truly a blissful sensation. And this was a free staff meal. Feng called out, if you want more, eat up. Finish this whole basin of Mao Shui Wang, don't be shy. Ma Lele scratched his head. This is the best staff meal I've ever had. Yueyue pouted slightly, thinking to herself, if only I could say nice things like Ma Lele does. Little did she know Feng never cared about such things. In fact, Ma Lele, with his youthful energy and chatty nature, brought a livelier atmosphere to the restaurant. Daddy, little Yueyue perched in Feng's lap, kicked her little feet, struggling and squirming, desperate to eat the Mao Shui Wang. This dish is very spicy. You can have it when you're older, but not now. Later when we go home, and you go to sleep, it'll make you some milk. As he spoke, she pouted, flung her little hand, and with a sharp crack a beer bottle shattered on the floor. Wah! Startled by the crash of the beer bottle hitting the ground, little Yueyue burst into tears and clung tightly to Feng's arm. Lu Feng laughed. My little granddaughter has quite the temper. Tong huffed. Little Yueyue cries all the time. I don't want to play with her. Yueyue got up to grab a broom to sweep up the broken glass. He'll sweep it. Yueyue, you keep eating, Lu Feng said quickly, taking the broom. She marveled at how considerate Yueyue was. After the meal, the staff clocked out. Feng stretched lazily. Little Yueyue, sitting in her stroller, excitedly kicked her chubby little legs, her big eyes fixed on the passers-by outside the restaurant. Mommy's here. Chen Mingyan crouched down and took the little girl's hand. When she wasn't crying, her face was always alight with a pure, innocent smile. Daddy Yueyue. At this age, the little one's voice was soft and adorable in angelic babble, her words garbled and milky. When she said something, you couldn't understand a word. Feng had to guess 3 times. Feng, what do you want from your old man? I'm so full. Chen Mingyan rubbed her slightly protruding belly. Under Feng's attentive feeding over the past few days, she had gained 7 or 8 pounds, yet she still appeared slender and graceful. How about we go to the park to see the fountain? Mom, call my dad to come along. Feng suggested. Lu Feng laughed. Why invite him to spoil the fun? We rarely close the shop early today. Let's go see the fountain. Feng drove off with the family. They parked the car and traversed through the streets and alleys, arriving at the renowned fountain square of Longqing. The little darling looked left and right along the way, curiously observing the world. When she spotted a cluster of balloons in the sky, her tiny feet began to kick against the stroller, and she babbled eagerly, wanting to play with the balloons. Brother balloons. Wow, it's a big wolf balloon. Xiao Tong bounced over to Feng. Go ask our mom. Mommy. Lu Feng scanned the QR code and bought 2 balloons, handing one to Feng and the other to Xiao Tong. Xiao Yueyue, can you hold the balloon? Feng crouched down, letting the little darling grasp the string. The balloon was shaped like pretty sheep. Lu Feng said, just let Xiao Yueyue look at it. I saw news recently about a child being lifted into the sky by balloons. It's too dangerous. Don't tie the balloon string to the stroller. What if the wind picks up? Lu Feng continued. Feng felt a headache. Chen Mingyan smiled and said, just let Xiao Yueyue look at it. She'll soon be distracted by another toy. Near the square there were many vendors selling children's toys and little toy cars flashing with colorful lights. Xiao Yueyue only glanced at the balloon in Feng's hand before her attention immediately shifted to the toy cars. Then as they walked further, they unexpectedly saw a monkey. Xiao Yueyue waved her arms excitedly. Brother, it's Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Tong wants to take a photo with Sun Wukong. Feng chuckled. It's expensive. A photo with the Monkey King costs 20 yuan. Too expensive. That could buy 10 popsicles. Oh, she pouted. They'll buy ice cream instead. No photo. Just kidding, silly girl. Go take the photo, Bill pay for you. Tong happily skipped over. The man dressed as Sun Wukong skillfully twirled his golden cudgel, surrounded by a group of little kids pointing and chattering excitedly, all wanting a photo together. However, when the monkey brother cheerfully pulled out a payment QR code, the next second the nearby parents immediately pulled their kids away. They thought 20 yuan for a photo with the Monkey King was not worth it. Not worth it. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Tong shouted twice. Sun Wukong smiled. Little friend, do you want to take a photo with this great sage? Yes. 20 yuan, right? Lu Feng asked. Yes. She scanned the code and paid 20 yuan. Lu Feng waved and said, Xiao Feng, you take the photo of Tong. Mom's photography skills aren't great. Feng took out his phone and said, Monkey brother leaned forward and crouched down a bit. Sun Wukong cooperatively leaned forward, while Xiao Tong happily squinted her big eyes, her face beaming with joy. The chubby girl's skyward pigtails were quite unique. Monkey brother, could you hold my sister for a photo? Sure. Although it was past 10 o'clock at night, the weather was still not cool, and it felt hot and stuffy. This guy wearing a thick monkey costume with a clear price tag was really earning his money through hard work. After taking 5 or 6 photos of Tong and Sun Wukong together, the plump girl ran contentedly to Feng. She grabbed the phone and looked at it. Your daddy will hold you, don't shout. Apparently Xiao Yueyue had become a chatterbox. When Feng held her in his arms, she instantly quieted down a lot. Mom, take a group photo of me, Yin and Xiao Yueyue. Huh. Hearing this, Chen Mingyan felt a flutter of panic and nervously rubbed her palms. When she looked at Feng, their eyes met. Su Feng wore a radiant smile while she shyly looked away. Yin, let's take a family photo of the three of us. You can send it to your mom. Oh, she was a bit shy. The two had not yet gotten their marriage certificate, nor had they gotten married. At this moment, they felt like a long-married couple. Her heart was shy and she wanted to refuse the photo, but seeing the excited faces of her future mother-in-law and the child's father, she had no choice but to comply with Su Feng. She obediently stood aside, tidied the strands of hair on her forehead, and pursed her lips to appear more dignified. Daddy ya, Yueyue mischievously wriggled in Su Feng's arms, refusing to look at the camera. Su Feng said gently, the next fountain show is about to start. Daddy will take you to see the fountain. You have to be good, okay? The little darling pouted and reached out to pinch Su Feng's face. In short, she couldn't stay still for even a moment. Look at the camera. Su Feng gave Yueyue a kiss. Rewarded with a moi, she finally behaved a bit. Lu Fengfeng smiled kindly and said, Yin hold Xiao Feng's arm. A family of three needs to look closer together. Huh. Okay. She didn't refuse and shyly took Su Feng's left arm. Her cheeks flushed temptingly. In front of so many people, especially her future mother-in-law, such an intimate gesture made her feel like she could die of shame. As Lu Fengfeng pressed the shutter of her phone camera, the fountain behind them erupted with a series of booms. It soared into the sky like a colossal pillar, magnificent. With this backdrop, Lu Fengfeng took several photos. Yueyue heard the sound and turned her head to see the fountain. Tong Tong exclaimed, wow brother, the fountain is spraying water. So beautiful. Tong Tong, come here, mom will take your photo. Without a doubt, Lu Fengfeng had become addicted to taking photos. Yueyue, is the fountain pretty? Yueyue babbled, her eyes sparkling, and she actively puckered up to kiss Su Feng on the cheek, making Chun Mingyan pout. Actually being kissed by Yueyue made Su Feng feel extremely happy. But every time his face was covered in drool. As they played, Yueyue fell asleep in his arms. When they left the fountain square and returned to Wudong Street, it was still packed with people shoulder to shoulder. During the holiday, many tourists from out of town came to visit this trendy night market street. Tomorrow they would seize this opportunity to prepare more ingredients and aim for a daily turnover of 300 yuan. The next morning, Su Feng was too lazy to go to the vegetable market. Since the daily order amount had exceeded 100 yuan, old Lu delivered chicken and other ingredients directly to their door. As for some vegetables and seasonings, it wasn't worth the trouble to travel far. He bought some at the nearby market. The cost of driving to the wholesale market would have been more than the cost of the vegetables themselves. Yueyue had discovered a new breastfeeding position, drinking while sticking her bottom up. Su Feng gave her a gentle pat, and the little girl rolled over on the bed with her bottle, releasing the nipple and letting out an aoya sound, as if complaining that her daddy had disturbed her feeding. Gurgle, little Yueyue finished her milk and let out a satisfied burp. Xiao Feng, I sent our group photo to my mom, Qin Mingyan said softly. Su Feng's eyes widened in surprise. What did Annie say? She pursed her lips and said softly, what else could she say? She said you're handsome and told me to bring you home soon. In 2 weeks, it's Yueyue's birthday. They'll have my sister come to Longqing secretly beforehand. Huh, my sister-in-law is coming. Great, I welcome her with open arms. Hee ha ha. Another helper for babysitting has arrived. When she gets here, she can take the guest room, and I can finally sleep in the master bedroom. Su Feng said gleefully. In your dreams, she snorted. This rascal had been trying to pull tricks lately. She was barely holding her ground. For now, let Su Feng sleep in the bed, put Yueyue between them, and if worst came to worst, her sister could share the bed with her. They'll go make some porridge. She turned and walked into the kitchen. Breakfast. Milk, bread, boiled eggs. Good morning, boss. Ma Lele arrived at the shop 15 minutes early and waved in greeting. Good morning. Su Feng was sipping his milk and smiled. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Ma Lele grinned, showing his teeth. Yep, my girlfriend made me a love breakfast. Nice one, haha, love breakfast. This kid's got potential. Is today's work the same as yesterday, prepping these side dishes first? Right, the daily work is the same. Today, cut more cucumber shreds to mix into the jelly noodles. Got it. In the scorching summer, heat a bowl of cool jelly noodles. Was sure to be a crowd pleaser. Without further ado, Su Feng first prepared some starch, then peeled the cucumbers and juiced them into a vibrant green liquid. When he mixed it with the spring water, the water immediately transformed into a stunning emerald hue. Boss, I've finished all the cutting. Can I learn how to make the jelly noodles from you? Ma Lele asked. Su Feng nodded. Of course, feel free to learn. He poured the emerald spring water into a huge iron wok. Lele, come grab this rolling pin and help stir. Sure thing. Ma Lele picked up the rolling pin like it was a staff. As the water in the wok began to boil, Su Feng gradually added the starch, watching it blend with the water. Few and beat. Can't stir anymore. Ma Lele said, his arms aching. He was using every ounce of strength he had. This boss. With such a huge wok, how much jelly noodles was he making in one go? Especially, this rolling pin was incredibly heavy. Haha, this is indeed a laborious task. Let me take over. You add the starch slowly, and make sure to keep stirring so the water and starch mix thoroughly. Okay, the two swap tasks. Feng began stirring the wok with great force. To make this jadeite jelly noodles properly, the mixture had to be perfectly smooth, otherwise the final product wouldn't be crystal clear and would have lumps. If the stirring wasn't done right, it would turn into a pot of starchy lump soup. As he stirred gradually, the starch in the wok began to thicken. Boss, you're amazing. The thicker it gets, the harder it is to stir. Ma Lele praised him. Feng's strength was like that of an ox. Just watching him was intimidating. Feng chuckled. Lele, once you learn this, you could open your own jelly noodle shop. Guaranteed to make good money and never worry about food again. Alright, you'll study hard. You see, this is the moment you can't relax. The moment you stop stirring, it might burn and stick to the bottom. Gradually, the starch in the wok began to turn transparent. He turned off the stove, but continued to stir relentlessly. Man, this wasn't just a skilled job, it was a test of pure strength. Hey, is it done now? Ma Lele's eyes widened in amazement. He was utterly stunned. The jelly noodles in the wok had become a translucent emerald green. It was magical. Feng nodded and said, find a big basin, brush the inside with a layer of oil to prevent sticking, pour the jelly noodles from the wok into the basin to cool. Once cooled, put it in the freezer for another 2 hours, and we can start selling it by evening. Next, it was time to braise the soy marinated beef. With Ma Lele's help in the kitchen, Feng's workload was significantly lighter. Moreover, the restaurant's current revenue could easily afford another kitchen assistant. Or perhaps just hire an apprentice. Today, Feng was preparing for 500 portions of chicken leg rice. If he could sell all 500, the daily revenue from that dish alone would reach 14,000 yuan. At 10 in the morning, Xiao Su, is the jelly noodles ready? It's scorching hot today, and with my appetite, I'll need at least 3 bowls to be satisfied. Brother Lu walked into the shop with his wife and son. Feng replied, the jelly noodles are still warm, they need time to cool. They'll be ready to sell by evening. Alright. Little miss, we'll have 2 portions of chicken leg rice, 1 serving of 6-ingredient mixed noodles, 1 serving of kimchi, and 6 braised eggs. WeChat Pay received 121 yuan. Soon before 11 o'clock, the restaurant was packed with customers. These were all regulars who had learned from experience to come early to dine in avoiding the long queues at noon. They could enjoy the air conditioning, free Wi-Fi, and the chili oil on the tables, which was much more comfortable than taking food to go. Xiao Su, your braised beef is absolutely top-notch. When are you going to add some braised chicken feet, wings, duck necks, or other braised delights? Brother Lu asked with a smile while waiting for his food. Duck goods. Braised items. Feng's eyes lit up. How well, I haven't planned on braising those yet. Give me a few days after my daughter's birthday, and I'll be sure to come up with some new dishes. Brother Lu chuckled. You work so hard. Braised beef is a bit plain to go with drinks. Add some more braised items, and I bet your restaurant will be packed from morning till night. Haha, I'll definitely get on that when I have the time. The marinade used for the beef was incredibly flavorful. It could be used to cook chicken feet, chicken legs, pork belly, or even some seaweed. However, while the flavors of beef and chicken wouldn't necessarily clash, they wouldn't perfectly complement each other either. If the chicken absorbed too much of the beef flavor, its taste might be slightly compromised. When he unlocked the braised items lottery, he could see many single-item braised dishes that were definitely more fragrant than a pot of mixed braised goods. Yueyue, would you be willing to work in the kitchen? Chen Mingyan walked over to the counter and smiled at the young girl. Huh? Yueyue looked confused. It's like this, Chen Mingyan said softly. Xiao Feng discussed it with me yesterday. We're planning to hire another kitchen apprentice. If you're willing to learn, you can work in the kitchen. If not, he'll find someone else. Just tell me what you really think. Working in the kitchen. I do help cook at home, Yueyue pouted. Is it just chopping vegetables? Lele Gu is super fast at that. You pack the chicken leg rice, pour the sauce over it. And when customers order noodles that need to be chilled in ice water, you'd handle that. Oh, the day after tomorrow is the 1st. Starting from the 1st, your salary next month will go up by 700 yuan from 3,800 to 4,500. Yueyu's eyes curved into crescents. He'll do it, he'll work in the kitchen. And also, Feng had informed them. If the restaurant required overtime, each person would be paid 40 yuan per hour. If they worked overtime from 9:30 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. tonight, he would settle the overtime pay immediately that very night. My God, Yueyue, your salary is 4,500. Ma Lele's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. An apprentice's wage. 4,500. When he was an apprentice, he only earned 1,800. Even his senior in the kitchen, who had been prepping ingredients for 5 or 6 years, only made 4,500 a month. Besides, the restaurant had weekends off. A job like this was impossible to find. Yueyue nodded shyly. Brother Lele, you're teasing me. You're a head chef making 6,000 a month. Hey, your starting salary is higher than what I made at my last hotel job, you know. Work hard, stick with the boss, and strive to become a master pastry chef. You're the master, just don't scold me. In truth, Chen Mingyan had been drawn to Yueyu's diligence. Girls her age who were so mature and hardworking were rare. She heard Yueyue was the eldest in her family, sending a portion of her wages home each month and living a very frugal life. Such girls were easy to pity but also easy prey for swindlers and scoundrels vulnerable to going astray. Ma Lele worked swiftly, excelling at chopping vegetables, slicing meat, and prepping ingredients. Having spent 4 years in a hotel kitchen, his knife skills were solid, and his fundamentals were strong, even surpassing Su Feng's. Su Feng didn't worry about Ma Lele stealing secrets, as all the recipes and ingredients were completely transparent. It's like asking two people to write an essay with the same time, place, characters, and plot. The results would be vastly different. So Su Feng only had to handle the skilled tasks, kneading dough, simmering broth, and stir-frying the braising sauce. At 4 in the afternoon, Ma Lele took the bean jelly out of the cold storage. The large iron wok had produced 3 mounds of jelly. Each mound could yield over 100 servings. So beautiful. Yueyue's pupils dilated as she stared at the jelly in the basin in astonishment. So gorgeous, it looks so bouncy and springy. Ma Lele was stunned, exclaiming excitedly, "Boss, our hotel's cold dish chef is garbage compared to you." The jelly before them resembled a piece of emerald jade, its surface smooth and glossy, looking incredibly tender. If one didn't know it was jelly, this exquisite crystal-clear emerald green delicacy could easily be mistaken for a precious stone. It was truly stunning. Su Feng patted it with a gloved hand, feeling a cool, smooth texture akin to a woman's skin. He used the scraping tool to cut a portion into a bowl. The sauce was the same one used for the braised beef. It included chopped scallion, cilantro, light soy sauce, MSG, salt, sugar for sweetness, aged vinegar as the base, and garlic water. He then added toppings of peanuts and shredded cucumber. Some regions add pickled beans to their jelly, but Su Feng was too lazy and skipped them. It was still incredibly delicious without them. Finally came the soulmate of the jelly, chili oil. He ladled a spoonful of the vibrant, spicy chili oil over the bowl, stirred it with chopsticks, and eagerly slurped a mouthful. Gulp! Ma Lele swallowed hard. The jelly enticed Yueyue, who licked her lips, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on Su Feng. Ah, perfect! A smile spread across Su Feng's lips as he snapped his fingers. The jelly was cool, springy, smooth, and soft, paired with the tangy, spicy sauce. It instantly quenched the dryness of his mouth, sending a wave of coolness through his entire body. He hadn't prepared fully today. Tomorrow he'd buy some sesame paste. If customers liked it, a scoop of sesame paste in the jelly would add another rich layer of flavor. Absolutely delicious. Yin yin. Su Feng picked up a strand of jelly with his chopsticks and brought it to her lips. Huh. Chen Mingyan was momentarily taken aback, but a warmth filled her heart. She happily lowered her head and slurped the jelly into her mouth. Delicious. Here, the rest of the bowl is yours. Thanks. Su Feng reached out and gently pinched her cheeks. Silly, what's wrong with you? Do we need to say thank you to each other? He turned and called out to the kitchen staff. Lele, since we're not busy, if you want to try some, have a bowl. And give one to Aunt Zhang and Yueyue each. Ma Lele asked in surprise. Really? Boss, we can really taste it. In a hotel kitchen, one could only sneak a bite when the head chef was away, then go back to frantic work. If caught stealing food, even if not fined, you'd get a thorough scolding. Of course it's real. Hurry up and taste it. Once customers arrive, we'll have to get to work. All right. Aunt Zhang took a bite. Delicious, so tasty. Xiaosu's cooking skills are getting more impressive. I've eaten jelly my whole life, but this is the first time I've had something this good. Yueyue felt the same. The weather was scorching, and the jelly had just come from the cold storage. It was icy cool and silky smooth upon entry. The blend of tangy, spicy sauce, crushed peanuts, and garlic water sent every taste bud into a state of ultimate ecstasy, making one's appetite surge uncontrollably. Boss, you're amazing. So delicious. So spicy. Phew. Ma Lele finished a bowl in 10 seconds, still craving more. He wanted 2 more big bowls, but he felt too embarrassed to ask. A spoonful of chili oil in a hot chicken leg rice or egg noodles would elevate your taste buds, delivering a fiery, scorching heat. But this bowl of emerald jelly was the exact opposite. It was an icy, refreshing spice. On a sweltering summer day, a bowl of cool, tangy jelly is absolute perfection. Considering the citizens of Dragon City's love for chili, no diced bird's eye chili was added. This will definitely be a bestseller. Chen Mingyan placed the bowls in the sink and returned to the counter. Xiaofeng, what's this dish called? Su Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Emerald jelly. Simple, elegant, and easy to remember. How much will you sell it for? 15 yuan a bowl. Tomorrow head get the sesame paste. Head let customers pour the sauce themselves and choose whether to add sesame paste, since everyone's tastes differ. Okay. She felt that anything Su Feng made, whether it was the divine noodles, the delicious chicken leg rice, or this new jelly, even if he sold it for 20 or even 30 yuan, some customers would still scramble to buy it, because it was just too tasty. Ding host has successfully crafted emerald jelly. Emerald jelly appetite 1. A notification appeared in his vision. Oh. Su Feng smiled in surprise. It had the same effect as the chicken leg noodles. Not only delicious, but also stimulating customers' appetites. Boss, do you have food now? The woman from yesterday walked in with her daughter, Huang Rong, who suffered from anorexia. The chicken leg rice is delicious. I want to try something else. A bowl of savory egg noodles, please. Huang Rong looked at the menu with anticipation. Her mother, also surnamed Huang, added, "We'll also have another chicken leg rice and a bowl of chicken soup." Chun Mingyan chuckled. "Hello, may I recommend today's special jade cold noodles?" Jade cold noodles. "They'll have that," Huang Rong said eagerly. Truth be told, she longed to regain her lost appetite, but whenever she saw a plate of food, she felt no desire to eat at all. Her stomach never felt hungry, and she even grew to resent mealtimes. She didn't understand why she had become this way. After losing dozens of pounds from her diet, she could wear beautiful clothes without worrying about sizes yet. She felt no joy at all. But after tasting the chicken leg rice from Suji Delicacies, a sliver of appetite was awakened within her. Before bed that night, she actually found herself looking forward to having it again the next day. Soon the chicken leg rice egg noodles and jade cold noodles arrived at the table. So fragrant. The noodles, still warm and steamy, were topped with a freshly made piping hot savory egg sauce. A simple stir released an intoxicating aroma that drifted through the air like perfume, filling her senses. She took a bite of the noodles with great anticipation. So good, so delicious. "Mom, it's really tasty." Mother Huang, seeing a long-lost smile on her daughter's face, said happily, "If it's good, eat more. What's wrong with gaining a little weight? You're so thin, now you're malnourished. You need to eat well and fix your meals." For a woman, not eating properly carries a heavy price: hair loss, irregular cycles, even facial hair. Her first bite of noodles was an elegant eat, but her second was a direct slurp, looking utterly indulgent. Indeed, noodles always taste better when you slurp them. Slurp, slurp. Huang Rong then took a delicate bite of the cold noodles. The spicy, cool, and springy sensation enveloped her tongue, delivering an ultimate burst of flavor on that scorching day. Smooth and jelly-like, yet with a satisfying chewiness, it made you crave another bite before you'd even finished the first. She couldn't stop. Appetite won. So good. The portion of savory egg noodles was generous, yet Huang Rong devoured every last strand, leaving only a few bits of egg on the plate. Her stomach was so full it felt like it might burst. "Oh no," she thought foolishly, "will I gain weight from this? Mom, I'm so full, I haven't eaten this much in ages. My stomach feels like it's going to explode. But I want another serving of noodles." Yet she felt too shy to ask, worried she wouldn't be able to finish it. A small blackboard read, "Free unlimited noodle refills. Waste is shameful." The restaurant had indeed seen customers who, despite being stuffed, wanted another serving simply because it was too delicious, only to leave the extra noodles uneaten on their plates. Whenever a customer asked for a refill, Feng would cook it without hesitation, leading to the waste he saw. So Feng added 4 characters after the free unlimited refills sign: "Waste is shameful." "They'll have another serving of cold noodles," Huang Rong decided, ordering another and finishing it completely. Mother Huang said, "Young lady, thank you so much. This restaurant's chicken leg rice has cured my daughter's anorexia." Her heart was filled with gratitude. The anorexia that doctors and therapists couldn't fix was cured by a restaurant just down the street. "Really?" Chun Mingyan beamed. "Come a few more times, and I guarantee she'll fall in love with eating." Huang Rong pouted, "It'll come every day. I never had anorexia. I just didn't want to eat. See, when I want to eat, I eat." All right, just come every day." Huang Rong then asked, "Boss lady, do you offer delivery? The line is so annoying. I don't want to queue." She had come down for lunch earlier, but saw a long line snaking out the door and turned right back home. Chun Mingyan shook her head. "Not yet for now. Then it'll just have to come early. It's so fragrant. I haven't had noodles this good in ages." In this land of Shanxi, just like in northern Shanxi, almost everyone loves noodles. "We're truly grateful." Mother Huang's eyes sparkled with a smile. Chun Mingyan replied, "No need to thank me. If it tastes good, just come often." Feng merely smiled at the exchange. Anorexia? That sounds like a rich person's ailment. Everyone is born a foodie, from milk and snacks as kids to all kinds of dishes and street food. The poor rarely get this. As for those who do, they're probably heartbroken lovers, too sad to eat. Of course, torturing your body by refusing to eat over a breakup is just plain stupid. At 6 o'clock, when the restaurant was bustling, Huang Rong returned, placing some fruit and a silk banner on the counter. "Sis, boss lady, my mom asked me to bring these. The doctor said the restaurant really did cure my anorexia." This time she admitted it. She really had been sick. "You're too kind. I wrote the words on the banner myself. Cool, right? Bye." Huang Rong waved and squeezed through the crowded line to leave. This young lady in a few months would become a promotional ambassador for the restaurant at the nearby university, alongside the garlic-loving Lin Meiqi. Feng glanced at the banner and nearly burst out laughing. The banner read, "These noodles. This rice. Crazy delicious. Just devour them all. Presented to Suji Delicacies." It even had a date. The banner was so crudely made, and the words didn't even rhyme. But it was simple and to the point. "These cold noodles are amazing, springy smooth with a nice chew. My mouth is numb from the spice, so satisfying. Boss, another cold noodle." "They'll have another too. No, make it 2." Customers shouted out their orders. Su Feng called back, "For new orders, please line up." The crowd groaned, wishing they had ordered more initially instead of having to queue up again just for an extra dish. It couldn't be helped. With so many customers waiting, Su Feng had Ma Lele prepare the cold noodles, braised eggs, and spiced beef in order. Cutting in line would only cause chaos. Yueyue, a young girl on her first day in the kitchen, quickly got into the swing of things while Ma Lele scooped the noodles into bowls, and she poured the sauce and sprinkled toppings before passing them to the window. The workflow was seamless. The jade cold noodles, unsurprisingly, were an instant sellout sensation.